Chapter 491 Queen's Wings Hostility towards Li Guanqi. Every member of Queen's Wings is a lesbian. As beautiful women, they all fall in love with the Tulip Queen, who is also a woman. They admire this queen from the bottom of their hearts. And it is the kind of love that is love. After passing the strength test, each Queen's Wing must undergo a love test. Only after passing the test can they truly join the Queen's Wing. As for the specific assessment method for this level of admiration, and how this thing can be tested, that is a military secret that Li Guanqi does not know. But what is certain is that precisely because of this trait, the Queen's Wings are extremely loyal to the Tulip Queen. There is no army in the world that is more loyal than them. However, Queen Wings is a lesbian, but Queen Tulip is not. Because of this, the entire Queen's Wings unit has almost full hatred for Wang Xiu. When Li Guanqi and Wang Xiu were chatting, the other party once said that it was a miracle that he could survive to this day. He couldn't figure out why those wings didn't come to kill him. At that time, Li Guanqi thought of the Queen's guards. Wings, Queen Wings. Huh. Thinking of the past and current situation, Li Guanqi couldn't help but laugh. But soon, he stopped laughing, because he thought of another thing. Wang Xiu. Wind and Thunder Swordsman Wang Xiu. Do these Queen Wings recognize Wang Xiu's Wind and Thunder Sword intent? Then at the gate of the palace earlier, in order to let Her Majesty the Queen know that he was coming, he specially used the Wind and Thunder Sword intent to slash into the sky. In this way, wouldn't he reveal his identity? After thinking this, Li Guanqi looked at Andrea's back in front of him, feeling a little puzzled. This female knight, doesn't she know Fengling Jianyani? Hello! Suddenly, Andrea, who was walking in front, happened to pass a curve in the stairs, and then another woman's voice came from the stairs above. Li Guanqi, who was in a blind spot, could not see the owner of the voice, but Andrea was obviously face to face at this time, looking forward curiously. Lectia, what's wrong? Do you know who the man behind you is? The woman's voice sounded again, obviously with a bit of suppressed anger. Andrea turned her head and glanced at Li Guanqi, then turned back to look at him again. Do you know him? Certainly. After an angry shout, accompanied by the sound of rapid footsteps, Li Guanqi saw a white arm without armor stretched out and pushed Andrea away. Then, the true face is finally revealed. It was a beautiful woman wearing a tube-top dress. The dress was a sleeveless white gold dress. The floor-length skirt was covered with light-emitting star patches. It looked luxurious and elegant. A woman's tall height highlights her temperament even more. She has purple hair, giving people a charming and coquettish feeling. But the purple pupils on her beautiful face are full of anger at this time, staring at Li Guanqi, as if looking at someone with a life-or-death hatred of enemies. 8th level magician. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Bagua level magician? Captain of the Queen's Wing and Right Wing Force? If you haven't seen it, you wouldn't know that the field he used outside the palace before was Wang Xiu's Wind and Thunder Field. The purple-haired female sorcerer Raicha strode forward, raised her right hand, and seemed to want to grab Li Guanqi's collar. However, she found that the light armor on the opponent's body did not have a collar for her to grab. So she swiped her slender finger, and a stream of the invisible force directly grabbed Li Guanqi's throat and lifted him into the air. Gravity. The gravity spell that Li Guanqi is very familiar with is the use of invisible grip. He used to use this spell often, although he was lifted into the air. Li Guanqi did not make any meaningless struggling movements like kicking his legs. Instead, he endured the restraint in his neck, looked at Andrea behind him, and even shrugged, shrugging, as if telling the other person, what else are you looking at? Stop her. However, Andrea frowned slightly and actually stood there unmoved. What's the relationship between you and that bastard Wang Xiu? The purple-haired female sorcerer Lakia glared at Li Guanqi and shouted fiercely. Li Guanqi was helpless. Master, if I want to take advantage of your old face, it seems I have to suffer the consequences of your old face. Queen Tulip's affection for Wang Xiu allowed him to receive benefits from Her Majesty the Queen. However, he also had to endure the Queen's Wing's hostility towards Wang Xiu, and could not run away. You ask what my relationship is with Wang Xiu? Ha. Li Guanqi, who was lifted into the air by the invisible force, lowered his head and looked down at Raicha. Since his throat was tightly strangled, it was difficult to speak. He simply used his soul power to vibrate the air to convey his voice. I would like to ask you, do you know what my relationship is with Her Royal Highness the Queen? Her Royal Highness the Queen personally asked you to welcome the guests. And now you are so rude? Is this the court etiquette of the Tulip Empire? Oh no, that's not right. I wrongly blame the Tulip's court. It should be said that this is how the always rude Queen's Wings should behave. Right. You Queen Wings have a reputation for being rude. And I have already. Boom! Before Li Guanqi could finish speaking, the 8th level Raikja unlocked the gravity spell. But before unlocking it, he still exerted a downward force, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. Then, Raikja gritted her teeth and glared at him. Li Guanqi smiled softly, stood up from the ground, and adjusted the silver-white light armor on his body. Queen's Wings doesn't have a good reputation, because they were transferred directly under the Queen. They acted domineeringly, but they did not obtain the social status similar to the Jinui, because the Tulip Empire does not only have kings or queens. Among the top countries in the strange world, the only one that is truly headed by the emperor is the Daluo dynasty. Even though in recent hundreds of years, successive emperors have been increasingly constrained by the 8 Kingdoms pillar, the emperor is still in charge. In addition, the top empires in the world are basically not dominated by emperors. The real ruler of the Violet Empire is not the Violet King, but the Parliament. The replacement of the Violet King is entirely decided by the Parliament. The king does not even have the slightest say. He is just a puppet on a string. Likewise, the real ruler of the Tulip Empire is the Council of Elders. Although the Queen has some say in the Senate, she is ultimately inferior to other members of the Senate. If they initiate a vote, the Tulip Queen will most likely step down. The elders hate the Queen's Wings. There is no other reason. The Queen's Wings belong directly to the Queen. If the Queen's power becomes stronger and stronger, the Queen's voice in the Council of Elders will become larger and larger, causing their Council of Elders to be unable to continue to control the replacement of the throne. Over the years, the Council of Elders has tried every means to order the Queen to disband the Queen's Wings. But the Tulip Queen is not a pure puppet like the Violet King. She still has some say in the matter, and it is not that easy to make her obedient. But because of this, Queen's Wings has been strictly restraining its own behavior in recent years, so as not to give another excuse to the Elder Council and give those old guys another reason to disband. The Tulip Empire attaches great importance to things like etiquette and honor. So after Li Guanqi said those words, almost making it clear that Raikja's move was a rude move, Raikja had to stop, so as not to smear the face of his own troops. Are you that Wang Xiu's disciple? At this time, Andrea, who had been silent for a long time, looked at Li Guanqi and finally spoke slowly, looking at him solemnly. Even if it's not, it must be a junior or something. Lakia stared at Li Guanqi, gritted his teeth and said, Wang Xiu's wind and thunder domain. This person can also do it. And he is a swordsman. Personally passed down. Li Guanqi no longer kept secrets, but looked at the 2 8th level women and said seriously, I am the wind and thunder swordsman. Wang Xiu's only direct disciple. I inherited his mantle and perfectly inherited the power of the wind and thunder sword. Strength. My name is Li Guanqi. You can call me Wang Xiu's disciple. But you just swore on your honor that you were not from Daluo. Andrea looked at him and said seriously, I am indeed not from Daluo. When Li Guanqi heard this, he immediately spread his hands helplessly. Hey, do you have to be a Daluo person to be a disciple of Daluo people? What kind of logic is this? I hate you. White-haired one. Andrea didn't say anything else. She just turned around and continued walking up the stairs. She said coldly, Leccia, don't stop him. He is the Queen's guest after all. We cannot disobey the Queen's will. Li Guanqi just couldn't help but smile. He actually found it a bit funny. This female knight said she hated him, but who cares about the likes and dislikes of a stranger whom they met by chance? Of course, there's nothing funny about this. One thing that really makes Li Guanqi find it funny is that these lesbians almost fanatically adore the Queen. But Her Royal Highness the Queen actually likes men. Isn't this funny? Moreover, the Queen missed Wang Xiu day and night. This group of subordinates not only hated Wang Xiu, but also hated him, Wang Xiu's disciple. This incident was very strange. If I never see you again, I wish you good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Li Guanqi passed by Lakia, and by some strange coincidence, he suddenly smiled and said in his ear, Bye-bye, dear magician. Raikja suddenly turned around and stared at his back like an angry purple snake. Asshole man. None of you are good. You should be glad that you are in the palace now. If you were on the battlefield, I would definitely kill you. Every inch of flesh and blood will be crushed. Yes, that's the reaction you want. Li Guanqi looked back at her and chuckled. I just like the way you look like you want to kill me. But you can't kill me at all. Hey, You are so cruel to my master. But do you know that you are the most cruel? My beloved queen. The person she loves most is my master? You? Right, you glared at each other, but couldn't say a word for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Li Guanqi couldn't help laughing loudly. Facts have proven that being mean once in a while can indeed make you feel better. Moreover, he was already a little unhappy, and he was holding a ball of depressed anger in his heart. Who did he provoke? When you come up, this woman chokes you and lifts you up? The master and the queen were in love. And even if they broke up later, the queen herself didn't stop them. Why are these lesbians who are his subordinates so anxious? She also hates him, by the way, which is really ridiculous and irritating. As for Queen Wing's attitude towards him, there was no room for redemption long ago. Li Guanqi thought, since he couldn't please them, he might as well please himself and make himself feel happier. Li Guanqi smiled and looked away, following Andrea's back in front of him. And Andrea never spoke again. It was silent all the way, until Andrea stopped. What appeared in front of her and Li Guanqi was a luxurious wooden door that was all purple and blue. Just by getting closer, you could smell a faint fragrance, which even made the strange blood in Li Guanqi's body become active and made him feel a sense of excitement. A feeling that the body is very relaxed. Li Guanqi didn't recognize this kind of wood. You can go back, Andrea. Suddenly, Li Guanqi clearly didn't feel any breath or footsteps approaching, but a gentle female voice sounded behind him. He was slightly startled and quickly turned around to look. On the corridor paved with gold and red carpets, I saw a beautiful woman with blonde hair and gold eyes, wearing a black and white maid uniform, holding a silver tray in her hand, and the white ceramic cup on it was still emitting a little mist. Jiugang-level magician. Li Guanqi's pupils suddenly shrank. A Jiugang-level magician? Is it possible that this blonde maid, is it possible that she is the commander-in-chief of the Queen's Wing and the Right Wing? Lady Saoirse. When Andrea saw the blonde maid, she immediately lowered her head, placed her right hand on her left breast, and bowed respectfully. Well, thank you for your hard work. Let's go back. The blonde maid nodded slightly. I will be responsible for receiving this guest. This is also the Queen's order. Yes. Without saying anything, Andrea turned around and left, quickly disappearing into the depths of the spiral staircase. Li Guanqi stood there, looking at the blonde maid in front of him. A little nervous. Jiugang-level magician? It seemed like this was the first time he met such a top-level magician. Hello! The blonde maid held the silver tray, looked at Li Guanqi with a smile, lowered her head slightly, and said in a soft voice, My name is Saoirse Augustard, and I am the Queen's maid. You can just call me Saoirse. Forehead. Li Guanqi looked strange. Your other identity should be the commander-in-chief of the Queen's Wings and Right Wings. Right. It's the same. The ninth palace-level blonde maid named Saoirse raised her head with a gentle smile. Every child in the Queen's Wings is a servant of the Queen. There is no difference. Li Guanqi didn't know what to say for a while. Please follow me. Sir. Saoirse held the tray and slowly walked to the purple-green door next to Li Guanqi. She didn't see any movement, but a round golden spiritual power rune array appeared at the door lock. After a few turns, the rune array gradually dispersed and the door opened automatically. Only then could Li Guanqi see the scene. Surprisingly small. To be honest, the room is not actually small and crowded, but it definitely does not meet the specifications of a queen of a country. It is about the same size as an ordinary person's bedroom. You can have a panoramic view of the entire room at a glance. And there is nothing full of luxurious decoration and furnishings. In the entire room, apart from the aristocratic bed, there was only a light science sofa, a glass round table, and a gold-wired wooden table and golden-wired wooden chairs at the windowsill. This is the room where the queen used to sleep. Saoirse walked to the glass round table, put down the ceramic cup on the tray in her hand, and then looked at Li Guanqi with a smile. This is the flower tea that is exclusive to the Imperial Palace. Please use it slowly. Her Royal Highness the Queen asked you to wait in her room first. Wait here. She will come back to you later. Oh. Li Guanqi had already known the current situation in the simulator, so he was not surprised. He just sat on the light blue sofa, feeling a bit on pins and needles. Just as the simulator said, Why? Li Guanqi looked around with a strange expression on his face and looked at Saoirse in surprise. Why did Her Royal Highness the Queen allow me to enter her room? Because the last person to use this room is called Wang Xiu. Saoirse smiled. So you don't need to be nervous. This is not the Queen's boudoir, since Mr. Wang Xiu left the palace. The queen has not slept for hundreds of years. It is said to be a waste of time. So for hundreds of years. Except for me coming here to clean from time to time. No one actually lives here. Li Guanqi was startled. I see. If a Jiugong level expert is not seriously injured and does not need to rely on sleep to restore life energy, then there is indeed no need to sleep. By the way, when Master was still in the palace, did he and Queen Tulip really sleep obediently in this room? I'm afraid it's more than that. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi turned to look at the bedside table of the noble bed. There was a photo on it, which was a photo of Wang Xiu and the Tulip Queen. The instrument used to take pictures should be commonly used camera tools. The photos formed are not static photos, but dynamic photos. In the photo, Wang Xiu still looks like a young and handsome guy. He was wearing the male noble robe of the Tulip Empire, with a smile on his face. His long black hair was tied into a single ponytail, fluttering in the wind. He looked extremely handsome. Next to Wang Xiu, the queen, who was wearing a floral knee-length skirt, also had a sweet face. She was not like a queen, but like a beautiful and lovely girl. She leaned her head lightly on Wang Xiu's shoulder and looked at the camera. His eyes were filled with anticipation. One look at it, and it was clear that she was definitely looking forward to this photo with Wang Xiu. Her Royal Highness the Queen was really happy at that time. While Li Guanqi looked at the photo, Saoirse standing next to him did the same. She even smiled softly while looking at it, with a gentle voice. Lord Saoirse, you don't seem to resent Master and me? Li Guanqi looked at the blonde maid curiously. Or, do I feel wrong? Why do you hate it? Saoirse asked back with the same curiosity. Forehead. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. Why do you hate? Because you Queen Wings are all lesbians, and you all like the queen. But the queen was taken away by Wang Xiu, and you were heartbroken. Well, you can't say this directly. I don't hate Mr. Wang Xiu. Saoirse smiled softly, tilted her head, and glanced at Li Guanqi, covering her mouth and smiling softly. Of course I won't hate you. It's okay for those children to hate Mr. Wang Xiu. If they vent their anger on you, even I don't think it makes sense. Li Guanqi blinked. How could I hate it? Saoirse retracted her gaze and continued to look at the photo. Her brows and eyes were full of memories and nostalgia. And she murmured softly. The queen has not spent much happy time in her life, especially the tragic experience in her childhood, which has made her miserable all her life. Redeeming my childhood, it was Mr. Wang Xiu. He gave the queen the best time and memories in this life. So I don't hate him. On the contrary, I respect him very much and am very grateful to him. He did what our Queen Wings failed to do and gave happiness to the queen. Chapter 492 Wang Xiu and the Queen. Wang Xiu's son. And if they separate, this is the best ending, Saoirse said softly. Li Guanqi was stunned. Why? Why do you say that? Because Mr. Wang Xiu is naturally romantic. Saoirse looked at Li Guanqi and smiled. He is a very gentle man, a very good lover, and the best boyfriend. But he will not be a good husband. His best state is with a woman, build a romantic bond, but never a family with a woman. He can be nice to a woman, but he can't be nice to the same woman forever. Mr. Wang Xiu is very romantic, but he is very sincere in his approach to a relationship. He has never been involved in two things at the same time. He always starts the next relationship only after it ends. And the time when he chooses to end it is always before the love is about to end, rather than when the relationship is completely broken up. He always chooses to break up amidst the beauty. After spending some time with the queen, Mr. Wang Xiu gradually felt bored. This was also the biggest reason why he left that year. No one made any mistakes in this relationship. If he insisted on making mistakes, it was simply because he was tired of it. Mr. Wang Xiu was not attached to the queen's beauty, nor did he covet her power. Instead, he chose to leave immediately when he got tired of it. This is what I respect most about him. At least, he knew that he would not be as good to the queen as before. So he left instead of dragging her on. Break it off immediately, which is the best outcome for Her Majesty the Queen. My Lady Queen. Except for her childhood, everyone she faced was bowing her head and being respectful. Those men were even more so, and most of them approached her because of her beauty and body, or their power and status. But Mr. Wang Xiu is different. When the queen first met Mr. Wang Xiu, she did not disclose her identity as the queen, and even concealed her cultivation. She walked in the Qinxian Valley of the Daluo dynasty as an ordinary tulip woman. Daluo Qinzhou. Qinxian Valley. That was also the place where she and Mr. Wang Xiu fell in love. At that time, the queen experienced a freshness that she had never felt before. Mr. Wang Xiu would loudly dislike her cooking because it was unpalatable. But he would also personally cook a sumptuous meal for her that night, saying, "Look at this kind of food," while tenderly used chopsticks to feed the delicious food into the queen's mouth. Mr. Wang Xiu would laugh at her because she couldn't wash her clothes cleanly, but he would also hold her hand and tell her that if she didn't know how to wash clothes, she wouldn't wash them because of her weakness. Mr. Wang Xiu would care about whether she caught cold on a snowy night, then take off his own coat and gently put it on for her. Mr. Wang Xiu would sigh depressed because of her clumsiness. Then he would smile and rub her head and start teaching her carefully. Mr. Wang Xiu gave the queen a lot, many things that she had never experienced before. The queen loves Mr. Wang Xiu deeply, and Mr. Wang Xiu indeed loved her deeply during that period of time. What's even more commendable is that after the queen disclosed her identity and showed her 9 palace-level cultivation, Mr. Wang Xiu just shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying that if he had known it would snow heavily that day, he would not have taken off his clothes for the queen. Then, as usual, after he knew how powerful the queen was, he did not become frightened, did not become respectful, did not become eager to cling to powerful people, did not become interested in making profits, and even repeatedly refused the queen's gifts, saying, "How do you say that? Daliu men never eat soft food." Master Wang Xiu often said this sentence in the palace with a funny expression. But it's also great. At that time, Mr. Wang Xiu loved the queen, but he only loved her as a person. He did not love her strength, power and wealth. Because of this, when he no longer loved her, he simply chose to leave without any nostalgia or reluctance for these external things and the overwhelming power at his fingertips. It was very simple, very direct, and very sudden. On that beautiful moonlit night, he kissed the queen on the forehead, then got out of bed, left a farewell letter, and left slowly. Her Majesty the Queen did not stop her, because she knows Mr. Wang Xiu. She knows that man is like a free bird, which will temporarily fall to the ground, but will always continue to fly to the sky. Forcibly locking him up is just a bird in a delicate iron cage. The canary in it is meaningless. Their romance ended, but in their separation, there was no fight to the death, no arguments and noisy fights, but only gentle farewells. However, the queen could not let go after all. Some time before she had a premonition that Mr. Wang Xiu was about to leave. She secretly used a fertility potion without telling Mr. Wang Xiu, leaving behind Mr. Wang Xiu's flesh and blood. This was something Mr. Wang Xiu didn't want to see, and also the entire palace. Both the Senate and the Senate strongly opposed it, but the queen still gave birth to him. Speaking of this, Saoirse sighed softly. Without that child, the queen's current position in the Council of Elders should be more stable. Since then, Your Majesty the Queen has not been married? Li Guanqi asked softly. Except for Mr. Wang Xiu. No one in the world can win the queen's heart. Saoirse just smiled slightly. There is only one chance. The queen's experience made her heart open to only one person in this life. Mr. Wang Xiu got this opportunity. Or in other words, it was precisely because he was Wang Xiu that he could take this opportunity. Li Guanqi was slightly silent. After a long while, he murmured softly with emotion. Passionate seems to be ruthless. Master, you are so romantic. How many women's hearts have you broken in this life? And made them secretly sad in the boudoir late at night? It should be a lot. With a gentle smile on her face, Saoirse agreed softly, then turned and walked towards the door. Mr. Li, wait here. The queen will come to see you in the evening. I will be guarding outside the door. If you need anything, just call me. After saying that, the Joggle-level female sorcerer left the room and slowly closed the door. As the door crack closed, her beautiful face completely disappeared from Li Guanqi's sight. Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze, picked up the white ceramic cup on the table, and drank the flower tea in one gulp. This drink, which is exclusive to the Tulip Palace, is obviously a high-end luxury product. The so-called luxury goods are things that are very expensive, but in fact have no actual effect. This flower tea has nothing but good taste. Li Guanqi sat on the sofa and began to close his eyes and rest, letting time pass quietly. He knew that before Her Royal Highness arrived, another guest would find him. Night gradually fell. The scorching sun outside the window goes down, and the bright moon rises. Bang bang. There was a knock on the door. Mr. Li, is it convenient? I want to have a chat with you. Li Guanqi, who was sitting on the sofa, opened his eyes, turned to look at the purple-green door, and chuckled. "Please come in!" Squeak. As soon as these words came out, the door was slowly pushed open. Standing outside the door was Saoirse in a maid uniform. Other than that, she was just a tall man. This man's appearance was so handsome that it was difficult to fully describe it in words. He has sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, blonde hair and golden eyes. He is tall and straight, nearly 2 meters tall. He has a faint smile on his face, paired with the aristocratic robe he is wearing. He exudes an elegant temperament. It can be clearly seen that he is a mixed-race person, who can be said to have gathered the advantages of Eastern and Western appearance. He has the beauty of Eastern skin and the beauty of Western bones. His facial features are full of the deep nobility of European aristocrats, but between his eyebrows and smile. But it also has an elegant charm unique to Eastern people. Leola level demon hunter knight. Li Guanqi has seen 2 men with the best looks in his life. One is the handsome and feminine Lin Xianbai, who looks like a boy and a girl. The second is the young version of Wang Xiu, who has a face as beautiful as a crown jewel, but is more masculine and heroic. But now, I have to add one more. This, the son of Wang Xiu and Isabel. "Hello, my name is Wang Xian." The blonde young man had a smile on his face and a very magnetic voice. He placed his right hand on his left chest and gently bowed his head towards Li Guanqi. "Okay," with the aristocratic etiquette of the Tulip Empire. "My name is Li Guanqi." Li Guanqi also smiled lightly, but he gave a fist-holding salute like, "Okay," to Donphan Daluo. "Nice to meet you. I'm honored to meet you too, Mr. Li." Wang Xian looked at him, his golden eyes shimmering with an unspeakable light, as if seeing Li Guanqi was something he was looking forward to. Li Guanqi was thinking slightly. Blonde hair and golden eyes. When humans of different blood merge, due to the mutually exclusive nature of the different blood itself, in 99.9% of cases, the fusion of different blood will not occur in the offspring, and the child will only completely inherit the different blood of one of the parents. Blonde hair and golden eyes are the typical racial characteristics of Tulip people. But blonde hair and golden eyes are also the characteristics of the different blood of the royal family of the Tulip Empire, which represents their different blood power. If Wang Xian inherited the different blood of the Daluo Wang family in Wang Xiu's body, then no matter what, after the mixed blood, his hair color and eye color should not be so golden, not so pure gold. Therefore, there is a high probability that Wang Xian inherited the strange blood in Queen Tulip's body, the different blood power of the royal family of the Tulip Empire. This is indeed a better choice, and can give Wang Xian a better future. Wang Xiu was born in the Wang family of the 16th surname of Daluo. His bloodline was certainly good, but compared with the royal bloodline of the Tulip Empire, it was indeed not on the same level. "You two, let's talk slowly. I'm right outside the door. If you need anything, just call me." Saoirse looked at Li Guanqi and Wang Xian, smiled softly, and closed the door for them. "Mr. Li, I have many things to ask you." Wang Xian looked at Li Guanqi impatiently. "Just ask me to watch chess. You are my master's son. We are of the same generation. Don't be so unfamiliar." Li Guanqi smiled and pointed to the sofa opposite him. "Sit down. If I know, I will tell you. But well, actually I haven't been with my master for a long time, and I don't know many things. Unknown. What kind of person is my father?" Wang Xian sat opposite Li Guanqi and looked at him seriously. "I have been born in the palace since I was a child. The elders will worry that the Wang family of the Daluo dynasty will use my identity to make a fuss about my identity and create the image of Daluo dynasty and Tulip to the outside world, the illusion of an alliance between the empire. So I have been strictly prohibited from leaving the palace. I have never stepped out of this palace, and I have never learned about the man named Wang Xiu from outsiders. My mother said that he was both a very good and a very bad man. But other than that, she never told me in detail about her father. The members of Queen's Wings all said that he was a bastard and a scumbag. Their words are too subjective and full of hostility, making it difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Mr. Li, you are the first outsider I have come into contact with who knows my father. I would like to ask you, what kind of person is he?" Li Guanqi looked embarrassed, and then thought carefully. What kind of person is Wang Xiu? This is a big problem for Wang Xian. Li Guanqi is really not good at defining a person. I can't give you an answer. After thinking for a long time, Li Guanqi shook his head, then looked at Wang Xian and said seriously, "My master, your father, What kind of person is he? I think this is not a question with an objective answer. To me, he was a good teacher. Although he didn't teach me anything substantial except for the sword intention of wind and thunder. However, as an example, the stories he told me about his personal experiences all taught me how to be a better man. He made me understand that as a man, the other party in a relationship should have the qualities, what kind of characteristics. His romance, and the regrets he brought about because of his romance made me understand what kind of person I should be. He seemed to be romantic and passionate, and had countless women. But in the end, he regretted his life because of his love. He made me understand that I should love a girl with all my heart. Only in this way will I have no regrets. So to me, it doesn't matter what sword intent Wang Xiao taught me. This alone is enough for me to call him master from the bottom of my heart. But this is for me. What about others? Those countless girlfriends he had? Her Royal Highness the Queen? And you. To you, he is a different Wang Xiao. So, Mr. Wang Xian, if you have to ask me, I can only say, Wang Xiao is a good master, because he taught me the principles of life. At this point, Li Guanqi looked at Wang Xian, and after hesitating for a while, he still said, but you must not be satisfied with this answer. But what I want to say is that you can never get this question from others. Answer. Wang Xian looked confused. You have to find it yourself. Li Guanqi's voice became firm, and he said seriously, whether it was in the Sakura shogunate or the Dalyuo dynasty, Master has left behind his reputation as a knight of the wind and thunder sword demon. If you really want to know what kind of person he is, you might as well follow the footprints he left and see with your own eyes. But I can't leave the palace. Wang Xian stood up immediately and gritted his teeth and said, I just said that the people in the Elder Council have never allowed me to leave the palace. I have never left this place even half a step since I was a child. Have you sought help from Her Majesty the Queen? Li Guanqi asked curiously. No. Wang Xian shook his head gently. She is already very tired. I don't want to make her more embarrassed in the Council of Elders because of my affairs. You are wrong. Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile when he heard this. As a queen, as a king of a country, you get pregnant before marriage and give birth to the son of a foreign noble. You know the nature of this matter. But Her Royal Highness the Queen gave birth to you without hesitation. It can be seen from this incident that Her Royal Highness the Queen has never been afraid of fighting against the Senate. You said you didn't want to put more pressure on your mother. But in my opinion, your mother must have been waiting for you to speak these years. She is looking forward to you being like your father and her former lover, with a character that does whatever you want and does not want to be bound. Don't think about this or that, but make choices for the life you want. Being timid and worrying is not my master's character. Just do what you want to do, regardless of the consequences. That is Wang Xiao. As the fruit of their love, the queen must be looking forward to you becoming a person like Wang Xiao. Free and easy. Wang Xian looked at Li Guanqi blankly. Really? Really? That must be the case. Li Guanqi said seriously. If you don't believe it, you can open the door of this room. Go to your mother, and talk to her face to face. I believe that the answer she gives you will not be too different from mine. Although I am not familiar with Her Majesty the Queen. But I know what kind of character a woman who can fall in love with my master should have. Wang Xian clenched his hands tightly into fists, lowered his head, and showed a tangled look on his face. Finally, he raised his head, first looking at the moonlight outside the window, and the streets of the capital city that he had never set foot on outside the palace. In the golden eyes of this handsome man, the twinkling eyes became more determined. Thank you, Guanqi. Wang Xian withdrew his gaze, saluted Li Guanqi solemnly, then turned around and left, reaching out to push open the door to the room. But at the moment he grabbed the door handle, he turned around, looked at Li Guanqi solemnly, and said meaningfully, Guanqi, no matter what you want to do when you come to Tulip, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. It's going to be rough soon. After that, Wang Xian took a deep breath, turned around and pushed the door open. He didn't even say hello to Saoirse, who was standing outside, but strode towards the end of the corridor with a very fast pace. What did you tell him? Outside the door, Saoirse looked at Li Guanqi curiously. Mr. Wang Xian is a very polite person. This situation of leaving without saying hello to me has only happened once since I got to know him. Except just now. That's all. Oh. Li Guanqi became interested. What happened that time? The children in the palace called him a bastard whose father didn't want him. Saoirse lowered her eyes and said softly, Mr. Wang Xian was still very young at that time. Only 8 years old. He went to see the queen crying that day. He cried all the way and never said low to me. But of course I can understand. Only this time. The blonde maid raised her head and looked at Li Guanqi, curiously asking, "What exactly did you say to him? Making it all up?" Li Guanqi scratched his head. "I was just thinking, what's the point of living if a grown man is locked up in this palace all day? So I made up some nonsense and asked Wang Xian to go to the queen and ask if he could be allowed to leave. After all, the outside world." Li Guanqi turned his head and looked out the window at the endless night sky and stars, his eyes twinkling. "Beyond the palace is the real world." Chapter 493, Establishing an Intimate Relationship with the Queen? My child, the real world is outside the palace. The night is dark. In the dim room, only a ray of moonlight shone from the window, bringing a hazy light to the room. The Tulip Queen, Isabel, wearing a luxurious golden dress, looked at Wang Xian, who was kneeling on one knee in front of him with her eyes lowered. She stretched out her right hand and gently stroked the other person's head. "My child, I have always been thinking about when you will come to me and tell me, 'Mother, I want to leave the palace,' but you never have. I thought you would be willing to be trapped in this little palace for the rest of your life, being the caged bird that your father once despised. So I've been disappointed before, but not today. Xiaoxian, Mom is very happy because—" Isabel looked down at Wang Xian. 2 lines of hot tears fell from her beautiful golden eyes, and the tip of her nose turned red. "I finally saw the shadow of your father in you. Freedom. What he likes and loves the most is freedom. And now you have finally begun to pursue this thing. I named you Wang Xian, an oriental name, not my tulip royal surname, Elizabeth, because Elizabeth represents the imperial power of the Tulip Empire, represents responsibilities and obligations, and also represents bondage. I don't want you to bear this. You should be free, like your father. So I named you Wang Xian. Wang is your father's surname. And Xian is the place where we first met and fell in love. Go ahead, Xiaoxian. Go ahead and leave this palace. Exit this room, and Keisha will lead you away. Don't worry. I have everything with you. I am your mother. I love your family the most. I will help you carry everything." Isabel's eyes were filled with tears, but she was also smiling like a flower. She held Wang Xian's face with her hands and said with suppressed tears, "My child, if you really decide, then abandon all the aristocratic status and power you have now and go to the outside world and find the freedom you want. Everything you want." "Mother." Wang Xian had already burst into tears, but in the end, he wiped tears from his face, knelt down on his knees, cowed out heavily to Isabel, then stood up, turned around and left, pushing open the door to the room. Outside the door, a female knight of the 9 palaces wearing heavy purple and gold armor has been waiting for her for a long time. "Please come with me, Lord Wang Xian." Squeak. After sending Wang Xian away, Li Guanqi sat on the sofa for another 10 minutes. At this moment, the door to the room behind him suddenly opened. He knew who it was without looking, with Saoirse guarding the door. The only one who could come in without knocking was the queen. Li Guanqi stood up and looked toward the door. A beautiful woman with blonde hair and golden eyes, wearing a luxurious golden dress, slowly walked out of the door. Saoirse stood behind her, lowering her head respectfully. "Tulip Queen Isabel Elizabeth, Her Royal Highness the Queen." Li Guanqi quickly learned the etiquette of the Tulip Empire, put his right hand on his left chest, bowed his head, and saluted the other party. No need to be formal. Isabel glanced at him and said with some humor, "Also, this is aristocratic etiquette. In the Tulip Empire, those who have not obtained the title of knight will be imprisoned for 10 days if they perform this etiquette." Li Guanqi suddenly felt embarrassed. However, Isabel said nothing and just waved her hand to signal Saoirse behind her to close the door. Saoirse lowered her head gently, closed the door, and disappeared from Li Guanqi's sight. In the quiet room, which was not spacious, only Her Royal Highness the Queen and a commoner, Li Guanqi, were left. Isabel walked in this room, her high heels hidden in her skirt stepping on the white tile floor, making a rhythmic sound. She raised her right hand and brushed every object in the room with her white-green fingers. Finally, she stood by the bed and picked up the dynamic photo of her and Wang Xiao on the bedside table. Her golden eyes were filled with memories. "I haven't been here since he left." Li Guanqi didn't know how to answer for a while. Is he okay now? Isabel suddenly asked. It should be pretty good, right? Li Guanqi smiled and said, if a playboy can also go to heaven. I'm asking you. Isabel turned around, and under the moonlight, her beautiful face was full of seriousness. He is in the real world. Is he okay? Exclamation point. Li Guanqi's pupils shrank suddenly. Very surprised? Isabel raised her eyebrows. You? Li Guanqi looked at Isabel in shock and was speechless for a long time. But soon, he calmed down. When you think about it, with the worlds merging in sequence, this really shouldn't be a surprise. The matter of 100 million extraordinary beings, the parallel time and space known as the real world, is no longer a secret to us rulers. Isabel looked calm, walked to the sofa, sat down, and said softly, there are many extraordinary people in the Tulip Empire. For various reasons. We have caught many. And through various means, we have learned from them got the information. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. His eyes serious. Worlds merge. Today's weird world has gone from 100 million to 1,000 to 1,000 to 100. 100 weird worlds accommodate tens of millions of extraordinary beings who are still alive. Putting them into 100 worlds. Each world actually has a large base. As the king of a country, the Tulip Queen can discover these phenomena. But it is not actually possible. Not surprising. Very reasonable. You're pretty sure I'm a transcendent being from the real world? Li Guanqi looked at Isabel and said in a deep voice. Is it because of the speed of my strength improvement? If not, Isabel nodded lightly. Your cultivation has improved too fast. Even the Ying family of the Daluo dynasty can't play like you. Apart from the so-called system tasks, it's hard for me to think of any reasonable ones. Explanation. So the possibility of you come from the real world is basically 99.9%. Can you tell me something? The Tulip Queen looked at Li Guanqi and asked curiously, what are those missions about? Why did your strength improve so quickly? And as expected, you at the peak of Liuhe level should be the one in the memories of those extraordinary people. The extraordinary king. The strongest extraordinary person who has reached LV77. You directly pushed the second place by nearly 20 levels. And the top 100 on the extraordinary ranking list are only around LV50. Guanqi, can you tell me how you did it? Li Guanqi was silent. He has always known that even after consuming 1.5 simulation times, the heart of time and space will still omit some irrelevant simulation content on its own initiative. Otherwise, if everything is detailed, hundreds of simulated message boxes will appear in character dialogues. But he didn't expect that this guy would actually omit this situation. And what he always thought was, Queen Tulip asked about his cultivation speed, but he didn't answer. So the queen didn't care. She was just asking about his cultivation speed. Well, although the current situation is that the queen is still asking about the speed of cultivation, he would never have expected that this is the situation at this moment. But, since the heart of time and space chose to omit it, it means that the context of the whole thing remains unchanged. In the final analysis, this matter still has 3 stages. The queen asked him why he was practicing so fast, and he didn't answer the question. It's not convenient to say. Sure enough, after Li Guanqi was silent for more than 10 seconds, Isabel shook her head and smiled. If it's not convenient for you to say, then let's not say it. After all, our super king has his own little secret after all. Her Royal Highness the Queen is joking. Li Guanqi looked embarrassed. In front of this Jogong-level person, how could he have the nerve to say that he is a king? Then let's get back to the original question. Isabel looked at Li Guanqi seriously. Wang Xiu, how are you doing there? He must have been resurrected there. Just like Qi Xiaoxiao. That day when you were fighting in Egypt. The man and woman who fell from the sky in the middle of the battle was Wang Xiuhe. That bastard woman Takeda Kosei. Right. Her Royal Highness. You really have a lot of information. Li Guanqi's expression was complicated. Certainly. Isabel stood up. Stood with her hands behind her back to Li Guanqi, looking through the window at the streets of the imperial capital at night, and said in a deep voice, I am the queen of the Tulip Empire. In this empire of flowers, nothing can be hidden from me. Ah? Li Guanqi was stunned. Your Highness, the queen. But your question just now was clearly just how is Wang Xiu doing now? Why did it suddenly involve Takeda Kosei? Because I'm jealous. Isabel turned around and looked at Li Guanqi coldly. Li Guanqi didn't know how to react for a moment. He had never thought that Her Royal Highness, the Queen of the 9 Palaces, would express her feelings so openly. I can't stand it. Isabel took a deep breath. Her eyes were gloomy, and there was no concealed anger in her voice. I can't even accept the bodies of Wang Xiu and Takeda Kosei being buried together. But now I know that they are not dead at all. But in year that world is resurrected, and we both stay together. How can I endure this? Li Guanqi lowered his head, looked at his nose and heart, and remained silent, because he doesn't know what to say. Tell me, how did Wang Xiu and Takeda Kosei resurrect to that world? After more than 10 seconds, Isabel also realized that there was no point in getting angry at Li Guanqi. So she sat on the sofa again with a low voice. Forehead. Li Guanqi looked hesitant. Resurrection. Lin Xianbai put forward a hypothesis a long time ago. That is, resurrection is an invisible privilege granted by the system to the extraordinary first person. The existence related to the extraordinary first person is very likely to be resurrected in the real world after death in the strange world. But Li Guanqi still doesn't understand the basic logic and triggering reasons for this privilege. Have a good relationship with him? Indeed, Qi Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiu were both in this situation. But in this case, how can Qi Shanhe explain? Li Guanqi had a life or death battle with that guy, and only after exhausting his cards did he leapfrog and kill him. This is hardly a good relationship. Have you had personal contact? That's not right. Takeda Kosei is also resurrected. However, let alone contact and acquaintance. When Li Guanqi learned about the person named Takeda Kosei, the other party's body had already been buried in the coffin. Therefore, Li Guanqi had no idea how to trigger his resurrection privilege. I have no idea. After thinking this, Li Guanqi looked at Isabel with a serious expression. Since you are Wang Xiu's disciple, I will give you kindness and respect. After Isabel got this unsatisfactory answer, she just looked into Li Guanqi's eyes coldly. If I wanted to, I would have 1,000 ways to get your memory. But I didn't do it. This is my respect for you. So I also hope to gain your respect. Guanqi, don't lie to me. Okay. Her Royal Highness the Queen. Li Guanqi gritted his teeth, and after thinking about it again and again, he still said, I really don't know the exact method. I only have one guess. Because I am the first on the extraordinary ranking list. So I seem to have the resurrection privilege. Those who have the same relationship with me, people who are related to each other, have a chance to be resurrected in another world after death. This has to be said. Otherwise the human queen will be in a hurry, and she will directly let Saoirse from outside come in and cast a spell to search for memories. Don't talk about it. Even if he goes to the toilet, he has to shake the queen a few times. Everybody knows. I see. Hearing Li Guanqi's words, Isabel lowered her head, her golden eyes twinkling, wondering what she was thinking. But I'm not sure. Your Majesty the Queen, Li Guanqi quickly added, because I have never seen Takeda Kosei, but she still came back to life. It does not matter. Isabel stood up and looked at Li Guanqi, her eyes shining as if she had seen some kind of rare treasure. At least it is certain that people who have a close relationship with you and have a good relationship with you may trigger your resurrection privilege. Resurrection to that world after death. With that said, the Tulip Queen walked towards Li Guanqi step by step, with a brighter and more charming smile on her beautiful face. Li Guanqi subconsciously felt something was wrong. At your Majesty the Queen? Seeing Isabel getting closer and closer, Li Guanqi did a backflip, jumped from the sofa to the door at the back, and looked at the other party in disbelief. You? What do you want to do? What is a close relationship? The corners of Isabel's mouth curled up slightly. Her beautiful golden eyes were charming, and she continued to walk towards him. As she spoke, her slender hands climbed up to her white chest and unbuttoned her clothes one by one. The Tulip Queen gradually took off her luxurious dress, revealing her shoulders. At least for me, there is no relationship in the world that is more intimate than a physical connection. Come here. Watch the chess, and let's establish an intimate connection. Chapter 494 Tulip Queen. Holy shit! Li Guanqi looked at the Tulip Queen, who was taking off her skirt in front of him, and his eyes suddenly widened. He ignored the shock and shouted in his mind. Shun Kong! Quick! Teleport me out! Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, gold and silver light erupted all over his body. A gold and silver bracelet also appeared on the wrist of his left hand, and strong spatial fluctuations appeared all over his body. Oh! Seeing this scene, Isabel looked surprised. No wonder the cultivation speed is so fast. It turns out that in addition to the mission rewards, there are also artifacts nearby. But how can there be such a coincidence in the world? What? Li Guanqi was stunned. But then, He noticed something was wrong. Why did it take so long? Looking at Isabel, who was getting closer and closer, constantly unbuttoning her long skirt. Li Guanqi, who was leaning against the door with no way to escape, almost cried. You can't escape even if you break the wall. There is a Jogong-level magician standing outside. And the one inside is also a Jogong-level demon-hunting knight. The only hope is Shankong. Hack! Shankong! What are you doing standing there on horseback? Get me away quickly! Hack! I would also like to ride a horse. However, Xuankong's voice at this time was also full of tears. Is her? Ares' voice sounded. Machete. Is this Aura her? What a coincidence. Well, by the way, has your memory been unblocked to this point? Do you still remember? Remember. The voice of the magic knife then sounded. Xiao, there are only 9 palaces in the world. As the king of a country, it is inevitable for the Tulip Queen to hold a divine weapon. But it is true that it is a coincidence. After all, who would have thought that the artifact in the queen's hand is actually her? Hey, what riddles are you talking about? Li Guanqi's heart skipped a beat. Shanku actually has a wife. Demon Knife's voice was full of smiles. Xuankong's name means instant space teleportation. And after his creator accidentally created him, he was inspired to create another artifact. Shankong's ability is teleportation. And the ability of that artifact is to prohibit teleportation. She can stabilize the space fluctuations within a certain range, preventing space cracks from being born, and thus making it impossible to teleport. Her name is Jinkong, which means the stillness of space. But she likes it when we tell her to be quiet. Ha ha ha. Shankong, your wife is here. I guess you must want to find a place to quietly now. Right. I miss your mom. Shankara's response was to curse without tears. Obviously, his wife did not have good memories for him. Master, you need to get on your horse and think of a way. I can't activate the teleportation with that tigress here. And I can't run away by myself. You need to get on your horse and think of a way quickly. Ah, done. Li Guanqi's face was full of despair. Now he really wants to find a place to be quiet. Because space really stopped. He has now completely lost the ability to move. As if he has fallen into extreme space stagnation. Unable to move at all. Or even blinking or closing his eyes. At this moment, he could only watch as the Tulip Queen, a few steps away, slowly unbuttoned the last button and took off the entire dress, revealing her beautiful fair body and the exquisitely crafted luxurious white lace underwear. My artifact has found her lover. Isabel approached Li Guanqi, raised her right hand, stretched out a white-green jade finger, raised his chin, and chuckled. Thank you. I have been helping her find a lover since Jingjing regained her memory in 4870. And now, because of you, she has found it. So watch chess. The queen got closer to Li Guanqi and breathed into his ear. Can you help me too? Isn't this bad? Her Majesty the Queen? Li Guanqi looked desperate. He has already begun to think about how to ask for Ming Yao's forgiveness after returning to the real world. This situation is also forced to be helpless. The considerate Ming Yao should be able to understand, right? What a yarn. Her Royal Highness the Queen. Li Guanqi decided to make the final struggle. Although he couldn't move his body, he still said through soul transmission, if we want to establish a close relationship, we can be good friends. There is no need to be so direct. And if you do it like this, your chastity will. This is unreasonable. And my master doesn't want it. Right? That's your misunderstanding. The corner of Isabel's mouth curled up slightly. For those of us who have lived for hundreds of years, this kind of thing is just a trivial matter. In fact, in the more than 400 years of your romantic master's life, the women he slept with in his bed may be more beautiful than any woman you've ever seen in your life. Ah no! Probably more than any female creature you've ever seen. But me? There is a place in the castle called the Happy Palace. Although it has been closed for many years. In the past, handsome men from all over the world were kept there all year round. There was a quota of 100 people. And they were changed collectively every month for my entertainment. The men I have slept with are definitely not as many as the women your master has slept with. Probably not even 1/3. But at least, I should have slept with more men in my hundreds of years than you, a kid, have ever seen in your life. Watch chess. You are still too young. Your conception of these physiological matters is still in the childish stage. Only children care about this. You will understand after you live another 100 or 200 years. Isabel looked at Li Guanqi. Her beautiful golden eyes curled into a pair of crescent moons with a smile. You're master and I don't care. Depend on. Li Guanqi was completely desperate. Master, it turns out that you nobles are so playful. Thanks. Suddenly, Queen Tulip held Li Guanqi's face with her right hand and looked seriously into his eyes. If I establish a close connection with you, and there is a real chance of being resurrected to that world after death, then I won't be afraid anymore. The war is about to begin, and I am no longer afraid of death. Even, there is a hint of expectation. Li Guanqi was stunned. Thank you, Guanqi. Isabel lowered her head for a kiss, and her red lips collided with Li Guanqi's lips and teeth. Then, the ruler of the Tulip Empire, Her Royal Highness the Queen, who is said to be beautiful enough to overwhelm the 30,000-meter sea of flowers, threw Li Guanqi to the ground. The night is dark, and the moon is as bright as frost. The dark room is full of figures. Sleepless night. The bright moon hangs high, and then the sun rises in the east, when the clouds and mist on the horizon gradually dispersed, and a touch of fish belly white appeared. The melodious sounds in the room that lasted all night gradually subsided. Ah, it's daybreak. On the big bed, Her Royal Highness the Queen, who was naked, lifted up the wet sheets, stepped forward with her slender legs, walked from the bed to the windowsill, stretched her limbs, and looked at the sun in the east through the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Looking out at the beautiful scenery, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he seemed to be in a good mood. The morning sun shone down, making her golden waist-length hair look even brighter, and also made her snow-white body look whiter and translucent. Li Guanqi was still lying on the bed, holding the sheets with both hands to cover his body, looking at the white ceiling with exquisite carvings, his face filled with despair. He never thought that he would have a relationship with another woman besides Mengyao. He never thought that the purpose of this woman doing this kind of thing to him was actually to obtain the opportunity of resurrection. Li Guanqi looked at the ceiling and thought for a long time. But he still couldn't figure out whether he was betraying his master. Well, it shouldn't count. Right. First, he himself was forced. Secondly, Wang Shou has put aside reality and lived a small life with Takeda Yuki-sai. So he still cares about what the Tulip Queen did. By the way, when he leaves here, he must enter the simulator and ask the guy in the heart of time and space why he made his own decisions and ignored such an important matter. The situation that was mentioned in a few words in the simulator. But so many things are happening now. Try. He was really hacked this time. Hey, watch the chess game. At this time, Isabel, who was standing by the window, suddenly turned around, looked at him on the bed and smiled. It was a very happy night, wasn't it? Anyway, I was very happy. After giving birth to Xiaoxian, I ordered the happiness to be turned off. Gone. Now that I think about it, this kind of thing is still very beautiful. It seems it's time to restart that place. Li Guanqi was speechless. Buzz? Isabel waved her hand casually, and white gold light shone all over her body, condensing on her body and turning into a luxurious and exquisite long dress, showing the nobility of the queen. Li Guanqi was slightly startled when he saw this move of hers. Seeing that Li Guanqi kept looking at her, Isabel couldn't help but tilt her head slightly and chuckled. Hey, what are you looking at? You haven't had enough fun all night? How about I take off my skirt again? No, it's not. Li Guanqi explained quickly. He just looked at the queen's movements and thought of something. Aries, when did you shrink last night? Li Guanqi looked at a small black dot on his left shoulder and shouted in his mind. If you insist on protecting my body, maybe the queen will give up. This black spot is actually the result of Yutian divine armor. The silver-white light armor he wore yesterday was a mimic of the heavenly god's armor. And last night, how did Isabel take off the light armor? He didn't take it off at all. It was the heavenly divine armor that shrunk first. What? Aries' helpless voice sounded. I'm afraid that if I don't understand, this eldest sister will kill me directly. I will unblock the 8th floor now. But I can't stop the power of the 9 palaces. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. This seems to be the case. What about Shanku? Li Guanqi thought about this matter again. Isn't there an artifact Jinkong on the queen? That artifact is Xuankong's wife? What's going on now? God knows. The voice of the magic knife sounded. This guy and Jingjing seemed to be chatting about something. And then Jingjing seemed to be possessed by love. She looked sweet and silly, saying she would wait here for him to come back. Ah? Li Guanqi was stunned. Whether it's a human being or an artifact, If you want to live well, you have to rely on your mouth. Shun Kong sighed softly. However, what exactly the content of this guy's private chat with the artifact named Jing Kong was ultimately an unsolvable puzzle, and neither Li Guanqi nor the artifacts knew. But that's fine. Li Guanqi was worried at first that Queen Tulip would force him to hand over Shun Kong for the sake of her family's peace. Of course, there is another way to reunite Jingjing and Shun Kong. For example, let the Queen give Jingjing to him. But Li Guanqi has never had any delusions. After all, he is not a person who likes to dream. Still not getting up. At this time, the Tulip Queen, who was standing by the window in her long dress, glanced at Li Guanqi lying on the bed with a half smile. Do you like wet sheets so much? Or do you like the smell? Hey, little guy. His hobbies are very perverted. Even worse than your master's. Well, facing the Queen's teasing, Li Guanqi just sighed helplessly. He opened the quilt, turned over and got out of bed, took out a set of black clothes from the space necklace and put it on, looking at Isabel with a complicated expression. Her Royal Highness, I have something to say first. I said before that I am not sure. Even if you establish a relationship with me in this way, it doesn't mean you can be resurrected. That's enough. Isabel waved her hand, then looked at Li Guanqi and said with a smile, Guanqi, if you are an ordinary person, and you have to jump off the cliff, but there is a parachute beside you that is good or bad, then you should use it or not. What? If you don't use it, you'll miss it. If you use it, you won't suffer any loss. Li Guanqi was stunned. That's true. The Tulip Queen has lived for hundreds of years. For immortals like her, sleeping with a man is just a normal thing. There is no need to think about it. No matter if it is real or fake, she will not suffer any loss if she sleeps with him once. No. The Queen's words have a deeper meaning. She means, the next big battle? Li Guanqi walked up to Isabel and looked at her solemnly. Her Royal Highness, are you saying that in the coming war, even a king like you may die in battle? Possibility of dying in battle? When Isabel heard this, she burst into laughter, as if she had heard some big joke. After laughing for a while, the beautiful smile on her face gradually faded, and she turned to look out the window indifferently, overlooking the early morning street scene of the imperial capital. Instead of the possibility of dying in battle, you should ask, in the face of the next war, what are the chances of survival? So serious? Li Guanqi's expression changed drastically. What's going to happen next is far more serious than you imagine. It will be a world-class war sweeping across all countries in the world, Isabel said softly. Then why? Li Guanqi was puzzled and couldn't help but wonder. Why does the Tulip Empire have to cooperate with the new school of magicians to take the lead? According to the trend in recent years, I always thought that I would be the first to join forces with the new school of magicians to attack the Conjuration Academy. Yes, it should be the Violet Empire. Sometimes, it's not about doing it. It's about having to do it. Isabel looked at Li Guanqi and said softly, Little guy, let me test you. Who are the most powerful forces in this era? Daluo Dynasty and Violet Empire? Li Guanqi hesitated. Isabel was speechless for a moment. That's true. But why not lower the standard a little more and get a few more places? After a pause, the Queen continued. There are actually 5 most powerful forces in the world today. The Eastern Dragon Daluo Dynasty, the Western Overlord, the Violet Empire, Flower Paradise Tulip Empire, Spells Heritage School of Spells, New School of Magicians. If we really talk about it, there are only 5 forces in the world that can be ranked first. In fact, there used to be a 6th one. That is, Iabel of the Grassland Alliance. But it can no longer be counted, because the alliance is almost broken. The Beimang royal court has been weak for many years, and the major orc tribes are fighting openly and secretly. And they have really started to fight. The internally divided grassland has lost its fighting power. Therefore, the only overlord of the world will only be born among our 5 forces. And within us, there is the biggest factor of instability. Having said this, Isabel looked at Li Guanqi and chuckled. Little guy, let me test you again. What is this unstable factor? If you can answer it, I will be impressed by you. Of course, if you can't answer it, our topic will be that's it for now. There's no need to talk to people who don't understand the world structure. Is he the great Luo Shenwu Emperor? After some thought, Li Guanqi said slowly, There is no doubt about the power of the Daluo Dynasty. There is no doubt about the power of the Ying family. and there is no need to elaborate on the strength of the contemporary Luo Emperor, Daluo Shenwu Emperor himself. However, the Ying family was short-lived. Within the dynasty, the 8 kingdoms pillars are ready to move, and they seem to be plotting to usurp the throne. Now, Emperor Luo is nearly 90 years old, according to the Ying family's characteristic of not being able to live longer than 100 years. His death will be within these few years. But although the current Daluo prince is not a waste, and is not bad compared with the previous princes, there is no way. His fault is not his. The fault is that the 8 kingdoms family has completely gained momentum and is extremely ambitious, and the prince has not restrained it at all. The ability of the 8 pillars. Once Emperor Luo dies, it is very likely that the 8 kingdoms pillar will completely reveal its mask and start a civil war, plotting against the emperor's dragon throne. But once the situation really evolves into this, your Tulip Empire and the Violet Empire will not sit idly by and take advantage of the civil war in Daluo to completely annex it. Luo Di must not like to see this situation. And he was too strong. He was so strong that he could fight against many strong men in the parliament alone in the capital city of the Violet Empire. He regarded the 9 palaces as nothing and could come and go as he pleased. So, Her Majesty the Queen, the answer to your question is him. The most unstable factor is the old man in the east, Emperor Shenwu, who is about to die of old age. At the end, Li Guanqi's tone gradually changed from hesitation at the beginning to affirmation. Looking at Queen Tulip's beautiful face, he said seriously, "No one knows that the powerful Emperor Wu of the Great Luotian will do what he did before he died. What a crazy thing! Very good." Isabel smiled brightly. "It seems that you are not a child. At least you can see this superficial thing. If I give you more information, maybe you can come to a more accurate conclusion." Li Guanqi frowned. "Her Royal Highness, there is something in your words. It doesn't hurt to tell you." Isabel turned her head and looked out of the floor-to-ceiling window at the street scene of the imperial capital. She whispered softly, "You know that Emperor Wu of the Great Luotian is very strong, but you don't know how terrifying that old devil is. He is so terrifying that he cannot afford any resistance." Idea. The Violet Empire doesn't believe it. And many people don't believe it. But I believe it. And so does the Council of Elders. We firmly believe that the contemporary Emperor of Daluo definitely has the power to destroy an entire Western Empire single-handedly. The reason why our Tulip Empire chose to join forces with the new school of magicians and be the first to challenge the school of magic is to avoid being targeted by Luo Emperor, who is about to pass away. Chapter 495, The Eastern Dragon. That terrifying old emperor. What? Hearing the queen's words, Li Guanqi suddenly looked in disbelief. Is Luo Di so strong? But, if he is so strong, then why did he go there? There's a price. Isabel shook her head and chuckled. Although that guy is terrifying, if he really wants to achieve the ultimate, he is not far from death. Because when he is exhausted, those who want to kill him are not only foreign powerful men, but also the 8 kingdoms pillars, his own people, even his own members of the Ying family. So he will only take action when the deadline is approaching. What's the meaning? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Baguza wants to usurp the throne, so it's okay to kill him. Why do even members of the Ying family want him dead? What's the reason for this? It's too complicated. I'm too lazy to explain it. However, Isabel waved her hand gently, walked towards the sofa with her long legs. Her back was graceful and graceful. What about what you just said? Li Guanqi continued to walk towards her. You just said that the reason why your Tulip Empire chose to join forces with the new sect of magicians and be the first to challenge the school of magic is to avoid being targeted by Luo Emperor, who is about to die. What does it mean? Literal meaning. Isabel was sitting on the sofa. Her high-slit skirt allowed her to lazily cross her legs, revealing a section of her snow-white thighs, which were so white that they were dazzling. Luo Di is too strong. He will definitely choose to take action when he is about to die. That guy is not really an emperor. He is not a ruler at heart. He is a warrior. Eastern warrior. The ending he dreamed of was not to die on his bed, but to die in battle. He would definitely choose a vigorous death in battle as the last performance of his life. Moreover, he was not suitable to be an emperor, but he chose to be an emperor, which shows what he wanted to do for his dynasty. So what can he do? In my opinion, the internal structure of the Daluo dynasty is inherently abnormal. If it hadn't been for the Ying royal family's absolute force to suppress it generation after generation, this dynasty would not have been able to last for 3,000 years. This is a miracle. A miracle based on the emergence of strong royal family members one after another. However, 3,000 years of accumulation have given the 8 Kingdoms pillars the power to resist. And they have also given birth to their ambitions. After all, the Ying family has a short lifespan of 100 years, and is not suitable to be a royal family at all. It's just that they give birth to strong men too fast. In just a few decades, they can produce more than a dozen Zhugongs. Although they will die of old age soon. The next one will appear soon. And the next one. Well, let's talk. Far. All in all, the ambitions of the 8 Kingdoms pillars of Daluo can no longer be suppressed. The day this generation of Luo Emperor dies will be the time for their rebellion. Luo Di obviously gave up persuading them, because he knew very well that once ambition appeared, it would only get bigger and bigger like a falling snowball, and could not be smoothed out at all. Then, destroy the 8 Kingdoms pillar? I believe Luo Di can do it. But he can't do it. Once the 8 Kingdom pillars are destroyed, and these 8 major families are gone, and when Emperor Luo dies, the great Luo dynasty will immediately fall into the second-rate power, and be completely eroded by our Western countries. How long can their great wall of heaven be opened? Consumption can also exhaust national resources, since the 8 Kingdoms pillars cannot be destroyed. What can Emperor Luo do? Just ahem. At this point, Queen Tulip stopped again, and looked at Li Guanqi with a charming smile. Hey, let's test you again. Tell me, since the 8 Kingdoms pillar cannot be killed, what else do you think Luo Di can do? I do not know. Li Guanqi's face was full of surprise. From my perspective, this thing is a dead end. The Ying royal family has been designated to be finished, and their throne has come to an end. No matter what Luo Emperor does, it cannot be restored. However, if the Luo Emperor had a bigger picture and no longer valued his Ying family, but looked at the entire great Luo dynasty and all the Central Plains and Oriental people, he will randomly pick a lucky force to destroy. In the civil war of the 8 Kingdoms pillars, the Western countries will take the opportunity to invade, destroy the Daluo dynasty, and occupy the Eastern lands. If this is the case, then destroy the Western countries. In this way, no matter how the 8 Kingdoms pillar fights and fights, no matter who wins, it is just a civil war. The final winner is the Eastern people, and the ruler of that land is still the Eastern people dynasty. As for the Western countries, although there were a lot of kingdoms, principalities, and vassal states, there were only 2 empires that could pose a threat to the Daluo dynasty. Tulip Empire and Violet Empire. If I were Emperor Luo, before I die, I will randomly select a lucky person from the 2 of you to kill, at least to reduce the external pressure on the dynasty by half. Huh? Having said this, Li Guanqi suddenly realized. I see. He looked at the Tulip Queen and finally understood why the Tulip Empire wanted to take the lead and challenge the Conjuration Academy with the new school of magicians. Because Emperor Luo wants to randomly destroy the country. Choose one from Tulip or Violet. So who to choose? The essential purpose of Emperor Luo's destruction of the country was to minimize the pressure from the West during the dynasty's civil war after his death. So, between the Tulip Empire and the Violet Empire, he should choose the Violet Empire, which is stronger and still has old grievances with the country. However, this possibility is not high enough. The Tulip Empire is still worried. His move to join forces with the new magician was to continue to increase this possibility and ensure that he would absolutely and 100% not be targeted. This move is actually equivalent to what the Tulip Empire said to Luo Di. Emperor Luo, you are afraid that we will invade the great Luo dynasty after your death and take advantage of your civil war. Okay, then I will start a war with others in advance. I have already declared war with the Curse Academy. Life and death depend on this one move, and I have no energy to spare. I'm not a threat now that I'm in charge of the affairs of the Daluo dynasty. Right. As a result, Luo Di only had one choice left. Violet Empire. Just for this reason, Li Guanqi's expression was complicated. He looked at the Tulip Queen in front of him and said in disbelief. One person, just because of one person, can trigger so many world events, causing a big Western empire and 2 big forces in the magic world to break out into war. One person? Isabel shook her head and laughed. But there was no smile in the eyes of this beautiful queen. Instead, she was full of fear and panic. Joining forces with the new magicians to fight against the Conjuration Academy, we at least have the possibility of victory. But if we are defeated by Luo Di, if we are targeted, we will definitely die. And there is no chance of winning. The Tulip Empire will definitely become history. It is no lie that one person can destroy a country. That guy's martial arts power. The closer he is to death, the more terrifying the power will be. The time before his death will be the strongest in his life. No one can resist that. Luo Di at that time did not. At the end of the sentence, Isabel gritted her teeth, clenched her hands into fists, and finally let go. Joining forces with a new school of magicians to challenge the school of magic is a battle that stakes the fate of the country. If you win, you will survive. If you lose, you will perish. If she wasn't afraid of Luo Di's crazy counterattack, how could she choose to take the whole country to gamble? Is it so strong? Li Guanqi turned his head and looked at the bright sun on the horizon, his eyes full of longing and yearning. Terribly strong. A man who is feared by all the countries in the world. Real man. That's what it's like. The great Luo Shenwu Emperor is known as the strongest generation of great Luo emperors in history besides the first emperor of Luo. And a demigod. Level warrior. But in fact, Li Guanqi once asked Shen Kong what a demigod was. Shen Kong's answer at that time was that there were no demigods in the old era. Either the 9 palaces level of Zodjin is perfect, or you can go all out and enter the shrine and become a god. There is no such thing as being stuck in half or in the middle. And naturally there is no demigod. The demigods of the new age are more of a title than a realm. Through various methods, those who have improved their strength to far beyond the ordinary 9 palace level perfection, and become invincible at the 9 palace level, can be called demigods. Which means that in this godless era, their combat power is comparable to that of gods. Hey little guy. What's that look? At this time, the Tulip Queen suddenly spoke, interrupting Li Guanqi's longing and fascination. Ah? He turned his head to look at Isabel. Scratched his head. No eyes. Are you envious of that Dalio Emperor? Isabel covered her mouth and chuckled. What's so embarrassing about this? Who doesn't envy the life of Emperor Wu of the great Luo Shen? In the words of people from other worlds like you, it's a life of cheating. Who can't not yearn for it? Oh, it's funny. I even almost got married to Luo Di back then. Li Guanqi was stunned. Real or fake? Then why didn't it work out later? 3 reasons. Isabel held out 3 fingers. First, it is not allowed within the Senate. The specific reasons are very complicated and cannot be explained in detail. But the short story is that I am afraid that after I marry, over time, the Tulip Empire will become a vassal state of Daluo. Or even directly become a vassal state of Daluo. Daluo land. Second, the Violet Empire won't give in. After all, my marriage will most likely lead to a powerful alliance between the Tulip Empire and the Daluo dynasty. As for why our 2 countries don't just unite, please refer to the previous article. Third, this is also the most irritating one. Luo Di. People don't look down on me. Ah? Li Guanqi was stunned again. You don't like it? He looked at Isabel carefully, looking at this stunning woman who had conquered the country and whose beauty was as beautiful as a sea of 30,000 meters of flowers. Coupled with her political status, he could not imagine how an emperor could look down on her. Why? Li Guanqi couldn't help but ask. You think I'm old? Isabel spread her hands. Although Luo Di had already ascended the throne and was at the demigod level at that time, he was only 38 years old. And I was already hundreds of years old. He said that he looked at me just like looking at an old woman. And he was not interested at all. Isn't it ridiculous for you to say this? Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. But thinking about it carefully, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Hey, this is actually a joke. Don't take it seriously. How can a dignified king of a country speak so casually? Seeing his expression, Isabel immediately chuckled, then straightened her expression and said seriously, Actually, the real reason is that Luo Di doesn't want to marry again. In his life, he has no concubines. Only one queen. That was a woman who was his childhood sweetheart and grew up together. But she died shortly after giving birth to the prince. Since then, Luo Di has never touched another woman. Oh! Li Guanqi blinked. It is rare for an emperor not to open a harem. Because for an emperor, opening up a harem is a serious obligation. Especially since the Ying family is relatively short-lived. Because life is short. They have to work hard to survive. It can be said that Emperor Luo was single-minded and pure. But it can also be said that he did not fulfill his obligations as an emperor. How did the queen die? Li Guanqi asked Isabel curiously. Hey, I am the queen of the Tulip Empire. Not the maid of the Daluo Palace. Isabel rolled her eyes speechlessly. How could I possibly know these secret histories of the palace when I'm far away in Tulip? Not to mention that Emperor Luo deliberately eliminated all traces. When the queen died, all the spies I planted in Daluo Palace were found out. It's half done. It's very unfair. Li Guanqi shrugged and said nothing more. Then, this room finally experienced silence for the first time since last night. There was no heavy breathing from men and women, and no sound of conversation between men and women. Quietness has become the main theme. Oh, by the way, there is also the strange fishy smell in the air. Last two questions. Suddenly, Isabel looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously, First, do you know what it will be like for you people from other worlds to travel to our time and space? Those people in your hometown don't know. But you are ranked first. Do you know? I don't know. Li Guanqi shook his head slightly. Second, Isabel didn't ask whether it was true or not, and started directly to the second question. You are the number one in the rankings, and the king of extraordinary people from other worlds. So you must be a dual practitioner of spells and martial arts. And both have reached the level of can you tell me how you achieved the Lioha level? Rewards for system tasks. Li Guanqi shook his head again. I know what you want to ask. But I'm sorry. My situation cannot be replicated. At least I can't help others replicate it. Guanqi. The answers to the two questions didn't lie to me. Did you? Isabel was sitting on the sofa, her legs crossed, her right elbow resting on her thigh, her cheek held in her palm, and she looked at Li Guanqi eagerly. Her beautiful golden eyes were as touching as autumn water. Seeing this look, Li Guanqi frowned slightly and did not answer for a long time. From last night to now, will the Jiogong-level queen of a country really look like this? So friendly and approachable to him? Think about the past. It was the first time he saw the projection of the Tulip Queen at the Sakura Shogunate. What was her posture like? Arrogant and cool. If he was not a disciple of Wang Xiu, the other party would not even look at him. But this time when I saw the Tulip Queen in person, what was her attitude like? She is no longer an arrogant queen, but like an approachable big sister. Sometimes she explains things seriously. Sometimes she likes to tease the younger brother next door. And she always smiles. Between the two gestures, which one is the real Tulip Queen Isabel Elizabeth? Chapter 496 The Man Who Passed by Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi said it was neither. The arrogant queen and the gentle queen are not the real Isabel. This queen of the 9 palaces, who has lived for hundreds of years, and has been fighting openly and secretly with the council of elders in the palace for a long time. She is used to seeing and using intrigues in order to achieve her own goals. She is afraid that she is the thousand-faced enchantress who can show any the gesture she wants, as long as it helps her achieve her goal. Why is Isabel so close to Li Guanqi now? There is only one reason. Resurrection. After death in the strange world, he was resurrected into the real world. Whether it was her friendly and gentle attitude, or her decision not to use coercive means to search her memory, but simply asking with her mouth, or her active sacrifice last night, she was all trying to achieve this goal. A world war is coming. Isabel is afraid of death. Even those at the Jiogong level are still human beings, and they will be afraid of death. And after she learned the resurrection information from those extraordinary people in reality, she wanted to use Li Guanqi's body to give her the possibility of resurrection. No matter how likely it was better to have it than not. So she wanted to establish friendly contacts. Of course, this is a benefit. But aside from this interest, Li Guanqi did not dare to say whether Isabel had some feelings for Li Guanqi, the apprentice of her old lover, or whether the elders had feelings for the younger ones. Maybe not. Li Guanqi didn't know. But he knew very well that he could never clearly see Isabel as a person. He couldn't see clearly whether the woman was smiling in her heart when she was smiling on her face. He couldn't see clearly what kind of character this woman was. The so-called expressions and attitudes are all appearances that can be faked. As for which one to pretend to be, it purely depends on the needs. Li Guanqi does not expect to be able to see through the opponent. I would like to ask, how can a young boy who has only lived for 20 or 30 years see through an imperial empress who has lived for hundreds of years and has been involved in palace politics for a long time? Invisible. But in fact, there is absolutely no need to talk so openly, no matter if it is covered with a layer of clothing. Anyway, the matter is at this point, and there is no point in talking more. Now he can only hope that the war will come later, and the queen will die later. Of course, it is best not to die. He didn't want a Jiogong-level statue that was not absolutely friendly to appear in reality. If it was really because of what happened last night that Isabel established a close relationship with him and was resurrected to reality after death, then he also hopes that this day will come as late as possible, at least until he has the ability to compete with, or even defeat the queen. When? Li Guanqi hopes so. His mood is a bit complicated now. On the one hand, he actually doesn't want the queen to die because he doesn't want a powerful woman to be resurrected into reality. On the other hand, he really wanted to see if the queen would be resurrected to reality after her death. Because if it was really feasible, then he would have a precise method to trigger the resurrection ability. Combine. If the period can really come true, it means that the combination between him and a woman on the bed will have a very high probability, or even a 100% probability of triggering the resurrection ability. This point is very important. I won't tell you. At this time, Isabel, who seemed to have guessed Li Guanqi's psychological changes just from the changes in her eyes, suddenly stopped her smile, looked calm, and said calmly, "At least with me, your identity will be a secret, and no one can learn from me." "Learned. Thank you, Your Majesty the Queen." Li Guanqi nodded lightly. "So be it." Isabel looked down at the 5 fingers of her slender and fair right hand. "Whether I succeed or not, I will join the battlefield next. Whether alive or dead. At least this meeting with you gave me some hope. Maybe you can really be resurrected after death? What about after resurrection?" Li Guanqi frowned slightly. "Master and Takeda Kosei have now completely resolved the knot between each other. Are you going to get involved? Talk later." Isabel just waved her hands tiredly, as if the mention of this topic made her very upset. "When will the war really break out?" Li Guanqi didn't ask any more questions and turned to ask about business matters. Since the Tulip Empire officially announced the social status of the new sect of magicians, although it was equivalent to declaring war with the School of Magic. In fact, there has never been a real war. Similar to the previous question. You don't need to know the answer to this question. Isabel shook her head. What you have to do is to leave the Tulip Empire, a land of right and wrong, as soon as possible. Oh, by the way. She turned to look at Li Guanqi, suddenly changed her face, and suddenly laughed again, with a smile like a flower. Hey! It's been so long. We have talked about so many things from last night to now. But I still don't know why you came to the palace to find me. What? The Beidou sequence guides the star. Li Guanqi didn't care about her smile, because he couldn't tell whether the queen was smiling in her heart when she was smiling on her face. He just said seriously, I need to break into the 7-star level. And what I want to pull. It's this group of places that lead to stars. Beidou sequence is the strongest sequence. Isabel narrowed her beautiful eyes. In the whole world, only the Daluo dynasty, the Violet Empire, and our Tulip Empire have the complete Beidou star land. This is the highest level military center. If I want you to enter legally, you must pass the Senate rule that this was impossible. So, there is nothing we can do. Xiao Guanqi. And Her Royal Highness, the Queen cannot do whatever she wants. As she said that, Isabel looked at Li Guanqi with a half-smile. Li Guanqi was helpless, but didn't say anything. After all, he had already learned about the current situation from the simulator, and the Queen would still send someone to find him afterwards. Huh? Oh, it's boring. There's no expression at all. Seeing that he had no reaction, Isabel looked bored. When Li Guanqi saw this, he was slightly startled, and then suddenly realized. The heart of time and space was omitted, but it was indeed correct. Isabel did reject him. When he saw the simulated situation before, he didn't understand. Since Isabel would help him in the end, why would she refuse in person in the room and send the guards to find him afterwards? Isn't this unnecessary? After all, in this boudoir, there are no walls or ears. Otherwise Isabel wouldn't have talked so much last night. But looking at it now, it is true that it is not that the walls have ears, but that Her Royal Highness simply wants to tease him by pretending to refuse. Okay, you can go. Isabel suddenly raised her right hand and gently clenched it into a fist. The platinum light flashed and echoed with the purple-green door, creating a resonance rhythm. After a flash of light, the door opened. Saywersa, the 9-level blonde maid guarding the door, looked at Li Guanqi and lowered her head slightly. Mr. Li, please come this way. Li Guanqi turned around and walked away. Boom. As he left, the door to the room closed again. As for Isabel, who was sitting on the sofa, her smile and friendly expression were completely gone. Instead, there was a deep coldness, full of the aloof indifference of a superior. Her Royal Highness the Queen stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the room. She put her hands behind her back and remained motionless, looking down at the streets of the imperial capital and the huge empire that belonged to her with an expressionless face. Castle corridor. Under the leadership of Saoirse, Li Guanqi gradually went downstairs and walked towards the castle gate. He looked at the back of the Jyogun-level female sorcerer in front of him and raised his eyebrows slightly. By the way, according to the simulation, the Queen will send a guard to take him to Greedy Wolf leading the stars. And who is this so-called guard? Those female knights from Queen's Wings? Li Guanqi looked strange. It shouldn't be. Those female knights wanted to tear him apart because of Wang Xiu. The Queen should know about this, and would be unlikely to send those female knights here. Therefore, there should be only one candidate. Li Guanqi looked ahead. Saoirse, with her long blonde hair tied into a bun and wearing a black and white maid uniform, walked forward slowly, her steps slow and her back graceful. Although she did not pretend to be poses, her alluring figure still made her sway as she walked. Posture. The commander-in-chief of the Queen's Wings and the Right Wing. A new sect magician at the Nine Palaces level. If nothing else happens, the one who comes to him later should be this female sorcerer. Right. Duh. Suddenly, there was a clear sound of footsteps from the corner stairwell at the end of the corridor, which stood out in the quiet corridor. This is the sound of men's leather shoes on the floor. The extraordinary senses of human beings with different blood allowed Li Guanqi to distinguish many details through sound. In this castle, the Queen's castle has no male guards. Only female guards and maids. Both female guards and maids wear high heels. The sound of high heels on the floor is completely different from the sound of men's leather shoes on the floor. Duh. The footsteps are getting closer and closer. Soon, Li Guanqi saw a man walking out of the corner of the stairs at the end of the corridor. He is tall, 2 meters tall, wearing a gray hooded robe, with black hair and black eyes. He has a completely oriental appearance, and he is considered a handsome young man. Of course, compared to Wang Xiu, and Wang Xian's super top level is still far behind. Li Guanqi is somewhat novel, because this man is wearing a gray robe. Gray is not a common clothing color in the weird world. It can even be said to be rare. At least during his journey in the weird world, he rarely saw anyone wearing gray clothes. This gray hooded robe made Li Guanqi, who was used to seeing black-robed spellcasters and white-robed new spellcasters, feel quite fresh. By the way, this guy, why didn't the system pop up a cultivation prompt? Facing the man in gray robe, who was walking towards him and Saoirse, Li Guanqi took a few extra glances, but he actually didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, the system prompts were not very advanced. When faced with some people who deliberately use secret methods to hide their cultivation, they would not be displayed in the first place. He had encountered them many times before. As for his own inability to judge the other party's cultivation level, this is the Queen's castle after all. It is normal for some 7-star Bagua level or even 9 palace level people to appear. He cannot tell the other side's cultivation level, so there is nothing surprising. Li Guanqi looked at it for a few times and then looked away. However, Saoirse, who was walking in front of him, stopped, looked seriously at the man in gray robe opposite, raised her left hand to stop Li Guanqi, and signaled him not to move forward. Seeing this scene, the man in gray robe smiled and stopped. The two sides were 10 steps apart and looked at each other. Saoirse looked at the man in gray robe. Her beautiful golden eyes were full of solemnity, and the huge spiritual power in her body could not be released. Li Guanqi didn't know, but she knew very well that in the Queen's castle, since the happy palace where male favorites were kept was closed, the only men who could come here were guests invited by the Queen. However, when the Queen invites guests, how can she ask them to come by themselves? According to the usual practice, members of the Queen's Wings should go to the castle gate to receive him in person, just like Andrea received Li Guanqi at the gate yesterday. But this man was alone, and he also hid his cultivation. Even she, a Jyogun-level magician, couldn't see through it. Gentlemen, after thinking about it for a while, Saoirse said in a deep voice to the man in gray robe, I don't know which of my sisters did not entertain me well, and did not accompany me, and let the guests come here alone. Please tell me that person's name. According to the rules of our Queen's Wings, I will punish you. It's so tactful to say. The man in gray robe curled his lips slightly. You might as well ask me directly. Who am I and how did I get here alone? If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, are you going to take me down on the spot? The guests were joking. Saoirse's face was expressionless. By the way, You still don't know the guest's name? My name will make people cry if you say it. The man in gray robe looked at Saoirse, chuckled, and slowly walked towards her. Especially for a beautiful woman like you. If she cries and there are tear stains on her beautiful face, it will hurt. You said. Right. Li Guanqi stood there. His pupils suddenly shrank. Because this man in gray robe actually walked directly in front of Saoirse step by step, lifted her chin with his right hand, and talked at a close distance. And Saoirse didn't resist at all. Will you voluntarily refuse to resist? Wrong. Li Guanqi looked at Saoirse's eyes, which were golden eyes without any focus. Saoirse, unconscious. In an understatement, he can control a Jiugong-level magician at will. Suddenly, the man in gray robe withdrew his right hand, and then Saoirse let out a cry. Immediately afterwards, in Li Guanqi's unbelievably shocked eyes, this powerful female sorcerer at the Jiugong level suddenly fell to her knees. Her eyes were lifeless, and her expression was dull. She had obviously lost consciousness, and was trapped in some weird spell. There is no way to fight back. In front of the man in gray robe, Saoirse, who was at the Jiugong level, could not resist at all. She was not a being of the same level at all. Li Guanqi looked at the man in gray robe in front of him. His mood became extremely serious. Hey, kid. The man in gray robe suddenly half-bent, pinched Saoirse's beautiful face with his right hand, making her red lips pout, then deliberately turned his face towards Li Guanqi, and chuckled. Are you beautiful? These lips are really she looks good. Even though she has no lipstick on her face, she is still radiant and rosy. Hey, do you want to give her a kiss now? Rest assured. The man in gray robe smiled brightly. I promise not to tell anyone. And she won't know. How about it? I'm a very honest person. Right. Your Excellency. You are joking. Ha. Li Guanqi gritted his teeth and put on a stiff smile on his face. Really no kiss? The man in gray robe looked at him in surprise. Oh my god! You can refuse such beautiful things. Do you lack the eyes to appreciate beauty? Or do you lack the mind to enjoy beauty? Li Guanqi didn't know what to do for a while. What's the situation? The School of Conjuration has invaded the castle? Hey, you really don't want to kiss? The man in gray robe looked at Li Guanqi seriously, as if he was discussing a very serious matter. Li Guanqi shook his head slightly. Ah, what a gentleman! Seeing this, the man in gray robe suddenly smiled and let go of his hand. I like gentlemen. My boy, you are very good. You are a good husband. Li Guanqi looked strange. He has never encountered such a strange incident. Who is this man, and what does he want to do? Keep it up. As men, you are a rare species. The man in gray robe grinned, raised his right hand, and patted Li Guanqi on the shoulder, then passed him, and walked towards the stairs on the opposite side of the corridor. Da-da-da. The sound of men's leather shoes on the wooden floor gradually faded away. Li Guanqi turned his head and stared at the back of the man in gray robe. He didn't look back until he walked into a corner of the stairs and disappeared from his sight. Who is this guy? Somehow, Li Guanqi suddenly subconsciously felt that he and this person would meet again. He couldn't explain what it felt like, but he suddenly had this feeling, as if it was a resonance deep in his blood, which made him have this inexplicable thought. Miss Saoirse? Li Guanqi stopped thinking about these things and turned to look at the blonde maid who was kneeling on the ground with a dull expression. Miss Saoirse! Li Guanqi knelt on one knee, leaned down, and shook the opponent vigorously. After a few moments, Saoirse returned to normal. Her expression was extremely serious. She gritted her teeth and turned to look in the direction where the man in gray robe left. In the room, after Li Guanqi left, Isabel walked to the window and overlooked the streets of the imperial capital in the early morning. This look, has never been touched again. F your majesty the queen? Suddenly, Saoirse's voice sounded in her mind. Isabel frowned and replied in her mind. Saoirse? Didn't I ask you to take Li Guanqi to the place where greedy wolves lead stars after sending him away? What's wrong? Did you encounter any problems? I was just controlled by a strange man in gray clothes. I have no power to resist. Hey. Lo. Her Majesty the Queen. Suddenly, in the outside world, a man's voice came from outside the door of the room. Can you open the door? Oh. Sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is... Squeak. Before he finished speaking, the sound of the room door opening suddenly sounded. Isabel's expression changed drastically. She turned around suddenly and her pupils suddenly shrank. I saw the door slowly opening. In the corridor outside, there was a man in gray robe with black hair and black eyes standing. He bent slightly, put his right hand on his left chest, and said, "Okay," to Isabel with a smile on his face. The aristocratic etiquette of a tulip empire. "Hello, your noble and beautiful queen." When the man raised his head again, his black eyes gradually turned from black to gold, turning into a pair of magical golden pupils. Black hair and golden eyes. "You can call me Ing Xiao." Chapter 497 Demigod Level. Greedy Wolf Leads to Stars. Saoirse did not go back immediately. With a gloomy face, she sent Li Guanqi to the gate of the castle before turning back. As for what will happen next, Li Guanqi has no idea, because after leaving the castle, the palace guards continue to guide him, sending him out of the palace and back to the streets of the imperial capital. Li Guanqi didn't dwell on the matter anymore. After checking into a hotel, he entered the simulator space and prepared to question him. Heart of Time and Space. "Brother Time and Space, how can you make such a decision on your own?" On the land shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi stood in front of the light curtain panel, looking at the light curtain panel with a serious expression. "You just ignored some insignificant things before. But how can you connect me and the queen? And the queen, ignore that thing too. Why didn't you ask for my permission?" "I did not make any claims on my own." A square frame appears on the light curtain panel. "I will only ignore some insignificant conversations. It is impossible to ignore this kind of incident. And the night between you and the Tulip Queen obviously falls into the category of incident. And I will not ignore it on my own initiative. This is an event that even I couldn't simulate. The Tulip Queen learned about the real thing. She went to bed with you to get the possibility of resurrection. And she met the unknown man in gray robe on the way out. I couldn't simulate these three things. What's even weirder is that I simulated it on that day after it was over. The judgment I got was clearly 99.9% accurate. In other words, not only was the accuracy of my simulation distorted, but my subsequent accuracy judgment was also distorted. This is a very serious matter. It is true that my current energy level has not recovered much. But even so, if I want to accurately simulate the Jiogong level after spending 1.5 simulation times, there should be no accidents. So, this can only mean one thing. During this period, you had too close contact with an existence that was far beyond the ordinary 9 palace level. That powerful existence affected my deduction of the future, resulting in simulation errors. Of course, the excessive concentration of 9 palaces in the Queen's Castle area should also be a factor. If you want to reduce errors, you need to help me and yourself find more charging items. Otherwise, you must try to reduce contact with such advanced beings. In fact, with your current life level, there is no such thing as too much contact with such advanced beings can easily lead to danger. Oh, by the way, you should have guessed who the existence far beyond the ordinary 9 palaces I mentioned is. The one in gray? Li Guanqi's expression changed drastically. It turns out that it is not that the Heart of Time and Space ignored it on its own initiative, but that it even made errors and failed to simulate these things at all. According to the Heart of Time and Space, after consuming 1.5 simulation times, the ordinary 9 palaces level can no longer affect the simulation of the Heart of Time and Space. In other words, the gray-robed man who passed him by was even more powerful than the ordinary 9 palaces level. Much more powerful. No wonder Saoirse, a female sorcerer at the 9 palaces level, was unable to resist at all when faced with the man in gray robe, far beyond the ordinary Jiogong level. Demigod level? That man in gray robe is a demigod? Demigod is not a realm. It is just a simple honorific, used to refer to those who, although they are both at the 9 palace level, their combat power far exceeds the ordinary 9 palace level. Beating other 9 palace levels is completely a slap in the face. Just like beating a baby. The method of Luo Emperor of the Daluo dynasty to become a semi-god level warrior is known. After ascending the throne and proclaiming himself emperor, he used the power of his country's destiny to gain combat power that far exceeded that of the same level. Although, before he ascended the throne, he already had outstanding combat prowess and could defeat 9 at the same level in the Violet Imperial City. And what exactly is this so-called national destiny is a national secret that no one except the Ying family knows. In addition to Luo Di, there is also a demigod sitting in the Violet Empire's parliament all year round. It's just that compared to the great Luo dynasty, the demigods of the council are more mysterious. At least the world doesn't know what the fate of the country is. But at least they know that Emperor Luo is a demigod who relied on the luck of the country. As for the demigod of the council, the world has no idea at all. Both the Tulip Empire and the School of Conjuration are rumored to have demigods in charge. But Li Guanqi estimated that there are high and low levels of Jiugong. And maybe there are still levels of demigods. Otherwise, why would the queen and the others be so afraid of Emperor Luo? So, who was the man in gray robe who passed him by? A demigod from the Conjuring Academy? It's possible, but if that's the case, why didn't the demigod of the Tulip Empire show up when everyone came to the palace? Weird. Li Guanqi frowned and fell into deep thought. He couldn't deal with these people anymore. Now, his combat power is not at this level at all. And too much contact will inevitably lead to fatal danger. More importantly, for the heart of time and space, the 9 palaces level can truly enter the threshold of advanced life. Facing these levels of life, with the existing simulator energy, 1.5 simulation times must be sped to do it. To accurately simulate, even if it comes into contact with the demigod level, the simulation error will be even greater. Just like last night. Damn it! Brother Time and Space! You made me lose my virginity last night! Li Guanqi looked helplessly at the light screen panel, but soon realized something, and quickly apologized. Oh, I'm sorry. I know it's not your fault. I'm just depressed. Let me complain. Question. According to my scans of humans, the appearance and figure of the Tulip Queen, looking at the entire known human history, she is among the top ranks of female humans. And her charm value is for male humans with normal sexual orientation. Should be at the level of layman. Coupled with her noble status compared to you. Being able to sleep with a woman like Tulip Queen Isabel should be an act that 99.9% of male humans would not refuse. And they would even feel that they have earned it, and be overjoyed. Why are you depressed? I thought you would be happy. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. Because I have a lover. So I shouldn't do this kind of thing. This is not a physical matter, but a mental matter. Question. If love is linked to the body, does that mean that those who have not slept with each other are not considered lovers? But if you have slept with the Tulip Queen, you are already a lover with the Queen? Question mark. What the heck? Brother Time and Space. Do you want to take a look at what you are talking about? What kind of brain circuit is this? What the hell are you asking? Li Guanqi was immediately stunned. Isn't it? Of course not. Li Guanqi was confused. What do you think? I can't figure it out. Human love is really complicated. It is related to the soul's thinking and the brain's nervous system. The emotional thinking produced by the combination of the two is difficult for me to understand, and makes me more and more curious. So you're still researching this thing? Li Guanqi covered his face and sighed. You should think about it slowly. I hope that when I come back one day, I will see that you have become a love master. Then I will come back and ask for your guidance. He waved his hand helplessly, turned and left. Walk slowly. Also, remember to look for charged items. Although I don't know exactly how to find them. You can just look left and right if you have nothing to do. You have to develop this habit. What if you see it one day? Ah, I know. Outside the window. The sun is high. Li Guanqi sat in his hotel room, leaning against the window, quietly waiting for time to pass. And for the Queen's maid to come to him in the simulated situation. After waiting, it was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Bang bang. Mr. Li. There was a knock on the door, and Saoirse's familiar voice. As expected by Li Guanqi, it was this Jiugong-level female sorcerer sent by the Queen. You can just come in. Li Guanqi stood up and said toward the door. As soon as he finished speaking, a slim figure wearing a platinum robe and a white hood walked directly through the door of the room and walked out as if walking through a wall. Knocking on the door is just polite. It is not easy for a Jiugong-level magician to enter the room. Miss Saoirse. After watching her lift up her hood, revealing her beautiful face and long golden hair, Li Guanqi greeted her with a smile. Mr. Li. Saoirse bowed her head and performed the knight's salute, then raised her head and looked at him and said seriously, the Queen's position in the Senate is very embarrassing now, and she cannot openly abuse her power at this juncture. So she asked me to lead you secretly. Go to the Big Dipper to attract stars and attract stars secretly. So please keep a low profile and don't make any noise afterwards. I know. Li Guanqi nodded. Then, he hesitated slightly, but still asked Saoirse. Miss Saoirse, may I ask about the man in gray robe this morning? Facing this question, Saoirse just shook her head slightly. Don't ask. Don't care. Mr. Lee, the Beta Guide is a high-level military restricted area. Even if I want to secretly open the space seal and teleport in, it will be difficult. Please be patient. After saying that, the Jogum-level female sorcerer raised her right hand, and her 5 slender white fingers danced gently, like the hands of an artist playing the piano, rhythmically striking the void. Buzz! As Saoirse tapped, ripples appeared in the space around her. This process lasted for more than 10 minutes. And then this layer of space completely rippled, turning into a platinum space crack, or space portal, with twisted platinum light shining in it. Not colorful! Li Guanqi was a little surprised. Saoirse was obviously not interested in being the narrator. She didn't say the reason for the discoloration. She just nodded slightly and said, Mr. Lee, please come with me and hold on tight. After saying that, she took the initiative to take Li Guanqi's right hand, pulled him, and stepped into the space portal together. As soon as Li Guanqi walked out of the portal, he bent over and retched with an ugly expression. But it was just retching. The dizziness acting on his soul made him want to vomit. But he couldn't vomit anything out. Buzz! Saoirse next to her let go of her hand, no longer holding him, and then waved lightly. A little cyan light escaped from her fingertips and blended into Li Guanqi's eyebrows. Soon, Li Guanqi's uncomfortable feeling disappeared and was replaced by a sense of refreshment. Spells soothe the mind. Are you feeling better, Mr. Lee? Saoirse asked softly. Much better. Thank you. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. I haven't felt this way for a long time. This teleportation is unusual. Yes. Saoirse looked around and narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. After all, it is indeed a time-consuming task to pass through the space blockade of Greedy Wolf leading the stars. Li Guanqi also took stock of the surrounding environment. Under the night, this lush forest looks very quiet. There is nothing magical about the flowers, plants and trees. It is just that the surroundings are filled with tiny silver light spots, like the fluorescence emitted by fireflies, and like stars descending on the earth. Providing beautiful light at night. These light spots are not fireflies, but the embodied power of stars. The energy belonging to the stars. Night? Li Guanqi raised his head and looked at the sky through the mottled gaps between the treetops. The sky is filled with stars, and the moon is not visible. In most areas, when the moon is extremely bright, it is difficult to see the stars. So there is a saying that the moon and stars are scarce. In the same way, when there is a sky full of stars, the moon will be a little blurry and unclear. But it's not like I can't even see it. Strangeness? Li Guanqi looked up at the starry night sky, slightly stunned. Why is there no moon? Wait! Why is it night? He was confused, looked at the blonde sorceress beside him, and asked doubtfully, Miss Saoirse, how many hours did it take us to do this teleportation? It was obviously still afternoon. It's only 10 seconds. Saoirse's voice was soft. The reason why this place is at night is because the characteristics of all star-drawing places are like this. Not just Greedy Wolf, and not just the star-drawing places of the Beta sequence. So all star-drawing places are like this. Once you step inside, you will see night scenery everywhere you look. And you can't see the moon. Only stars. This can be regarded as the magical place of attracting stars. I see. Li Guanqi was quite surprised. However, stars are simply planets. And isn't the moon also a planet? Strangeness. Xu Yinkong's voice rang in his mind. The old Lion King didn't take me to the inside of the Star Guide before. So I didn't know until now that the Star Guide in the new era has turned into this. There are not so many magical phenomena in the star attraction place. Not even the fluorescent stars flying around. What was the star attraction site like in the old days? Li Guanqi asked in his mind. It's nothing. You can't tell by looking at it. Before Shunhong could reply, Ares was the first to answer. In the old era, these stars would not appear in the star-drawing land. After entering the range of the star-drawing land, you would not only be able to see the night sky. People at that time could only see the night sky. Only special equipment or spells can be used to find and identify star-guiding places. If the star attractions at that time could be as filled with countless stars as they are now, and turn into the night sky as soon as you enter, then it would not be so difficult for people to find the star attractions at that time. As for why the star attraction site in the new era has changed, it's an unsolved mystery. At least I don't know the answer. Damn. Turtle SHL. Do you want to show your face? After Ares finished speaking, Shunhong said angrily, Ask Xiaoxia and Padao. Whenever the master asks about these things, It's not me, Shang Kong, who comes out to explain. Why are you joining in the fun? Ah. Ares just smiled casually. What do you mean you are smiling like that? Just laugh when you're happy. You? Ah. Grass. Li Guanqi ignored the bickering between the two in his mind and returned his attention to the outside world. Can we start attracting stars here? He looked at the surrounding forest at night and the dots of silver stars that filled the sky and the earth, and asked curiously. Yes. There is no distinction between inner and outer areas for attracting stars. Everywhere in this area has the same effect. Saoirse looked at Li Guanqi, nodded first, and then said softly, Then, excuse me, Mr. Li, do you have the Beidou Star Guidance Technique? Her Lady Queen said. If you need it, let me use the Beidou Star Guidance Technique. Pass it to you. Li Guanqi originally wanted to say that he had it. After all, Shang Kong knew the method. But then he thought about it. None of the star attraction sites during Shang Kong's time had the special effects they have now. This was obviously a change in the star attraction sites. Correspondingly, the star attraction methods might also have changed. So let's take a look at Saoirse's Beidou Star Guide. After all, it doesn't cost money. Trouble. Li Guanqi nodded slightly towards Saoirse. However, the blonde female magician, who was 1.6 meters tall, first stood on her tiptoes. After finding that she was not tall enough, she still waved to the tall Li Guanqi. Please bend down, Mr. Li. Oh! Li Guanqi obeyed and did as he was told. When his forehead was at the same level as Saoirse's, the sorceress took a step forward and brought her forehead into contact with his. Buzz! As Saoirse closed her eyes, a dark blue soul power light gradually escaped from the center of her eyebrows and spread to Li Guanqi's sea of consciousness along the part where their foreheads were in contact. It's like an enlightenment. After just a few minutes, Li Guanqi not only learned the specific process of the Beidou starguiding method, but he also felt extremely skilled. He had never used it once, but he seemed to have already done it. This is how Saoirse conveyed the method, while also passing on the experience of attracting stars in her memory. Only then did Li Guanqi know that the stars that this Jyogun-level female sorcerer had attracted at the 7 stars were also in the Beidou sequence. Is there anything else you don't understand? The blue light of the soul gradually dissipated. Saoirse also opened her eyes, took a step back, looked at Li Guanqi with her beautiful golden eyes, and asked seriously, If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask it. I will be patient, teach you. I understand everything. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. Thank you, Miss Saoirse. That's good. Saoirse smiled slightly. Seeing the sweet smile on her face, Li Guanqi couldn't help but sigh. Also a sorcerer of the Queen's Wings. This commander is much gentler than the purple-haired sorceress Raikja that he met in the castle earlier. Please hold this. At this time, Saoirse took out a silver pocket watch from a ruby space ring in her hand and handed it to Li Guanqi with both hands. What's this? Li Guanqi took it curiously, opened the cover of the pocket watch and took a look. This pocket watch only has the shape of a pocket watch. In fact, it is not a watch at all. When you open the cover, there are no scales or hands, but only a half-length photo of a girl, wearing a Western-style green skirt. The little girl has her blonde hair tied into 2 braids hanging on her chest. She has a cute smile. She looks about 10 years old, and is in a carefree childhood. Li Guanqi looked at the pocket watch photo carefully, then looked up at Saoirse in front of him, and finally asked with a slight hesitation. Miss Saoirse, is this you when you were a child? Yes. Saoirse nodded slightly. Forehead. Li Guanqi blinked, then raised the pocket watch in his hand and asked curiously. Excuse me, why did you give me this? Chapter 498, Guiding Star. A signal from the depths of the universe. This is a token. Saoirse looked at Li Guanqi, pointed at the pocket watch in his hand, and said seriously, It has my breath on it, and I am the Queen's maid. My breath, to a certain extent, represents the Queen's order. I carry it with me. Carry it with you, so that even if the guardian of the guiding star spots you during patrol, he will turn a blind eye and pretend not to see you. Of course, this is the worst case scenario. After all, the situation in the star guide is that the area is completely closed, and the guards are guarding the outside of the guide to prevent others from entering. And because I know the structure of the defense formation here, I can take you to sneak in and teleport here quietly. In most cases, the guardian himself will not come to the starguiding place, but occasionally, he will come in and take a look. The defenders of every Beidou star land are either level 8, demon hunting knights or magicians. In short, if they attack you, the result will be bad. But with it here, after sensing my breath, the guards will not dare to attack you. As for me, I'm sorry, Mr. Lee. I can't stay here with you all the time. After all, it can pull a star for as little as several months. As long as 10 years. Or even more than 10 years. I also have to take care of other tasks assigned to me by Her Majesty the Queen. So you should take this pocket watch carefully. Do not store it in the space storage, but carry it with you, so that the defenders can detect its aura and choose not to attack you. This is very important. Mr. Lee. Remember yet? Remember. Lee Guanqi nodded. Say it 3 times. Saoirse looked at him seriously. Lee Guanqi was stunned. Say important things 3 times. The expression on Saoirse's delicate face was still serious. Say it 3 times, and you will remember it. Lee Guanqi was speechless for a moment, and finally scratched his head and said with complicated emotions, I remember. I remember. I remember. He always felt something was strange and couldn't place it. Oh, I understand. Like a dork. Well, that's good. Saoirse smiled, nodded slightly, and then took the pocket watch from Lee Guanqi's hand. Also, it is not only a token that can protect you. It is also a transmitter that can take you away quietly. Here, just help me untie my braid. Like this. As she spoke, she stretched out her right index finger and gently rubbed the photo on her pocket watch. Lee Guanqi noticed that she was twisting one of the pigtails of her young self in the photo. After rubbing it for a few times, under Lee Guanqi's stunned gaze, the braided hair rope in the photo fell off. And then the hair fell loose. I'm just demonstrating it. And the other braid won't come out. Saoirse handed the pocket watch photo to Lee Guanqi. When you have finished guiding the star and need to leave here, untie the braid of me in the photo. After both braids are untied, the transmission channel will be opened. Oh. Lee Guanqi couldn't help but laugh and took the pocket watch. This thing is really interesting. As the photo was no longer touched. A few seconds later, little Saoirse's blonde braid that had been untied in the photo returned to its original state. Also comes with automatic recovery. And more. Saoirse looked at Lee Guanqi and said seriously, After you open the portal and leave, please wait for me where you are for 110 days. I will come to you and take you to the second star attraction place, because I may have to deal with the matters at hand first. So I cannot be on call at any time. You have to wait for me. Generally speaking, I will come to you within 10 days. But it also depends on the situation. For example, after you come out and I have died in the battle, there is nothing you can do. You can only go back to the imperial capital to find the queen. Lee Guanqi's eyes darkened. War. The Tulip Empire plus the new school of magicians faced the war of the school of magic. However, Saoirse's words did not mention the possibility of the Tulip Empire's defeat at all. Rest assured. As if she noticed something from Lee Guanqi's eyes, Saoirse suddenly performed a night salute, put her right hand on her left chest, looked up at the bright night sky. Her expression was extremely serious. The tulip will win. The queen is eternal. You may die in battle, but the queen will definitely win. With glory above all else. Lee Guanqi said nothing more. No warrior from any country would say depressing words about their country's defeat before the war begins. Especially in a country like Tulip that is full of knightly glory. And even magicians salute with knightly salutes. May the great god of light return with glory. Lee Guanqi suddenly thought of something. Then looked at Saoirse and said seriously, Saoirse smiled. The god of light, the goddess of light, is the main god of the Tulip Empire's faith. She is also the sister of the same generation as the fire god Mingyao in the old era. She is one of the earliest 9 gods. According to Shan Kong, the god of light is also from Guanming Sanctuary. The ancestors of the Tulip Empire are the descendants of the former people of the god of light. Of course, these are all things of the past. The gods have long since fallen, and people have no gods to rely on, and can only rely on themselves. Okay, so be it. Saoirse faced Lee Guanqi, smiled and said, okay, with a tulip courtesy. I'm going back first. Mr. Lee, see you next time. See you. Lee Guanqi nodded lightly. Buzz? Saoirse waved her hand to him in farewell, then turned around and walked into the space portal. As her back was gradually swallowed up by the platinum light, the space portal slowly closed until it completely disappeared. So far, under this starry night sky, in this forest full of silver stars, only Lee Guanqi was left. The more Miss Saoirse looks at her, the bigger the difference becomes when compared with that purple-haired vixen. Li Guanqi couldn't help but sigh softly. As for this 9 palace-level female sorcerer, who has lived for hundreds of years, and is one of the 2 leaders of the majestic Queen's Wings. Is she really gentle or fake? No need to think. Don't think about it so deeply. Because it's not important at all. Anyway, it's just a few casual encounters. Okay, master. At this time, Xuankong's expectant voice sounded in Li Guanqi's mind. We can start pulling the first star of the beta sequence. Tianshu Greedy Wolf. Hearing these words, Li Guanqi couldn't help but feel slightly excited and a little excited. After practicing all the way till now, he is finally about to reach the 7-star level. Xuankong, show me your beta star guide. Maybe it will be different from the one Saoirse gave me. Good. After some infusion of information, Li Guanqi obtained an old-fashioned beta star guiding method from Xuankong. The results proved that there were indeed some differences in details between Xuankong's beta star guiding method and the star guiding method Saoirse gave him. For example, when the soil of the star guiding ground was used to place the array pattern, the patterns were different. However, after discussing the 2 great artifacts Ares and Xuankong, the 2 agreed that Saoirse's method of attracting stars in the new era is more advanced. The former is the weapon of the god of war that unlocks 8 levels of memory. The latter is a state where memory is completely unblocked. Li Guanqi firmly believed in their combined views. Times are always improving, Ares said softly. Even if there are no gods in the new age, they are still working hard from generation to generation in these fields of knowledge that do not belong to the gods. This is human beings. Sometimes they may stop and sometimes regress. But no matter what, they are always trying to make progress. Then use the method Miss Saoirse gave me. Li Guanqi stepped forward, walking in this starry night forest, and began to look for lakes. If you want to attract stars and greedy wolves, you need to use the wet soil at the bottom of the lake in the star-attracting field to form a formation. Since the method of guiding stars is described in this way, it proves that there must be lakes in the place where greedy wolf guides stars. Li Guanqi spread out his soul power and quickly found the lake. At full speed, he arrived in the blink of an eye. He stood by the lake, looking at the sparkling lake, slightly stunned. The moon is reflected on the lake. The bright yellow crescent moon is reflected in the water above the lake. If there is a moon in the water, it proves that the moon must also be visible in the sky. But Li Guanqi looked up at the sky. There was no moon in the starry night sky. It's something strange about the star-guiding place that creates an illusion-like effect that prevents me from seeing the moon. But in fact, from an objective point of view, the moon is still there. I was affected and couldn't see it. But the reflection of light is not affected. And the moon can still be reflected on the lake? Heh, the place that attracts stars is really wonderful. Li Guanqi shook his head and laughed. Without worrying too much about this phenomenon, he waved his right hand and fished out a large amount of wet soil from the bottom of the lake. Thump! The moist soil at the bottom of the lake broke out of the water, and under Li Guanqi's control, it gradually piled up at his feet, forming a special heptagonal formation with complicated patterns. Soon, a formation map outlined with wet soil was completed. Li Guanqi sat in a circle in the middle of the formation, waiting quietly. As time went by, the surrounding stars began to gradually converge towards the formation and merged into the wet soil, causing the soil formation to begin to flicker with silver light, getting brighter and brighter. The brighter. Shanku, I'm curious. Li Guanqi looked at the scene around him, his eyes full of curiosity. Why doesn't this wet soil usually attract the stars? But once it is arranged into the pattern of the formation, it can attract the stars? And those formations too. Why can't it draw the power of the law by putting it in the shape of a rune? Because these lines are the words of the rules of the universe. Xuankong said slowly. Humans have created language and words in order to communicate. But in fact, long before humans and all intelligent creatures created words, this universe had its own words. Writing the word fire will attract the power of the rule of fire. Writing 2 words of fire can attract more power of fire rules. All runes related to fire are essentially superpositions and variations of this type of characters, just like yin and yin. Of course, the universe's characters are far more complicated than these. They are not simply superpositions of the same characters. I just give an example. The more cosmic words are written and superimposed, the stronger the power can be drawn. This is why the low-level runes are very simple, just a few strokes. But the higher the level, the more complicated the formation patterns are, which can be called dense, dazzled. This principle applies to any formation, runes, and the like. So in my opinion, magicians are more worthy of respect than humans of different blood. Humans of different blood are just following the laws of nature and becoming stronger in an ordinary way. The conjurers not only follow it, they are also studying and exploring the origin and principle of this law. This is also the origin of formations and runes. Without the unremitting pursuit of knowledge of the earliest generation of conjurers, humans would not be able to master these universes. The words of rules can never create formations and talismans. Huh? Master, let's stop talking here. You can start to attract stars. Shukong said no more. Because next to Li Guanqi, the formation outlined by the wet soil of the star-guiding ground had completely erupted with silvery white light, and the starlight surged, almost completely engulfing his figure. Stars. At the same time, Li Guanqi also completely fell into a mysterious state, no longer conscious, and lost his perception of the passage of time in the outside world. He sat cross-legged on the ground, looking up at the night sky. The stars were surging like a hurricane, making Li Guanqi's white clothes and hair flutter. However, he, who had white hair and blue eyes, no longer had blue eyes at this time. Li Guanqi's eyes had completely transformed from blue to a sky full of stars. Instead of reflecting the stars in his eyes, it was better to say that his eyeballs had become part of the night sky, containing one corner of the sky. Which corner? A spoon. It can also be said that it is in the shape of an ancient bucket used to ladle wine. The night sky in his eyes contained dozens of stars, and the 7 brightest stars among them, if connected in series, could roughly form a spoon. They kept flashing, completely overwhelming the light of the surrounding stars, until these 7 stars are the only ones left in the night sky. As time went by, the other 6 of the 7 stars gradually dimmed in Li Guanqi's eyes, leaving only the first one still shining brightly. Big Dipper, Tianshu, Greedy Wolf. Boom. Suddenly, like a pulling connection, the formation beside Li Guanqi burst into dazzling starlight, echoing the Greedy Wolf star in the night sky. Greedy Wolf star is an ancient star that has existed in the universe for a long time. The echo and connection with this star made Li Guanqi, who was located in the center of the formation, feel like an enlightenment in an instant, and he felt many indescribable principles of the universe as if he were walking around. Those ideals passed by in a flash and could not be captured at all. The actual feeling they brought to him was like, in the early morning, before I woke up, there seemed to be many more relatives in the room. As you and I were communicating with each other, the voices were extremely hazy. I wanted to listen carefully, but found that I couldn't hear them clearly at all. It was kind of annoying. Chaotic restlessness. And during this process, Li Guanqi's connection with Greedy Wolf Star also began to gradually deepen. Once the connection reaches a certain stage, it can be considered as the star attraction is completed, and you will get a stronger upper limit of strength, as well as the star skill, sealing the sky, as a gift from Greedy Wolf Star. Tongue! Suddenly, little red flames began to appear all over Li Guanqi, who was sitting in the center of the formation. Fire! In his mind, Demon Sword cried out in shock. Where did this kid get the fire? Why did the attraction Greedy Wolf Star catch fire? Shun Kong! Shun Kong! Come out and have a look. Is this normal? Or is it because my memory has not been unblocked? This piece? This is obviously not normal. There was also a sullen tone in Shuin Kong's voice. It's impossible for the Greedy Wolf Star to catch fire. This is an invisible fire. There was a little hesitation in Ares' voice. This is not a real flame. It is just an empty flame form. If I have to say it, it is more like, a signal? Because the master was pulling Greedy Wolf Star, establishing contact with the starry sky, and having a resonance with the depths of the universe. This signal also appeared and came into contact with a signal in the depths of the universe. Whose signal? Listening to the exchange between the 3 artifacts, Xiaoxua couldn't help but feel anxious. Her soft voice was full of anxiety. Will it have any impact on the master? I guessed a possibility. Suddenly, Shuinkong's voice dropped. Fire! That 21st century phoenix. The process of pulling the stars is very similar to the process of comprehending the law. You will lose most of your consciousness and fall into a drowsy state, resulting in extremely blurred perception of the outside world, loss of feeling of the passage of time, and loss of all your attention. All the power will be put on pulling the stars. This feeling is like your mind sinking into the water. Sinking, sinking, sinking again, until you touch the bottom of the water and complete the star attraction. But at this moment, while Li Guanqi was pulling Greedy Wolf Star, he heard some strange sounds. He was pretty sure it wasn't Chinese, or any other language he knew, But somehow, he was able to understand the content of those conversations. The Shisha tribe has gathered. The Haitian tribe has assembled. The Liuxing tribe has gathered. The illusionary tribe has assembled. The Zushan tribe has gathered. In Wudong Holy Land, all the Phoenix members are here. Please ask the elders of the big clan to order the migration. Where is the Jiuqing tribe? Evil Phoenix? How can that villain and her tribe be qualified to accompany us to the Tianyuan world? That's right. Our ancestral star cannot be tarnished. They will only dirty the aura and soil of Tianyuan world. She is one of us after all. This star is about to face the end of the law. It would be too cruel to leave them behind. Big clan elders, don't be merciful. Taking them with you will only bring evil to the ancestral star. Clan leader, why do you have to do this? No need to talk anymore. All Phoenixes listen to my order and set off, leaving this star and flying to the Tianyuan world. Well, Jiuqing, if you can hear these words, it means you are still alive. I have left a guiding breath on the migration path of the Starry Sky Ancient Road. If you still have the ability to come to the Starry Sky Ancient Road, then follow with these auras. Come to Tianyuan world to find us. This is your hometown. After the conversation, a picture slowly emerged in Li Guanqi's mind. In the vast universe, in the beautiful blue planet, countless firelights suddenly rose, flew away from the planet, and migrated collectively to the depths of the universe. When Li Guanqi looked intently, he realized that the group of flames were actually a group of soaring Phoenixes in the universe. Chapter 499 7 Stars. 7 Stages of Tongyu Blood. Your Highness, do you want tea? Oriental tea. Tulip Empire. Platinum Palace. Royal Castle. Queen's Room. Ingxiao, who was wearing a gray robe, sat on the sofa. He took out a tea set out of thin air and placed it on the table. He started making tea and water, and the water mist-steamed. Isabel was wearing a golden dress and stood by the window, looking at him coldly without saying a word. Why are you so serious? Ingxiao smiled brightly. Anyway, now that we've finished talking about the business, let's have some fun. Right. Her beautiful queen? Are you done talking? There was something special in Isabel's golden eyes. Are you sure? But you haven't said whether you want to participate in the war from the beginning to the end. Is this considered the end of the conversation? Let me think again. Ingxiao put down the tea leaves and chuckled. I have to think about participating in the war again, and I will give you an answer in a while. Anyway, Luo Di seems to be able to hold on for a while, and the Conjuration Academy has not officially started the war yet. There's no need to rush. Okay, let's not talk about business for now. Now! Ingxiao turned his head slightly, looked at Isabel, and smiled meaningfully. My beautiful queen, how about we talk about private matters? The kind of private matters that men and women like to talk about? I'm not interested in you. Isabel looked cold. Oh! When Ingxiao heard this, not only was he not annoyed, but the smile on his face became even brighter. In other words, compared to me, that guy is more attracted to you. The queen? What is so attractive about him? Can the queen please tell me? Who are you talking about? Isabel's eyes narrowed. It's the one I met in the corridor before. Ingxiao shrugged. The tall and handsome one with white hair, blue eyes, and the one your maid helped lead the way. Speaking of the debt you performed on Saoirse, we haven't settled it yet, Isabel said coldly. This kind of diversion technique is terrible. Ingxiao couldn't help laughing. Your Highness the Queen, after so many years of intrigues with those old guys from the Council of Elders in the palace, your speaking skills are still average. Don't change the topic. What I want to talk about is that white-haired guy. Man. Isabel was silent for a moment. What's so attractive about him? Ingxiao withdrew his gaze, picked up the kettle and started making tea, then poured out the first tea. The hot tea emitted bursts of water mist. As we all know, Her Royal Highness, the Queen of the Tulip Empire, has a beauty that covers a sea of 30,000 meters of flowers. She is open and free by nature. The happy palace that houses male pets within the castle is world famous. However, it is also well known that since Her Royal Highness, the Queen met Wang Xiu in the Daluo dynasty, the happy palace has permanently become a thing of the past. Wang Xiu left, and Her Royal Highness, the Queen, did not reopen. After all, she is pregnant. However, even in the hundreds of years since she gave birth to Wang Xian, Her Highness the Queen has still not started to engage in it. Her Highness the Queen, who once enjoyed it, seems to have suddenly lost all interest in the matter of men and women and has never touched it again. But now? Why would the beautiful and noble Queen, who has been abstinent for hundreds of years, take off her long skirt for the first time in 100 years for a mere Lioha-level little man? There is no need to deny that the smell of male-female joy is very strong in you too. Having said this, Ing Xiao had already started to make the third cup of tea, then poured a cup, picked it up with his right hand, passed it in the direction of the queen, and said with a chuckle, "The royal Luochun tea from the Daluo Palace. Only the third brew is the best. Your Majesty, why don't you give it a try? It won't be too late to tell me the answer after you finish it. Who do I like or want to sleep with? What does it have to do with you?" Isabel did not take the teacup, but looked at him coldly, and said in a deep voice, "There are only business matters between you and me. If we don't talk about business matters, then please ask Mr. Ing Xiao to leave. We are busy with business, so I can't see you off." "Then I'm going to follow you and have a look." Ing Xiao retracted his hand, handed the teacup to the queen, drank it all in one gulp, then looked down at the empty teacup. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised. "I'm really curious. What kind of man can conquer Her Highness the Queen? What about the mind and body? I'm really curious." Isabel's eyes darkened, and her face turned extremely ugly, from the beginning to the present, in front of the most wanted criminal in the world. No matter what she said or did, she was extremely passive and had no initiative at all. This feeling made the queen, who was used to being in control, extremely angry. "I've been looking for someone for these years." Ing Xiao's expression suddenly calmed down. Those pretentious smiles no longer existed, replaced by indifference. "And now, I seem to have found it. What's even more interesting is that the reason I was able to find him was all because of you, Her Majesty the Queen. He came to seek your help, and when you chose to help him, you also unexpectedly helped me. By various coincidences, allowed me to meet him, and also gave me the opportunity to confirm. 7 stars gather. The Big Dipper appears, and it leads to the underworld. Perfect comes again. Perfect. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The moment the power of the Big Dipper descends on him, is the moment the answer is revealed. If the truth turns out to be what I wish for." Ing Xiao stood up and looked out the window, looking at the setting sun on the streets of the imperial capital. He suddenly opened his hands, and his golden eyes flashed with undisguised excitement. "World-class war! This war will come to an end before it begins because the entire world will surrender under the feet of me, Ing Xiao, and become my nourishment, allowing me to go to the vaster depths of the starry sky." 3 months later, the Tulip Empire, the Beta sequence, and the interior of Greedy Wolf leading the stars. Beside the sparkling lake, the formation of twinkling stars finally showed signs of stopping at this moment. The silver-white light gradually dimmed until it completely dissipated. Sitting in the center of the array, Li Guanqi's eyes, which reflected the starry sky, slowly returned to their original state at this time. His azure eyes were bright and flawless. Star guiding completed. Ding! Congratulations to the extraordinary king of world number 1 for becoming the world's first 7-star conjurer. Spiritual power, LV71 LV.73. 73.6, 7-star spell. Beta sequence star group, January 7th. Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed slightly, with a thoughtful look on his face. The sound he heard, and the scene he saw before, were the Phoenix clan migrating and leaving the planet? Why did he see that? It must be related to the evil Phoenix. But why? He is not Han Meiyao, and he does not have the heart of the Phoenix in his body. Logically speaking, he has no connection with the Phoenix. Why did he receive the message left by the elders of the Phoenix clan to the evil Phoenix? After returning to reality, we need to discuss this matter with Xia Huang. Buzz? Li Guanqi gathered his thoughts, stood up, raised his right hand, and opened his fingers to the forest 100 meters away. Immediately afterwards, the area with a radius of 1 kilometer seemed to have stopped. The treetops no longer swayed, and the stars no longer swam. Go. Completely immersed in stagnation. The Greedy Wolf star technique seals the sky. This star skill allows Li Guanqi to use the space solidification of space laws to a new level, even if his understanding of space laws is only 7-star. But even so, as soon as sealing the sky comes out, Bagua level the opponent also has to be forcibly controlled for a second or two. In a duel between strong men, 1 second is enough to decide life or death. Sealing the sky, a magical field control skill. Not to mention that after the last, amnesia, Li Guanqi's understanding of the laws of space has inexplicably reached the level of the peak 7-star level. Buzz? 10 seconds after Li Guanqi used sealing heaven, the area with a radius of 1 kilometer resumed flowing again. At the same time, he also felt that something was missing in his body. This feeling was similar to suddenly losing hearing and losing hearing. After using the Greedy Wolf Star's skill, Sealing the Sky, his connection to the Greedy Wolf Star was temporarily closed. This feeling was indeed very similar to losing a sense. A star technique that can only be used once a day. Li Guanqi felt the speed of restoring contact with Greedy Wolf Star, and estimated that it would take 23 to 24 hours to recover and activate a second time. Speaking of time, Li Guanqi thought of this, and quickly asked the artifacts in his mind. How long did it take me to attract the stars? 3 months and 3 days. Shun Kong replied. 3 months. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. It would take a full 70 years for an ordinary person to pull 7 stars. If the Baguza family of the Daluo dynasty wants to attract stars, it will take about a year to create a star. Even if the Ying family wanted to attract stars, it would take a month or 2 to create one. However, it only took Li Guanqi 3 months to lead Greedy Wolf Star. He could already be said to have a terrifying talent that far surpassed that of the 8 Kingdoms Pillars family, and could be compared with that of the Ying family. Master, I wonder if you have noticed that the power of Greedy Wolf Star is attached to your spiritual power. At this time, Shun Kong spoke up again. I told you before that with your dual spiritual power and alien blood cultivation, at the 7-star stage, you can pull 2 sets of sequences, a total of 14 stars. Because humans of different blood pull the stars, the power of the stars will adhere to the inside of the heart. The magician pulls the stars, and the power of the stars will adhere to the core of the magic. Well, your situation is very special. You have no spell core and no heart. And the current situation is that the power of the stars is attached to every bit of your spiritual power. I have never seen this happen, but it is obvious that you now have characteristics similar to those of the astral magicians in the early ancient times. When a star magician casts a spell, his spiritual power will echo with the power of the stars, increasing the intensity of the spell. And now you also have this characteristic. Although the situation is unique, it is generally a good thing. I see. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. By the way, Master, why does it take you so little time to attract the star? Ares' voice sounded full of doubts. 3 months of pulling Greedy Wolf Star. This talent is almost on the same level as the Ying family. However, that cursed family has a talent for cultivation that can be exchanged for lifespan. It's too weird compared to them. Forehead. Li Guanqi hesitated slightly. I'm not sure. If I have to say it, there are basically 2 reasons. The first is the bloodline problem in my body. My ancestors are not human. It may be that this bloodline has given me relatively good talents. And also, he lowered his head, raised his right hand, and touched his heart, where there was actually no heart. I am the son of Tongyu. With the blood of Tongyu flowing in my body, I have the most legendary talent for spells, Li Guanqi said softly. Whenever he thinks about this incident, he can always think of his first master, Wei Mo and Wei Danqing. The blood of Tongyu? There was a little surprise in Ares' voice, but he quickly accepted the information, and then said in a deep voice, But master, you don't seem to have improved the blood of Tongyu to the perfect stage. Do you? Li Guanqi's eyes lit up. The system of the strange world has been reminded a long time ago that the item rewards for tasks are divided into 10 levels, corresponding to the 1 yuan level to the 9 palace levels, as well as the god level. However, talent rewards have a total of 7 levels. 1 white, 2 green, 3 blue, 4 purple, 5 red, 6 gold, 7 colorful, god-level talent. Li Guanqi's most advanced talent is Eye of Breaking Delusion, which is a golden talent specially used to deal with illusion-like situations. And Tongyu is only a red talent, which is still 2 levels short of the highest level. And when Li Guanqi first got the talent of Tongyu, it was only a purple talent. The system rewarded him with a talent upgrade opportunity, and then he upgraded Tongyu to red. Also, even before upgrading, Li Guanqi felt that his Tongyu talent was higher than Wei Mo's original Tongyu, because purple Tongyu can command the insects. However, Wei Mo at that time seemed completely unaware of this matter. Therefore, Li Guanqi had reason to suspect that Wei Mo's original Netherworld talent was 1 level lower than purple Netherworld. Blue Tongyu? If the blood of Tongyu has a blue level, a purple level, and a red level, then Li Guanqi would naturally feel that it should be able to continue to be upgraded and become a golden talent, or even a god-level talent of colorful quality. But since passing through the newbie welfare period in the strange world, Li Guanqi has never received any talent upgrade rewards. He has never obtained any more information about the blood of Tongyu. He asked Shen Kong. But unfortunately, Shen Kong didn't understand this either. But Ares' words at this time undoubtedly gave him hope. Perfect stage? Li Guanqi quickly asked Ares. You just said that the blood of Tongyu is still in perfect condition? What do you mean? Even Shen Kong doesn't know this. Of course he doesn't know. There was some hesitation in Ares' voice. Because this is the knowledge I got in the New Age. And he didn't do well in the New Age. But even I am not really sure that this news is true. Fake. I just heard about it. Are you sure you want to listen? Certainly. Li Guanqi nodded. Don't worry about the truth or falsehood. Just tell me first. Chapter 500 Luo Di, who is chasing Ying Xiao all over the world. All right. Ares groaned, and then said slowly, Master, you also know that the last time I followed was a boy from the Deluyan family. I followed him and listened to the chat between the two Jogong-level ancestors of the Yun family. That is in the nature of small talk. So I'm not sure if it's true or not. But at that time, the two old people at the Jogong level did mention one thing. One of the old men once explored an ancient tomb. The owner of that ancient tomb was Roger, the son of Tongyu, who died 2,000 years ago. He was born in the kingdom of Crow in the west, and his full name was Roger Huggins Stuart Ruth Robert Eisenhower. The Crow kingdom ended 1,200 years ago, and his name is ridiculously long. So I'll just call him Roger. As we all know, as long as the son of Tongyu does not die and practices normally, he can grind to the level of the 9 palaces. But Roger died young. He was only 7 stars and died in a conflict. The cause of his death is a touching story. Roger has a childhood sweetheart who he grew up with. They had already made a lifelong commitment and were planning to hold a wedding. But at that juncture, a son of a great noble from the Violet Empire fell in love with Roger's girlfriend. While Roger was out, he sent someone to kidnap her, humiliate her, rape her, and then casually rape her, throw the body to the bottom of the river. What happens after that is a matter of course. Revenge. But Roger was too impulsive. He didn't understand what it means that a gentleman from the East should take revenge 10 years later. He only knew that the death of his lover needed to be commemorated with blood. And the sooner, the better. He didn't wait. Didn't wait until he became stronger. He went straight to the Violet Empire, rushed into the territory of the great noble, crushed the body and soul of the perpetrator on the spot, and then faced off against the opponent's father and grandfather, the 2 8th-level different blood knights of this family. Roger died there. With 1 against 2. 2 Bagua levels were dragged together to be buried together. The story ends here. This is a touching story. But if you think about it carefully, you will find the irrationality in it. How could Roger, a 7-star conjurer, be able to fight 1 against 2 and drag 2 Bagua levels to be buried with him? Because of this, the ancestor of the Yun family was surprised. After all, the ancestor of the Yun family at that time did not know that the protagonist of this story was a son of Tongyu. It was difficult to imagine how someone could be so strong. Therefore, after hearing this story, the ancestor of the Yun family, out of curiosity and because he was too busy, began to travel to the west to find out the truth about the matter. Eventually, he found Roger's ancient tomb. This tomb was built for him by Roger's sister. Although there is no body of Roger, all of Roger's academic research in his life is buried in it. Among them, he included his research on his own bloodline. It was precisely because of these text records that the ancestor of the Yun family learned that Roger turned out to be the son of Tongyu. However, this did not solve his doubts, but made him more confused. Because although the sons of Tongyu in history are indeed superior in combat power, they are not so outrageous. 7 stars can pull 2 Bagua levels to die together, and the sons of Tongyu are not that strong. So the ancestor of the Yun family began to continue excavating Roger's ancient tomb. Eventually, he found Roger's core research. Roger believes that the blood of Tongyu can evolve. He studied his experiences from childhood to adulthood and believed that from birth to later, the blood of Tongyu in his body went through different stages, bringing him different abilities. However, I don't know what method Roger used to improve the quality of his nether blood. After all, I learned about these things from the chat between the ancestor of the Yun family and another ancestor, and his chat did not include such detailed content. But the ancestor mentioned that Roger divided the blood of Tongyu into 7 stages. The first stage, just to increase the speed of cultivation, so that he can practice faster than his peers. The second stage, increase the spiritual strength. making him a little stronger than his peers. The third stage greatly increases the speed of cultivation, making him the fastest among his peers, making him a top genius. The fourth stage, he suddenly has the ability to command some arthropods such as insects and spiders and scorpions. The same level of cursed insects and spiders and scorpions cultivated by the bestiality master will obey his orders, even if these cursed insects have masters. Stage 5. He can even command spell spirits of the same level. The sixth stage. This is also the last stage that Roger reached before his death. At this time, his spiritual strength increased horribly. The power of one of his fireball spells was comparable to that of others, who fired 100 consecutive shots. And the blood of Tongyu in the sixth stage has one more characteristic. At night, when his spiritual power is overused, his spiritual power, eyes, lips, and hair will turn dark purple. The seventh stage, this is the final stage as predicted by Roger, and it is the most perfect blood that leads to the underworld. But regarding the seventh stage of blood to the netherworld, Roger didn't have any specific description. He just felt that theoretically there should be such a final stage. Master. That's all I know. I just said that you do not seem to have reached the perfect state of the blood of the netherworld. This is the basis. Because regardless of whether Roger's seventh stage actually exists or not, it is just the sixth stage that he has reached. Master, you none have been reached yet. After all, you didn't turn purple when you used your spiritual power at night. Right? When Lake Wanchi heard this, he couldn't help but look thoughtful. Don't the 7 stages of Roger's theory correspond to the 7 talent levels of the system? His current red Tongyu should only be in the 5th stage. There are still 2 stages to improve. In the 6th stage, the strength of the spiritual power skyrockets. If the spiritual power is used excessively at night, the spiritual power, eyes, lips and hair will turn purple. The 7th stage, the most perfect blood of Tongyu? Late at night, the moon is as bright as frost. Tulip Empire, a valley where flowers bloom everywhere. Ing Xiao, who was wearing a gray robe, slowly walked through the path among the flowers, with wisps of purple light escaping from his body. As he moved forward step by step, his black hair and golden eyes gradually turned into a coquettish deep purple, and even his lips turned into this slightly sickly purple. His first star has been pulled, and there are still 6 more to go. No hurry. I'm not in a hurry. Catch him here and wait for him to attract the star. If you let him go freely, you are also waiting for him to attract the star. There is no difference. The perfect blood of Tongyu. I finally see hope. Hee hee. Hee hee. The strange and sinister laughter kept echoing and echoing in the silent night. The spiritual power fluctuations in Ing Zhao's body became more and more violent as time went by, and the purple spiritual light formed a spiritual energy storm that swept across the entire valley. From just now until now, the world's most wanted criminal has always looked like he was facing a formidable enemy, mobilizing all his spiritual power in his body, as if he was on guard against a certain enemy. Elder brother! Suddenly, an old voice sounded. You are indeed still chasing me! Ing Zhao's face was ferocious, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the top of a mountain not far away. His purple eyes filled with evil aura. Under the bright moon, at the top of the mountain, there was an old man wearing a black and gold emperor's robe, standing with his hands behind his hands. His gray hair was fluttering in the wind, and his golden pupils were flashing with complex emotions in the night, including regret and murderous intent. I was really stupid. I actually begged you in a low voice that night. I thought you still had Dalyu in your heart. Even if it's not good, at least you still have the people of the East. But I didn't expect that you don't even have a person in your heart now. Stop it, brother. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, majestic pressure erupted from the old man in emperor's robe, instantly shattering the 100-meter mountain peak at his feet and turning it into dust all over the sky. Ha 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 ha! Ing Xiao raised his head and laughed. Purple light burst out all over his body, and his purple hair was flying. Then come! Let me see how strong a kid who only wiped his nose at my feet is now. Tulip Empire. In the land where greedy wolves lead stars. Perhaps I will have to talk to the ancestor of the Yuan family in the future. The sky is full of stars, and the night is dark. After listening to Ares' story, Li Guanqi couldn't help but think. He is currently only at the 5th stage of the blood of Tongyu, not to mention the most perfect 7th stage, and has not even reached the 6th stage that can greatly increase the strength of his spiritual power. The ancestor of the Yuan family may have found some way to improve the blood of Tongyu from Roger's ancient tomb. Let's talk about the future matters later. Li Guanqi shook his head slightly to disperse these messy thoughts. Now, the only thing he has to do is to continue to leave the stars, completely complete the Beidou sequence, and achieve the 7-star great perfection in the realm. It's time to leave. Well, let me take a look. Li Guanqi took out a pocket watch from his arms, opened the cover, looked at the childhood photo of little Saoirse inside, and gently stroked her 2 braids with his right index finger. Soon, the 2 little braids were undone, and the golden hair was scattered. Buzz! At the same time, the pocket watch flashed with platinum light, and a space portal was opened a few meters away, with the platinum light twisting and changing in it. What kind of mood did Miss Saoirse have when she made this transmitter? Li Guanqi shook his head and laughed. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of person would choose to make something with such a special way of use. Gone! Li Guanqi stepped forward and stepped into the space portal. Speaking of which, I don't know where I will be teleported this time. As soon as Li Guanqi stepped out of the space portal, he had a look of astonishment on his face. What's the situation? He stepped on the charred earth and looked around, his eyes filled with disbelief. As far as this place can be seen, within a radius of thousands of miles, there is a vast expanse of barren, dark, scorched earth, and the ravine texture on the ground is extremely clear and regular, as if a certain being fell from the sky, fell heavily to the ground, and then raised the shock waves spread outward from the center point and exploded layer by layer. And it was just one hit. Judging from the texture of the ravine, it was only one blow. Li Guanqi often caused similar battle marks, but he had never caused such an exaggerated range. It's too exaggerated to explode an area thousands of miles in radius with one blow. In the end, what happened? Li Guanqi flew into the air and looked far into the distance. After careful observation, he found that the traces of the battle directly covered the scope of a huge mountain range, and the geographical environment outside the mountain range could be faintly seen at the very edge. In other words, this blow directly leveled a huge mountain range. Instead of sinking a mountain, level a mountain range. Flatten it. Who is it? Li Guanqi looked shocked. This terrifying power. Geogong level? And he fell back to the ground, squatted down, grabbed a piece of scorched earth, and rubbed it gently. Bits of pitch-black dirt flowed from between the fingers. New! Li Guanqi frowned slightly. This is a new battle mark. It will not last more than 10 days. No, you can't stay here for a long time. Although the probability is very low, there is still a possibility that the person who caused this horrific result will come back here. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Miss Saoirse said that after letting him teleport away, she would wait there for 1 to 10 days until the other party comes to pick her up. However, the current situation, can this place really stay? Buzz? Suddenly, the space beside Li Guanqi fluctuated, and soon a space crack flashing with colorful light appeared. A slim figure slowly walked out. Her blonde hair was tied into a bun, and she was wearing a black and white maid uniform. She was the right-wing commander of the Queen's Wings, Saoirse, the 9th Palace level sorceress. Real or fake? As soon as Saoirse walked out of the space rift, she looked at Li Guanqi in disbelief. It's only been 3 months. Just 3 months. And you've already managed to pull the greedy wolf star? How is this possible? Is it your surname, Li? In fact, is your surname Ming? Miss Saoirse, what's going on here? Li Guanqi did not explain, but looked at the thousands of miles of scorched earth around him, and said in surprise, the Tulip Empire and the Conjuring Academy are at full war? Is this a battlefield between the 9 palaces? No, it's not. As soon as these words came out, Saoirse's face also darkened, and her beautiful golden eyes were full of solemnity. For some reason, the Conjuration Academy has not expressed its stance yet, so the all-out war has not yet started. But the aftermath of those 2 people's pursuit is no worse than an all-out war between our 2 forces. Those 2 people? Li Guanqi became more and more confused. Who? Luo Di and Ying Xiao, Saoirse shouted in a deep voice. What? Li Guanqi was stunned for a moment. He had heard both of these names, but when they appeared together at such a juncture, he was immediately confused. He thought that the war between the Spell Academy and the Tulip Empire would be the main theme next. But these 2 great gods suddenly came out to steal the show? So, this is the aftermath of the battle caused by Luo Di and Ying Xiao. Li Guanqi looked around, looking at the scorched earth with a radius of thousands of miles, with a complicated expression. It's so powerful to be able to create such an environment with one blow. It doesn't stop here. Saoirse gritted her teeth. The chase between them has created countless similar situations. They are running around the world, and they are bringing the whole world into chaos. In the past 3 months, they have always suddenly appeared, blasted each other, and then caused large-scale damage to the environment. If Emperor Luo hadn't been concerned about the survival of ordinary people and would block Ing Xiao's attacks and protect civilians every time he was near the city, the losses to the countries around the world would have been even more severe. Countless small countries will even be destroyed. Only now do I know that the Luo Emperor of the East actually cares about not only the people of Daluo, but also the people of other countries under his protection. He even protects some cities in the Violet Empire. To this day, they are still competing. So who is chasing whom? Li Guanqi asked curiously. You still have to ask? Of course it is Emperor Luo who is after Ing Xiao, Saoirse said, suddenly putting her right thumb into her mouth, gnawing on her nails, her eyes twinkling. No one knows why Emperor Luo suddenly chased Ing Xiao. It's a mystery, and Luo is completely silent on this, without any public statement. But rumors have spread around the world. It is said that the previous rumors were true. Ing Xiao was actually a member of the Ying family, and now Emperor Luo wanted to clean up the family. In addition, the Baguazhou family began to secretly send people to spread rumors, which was nothing more than how irresponsible the Ying family was. Presumably it was to create a public opinion advantage in advance for their subsequent rebellion. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. Emperor Luo hunted down Ing Xiao, and then protected the people of the city along the way. If we don't pursue it, it's all over. So, what is the situation that makes Luo Di go to such trouble to restrain his hands, but still want to hunt down Ing Xiao? It's said that the demigod Luo Di was chasing a person for 3 months with no results. The most wanted criminal in the world seems to be ridiculously powerful. Wait, that's not right. Li Guanqi suddenly remembered something. Isn't that Ing Xiao known as the first person to escape? As long as he wants to hide for so many years, no one can find him. How does Luo Di keep tracking him? If he has the ability to track him, why didn't you pursue it before? But now you chase it with all your strength? God knows. Saoirse looked helpless. But the blonde sorceress looked hesitant, but finally looked at Li Guanqi and said, There is one thing that I can tell you. What? Li Guanqi was stunned. Do you remember the day I took you out of the castle 3 months ago? Saoirse seemed to have thought of some terrible memory, and her face suddenly turned ugly. That day, we met a man in gray clothes. As soon as we met, I was controlled by him. That man, he was Ing Xiao. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. No wonder. No wonder Luo Di and Ing Xiao have been chasing each other for 3 months without deciding the outcome. Because Luo Di is a demigod, and the man in gray robe is also a demigod and despises the powerful existence of the ordinary 9 palaces. Why did Ing Xiao appear in the castle that day? Li Guanqi frowned and asked in a deep voice. Did Her Royal Highness the Queen cooperate with Ing Xiao? Or, as a conjurer, Ing Xiao went to assassinate the Queen on behalf of the Conjuration Academy that day? Miss Saoirse, Her Highness the Queen is now. How's it going? I don't know. I don't know any of this. Saoirse shook her head in distress, as if remembering these problems made her very anxious. There are a lot of bad things happening in the Empire now, and the Queen actually chose to keep silent and didn't tell us until today. We don't know it all. Know what happened that day. I only know. Saoirse raised her head and looked to the west, her golden eyes full of confusion. That day, Ing Xiao and the Queen stayed in the room for several hours, discussing something unknown. And then, suddenly, that an Eastern Emperor came to the palace. Our demigods from the Tulip Empire rushed out immediately. But, one punch. Just one punch. With just one punch, Luo Di sent the Protector Knight flying half a planet away from our Tulip, and flew to the border of the Iabel Prairie in the east, where he was seriously injured. After Luo Di defeated the Protector Knight, he did not pursue the victory, but rushed straight to the palace castle, entered the Queen's room, and tried to capture Ing Xiao. Ing Xiao fled, of course. And then Luo Di began a 3-month pursuit that has not ended yet. This was Luo Di's first public action in decades, since he ascended the throne and proclaimed himself emperor, since he fought against the 9 masters of the parliament in a representative battle in the Violet Imperial capital. He was silent for many years. Then this time he took action and defeated the demigod of our Tulip Empire with just one punch. He was terrifyingly strong. Chapter 501, Conjuration Academy invades. All-out war begins. What a terrifying old emperor. Li Guanqi looked complicated. Okay, Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about you. Saoirse looked at Li Guanqi in front of her, carefully looked at his white hair and blue eyes, and said with suspicion, Mr. Li, your surname is not actually Li, but Ing. Right. You are from the Ing royal family. Left behind an illegitimate child outside. Right. Otherwise, how could he successfully attract the greedy wolf star in just 3 months? I'm really not. But it's hard to explain. Li Guanqi smiled helplessly and said, Sorry, Miss Saoirse. I can't tell you too much. But if I guess correctly, Her Royal Highness the Queen should have told you not to ask me too many things. Right. Indeed. Indeed. Saoirse was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. That's right. I went overboard and shouldn't ask these questions. Then let's go and head to the second starguiding place. Please wait a moment. Saoirse turned around, her back to Li Guanqi, and her hands began to strike the void gracefully as if playing a piano, causing the space in front of her to ripple in circles and fluctuate endlessly. Just like last time. 10 minutes later, a space portal filled with platinum light appeared in front of them. Don't let go. Saoirse grabbed Li Guanqi's left hand and led him into it. After a moment of dizziness and nausea, Li Guanqi once again came to a world of scattered stars. It's just that it's different from the forest lakes and greedy wolf's land of stars. This place is an endless white desert. The stars in the night sky combined with the white sand desert make it feel quite vast and majestic. This is the place where Tianxian Giant Gate Star attracts stars. Li Guanqi had already experienced it once. So the second time he passed through this kind of space portal, the dizziness was no longer strong, and he quickly returned to normal and looked at the surrounding environment. A vast desert with bright stars. Beidou sequence. The giant gate that guides the second star. Mr. Li, I'll leave first. Saoirse stood next to the platinum portal and pointed to Li Guanqi's arms. Be sure to keep that pocket watch well. Please keep everything else the same as last time. There is nothing more to say. Thank you, Miss Saoirse. Li Guanqi lowered his head slightly. Bye-bye. Saoirse waved her hand, then turned around and stepped into the space portal. Following the closed portal, she disappeared into this desert star attraction. The second star. The giant gate. Li Guanqi looked at the brilliant stars in the sky and couldn't help but smile. After pulling this star, he will be able to obtain the Giant God, ability that is very similar to the legendary Fatan Xiang Di. He can become as huge as a mountain. In that state, his defense and attack power will grow rapidly. Of course, the side effects are that the speed slows down, and there is a chance of becoming silent, which is a bit difficult, huh? Etc. Side effect? Shunku. Li Guanqi asked aloud in his mind. I have finished pulling the greedy wolf star, but I don't feel that any of my desires have been enhanced. Does this mean that I have no chance of triggering the side effects of the greedy wolf star? That's not true. Shunku quickly responded. The side effects of pulling the stars are all subtle manifestations. There is nothing that appears immediately. If you don't feel it now, you can't say you won't feel it in the future. And if you don't feel it yourself, it doesn't mean that others don't feel it. But Master, you can rest assured that you have us here. Even if you don't notice it yourself, at least we can detect your changes. If we feel it one day, we will remind you. Of course, it's just a reminder. The side effects of pulling the stars are almost unsolvable. Alright. Li Guanqi was helpless and did not discuss the matter further. He spread out his soul power, found an oasis with a lake in this starlight desert, and rushed there quickly. In the Beidou sequence, there are 7 starguiding places, each of which has slightly different starguiding methods. For example, Greedy Wolf leads the stars is to find wet soil at the bottom of the lake to lay out the formation diagram. As for the giant gate to attract stars, the goal is to find an oasis with a lake in this desert. Logically speaking, there should be a kind of water lotus that emits silver starlight growing in that lake. He needs to cut out a pattern on the water lotus, and then lie on it to guide the stars. To be honest, Li Guanqi really couldn't figure out how the founder of these starguiding methods came up with the idea of doing this. Oasis! Soon, Li Guanqi saw an oasis in the vast desert, and quickly flew over, heading straight for the lake. However, when he got closer, the oasis dissipated like smoke and ceased to exist. Li Guanqi stopped, suspended in midair, looking at the empty white desert with a stunned expression. Desert illusion? Mirage? But he is a 7-star alien-blooded human, so his visual ability will be deceived by the mirage in the desert? And the reason why he flew here was because he had scanned this oasis through his previous soul power scan. The place that attracts stars is truly amazing. Li Guanqi laughed dumbly, and released his soul power again to scan the desert. After locking in a few oases, he quickly flew away. Then 3 more attempts came to nothing. All like mirages. It wasn't until the 4th time that he truly came to this oasis in the white desert. The water lotus that attracts stars. That's it. Li Guanqi stood on the shore of a lake in the oasis, and nodded slightly. I saw huge round water lilies floating on the lake that were all golden, emitting golden light, and with a radius of 3 meters. They were particularly eye-catching in the night. Call out! Li Guanqi tapped the ground with his toes, jumped out, and jumped onto one of the water lotuses. With a hook of his finger, ice blue spiritual power flew out and began to cut on the water lotus, gradually drawing a pattern. According to the relevant knowledge that Saoirse originally passed on to him about the starguiding method, this kind of water lotus can only grow in the lakes of the giant gate starguiding land, and will die once taken out. And this kind of water lily is extremely special, even if all the water lilies in the lake are uprooted. In a few days, complete large water lilies will appear in the lake again. Buzz! When Li Guanqi carved the water lotus into a formation, the golden water lotus under his feet suddenly changed from gold to silvery white like the stars surrounding it. The surrounding silver stars began to gather and merged with the silver water lotus. It's about to begin. It took me 3 months to pull the greedy wolf star. I don't know how long it will take me to pull this giant star. The voice gradually became blurred, like a whisper. Li Guanqi lay on the silver-white water lotus shrouded in starlight. His consciousness gradually dimmed, and he closed his eyes. Unlike the last time he pulled greedy wolf star, this time he couldn't help but close his eyes, and naturally it was difficult to see whether there was any starry sky reflected in his eyes. However, the exposed parts of his face, such as his face, neck, and the back of his hands, gradually appeared with silver luminous textures, which flickered bright and dark along with the silver light emitted by the water lotus under him. Not only that, if he looked up at the night sky from this angle, he could see that in the vast starry sky, the second star of the spoon, composed of 7 stars, began to burst out with starlight, which looked particularly dazzling. Brilliant. The second star in the beta sequence, Juman, begins to pull. Tulip Empire, Royal Palace, Senate Hall, including Queen Isabel. A total of 18 seats next to the Silver Round Table have all been taken. Not all Jiugong-level Tulip people can become members of the Tulip Council of Elders. But if you want to join the Council of Elders, you must be a native-born Jiugong-level Tulip person. I don't know what the point of the Queen's meeting is at this time. A blond young man wearing platinum armor leaned back on the chair and sat casually on the seat, looking around in surprise. Convening a meeting is nothing more than a discussion. The question is, what are we going to discuss now? What are we discussing? Discuss the handling of Aijin City and the original Blue Town? Those 2 cities were destroyed because of Luo Di and Ing Xiao. So what? Do we want to ask them for compensation? I think I am already the youngest among you. But I am not that naive. Let alone all the elders. So, for this meeting, after everyone has arrived, I have been sitting here stupidly for half an hour. Can anyone tell me, what is the purpose of wasting my time for so long? Queen, my lord. At the end of the sentence, the blond young man turned his head and looked at the beautiful queen at the head of the round table. His eyes were unkind, and the last 2 words were pronounced very strongly. Erwin, I remember I said at the beginning, wait for me for a while. The information will arrive soon, and we will not officially start the meeting until the information arrives. Isabel glanced at him and said coldly, are you so impatient? Do you know what you're talking about? The blond young man Erwin was very impatient. The time of the elders is so precious. You actually want us to come here and wait for you. Can't you wait until you get all the bad information before gathering us? Do you know that I... Boom! The expressionless Isabel suddenly slapped the table vigorously, directly interrupting the other party's words. The sound echoed in the empty hall. Erwin looked ugly and looked around, only to find that the elders next to him all lowered their heads and remained silent. These people are no longer like they used to be. Whenever he choked the queen, they all echoed her. Because the queen has maintained absolute rationality for nearly 100 years since she gave birth to Wang Xian, and has never issued any wrong government decrees for them to criticize verbally, or some acts of bending the law or abusing private rights for personal gain. They don't even know if they want to find trouble. Find any reason. The most important thing is that the queen is no longer as weak as she was back then. Most of the connections between the new magicians and the Tulip Empire were due to the queen. At this time, The round table seemed to have only 18 seats. But in fact there were many invisible seats. The people sitting on those invisible seats are new magicians wearing platinum robes, who have not been here, but do exist. With the help of the new magicians, Queen Tulip's position in the Empire is constantly approaching Luo Emperor's position in the Great Luo Dynasty. Erwin, this is your last warning. Isabel stared at him with a cold voice. If your brain is not good, just freeze your brain at home temporarily while attending the meeting. There is no need to bring it here to embarrass you. Erwin gritted his teeth and finally snorted, and did not continue speaking. And Isabel also withdrew her gaze, closed her eyes to rest, and calmed down. She kept telling herself in her heart that in this world, there would be idiots and waste everywhere. Even the Council of Elders, the highest authority body of the Tulip Empire, was meaningless. Buzz. A few minutes later, a golden ring on the index finger of Isabel's right hand suddenly flew arrest. This news immediately made everyone in the Elder Council, who had been silent for a long time, become restless. However, Isabel's face did not look good. Call. A few seconds later, she took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression, the information has been confirmed. Just now, rankled Toby, the dean of the main school of the Conjuring Academy and a 9th-level conjuring master, has led 5 Jogon-level conjurer secretly sneaks into our country. This is the prelude to all-out war. What? A member of the Elder Council looked shocked. But there is no alarm in the Magician Academy's global defense system, because they didn't use space teleportation to alert the enemy. Isabel's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. They sneaked in from the Oregon coastline on the southern border, obviously with the intention of assassinating. In the south, their first target must be the formation master of our empire, Marshal Joseph. Everyone. The School of Conjuration has invaded, and a full-scale war has begun. The war has begun. Her Royal Highness the Queen of the Tulip Empire stood up suddenly, stood and looked around, glanced at everyone, and finally raised her right hand solemnly, clenched it into a fist, pounded her left chest hard, and shouted loudly, "May the God of Light grant us glory! May the God of Light grant us glory!" More than a dozen members of the Elder Council stood up and echoed loudly, "I think it's better for you to fight for the glory yourself." Erwin, the blond young man who was the first to quarrel with the Queen, also stood up and turned away with firm eyes. The red cloak behind his platinum light armor fluttered slightly. At this moment, compared to the goddess who has been dead for who knows how long, I believe more in the knight's spear in my hand. Old Marshal Joseph cannot die. His knowledge of formations is more important than 100 of me. I will lead my family to the south to protect him personally. If those magicians want to assassinate me, they will step over my body first. I don't have time to stay here and chat with you. I'll go over first. You can discuss it, and tell me what comes out of the discussion. Then you can tell me. Boom! Erwin pushed open the palace door, and faced the bright sunshine outside. After taking a few steps, he tore open the rift in space, and rushed to the south. Seeing this scene, Isabel's eyes flickered, and she finally lowered her head slightly towards the place where Erwin left. I take back my previous opinion of you. The young man who suffered from the shadow of his ancestors has grown into a knight worthy of my respect. Everyone! Isabel raised her head, glanced at the remaining members of the Senate, and said in a deep voice, I declare that the meeting has officially begun. 3 months later, Tulip Empire, the place where giant gates attract stars. Boom! In the oasis of the White Desert, the lake filled with golden water, lilies exploded with starlight, and erupted with surging spiritual energy. Call, with a breath as heavy as thunder. The starlight gradually dissipated, and the violent spiritual power was controlled and quickly subsided. On the only silver-white water lily in the lake, Li Guanqi slowly stood up. The luminous silver texture on his face, neck, and back of his hands gradually dissipated until it no longer existed. The second star of the Big Dipper, the giant gate, is completed. Spiritual power, LV73 LV.75. 75.2, spell 7 star. Comprehensive level, LV77 LV.78. Beidou sequence, 2 out of 7. Roar! Li Guanqi suddenly let out a roar, and his blue eyes burst into silvery white stars. He suddenly rose up from the ground, flew into the distance, and came to the center of the desert far away from the oasis. And then silver veins began to appear all over his body. Immediately afterwards, his whole body began to expand at an alarming speed. And in the blink of an eye it became 10 meters, 100 meters, and finally 1,000 meters high, like a mountain giant. Not only that, He also unfolded his Liangyi form and turned into a three-headed and six-armed body with two wings on his back. As the heavenly god armor on his body grew in size, it also transformed back into the form of the platinum bright light armor, finally fitting his huge body perfectly. A mountain giant with 3 heads and 6 arms, 2 flaming wings on its back, wearing a god's armor, and a height of 1,000 meters, appeared in the middle of the white desert, as if there were stars above its head and a sea of sand under its feet. Giant star technique, giant god. Even though it's 1,000 meters high, the starry sky is still far away. Li Guanqi raised his head, looking at the stars that seemed so close, but actually still far away in the sky, feeling emotional. Shudkong, how long has it been? He asked in his mind. 3 months and 1 day. Shudkong quickly responded. It took 2 days less than last time. It seems that I won't be able to complete the Beidou sequence of 7 stars before returning to reality. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. It took 3 months to pull Greedy Wolf Star, and 3 months to pull Giant Gate Star. 6 months have passed in a blink of an eye. Plus the first half of the month I spent in the Sakura Shogunate. A little more than half a year has passed since the 6th time in the strange world. According to this calculation, when he returns to reality, he can only pull 4 stars. I hope the 7th weird world will allow me to stay longer. Li Guanqi whispered to himself. Buzz. 1 minute later, the giant god state reached the time limit, and Li Guanqi returned to his normal appearance. How long does 1 minute of transformation last? It's time to go out. I don't know if another 3 months have passed before the Tulip Empire and the School of Conjuration have gone into full-scale war. Li Guanqi took out Saoirse's pocket watch from his arms, opened the space portal like last time, and left this giant gate to attract stars. Paji! Li Guanqi walked out of the platinum portal and stepped on the ground. However, what he felt was not the feeling of stepping on the ground, but a soft and sticky feeling. Also, there was a strong bloody smell that was so pungent that it was nauseating. Li Guanqi lowered his head and looked at the puddle of blood he had stepped on. His expression ugly. Quagmire? Li Guanqi raised his right foot and looked at the piece of dark red meat stuck to the sole of the shoe, and his heart became heavier. No, it's not dirt. What he stepped on was human flesh and blood squeezed together to form a bloody paste. Well, Li Guanqi looked around, finally raised his head, closed his eyes, and sighed softly. Quack! The setting sun was like blood, and many crows were hovering in the dark red sky, making an unpleasant cry. Under the sky, among the withered woods, on the ground around Li Guanqi, there were hundreds of broken corpses of tulip knights, and more than a dozen broken corpses of black-robed conjurers. They just followed the numerous broken armors and broken weapons, lying on the ground soaked in blood. Instead of finding rest, they were being eaten by countless scavenging demon species. The war has begun. Chapter 502, Tongyu Blood Poison. Tarot Card Prophecy. But why? The dark red sunset gradually sets. Li Guanqi stood in the wood strewn with corpses, looking at the hundreds of bloody corpses around him with a surprised expression. Hundreds of tulip knights. A dozen black-robed conjurers. It is impossible for all of them to be at the Jyogon level. And judging from the surrounding battlefield traces, this group of people is probably not even at the Sankai level, and is just a small battlefield for the Liangyi level. But why? Conventional war is a kind of war started between countries for their own interests. Basically, some things cannot be agreed upon on the table, and then they are discussed on the battlefield. The essence is to use a competition to determine the distribution of benefits, so there will be no fighting between life and death, nor will the Jyogon level or even the Bagua level be sent out. And the all-out war is not for any profit, but for the ultimate fight to the death. And everyone at the Jyogon level will participate in the war. If the new school of magicians were recognized as orthodox, it would be equivalent to a schism in the school of magic. Therefore, the war in which the Tulip Empire united with the new magicians to challenge the Magic Academy was not a conventional war, but an all-out war involving the Jyogon level. The goal of the Magic Academy was to completely destroy the new magicians. So, why would junior soldiers join the battlefield in this situation? This is completely meaningless. The all-out war with an extraordinary world view is about the top combat power. As long as the winner is determined at the level of the 9 palaces, the war will have a result. In other words, no matter how the battlefield is fought below the Jyogon level, it will not have any impact on the final battle situation. Under such circumstances, it is meaningless and completely unreasonable for junior soldiers to join the battlefield. So what happened? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Something that he didn't know about must have happened between the Tulip Empire and the School of Magic, which caused the junior soldiers to join the battlefield. Wait a minute. When Miss Saoirse comes over, you should be able to know the truth. I hope she didn't die in the battle. Li Guanqi sighed softly. Then he looked around and looked at the corpses around him with emotion in his eyes. Dead Tulip Knights, may the God of Light grant you glory. Dead magicians, may you still seek knowledge in the next life. Rest in peace, everyone. Boom! After 2 simple prayers, Li Guanqi waved his hand and used the earth-turning technique to turn over several layers of land in the forest, burying all the corpses more than 10 meters underground, so that they would not be killed by the scavenging monsters on the ground. Defile the body. As an Oriental, Li Guanqi always felt that even if he could not return to his roots, he should at least rest in peace. Call out! Then, Li Guanqi tapped the ground with his toes, jumped onto the treetop, leaned against the tree trunk, and waited quietly. This wait lasts for several days. During this period, the sun and moon changed. The scorching sun rose and set, and the bright moon appeared and disappeared. Saoirse never came. But Li Guanqi was not in a hurry, because after pulling 2 stars in succession, the strength of his spiritual power directly increased several levels. At the same time, he also felt that his control of his spiritual power had become worse, and he was no longer so meticulous. So while he was waiting these days, he was also practicing controlling his spiritual power. But it's too long. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 10 days, 12 days. The gentle-looking Jogan-level female sorcerer, who always tied her blonde hair into a bun, never came to see Li Guanqi. But she clearly said that it would come within 1 to 10 days. Died? Li Guanqi didn't know. But because his control of spiritual power was not perfect yet, he chose to continue to practice where he was. And at the same time, he could continue to wait there. Sometimes, waiting has no results. But sometimes, waiting pays off. Buzz? Day 15. Li Guanqi was standing on the grass, practicing the perfect control of his spiritual power, when a spatial crack suddenly appeared next to him. He suddenly looked overjoyed. But then my heart skipped a beat. I saw a slim figure slowly emerging from the space crack that distorted the colorful light, and staggered out of it, with an extremely weak breath. Miss Saoirse? Li Guanqi's expression changed drastically, and he quickly reached out to support the other party. Puff! The pale-faced Saoirse leaned into his arms, and before she could take a breath for a few seconds, she suddenly spurted out a mouthful of purple-black poisonous blood, directly spraying it on Li Guanqi's chest, causing white smoke to emit from the heavenly god armor on his body. And he screamed. Zitzi sound. Good guy! Ares' voice rang in Li Guanqi's mind. Fortunately, she didn't spray in the face. And thank you, Master, for wearing me. Otherwise, this mouthful of black blood would be enough to burn through your 7-star physique. Ares has unlocked the 8th level, and can completely resist Budwa-level attacks. Only Jogan-level attacks can break his defense. However, at this time, under the ablation of Saoirse's poisonous blood, the surface of the armor actually appeared. White smoke came out. If it were Li Guanqi's current physique, he would indeed be burned through. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. This poisonous blood is so terrifying. But Saoirse is just a magician and her body is extremely weak. How can she withstand the poisonous blood remaining in her body? Spiritual power package! Li Guanqi put Saoirse down and made her lie flat on the grass. After checking, he found that she had wrapped all the poisonous blood in her body with spiritual power, so that her body was not burned through by the poisonous blood. But this only treats the symptoms and not the root cause, because the spiritual power will eventually be exhausted. If the poisonous blood is not resolved, Saoirse will run out of spiritual power sooner or later, and then die. At least this physical body cannot be saved. What about the soul? No matter how bad a Jogan-level magician is, his soul can still reach the 8th level, and he can completely leave the body and survive in the form of a dead soul for a long time. Miss Saoirse? Li Guanqi shook her shoulders, but the other person's face was pale. Her eyes were closed, and sweat was dripping from her forehead. Although she seemed to be still alive, she didn't respond at all to his call. Not conscious? There is something wrong with the soul too. Li Guanqi gritted his teeth. Sure enough, to be able to poison the Jogan level must be a double blow to the body and soul. Help me! Suddenly, Saoirse murmured softly and raised her bloody right hand tremblingly. What? Li Guanqi reached out to hold her soft little hand, leaned down, and listened carefully to the other party's voice. Miss Saoirse, How should I save you? Has the Imperial capital fallen? Should I send you back to the Imperial capital to find Her Royal Highness the Queen now? No, no. Saoirse's face showed pain. Her voice became weaker and hoarse. No, I can't go to the Imperial capital. You, Mr. Lee, you can save me. Only you can save. At the end of the sentence, the seriously injured female sorcerer fainted completely after her body trembled violently. Ah? Li Guanqi's face was full of surprise. Can't go to the Imperial capital? Only he can save it? What kind of statement is this? Something's wrong. The voice of the magic knife suddenly sounded, with a deep solemnity. Ares, shrink down. Don't protect this kid's body. WTF? Ares was stunned. Also, kid, slap this woman on the chest and make her spurt another mouthful of blood onto you. Not only did the demon sword not answer, but he once again made a shocking statement. Why? Shadcom also made a confused sound. It's too troublesome to explain. If you want her to live, just do it quickly. Demon Sword's voice was full of impatience. By the time I finish explaining from beginning to end, this bitch will be dead a long time ago. Do you want to listen to my lecture, or do you want to save people? Damn, you have the same virtue as the god of death. Shadcom was speechless for a moment. I didn't even explain what I was doing. Li Guanqi frowned slightly, but looking at Saoirse, whose breath was getting weaker, he still said in a deep voice, Ares, do as you say. Shrink, and don't protect my body. Yes. Ares didn't raise any objection, just obeyed the order and shrank into a black dot, attached to Li Guanqi's left shoulder. From then on, Li Guanqi had no other protection except his close-fitting black singlet. He looked at Saoirse, who was lying on the ground and was unconscious. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly patted her chest. Puff! The force of this palm was not heavy, but it was enough to make Saoirse spit out blood. Purple-black poisonous blood spurted out from her mouth. And then the spiritual power surrounding the poisonous blood gradually dissipated, causing the poisonous blood to evaporate. Due to the positions of Li Guanqi and Saoirse, it was natural that the blood sprayed directly onto his forearm. However, Li Guanqi looked in disbelief. Even the Imperial Divine Armor, which was completely immune to 8th level attacks, had just been ablated by this poisonous blood and was emitting white smoke. However, when the poisonous blood came into contact with his body, it did not cause any damage to his skin except burning through the black clothes. Really? The voice of the magic knife sounded again. This is poison! A poison made based on the blood of Tongyu. Since this kid himself is also the physique of a son of Tongyu, the poison of Tongyu blood will not cause harm to him. If my guess is correct. Boy, cut the flesh, bleed it, and feed it to this woman. Without any hesitation, Li Guanqi cut a bleeding mark directly on the palm of his right hand with 2 fingers of his left hand, and began to bleed it to Saoirse. Saoirse, who was in a coma, started to drink the blood as soon as she drank it. As she drank more and more blood, her pale face gradually returned to color, and her aura began to recover. Soon, Saoirse opened her golden eyes, her eyes bright. Any more? Li Guanqi wrapped his bleeding right hand with his left hand, and said with a smile, No, no need. Saoirse blinked and seemed a little dazed. Sure? Li Guanqi asked again. Uh-huh. Saoirse nodded slightly. All the poison in the body has disappeared. That's good. Li Guanqi breathed a sigh of relief and shook his right hand. The blood marks healed and stopped bleeding. Saoirse looked at him blankly and murmured, Live! I'm alive! It's you? You saved me! Only now did Saoirse come back to her senses completely. She sat up from the ground and looked at Li Guanqi in disbelief, with a surprised smile on her face. You saved me! You really saved me! The prophecy was successful. I'm alive! Thank you! Thank you, Mr. Lee! As she spoke, she suddenly opened her hands and hugged Li Guanqi tightly, with tears streaming down her eyes. Li Guanqi didn't make any moves. He was just confused. Prophecy? Never mind. Having just come back from HL, it is inevitable to be excited. Let's ask her about the situation later. As for now, he had another question to ask in his mind. Lumo, thank you very much. Can you tell me now? Sigh, it's really troublesome to explain. There was deep helplessness in Demon Sword's voice. I am not Shad Kong. I am not interested in telling the ins and outs of everything and also popularizing history. Okay, listen. Saoirse was poisoned by a blood-based poison. In the old days, we called it the blood virus. The source blood virus is a poison prepared based on human blood. The higher the person's cultivation level, the stronger the poison produced. Such people are called toxins. There are many antidotes for blood-borne viruses, and I can provide 7 prescriptions. However, the simplest one is to find the poison source and use the poison source's own pure blood to detoxify. Saoirse was infected with the blood virus. The most important thing is, according to my induction, the source blood for making this poison is the blood of Tong Yu. And you, boy, you are the son of Tong Yu. Of course you are not the toxin, but you need to know that in this world, many types of blood with special constitutions have common characteristics and are the perfect candidates for blood transfusions. So to be honest, I was just guessing just now. Since you are all sons of Tong Yu, then maybe the source blood virus created using Tong Yu's blood can be detoxified using another person's Tong Yu's blood? This is speculation. But it turns out I was right. Although it stands to reason that the poison can be detoxified with just 1 drop of the poison source's blood. But you fed Saoirse almost 3 large cups. But after all, you are not the poison primordial. And it doesn't matter. The important thing is that now the poison has been resolved. Notice, I just said that the toxicity of the source blood virus depends on the strength of the toxin. This source of blood virus can poison Saoirse, who is at the Geogong level, which means that the poisonous original body with the blood of Netherworld must also be at the Geogong level. In other words, kid, besides you, somewhere in this world, there is a son of Tong Yu, and he is at the Geogong level. Oh, right. The blood-borne virus is contagious. It is not only a poison, but also the source of a plague. That's why Saoirse won't let you take her to the Imperial capital, because she's worried that not only will the poison fail to be cured, but it will also infect the entire Imperial capital. At this point, the magic knife stopped. I see. Li Guanqi looked at Saoirse sitting in his arms, his eyes twinkling. Son of Tong Yu. Geogong level? Miss Saoirse. Li Guanqi grabbed Saoirse's shoulders and pushed her out of his arms. Then he looked at her beautiful golden eyes and said seriously, have your emotions stabilized? I have many things to ask you, such as prophecy. You mentioned the prophecy just now, and your remarks before coma were also very strange, saying that only I can save you. What is going on? A prophecy is a prophecy. Saoirse took out a stack of purple cards from her space ring and waved them in front of Li Guanqi's eyes. Tarot cards? Li Guanqi was stunned. Uh-huh. Saoirse nodded and said slowly, when I still had some energy left, I used the prophecy deck to calculate my own destiny. The final result was a narrow escape from death. The only chance of survival lies in the east. I didn't understand what it meant at first, and thought the antidote to poison was in the east. But isn't this still death? The east is so big, but I don't have time to look for it slowly. But I quickly remembered another point. Maybe the meaning of east does not refer to the eastern continent, but to the people. And in my 600 years of life, I have always been guarding the queen. Apart from Mr. Wang Xiu, who has passed away long ago, there is only one Oriental person I can really count as knowing. That is, having said this, Saoirse looked at Li Guanqi in front of her, her beautiful eyes bright. It's you, Mr. Li. My prediction was successful, and my interpretation of the prediction was also correct. I found you, and you saved me. So amazing. Li Guanqi lowered his head and glanced at the tarot deck in the opponent's hand. Prophecy exists in the weird world, and the Tulip Empire's tarot prophecy is one of the most famous. Before she died, Saoirse successfully relied on her tarot card prediction skills to choose to come to Li Guanqi and seize the glimmer of hope. So, what happened? Li Guanqi looked at Saoirse and asked with furrowed brows. The last time we met was 3 months ago. The war hadn't started yet. Right? But now the war has started. Right? Since the war has started, then shouldn't it be a total war? Why would low-level soldiers join the war? Because of Ying Xiao's gift. Hearing this, Saoirse straightened her expression and said seriously, normally speaking, a full-scale war will cause lower casualties than a conventional war, because only the Geogong class participates in the war, either in single combat or group battles, assassinations, etc. In short, the war will be over if the winner is determined at the Geogong level. Conventional troops will basically not be used, and the casualties to civilians and ordinary soldiers will not be too great. But it's different now, because at the beginning of the war 2 months ago, Ying Xiao came to our Tulip Empire and gave us the National Destiny Condensation Method. National Destiny? Li Guanqi thought for a moment. Isn't this word and this power unique to the Daluo dynasty? The method of condensing national destiny? So Ying Xiao is indeed the Ying family royal family. Then he is stealing state secrets? Treason? Chapter 503 Wei Mo's Master. Clues to the blood of Tong Yu. Ying Xiao stole the Luo's secrets and committed treason? That's not right either. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi shook his head helplessly. Ying Xiao is a magician. Given the pathological, discriminatory, and exclusionary attitude of the Great Luo dynasty towards magicians, to be honest, if a magician from the Great Luo dynasty chooses to treason, there is no need to scold him at all, because this is basically a reasonable thing. Just like Wei Mo back then. With such talent in spells, he would be a proud man in any country in the world. However, when he was reincarnated, he was unlucky. He was born directly in the Daluo dynasty and was imprisoned by Shuezong since he was a child. He was said to have died in infancy. I have to say, it is touching, being born in the Daluo dynasty. For a disabled child with spell qualifications, it was lish start. No, the same. At this time, Saoirse shook her head slightly, with a hint of splendor in her beautiful eyes. Whether Ying Xiao is from the Ying family royal family, or whether he is a traitor to the country by stealing secrets, I don't care for the moment. But the result is that he has condensed our national destiny. Law is obviously different from the Daluo dynasty. The Daluo dynasty handed over the country to one person. What Ying Xiao does is give the country's fortune to a group of people. The method of condensing the national destiny of the Daluo dynasty is to condense the national destiny of a dynasty and provide a Jiugong level, so that his combat power far exceeds that of the same level, which is the so-called demigod class, and it will still take effect when leaving the Daluo border. However, the national destiny condensation method given to us by Ying Xiao does not have such a function. It can only spread the national destiny of the Tulip Empire to all the Jiugong level Tulip people. The stronger the national destiny, the stronger the increase in combat power it will provide. Thanks to this, since the beginning of the war, when the Jiugong class of our empire faced the Jiugong class of the Conjuring Academy, they have basically won more and lost less, and have the upper hand. The Conjuring Academy has not achieved any results, and was even killed by us. 2 Jiugong level people died, but we couldn't counterattack, because the increase in national luck will become invalid once it leaves the territory of the Tulip Empire. Therefore, as long as the Jiugong level of the Conjuration Academy exits the country, they don't have to worry about our pursuit. For a time, the battle situation reached a stalemate. We can't beat the School of Conjuration when we go out. When the School of Conjuration comes in, we can't beat, well, to be honest, it can't be called a draw. After they come in, we will be in a draw, and we can't tell the winner. But soon, the School of Conjuration changed its strategy. It is precisely this change in strategic policy that caused the death rate of civilians in our Tulip Empire to increase sharply. Countless cities were massacred. Countless families were broken up, and countless people were displaced. Speaking of this, Saoirse's eyes flashed with sadness. Oh! Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed. So this new strategy is why conventional armies join the battlefield? Spellcraft has discovered that as long as the national destiny condensation method is still there, they can't defeat our 9 palaces. Saoirse sat on the grass, lowered her head, clutching a handful of weeds with her little hand stained with dried blood, and said bitterly with tears in her eyes. So, the School of Conjuration began to think about how to weaken our Tulip Empire. National destiny. Finally they found the most direct way. Massacre the city. The more Tulip civilians die, the more disappointed the Tulip civilians will be with the Empire, which will lead to a rapid decline in the national destiny of our Empire. Therefore, the Magic Academy changed its strategic policy from the initial attack on the 9 palaces to an invasion of the country. It reduced our national destiny by massacring the city and killing soldiers and imperial subjects, thereby weakening the increase in the power of the national destiny on us. When they are reduced to a certain level, they will completely start a counterattack. At first, their Jiugong class chose to massacre the city alone, but our empire's Jiugong class also went to defend. And eventually it became a stalemate situation where you can't catch me, and I can't kill you. As a result, the conventional armies of both sides began to formally enter the battlefield. Regular armies fight each other. Once a Jiugong level warrior joins the battle, the Jiugong level warrior on the opposite side will also come out to resist. This is equal to king versus king, general versus general, and soldier versus soldier. Due to the stalemate between the Jiugong level combat power and the conventional forces of both sides, After 2 months of fighting, the situation between us and the Curse Academy has now become a confrontation between conventional armies. Jyogon level rarely shows up anymore, because as soon as they show up, the opponent will send corresponding combat power to compete. But the final result is just no result. Therefore, the current war is a war of conventional armies. If the victory of the regular army of the Conjuration Academy reduces our national destiny to a certain extent, without the increase in national destiny, our 9 palaces of Tulip Empire will eventually lose and lead to the destruction of the country. If the regular army of our Tulip Empire wins and completely defends the country's border, then the School of Magic cannot be attacked for a long time, and they will have no choice but to retreat. From now on, the power of the new magicians will completely take root in the sea of flowers of our Tulip Empire. At this point, Saoirse stopped. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, had mixed emotions. Who would have thought that this was supposed to be an all-out war with the Jyogon class as the protagonist? But in the end, it was completely changed because of Ying Xiao's national destiny condensation method. The survival of the country would eventually fall on the conventional army. Ying Xiao changed the course of the entire war. It was precisely because of the methods he provided that more and more civilians died, and more innocent people died. So now it has become a tug-of-war of attrition. Li Guanqi thought for a while, frowned and said, "What is consumed is the number of regular troops. But what is the benefit to the Tulip Empire? Is there really any victory? After all, if you leave the borders of the Tulip Empire, the national fortune will not be able to provide an increase. In other words, it is impossible for you to counterattack the School of Conjuration. Wouldn't this mean there is no victory? After all, the worst outcome for the Conjuration Academy is just a retreat. If they retreat, what benefits can your Tulip Empire reap?" "Oh?" Saoirse blinked her beautiful golden eyes. "Benefits? Mr. Li, do you still not know the true purpose of this war?" Li Guanqi was startled. The next moment, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry. I made everyone stupid by attracting stars. I just remembered it now." How could he forget that the war between the Tulip Empire and the Conjuration Academy was not originally about obtaining any land or resources, but just to avoid Luo Di persisting and retreating until the Conjuration Academy is the greatest victory. Because, as long as the Tulip Empire still recognizes the orthodox and independent status of the new sect of magicians, they will always be enemies of the School of Magic, and they will still be in a long-term state of hostility with the School of Magic. Only in this way can the Luo Emperor of the Eastern Dynasty rest assured that Tulip will not wait for his death to attack the Daluo Dynasty. After all, there is still a School of Magic watching, and it is impossible for the Tulip Empire to spread its forces to invade other countries under such circumstances. This is the Tulip Empire. They knew that accepting new magicians would cause war, but they still chose to do so for the sole purpose of reassuring Luo Di. Only if Luo Di is reassured will he not choose to risk his life to destroy the Tulip Empire before he dies of old age. Interesting to say. Tulip Empire plus new school magician. School of Conjuration. Strictly speaking, both parties are Western forces, because the main campus of the Conjuring Academy is also located in the Western continent. However, the war between these two Western powers had the greatest impact on two Easterners named Ying Xiao, a Luo Di. What's even more interesting is that the ultimate goal of a national war is just to make an old man who is about to die of old age choose not to attack them. Absurd? No. In the extraordinary world, this is reasonable. I'm trying every possible means, even starting a war, and I'm willing to take a gamble with the entire Conjuring Academy, rather than take a gamble with Luo Di personally. Li Guanqi was in a complicated mood. He raised his head and looked at the cloudless sky. He slowly raised his right hand and spread his fingers, as if he wanted to capture the entire sky in his sight. What's the point of plotting and being as smart as a demon? In this world, supreme power surpasses all wisdom. By the way, is this really the right choice? After a few seconds, Li Guanqi put down his hand, withdrew his gaze, looked at Saoirse in front of him, and said hesitantly, "Is your choice really the right one? What if you lose? Then the country will be destroyed in advance? Then, wasn't it the wrong choice? After all, I believe it is not just me, but many people should know that if Emperor Lu really wanted to choose a Western empire to destroy before his death, then the chance of choosing your Tulip Empire is only 30% at most, and the chance of choosing the Violet Empire is 70%. We don't even dare to bet on this 30%. Saoirse shook her head slightly. A flash of fear flashed in her beautiful golden eyes. Luo Di, that man is so terrifying. Last time he chased Ing Xiao, he suddenly came to the palace and defeated our demigod knight with one punch. After that, we became even more convinced that our choice was the right one. Li Guanqi said nothing. The Tulip Empire didn't dare to bet on the 30%, but it dared to bet that they could persist until the Conjuration Academy retreated. Compared to the entire Conjuration Academy, they obviously felt that Luo Di alone was more terrifying. Mr. Li, have you been to the Violet Empire? Suddenly, Saoirse asked. No. Li Guanqi shook his head slightly. Don't want to go and see? Saoirse asked again. I should go. But actually I don't have much interest in talking about it. Wait a minute. Li Guanqi looked at her in surprise. Why do you ask this suddenly? This question is weird. If you want to go, go early. Saoirse smiled slightly and said, don't go see it now. You can go see it later. Maybe those world-class attractions are still there. But the country to which those places belong is no longer the Violet Empire. Luo Di is very scary now. But Luo Di's situation is special. The more terrifying his strength is, the closer he is to death. The limit of Luo Di's lifespan is within these 2 years. Our Tulip Empire's plan has been mostly successful. Emperor Luo will never choose our tulip, but will choose the Violet Empire. Just watch. Before he is about to die of old age, he will definitely go to the Violet Empire and destroy the country alone. Violet? The great empire that has dominated the West for thousands of years will soon be reduced to history. At the end of the sentence, Saoirse looked slightly excited. Li Guanqi knew why she was so excited. In fact, it is not so much excitement as it is obsession. The Tulip Empire has paid so much. To put it bluntly, to avoid Luo Di's deathbed counterattack. If Luo Di doesn't fight back in the end, or if the force of the counterattack is not as strong as imagined, and fails to severely damage or even destroy Violet, then the Tulip Empire will really become a clown and will be laughed at by the whole world. Can? According to legend, Luo Di, who becomes more powerful as his time expires, can he really destroy the Violet Empire by himself? What will the world look like next? What a turbulent era. The god of the future allows extraordinary beings like them to travel to this point in time. What exactly does he want them to witness? Forget it. Let's see. Li Guanqi stopped thinking about these things and turned to look at Saoirse with twinkling eyes. According to Mo Dao, the original blood virus in the body of this Jiugong-level female sorcerer was made using the blood of Jiugong-level Tongyu. Lumo? Li Guanqi asked aloud in his mind. The source blood virus you mentioned earlier. The blood required for the source blood is living or dead. I mean, is it possible that some early blood poison was used to make the blood poison? Just what was left behind by the deceased Tongyu's son. Impossible. Before he could finish speaking, Demon Sword interrupted coldly. The production conditions for the source blood virus are very harsh. Not only does it require fresh blood, but it also must. It must be a living person. Voluntarily. In his own body. The poison is produced in the internal blood vessels. The current situation is that there is only a Jiugong-level son of Tongyu who used his own blood to create the source blood virus. The Saoirse in front of you is the unlucky one who was poisoned. If it weren't for you, another son of Tongyu, she would have died. Hearing these words, the last trace of doubt in Li Guanqi's heart was completely dispelled. The son of Tongyu meets once in 1,000 years. No one knows why. But the fact is that at the same time, there will not be two sons of Tongyu. Only 1,000 years after the death of Tongyu's son will the next one be born. Li Guanqi's blood of Tongyu was the reward at the end of the simulator. It cannot be viewed with common sense and cannot be included in it. What's more, he is not from this world or this time and space. The son of Tongyu in this world and this era was originally Wei Mo, Li Guanqi's first master. But Wei Mo died 2 years ago in 4870. More importantly, as early as decades ago, when Wei Mo was at the 5 elements level, he was abruptly separated from his master, the man described in his diary as a one-armed old blind man. He took away the blood of Tongyu in his body and deprived the son of Tongyu of his physique. So, things are clear. The one-armed old blind man became the Jiugong level after plundering Wei Mo's blood of Tongyu. Many pages of Wei Mo's diary were torn out, and Li Guanqi failed to learn from it how old Wei Mo was when his blood was drawn. But he could know from the diary that Wei Mo was promoted to the Sankai level on April 28th. 4809. No matter what he did, Wei Mo's blood would be drawn after that. It's only 4800, 172 years now. Therefore, after Master Wei Mo plundered the blood of Tongyu, it only took him a few decades to become a Jiugong level conjurer. Jiugong level. No matter where you are at the top. But this was supposed to be Wei Mo's life, wasn't it? Of course. Without his master, he might have been hidden in Daluo capital for the rest of his life until he died of old age. The one-armed old blind man brought a glimmer of light to Wei Mo's life. However, it was the one-armed old blind man who extinguished this glimmer of light with his own hands. Li Guanqi felt that, both emotionally and rationally, he should help Wei Mo go find the old blind man and ask for an explanation. Of course, he definitely doesn't have that strength now. But the problem is that the current situation is not that he took the initiative to find it, but that the son of Tongyu at the Jiugong level has come by himself to the land of the Tulip Empire. The origin blood virus that Saoirse encountered was based on the 9 palace level blood of Tongyu. In this era, the only living son of Jiugong level Tongyu is the one-armed old blind man. And it is conceivable that the old blind man definitely knows more about the blood of Tongyu than Li Guanqi, because he can draw blood and deprive Wei Mo of his physique. But Li Guanqi couldn't even understand this move. How did you smoke it? Drawing blood is just a way of saying that the old blind man can deprive Wei Mo of his physique. The real situation is not as simple as just drawing blood from blood vessels. Miss Saoirse. Li Guanqi looked at the blonde sorcerer in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Can you tell me what happened to the poison you were poisoned before? Did you see the person who poisoned you? Was it an encounter? Or was it secretly poisoned?" Chapter 504 Saoirse's feedback. Soul improvement. Goodbye to Pluto. No, I didn't see it. And I don't know what happened. Listening to Li Guanqi's question, Saoirse also looked ugly, biting her red lips. I have been sitting in the city-state of Ix before and have never left. But when I received the order from the Queen, I was on my way to Larlon. I was attacked. The space transmission channel I built was smashed through, and the whole person fell into the space turbulence. When I crawled out of the space turbulence and returned to the outside world, what appeared in front of me was a purple-red heart suspended in midair. Then it exploded. I obviously used the spiritual shield to block it, and not a drop of blood was splashed on me. But I still felt poisoned. I felt extremely weak and my consciousness was groggy. In an instant, all the demon species in the forest around me were poisoned and died. I felt a little strange and walked around the forest a few times to confirm a fact. I was indeed poisoned. And it's a contagious poison. And the source of the poison is me. I didn't have time to think too much at that time. I just knew that I couldn't let other people be infected by me. So I didn't go to the imperial capital or the city, but tore open a rift in space and found an uninhabited cave to hide. I originally planned to hide first, and then ask the Queen for help. However, before I could send a remote request to the Queen for help, my consciousness began to become drowsy. I could not think, and soon I fainted completely. Until you. Saoirse looked at Li Guanqi, her beautiful golden eyes flashing with moving expression. Mr. Li, the reaction you had on me when you used your pocket watch to teleport away from the star attraction place was equivalent to a mental stimulation, which finally made me recover a little bit. Consciousness. Because once you use the pocket watch, there will be a reminder on my side, which is similar to the feeling of numbness in the fingertips. If you don't respond immediately, the reminder will appear again. On the 5th day, it was a little heavier. On the 10th day, I would feel a headache. On the 15th day, it was a severe headache that lasted for 1 minute. It was this headache that stimulated me and brought me back to consciousness. After I woke up, I immediately wanted to ask the Queen for help. But after all, I was too poisoned at that time and my vision was blurred. I actually took the messenger magic weapon and turned it into a tarot deck for prophecy, and they were really so similar. But this just saved my life. I did not activate the messenger, but activated the tarot deck and got the prophecy result of Eastern. I relied on this prophecy to come to your side and allowed you to successfully save me. At this point, Saoirse knelt down on one knee and performed a knight salute. She clenched her right hand into a fist and pounded her left chest heavily. She shouted loudly and seriously, Mr. Li, you saved my life. Yes, my savior, Saoirse Augustard. According to the glorious code of chivalry, you can make any request to me. Forehead. As she said that, she felt slightly embarrassed. But I am a member of the Queen's Wings, and I have long sworn to dedicate my life to the Queen. So I'm sorry, I can't swear allegiance to you. Li Guanqi did not answer, but sighed helplessly. There is no information at all. Saoirse didn't even know how she was poisoned, let alone the information about the son of Jyogon level Tongyu. However, what is certain now is that Ying Xiao, the demigod level spellcaster who could play chase with Luo Di, chose to help the Tulip Empire and even gave away the National Destiny Condensation Method. As for the Conjuration Academy, there is a son of Tongyu at the Jyogon level who is helping. By the way, is Ying Xiao still being hunted by Luo Di? Li Guanqi ignored Saoirse's statement just now and just asked curiously. Still. Saoirse was stunned for a moment, then nodded. But the frequency of battles has become shorter. Before I fell into coma, they had not shown up for 13 consecutive days. According to our demigod knight's inference, it is said that with the passage of time, not only did Luo Di not gain more tracking experience, but it became increasingly difficult to find Ying Xiao. It seemed that Ying Xiao had found a way to counter reconnaissance. Mr. Li? After that, she continued the topic. You saved my life. What do you want from me in return? Li Guanqi thought slightly. He was not going to play any tricks without asking for anything in return, but was going to speak out about his current urgent needs. Saving people's lives without expecting anything in return is not a virtue that is promoted in the Tulip Empire. The code of chivalry in the Tulip Empire is about doing good deeds and getting rewarded. After helping someone, you have the right to ask for something in return. After being helped by someone, you are also obliged to repay the other person. The most important thing is that he really has needs now. The 7-star Great Perfection realm is already visible, but he has almost no resources to increase his spiritual strength to the corresponding upper limit. He only has one clue, which is the reward for completing the Ares Armor mission previously. That is the address of the Temple of War. But the Temple of War was most likely, like the Temple of Ice, to have been looted by Pluto's minions back then. I'm afraid he wasn't too optimistic about the help that the remaining divine power in the temple could provide to Li Guanqi. What he needs most now is resource. Li Guanqi looked at the Jyogon level blonde sorcerer in front of him and said seriously, Miss Saoirse, I really need training resources now. Good. Saoirse nodded heavily, and after thinking for a while, she said, in that case, after you finish pulling the remaining 5 stars and reach the 7-star perfection, I will help you increase your physical strength to the upper limit of 7-star. Physical body? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. The power of the stars in the Beidou sequence is attached to his spiritual power. It is regarded as a spell cultivation. It is naturally the upper limit of spiritual power that can be improved and has nothing to do with the physical body of martial arts. In order to increase the upper limit of the strength of his physical body, after he completed the Beidou sequence, he had to pull the 2nd set of stars. In other words, he is now a 7-star conjurer, but he is only a Liuhe level human with different blood. No! What I want is to enhance my spiritual power. Li Guanqi thought of this, and then said softly, Saoirse was stunned. But aren't you a knight of different blood? Li Guanqi just looked at her calmly and asked. Her Royal Highness the Queen said that. Didn't she? Yes. Saoirse lowered her head slightly. The Queen had told him a long time ago that she could not ask more questions about Mr. Li unless the other party told him. So be it. Saoirse looked at Li Guanqi and chuckled. You are still 5 stars away from completing the Beidou sequence. After you complete the Beidou sequence, I will help you increase your spiritual strength until it reaches the upper limit. Well, actually, Li Guanqi was slightly embarrassed. In addition to this, my soul strength has also reached level 7, but I have never been able to raise my soul power to the upper limit. Can you? Able! Saoirse smiled and patted her chest. You are my savior. This little thing doesn't matter. Just wait for me. After saying that, she lowered her head and began to search for her space ring. First she brought out a huge bronze tripod with oriental characteristics, carved with dragons, phoenixes and animals. It was nearly 2 meters taller than Li Guanqi. Then, she continued to take out precious medicinal materials one by one, some of which Li Guanqi knew, and some that she had never heard of. Miss Saoirse, are you going to make a potion on the spot? A magic potion? Li Guanqi asked curiously. Potion? Saoirse turned over the medicinal materials and replied. No. What I want to refine is not a medicine, but an elixir. Elixir? Li Guanqi looked surprised. In this world, instead of directly swallowing the blood of cursed spirits and the flesh and blood of demon species, a more advanced method is to collect materials and create refined products. This kind of refined products can basically be divided into 2 types, Western potions and Eastern elixirs. Because generally speaking, Directly swallowing alien blood and demon blood and flesh requires digestion time. And this time is still very long. But the refined product is different. The refined product shortens the digestion time to the shortest time. The children of the great nobles have been drinking potions as drinks and eating elixirs as jelly beans since they were young. So they can practice very quickly. However, due to the existence of the plunder spell, Li Guanqi rarely takes these refined products because he does not need to. With the digestion ability of the plunder spell, he has an explosive full level. It is almost instantaneous digestion. And he can eat it directly. Alien blood and demonic flesh and blood. But even so, he had taken potions. However, pills. Li Guanqi thought about it. And it seemed that he had never taken any pills before. Miss Saoirse, where did you learn alchemy? Li Guanqi looked at her curiously. At this time, the Jogong-level blonde sorcerer has dug out all the materials and is currently suspending them in midair, undergoing the process of selecting and processing materials before making alchemy. Daluo Dynasty. Saoirse stared intently. Her slender white hands were like playing a piano, tapping gently in the air. White gold spiritual power rippled out, and she pulled out the skin of some medicinal materials that looked like a combination of ginseng plus dragon fruit. The hardened bump on top. Have you ever been to Daluo? Li Guanqi blinked. Certainly. Saoirse looked back at him with a smile on her face. Who do you think accompanied the queen when she went to Daluo Qingxian Valley? It was me. By the way, can I ask? Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but become curious. I heard you tell some stories before. Judging from those things, the queen had already ascended the throne when she went to Daluo Qingxian Valley. As the lord of the empire, why did she go deep into the hinterland of other countries? To find someone. Saoirse withdrew her gaze and continued to process the medicinal materials. She said while processing, I followed Her Majesty the Queen to Daluo Qingxian Valley in order to find an alchemy master who lived in seclusion in that valley. We wanted to find him. He asked for a pill to treat the old marshal. Old marshal? Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly. The Tulip Empire has only one marshal. Is it the formation master, Smith Otterstein Joseph? Yes. Saoirse nodded lightly. We went there with a token. As long as we have that token, no matter who it is, Master Qingxian will accept him as his disciple and teach him alchemy. But the queen and I did not become apprentices for the sake of the past. In fact, we never thought that the weird master who was a magician from southern Xinjiang but chose to settle in the Daluo dynasty would teach us two foreigners the art of alchemy. At first, we just thought about using this an opportunity to recruit a disciple in exchange for that pill. Oh? Li Guanqi was stunned. Southern Xinjiang? I thought that Master Qingxian was from Daluo, but it turned out to be from southern Xinjiang. But since he is a magician, why did he choose to settle in the Daluo dynasty, which is the most discriminatory towards magicians? God knows. Saoirse smiled and said, That old man is very strange. You can't figure it out or guess what he's thinking. What happened next? Li Guanqi looked at her curiously. Did you succeed? Okay. A flash of reminiscence flashed through Saoirse's eyes, and she sighed softly. Things went very smoothly. Surprisingly smoothly. We found Master Qingxian, and we successfully got him to refine a life-saving elixir, which allowed the old Marshal Joseph to live for a long time. Today. But things are not over yet, because at that time, after the alchemy was completed, Master Qingxian actually said that the queen and I were both excellent talents in alchemy and wanted to accept us as disciples and pass on what he had learned to us. This is the top alchemy technique in the East. Master Qingxuan's alchemy level ranks among the top 3 in the entire East. And he is actually willing to teach us. The queen and I naturally agreed and stayed in Qingxian Valley for a while to learn alchemy from Master Qingxian. But, Speaking of this, Saoirse's delicate and lovely face showed a little helplessness. The turning point of the matter occurred a month after learning alchemy. The queen and I were refining alchemy, but another person suddenly broke in. This valley. I see. That person is a man. Li Guanqi couldn't help laughing when he heard this. It's my master, Wang Xiao. It turns out that's how he first met the queen in Qingxian Valley. Yes. Saoirse couldn't help but smile, with crooked eyes. At that time, the queen and I hid our identities to learn alchemy, and naturally also hid our cultivation. It was under this situation that the queen and Mr. Wang Xiao the spark of love was sparked. And then the following things happened. And the most important thing is that the queen was completely fascinated by Mr. Wang Xiao. She didn't even learn alchemy, and just ran out to play with Mr. Wang Xiao. In the end, I was the only one left to study alchemy with Master Qin Xian. At that time, Master Qin Xian was so angry that he was blowing his beard and staring. He said that the queen of the empire was obviously a stupid girl who had committed an nymphomaniac. But the queen at that time was hundreds of years old. Ha ha ha. At the end of the sentence, Saoirse laughed happily. Obviously, that period of time was very wonderful for her. Li Guanqi also smiled when he saw this. Next, Saoirse chatted with him about interesting stories from the past, while she began to burn the cauldron to make elixirs. The red flames burned blazingly in the cauldron, and she kept throwing the processed materials into it. Amidst the raging flames, gradually merge and turn into the shape of a pill. During this process, Li Guanqi was just watching the fun. After all, he is an outsider for this kind of technology that only an expert can understand. A person like him, who has never been exposed to alchemy, can naturally only see the light of fire. But that's not important. The important thing is that according to Saoirse's explanation in the middle, the elixir she is refining is called 7 Transformation Soul Cleansing Pill. It is said that it will cleanse his soul from beginning to end as many as 7 times. And then the elixir the power of the medicine will be fully integrated into the soul during this process. If nothing unexpected happens, after 7 times of soul washing, his soul strength will be able to increase from the early 7th level to the peak 7th level in one go. And his current situation is soul, LE 70.8. A real early stage of 7th level. Miss Saoirse, this elixir must be very precious. After all, it can directly fill up a huge realm of soul. Li Guanqi looked at Saoirse, who was burning a cauldron to refine elixirs, and blinked. Precious? Saoirse smiled and said, well, it is indeed very precious. But at least I think that my Saoirse's life should be more expensive than this pill. Right. Mr. Li, you saved my life. This nothing in return. Tongue! Before she finished speaking, the Jiodong-level female sorcerer suddenly focused her eyes, clenched her hands suddenly, and the red flames inside the giant bronze cauldron exploded, creating a scorching heat wave. Li Guanqi was slightly startled, thinking something had gone wrong while refining the alchemy. But soon, the flames in the cauldron began to shrink sharply, until the fire was completely invisible, and a rich fragrance began to permeate the air. Just one whiff made Li Guanqi feel that his soul was numb with pleasure. Buzz! Saoirse waved her right hand, and the lid of the bronze alchemy tripod flew up, and the blue light inside shone brightly. In Li Guanqi's extremely expectant eyes, a flashing blue light slowly flew out from the inside of the alchemy cauldron and floated in midair. This elixir cannot be stored. Eat it quickly! However, Saoirse hurriedly opened Li Guanqi's mouth, then grabbed the blue light point and stuffed it in. Also, be patient. Taking the 7th Transformation Soul Cleansing Pill is equivalent to enduring the soul being pulled and kneaded 7 times. The pain is so severe, but you just have to endure it. Li Guanqi didn't even know what the 7-turn soul cleansing pill looked like, so he ate it directly. This elixir melts in the mouth, and there is no feeling of swallowing at all. As soon as it hits the tongue, the elixir turns into an icy cold current and rushes straight into the brain, just like when he was a child and put a piece of ice in his mouth in the winter. General. Boom! After the icy cold current, there was a loud roar, which exploded directly in Li Guanqi's mind. And then, Li Guanqi opened his eyes, looked at the scene in front of him, and was slightly stunned. The dim blue ocean seems endless. This is the depth of his soul. Ah! I remembered it all. Li Guanqi closed his eyes and murmured softly. As soon as he returned to this place, his memories of the previous meetings that were sealed by Pluto were completely restored and completely remembered. Pluto! Li Guanqi opened his eyes again and looked at the soul body of a god and demon that appeared in front of him, with a helpless expression. So, every time my soul improves, I have to come here to see you? And then I wait for you to give me somewhat kind of understanding of the law will seal the memory and let me go out. My soul has not broken through this time. In addition to breaking through the realm, raising too much soul power at once will also, believe me, I don't like this even more than you do. Pluto turned his back to him, sitting cross-legged on the water of the soul power ocean, and said in a calm tone, however, at least this time it is a good thing for you. After all, if you stay here, you don't have to endure the 7-turn soul cleansing. Dan's torture is equivalent to chatting with me for a while, closing and opening your eyes, and getting a peak 7th level soul. Isn't it? Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly, and after thinking for a while, he suddenly said, "Hey, Pluto, I have a question for you." Chapter 505. Pluto decides to cooperate. Still asking? Pluto's tone seemed a little impatient. I really don't know what's the point of you asking this, and that every time like a curious baby. Anyway, every time you leave here, I will seal the relevant memories. It's like asking. Forget. What's the point? Of course. Li Guanqi took a step forward, walked to sit next to him, and chuckled. At least whenever I come back here, I can recall everything. Right. Too close. Pluto glanced at him and said disgustedly, I don't like others to get too close to me. Hey, I'm not someone else. Li Guanqi smiled and said, I am your old self. Okay. In another time and space. Hades added calmly. That was you before. Too. Li Guanqi's smile continued. Don't you think it's amazing? The Li Guanqi of the past and the Li Guanqi of the future are now sitting together. I don't think there's anything amazing about it. The three heads of Pluto all had expressionless faces. If you have any questions, just ask. I will answer you depending on my mood. Also, wait for another 5 minutes, and the potency of the pill will wear off. After you complete the soul improvement, I will kick you out immediately. Why can't Xing become a god? Li Guanqi got straight to the point and asked directly. Because the origin chi is too thin. And Pluto did not show off at all, and answered directly. If human beings want to become gods, or to enter a certain law palace, they need a kind of substance as an aid. This substance was very rich in the age of gods, but people have never been able to use it, discover its existence. Until after Ragnarok, I was sealed in the underworld and the gods fell. In that godless era, a guy whose real name is unknown and called the Human Emperor discovered this substance. He named it Original Chi. Not only that, he also discovered that the more origin chi a human absorbs when entering the divine palace, the stronger he will be after becoming a god. Most importantly, he found a way. As a result, he almost exhausted his efforts and drained most of the planet's source energy alone, becoming the first god in the godless era and the strongest god in history, including the age of gods. Becoming a god is the pinnacle. He was called the Human Emperor by the humans of that period, but no one knew how selfish he was. As for what happened next, as I told you, the result was that the Human Emperor and I died together, and our consciousness fell into reincarnation. And finally I was transferred to you. So, there is an answer to your question. The Human Emperor is a person from the old age. At the end of the old era, he drained too much of this planet's origin energy. Until the new era, this planet did not recover. The origin chi that is too thin means that the most humans can do is open the lost shrine, but cannot enter the shrine, and therefore cannot step into the so-called realm of gods. I really don't understand why Mingyao and the others decided to call this realm gods. Shouldn't gods be omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipotent supreme creators? This realm is completely unworthy. At the end of the sentence, Pluto lowered his head. His voice was hoarse, and all 6 hands were clenched into fists. Li Guanqi sat next to him, his eyes twinkling. Origin chi is thin, so he cannot become a god. The inability to become a god in the new era is enough to be called the biggest unsolved mystery of the old era. However, he got the answer in Hades so easily. Perhaps, the so-called unsolved mysteries and shocking mysteries are just ordinary answers to those who know the truth. Hello. Suddenly, Pluto glanced at Li Guanqi. Do you remember? When you were still in the apocalyptic period, you were traveling with Lin Xianbai. During this period, you talked a lot, and one of them was his guess. Which guess? Li Guanqi thought for a while. War conspiracy theory. Right. Pluto nodded lightly. That Lin Xianbai guessed that the reason why the old era ended was that a group of Jiugang-level people launched a war in order to obtain a certain thing. The purpose was to kill more people. It seems that the more people died, the more this thing, the easier it is to appear. But in the end it gets out of hand and causes real fire, leading to the demise of the old era. He also speculated that people in the new age also wanted to follow suit, which was why there were signs of the current world war. He believed that everything behind this was driven by the 9 palaces. Li Guanqi looked at Pluto in surprise. But what you said to me last time, isn't it equivalent to completely overturning his conspiracy theory? You told me last time that there are big mistakes in the historical speculations made by the so-called masters of ancient studies. You said that the end of the old age was not at all because of the 9 palaces level war. The truth was just because of the fight between you and the Human Emperor. As a result, The aftermath of the battle washed over the planet and directly destroyed the Old Age civilization. Wasn't it? Yes. Pluto nodded slightly. But what I want to say is that Lin Xianbai didn't know where he got the information. And he didn't know what happened that affected his judgment, making him think that the New Age World War that was about to begin was a group of Jiogong-level conspiracies. This part of his guess was completely wrong. However, the other part of his conspiracy theory is completely correct. What? Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. You mean? There is indeed a certain thing, and the more people die, the easier it is to appear. Right. Pluto's voice was calm. Lin Xianbai's war conspiracy theory resulted in widespread errors due to incorrect information about history. But this part is quite correct. The more people die, the easier it is for that thing to appear. As for which thing it is, you're not stupid enough to ask me to remind you. Are you? Origin Chi. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. The substance necessary for becoming a god is Origin Chi. The more people die, the easier it is for Origin Chi to appear? What is the specific situation here? You can understand that Origin Chi is the energy source of a planet. Pluto said in a deep voice. The source energy of the planet cannot be exhausted, although it will be consumed and the concentration will drop to the lowest point. As time goes by, the source energy will slowly regenerate inside the planet. All materials on this planet were born because of Origin Chi. And humans are the most special. After a creature like a human is born, it will keep a very small amount of Origin Chi in its body, and it will not escape until death and return to the planet. To put it simply, as long as people die, or a large number of people die, a trace amount of source energy will escape in large amounts. This is supposed to be a cycle. The planet uses source energy to give birth to humans, and after human beings die, the source energy is returned to the planet. But what if someone intercepts you along the way? Speaking of this, Pluto looked at Li Guanqi and narrowed his eyes slightly. As long as he cuts off enough beards during the war, sooner or later he will be able to collect a sufficient source of energy and release it into a fixed and small space, so that an area becomes a place rich in origin energy. And then he becomes a god there. Of course, the unit of death toll must be calculated in 100 million. So, Lin Xianbai's conjecture, although there were many errors due to intelligence issues, actually had many correct aspects. In my opinion, in the New Age, there is indeed a group of people who are secretly promoting the occurrence of a world war in order to obtain source energy, hoping to make more people die in the world so that they can cut off source energy. Of course, this group of people is definitely not all Jiogong level. Not even most of them. What is even certain is that the top experts in the 9 palaces, the so-called demigods, may or may not know about it. But in any case, the demigods should strictly oppose this plan to dehumanize. Otherwise, those behind the scenes could completely start killing humans directly instead of promoting the war in a roundabout way. Right? So, I guess that there are probably only a few, or even 1 or 2, of the people behind this world war. They not only want to massacre humans to obtain Origin Chi, but they are also afraid that if they do it too directly, they will attract the pursuit of all the powerful demigods. So they can only secretly promote the war. Ying Xiao. Hearing this, Li Guanqi completely understood. Some people are promoting war, and the purpose is to kill more people and cut off whose source of energy. However, the civilian casualties caused by the all-out war were too low. However, the national destiny condensation method given by Ying Xiao to the Tulip Empire directly changed the situation of the war, causing the Magic Academy to have to start massacring the city in order to reduce the Tulip Empire's national destiny. If you massacre a city, people will die. Many people. Therefore, that Ying Xiao was not trying to help the Tulip Empire at all. He was just trying to make more people die in this war. A strange world with a population of nearly 100 billion. According to legend, Ying Xiao has been wandering around over the years, and has more than 100 million dead souls on his hands. No one enjoys killing civilians as much as he does. Why kill civilians? Because he wants to obtain the source of energy from the dead. Recalling that the war started recently, Luo Di began to hunt down Ying Xiao inexplicably. If nothing else happened, it was because Luo Di discovered Ying Xiao's conspiracy and wanted to stop him. Why are you suddenly telling me this? Li Guanqi gritted his teeth and looked at Pluto with a solemn expression. Now I have no room to interfere in these matters. I'm just giving you a heads up. Pluto said softly. I want to tell you that in order to become a god, there is someone who has no humanity at all and is willing to kill hundreds of millions of humans. But what if he finds a way to go to your real world? Li Guanqi's pupils shrank suddenly. Hello. Pluto looked at him and chuckled. Do you think there is a possibility that that guy goes to your world, borrows the source energy to become a god, and then leaves? No damage to your world at all. There is something in your words. Li Guanqi frowned. Pluto, be direct and don't be too secretive. All right. Pluto looked forward with a smile on his face. I just said that the source energy of the planet cannot be exhausted, but it will be consumed and can only be regenerated over time. That is, it has periods. I might as well tell you another knowledge point. This knowledge was told to me by the human queen. Although we were enemies at that time, we actually communicated many times. He said that according to his experimental measurements, until around the 8,000th year of the extraordinary period, the source energy of this planet did not reach a concentration sufficient to make people become gods. Hearing this, Li Guanqi's heart suddenly sank. So, do you understand? Pluto glanced at him, half smiling. Did you initially think that people could become gods in the real world? If you can't become gods in the new era, just return to reality and it'll be okay? Unfortunately, it doesn't work. In the extraordinary 8,000 years, this planet does not have the concentration of source energy for people to become gods. Not to mention your real world that has only been in the extraordinary 5 years. Oh, by the way, spiritual energy recovery and source energy have nothing to do with each other, so don't get them confused. But the real world still has the conditions for people to become gods. Why? Because there are many people, weak people, and every human being has a trace amount of origin chi left in his body. If he kills billions, he can probably collect a share that can be used to become a god. Right? In the strange world, there are many demigods who are opposed to killing people to obtain source energy, such as Luo Di. But in the real world, where did Luo Di come from? If there is such a person who successfully goes to the real world, facing the world where he can do whatever he wants, facing tens of billions of lambs to be slaughtered, and the opportunity to become a god at his fingertips. Who can resist this temptation? What about resistance? At least, I feel that these people who are deliberately planning to start a war in this strange world are absolutely unable to resist, and they have no desire to resist this temptation. Until then, what are you going to do? Pluto looked at Li Guanqi and asked with a chuckle. You should know very well by now that the Ing Shao who provided the method to condense the national destiny and indirectly led to the death of a large number of human beings is definitely one of the driving forces behind the world war. And the fact that Emperor Luo would choose either violets or tulips to destroy before he died of old age was probably something he secretly revealed to the Tulip Elders Association. Think about it. If Ing Shao came to reality, how would you stop him? Demigod Ing Shao. What can you do to stop him? I don't know. But I want to know. Why are you suddenly telling me so much? Li Guanqi and Pluto looked at each other. Have you finally made up your mind? Future me? Pluto took a deep breath and nodded slightly. I have indeed made up my mind. I want to cooperate with you. This time after you leave here, your memory will not be sealed. As for the understanding of the laws of space that you need for subsequent cultivation, I will also pass it on to you at the right time. What you have to do next is to practice as fast as possible and become the 9 palace level great perfection in the shortest time. Faster. Faster. I'm glad you think so. When Li Guanqi heard this, his mind was filled with lightning and he was thinking crazily. But in the end, he still looked at Pluto warily. But I have to say, I also doubt why you can think so. Really speaking, we should have done this a long time ago. I don't think we need to be enemies at all, but should be helping each other. I have always thought so. And I have mentioned it to you a long time ago. But you refused. So I can't figure it out. You who have always refused. Why now, suddenly agree? Chapter 506 The Bloody Feud Between the Artifacts and Hades. Why did you agree to cooperate? Oh, it was just a helpless move. Pluto glanced at Li Guanqi, then lowered his head and sighed. I have never wanted to cooperate with you, because my original idea was to seize you at a suitable time. I want my consciousness to dominate your soul and control your body. After resurrection, I will then find a way to follow the footsteps of a higher civilization, and find a way to resurrect my lover. I don't want to play dirty tricks, while thinking about doing bad things and preparing to seize you. At the same time, he pretends to be a good guy and pretends to cooperate with you. I'm not that kind of person. And I'm too lazy to be that kind of person. So instead of doing this, I might as well keep sealing your memory until I find a chance to seize you. At least in this way I will be a bad person from beginning to end, and can be considered a real villain. not a hypocrite. But I have changed my mind now. Because I have always ignored a problem. I have thought a lot during this period. And I still feel that that person cannot be trusted by the human emperor. His thoughts are so deep that I can't see through them. I'm worried that if I leave him alone, before I can seize you, you and I will be sold together by him to make wedding clothes for him. I have no basis for this. Just intuition. The human emperor is the future Lin Xianbai. But he is not Lin Xianbai. Maybe the Lin Xianbai you know is a foolish young man full of fantasies and always wants to create a better society. But the human emperor I know is just a selfish and paranoid man full of rights. Do you still remember the last time you went to rescue Lin Xianbai? That time. The moment your two souls came into contact with each other. It triggered the stasis of time and space. Don't ask me why. I don't know the reason for this phenomenon. The point is, during that time when space and time were still, the consciousnesses of the human emperor and I met each other. I didn't feel anything after the encounter. But gradually, I always felt that the gesture shown by the human emperor that time was just a disguise. I felt that he was lying to me. He must be planning something secretly. And I feel like that day is not far away. Although these are all baseless intuitions. But in this life, what I trust most is my own intuition. Because my intuition never fails. So, boy. Pluto looked at Li Guanqi coldly. If we cooperate, I will not seal your memory anymore. When you return to reality next time, as soon as you return, you will immediately find Lin Xianbai. Tell him everything. And then let he grab the human emperor consciousness deep in his soul and destroyed it on the spot. Nipping the danger in the cradle. All I can say is that I will tell Mr. Lin about this. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. That's enough. Pluto nodded. I know you don't trust me very much. But I believe that the Lin Xianbai you know can make a correct judgment after learning all the things. We don't need to argue about this now. We will talk about it later. You can go now. So, this is the end of the chat? Li Guanqi hesitated slightly. Then what insights do you want to give me this time? You don't need any insights right now. Pluto waved his hand impatiently. When you need to open the 8 genetic locks and step into the Bagua level, I will give you the space you deserve to understand. As for now, you should go out and continue to practice. Buzz? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Guanqi felt that his consciousness kept rising, as if he was swimming upstream in the water, getting higher and higher, until it completely surfaces. Ding! Congratulations to the extraordinary king of world number 1 for becoming the first extraordinary in the world to reach LV80 in comprehensive level. Soul, LV70 LV.79. 79.9, 7th level soul at the peak of death. Comprehensive level, LV78 LV.81. Boom! In the dark woods at night, Li Guanqi suddenly opened his blue eyes, his white hair flying wildly, and the soul power in his body exploded. Soul, upgraded to 9 levels in a row. Success! Saoirse next to her had a sweet smile on her face, with a bit of pride in her brows. The soul has suddenly been raised to the peak level of the 7th level. It seems that I haven't refined alchemy for more than 10 years. But my alchemy level is still very good. Well, it didn't disgrace Master Qi Xian. However, after Li Guanqi opened his eyes, he closed them again and sank into the sea of consciousness. Hades really has no sealed memories. This time, he came out with complete memories. And now, he wants to meet Pluto on his home court. Knowledge Sea. Not the depths of the soul, but the outer area of the sea of consciousness. Li Guanqi's god-demonic soul body stepped on the water, looked down at his dark blue soul body, raised his right hand, and penetrated directly into his chest. Then, another white phantom was caught from it. What's going on? Another consciousness? Who is it? Shudkong, Demon Sword, Ares, and Xiaoxue. The 4 major artifacts all made shock sounds. After all, they are Li Guanqi's artifact and are connected to their master soul. But they have never discovered this consciousness hidden deep in their master soul, which is naturally unbelievable. Everyone, be quiet, Li Guanqi said softly, then looked at the white phantom in his hand. Pluto, is this you? The phantom made a voice. I am just a piece of consciousness now. You can understand it as a residual soul that is so broken that it can no longer be broken. Li Guanqi let go of his hand. The white phantom also flickered slightly, reappearing as a soul body with 3 heads and 6 arms. Holy crap. Just like the master. By the way, master, did you just call him Hades? Shudkong couldn't help shouting in horror. Pluto. In Ares' voice, Besides fear, there was also a deep hatred. His brothers and sisters were all killed by Pluto's minions, and were burned to refine their souls at the end of the old age, just to rescue Pluto from the underworld. Mo Dao and Xiao Shui probably didn't know what to say, so they were silent. I feel like I can easily kill you with just a thought. Li Guanqi didn't know how to comfort his artifacts for a while. He just looked at Hades in front of him and narrowed his eyes slightly. When contacted here, I am just a consciousness without the power to resist. Pluto nodded calmly. Of course you can kill me directly. In fact, this is also the sincerity I give you. I know that I have always refused to cooperate before, and now I suddenly agree to cooperate, which will definitely make you suspicious. This is normal. Therefore, I will no longer seal your memory. After knowing my specific existence, you can easily grab me from the depths of my soul. And the depths of my soul are the only place where I can use means to manipulate your memory. After being captured by you, I have no power to resist. This is equivalent to me taking the initiative to hand over the power of life and death to you. This is my sincerity to you. If this doesn't make you trust me, there's nothing else I can do. Anyway, that's it. Let's move on. Become stronger. Seize every moment to become stronger. I don't know exactly what to do next. And I don't know exactly what will happen. But my gut tells me that a crisis is coming and we must work together. Otherwise, you and I will both die in the end. And my wish to resurrect my lover, the family and the world you want to protect, will all come to nothing. Believe me, my intuition is never wrong. Oh, right. Now there is one more thing you need to do. Hades walked towards Li Guanqi and turned into a white phantom, blending into the depths of his soul. At the same time, he also said something. Think about it. How can you appease these artifacts under your hands? It seems that I am someone to them. Big enemy. Li Guanqi sighed secretly. How is this soothing? Ares and Shishua's brothers and sisters all died because of Pluto. Forget it. I won't embarrass you anymore. Suddenly, Pluto's voice sounded in the sea of consciousness again. Hey, you artifacts. Listen. I did destroy the bodies of your brothers and sisters in order to come out. As for their spirits, I did not destroy them. It was the collective that sealed a place and put them into a deep sleep. I originally thought that after I left the underworld, I would find someone to recreate the artifact and give them back a real body. But things went against my expectations. A lot of things happened later. Anyway, things were very complicated. As a result, I failed to complete this task. All in all, their spirits are still alive. Hey, that space artifact. I will pass on the space coordinates of the seal to you. When you are free, let this kid take you there. I will tell this kid how to release the seal. Of course, this doesn't mean anything. I don't ask for your forgiveness. And you don't need to forgive me at all. I just want to say that I am going to cooperate with this kid next. You can dislike me or scold me, but don't destroy our cooperation. Otherwise he probably won't make a living. That's all. After that, Hades fell completely silent. Li Guanqi was stunned. Are the spirits of those artifacts still alive? What does this devil mean? Ares' voice trembled. Don't you understand yet? There was a hint of smile in Shuinkong's voice. It means that your brothers and sisters are still alive, and their consciousness is still there. They are all sleeping in the same place now. But their bodies are gone. Hey, look, after all, Pluto and his master are exactly the same. Owner! Ares shouted, unable to conceal his excitement. Please. Okay. I know. Before he could finish speaking, Li Guanqi nodded. Shunkong, didn't Pluto pass the coordinates to you? Take us there. Right now. Things like family reunion cannot wait. Go out and have a fight with Saoirse after saying Lo. We'll go there, and Ares. I promise you. I will do what Pluto failed to do. When I have the ability in the future, I will help your brothers and sisters rebuild the body of the artifact. I will never forget Pluto. But Master, you are not Pluto. I will always be Master. Your armor. Thank you. Master, I should thank you for your understanding. Call. Outside world. Li Guanqi opened his eyes and breathed out gently. The soul was suddenly promoted from the early 7th level to the peak 7th level, which still made him a little uncomfortable. The span was too big. Only this is not enough to repay the kindness. Seeing this, Saoirse next to her looked thoughtful. It's just the resources needed to ascend to the 8th level of the soul. Even I can't raise them all in a short time. Especially now that the Empire is at war. I don't want to collecting these resources is even more difficult. Miss Saoirse, Li Guanqi heard this and said quickly, "Well, I don't want you to think that I am the kind of greedy person who doesn't know how to restrain himself and takes advantage of the favor. As for saving you, you help me upgrade to the 7th level peak soul. Then come down and help me improve my spiritual power. That's enough. Not like this." Saoirse smiled softly. "You saved me. If this is the only way to repay the grace of saving my life, then my life is too cheap. And the most important thing is, we have some friendship. Right?" Li Guanqi was stunned. "Mr. Li, you are very powerful." Saoirse straightened her expression and said seriously, "It only took you 3 months to pull each of the Greedy Wolf Star and Giant Gate Star. This is a very terrifying talent. This is enough to show how extraordinary you are. Coupled with the importance the Queen attaches to you, this all shows that you are special. So, I help you not only to repay the favor, but also to, At this point, she tilted her head and thought for a while before continuing. "Investment? Is that the word? Is that what those worms from the Imperial Chamber of Commerce said? Call it an investment." Saoirse looked at Li Guanqi and chuckled. "Mr. Li, you are very powerful. You will definitely be great in the future. I am helping you now. I believe that in the future, you will miss the old relationship. Right? Of course." Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help shaking his head and laughing, and then said seriously, "Your investment will not be lost. Believe me. That's it. Mr. Li, you go ahead and continue to attract stars." Saoirse turned her head and looked at the horizon. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "While you are guiding the star, I will raise all the resources needed to upgrade the soul to the 8th level. If we can meet again next time, it will bring you the resources to upgrade your soul to the 8th level." Hearing this, Li Guanqi frowned. "Are you worried about the person who poisoned you? Have you thought about how to prevent this? Talk later." There was a hint of fear and worry between Saoirse's brows. But looking at Li Guanqi, she just smiled and said, "If there is a need, maybe I will come to you for help again, Mr. Li. Just like this time." Lumo. Hearing this, Li Guanqi quickly said in his mind, "Can you? Cannot?" Before he could finish speaking, the faint voice of the magic knife rang out. "The original blood virus needs the blood of a living body to make it. In the same way, if you want to use the same kind of blood to detoxify, you must also use the fresh blood of a living body. It can be used immediately. Even if you put several large bottles of blood into her now, it will be useless. And any method of preserving blood will be useless." But that's not what I'm asking." Li Guanqi was stunned. "Didn't you say before that besides this method, there are several prescriptions for detoxification? I just want to ask you, can you give Saoirse some of them? I dare to give it because I don't care about this woman's life or death. But you dare to give it?" The magic knife sighed irritably. Memory. You should know that my current memory has not been completely unblocked. I am actually not sure whether those prescriptions are complete. And you have studied alchemy. To get started, it should be clear that if 1 or 2 ingredients are missing from a prescription, the antidote may turn into a poison." Li Guanqi frowned when he heard this. "This is true and very reasonable. You really can't bet on this." In desperation, Li Guanqi looked at Saoirse in front of him and could only say, "Miss Saoirse, be careful. If you are poisoned again, teleport to me immediately, and I will help you detoxify." "I will." Syl smiled, and then asked, "Then I will send you to the 3rd star guiding place now?" No." Li Guanqi shook his head slightly, then hesitated slightly. "Miss Saoirse, can you wait for me here? I want to teleport to a place and will be back soon. After the poisoning, I lost contact with him for many days." Saoirse smiled helplessly. "So, I don't mind losing contact for a while anymore. Mr. Li, go ahead, and I will wait for you here." Li Guanqi turned around and took a few steps forward. Xuan Kong. Clear. Buzz. Li Guanqi's left wrist suddenly flashed with gold and silver light. A gold and silver bracelet gradually appeared. And then a spatial crack with distorted colorful brilliance suddenly appeared in front of him. As he stepped into it, his figure completely disappeared from Saoirse's sight. "How can I come to see you if you are poisoned again?" Saoirse looked at the space crack that was gradually closing. She covered her chest with her right hand and lowered her eyes. Worry flashed through her beautiful golden eyes. "Even I don't know such a terrifying poison. If the other party knows about it, Mr. Li can help me detoxify. How can Mr. Li have a good ending?" The blonde sorceress raised her head, closed her eyes, and murmured to herself, "This time is the limit. At most, it's just this one time. Saoirse, if there is another time, you will be poisoned to death. And you will be poisoned. You must not come to trouble, Mr. Lee. Huh? Wait. Saoirse opened her eyes and blinked her beautiful golden eyes. Why don't I ask Mr. Lee for the antidote? Am I being poisoned? Chapter 507 The Essence and Truth of the Artifact. This is where Hades sealed the spirit of the artifact. Li Guanqi walked out of the space crack and looked at the space around him that was shining with purple and black light, and couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't know where this place was. This place looks like a small room. The surrounding walls, ceiling, and floor are all made of purple-black crystals, and they are also emitting purple-black fluorescence at this time. A little hidden space. Xuankong's voice sounded. If Hades hadn't given me the space coordinates, no one would have been able to come to this place. The space concealment in this place is so exquisite. Boy! Suddenly, Pluto's voice sounded directly in Li Guanqi's heart. Pluto's words and those of the artifacts gave Li Guanqi a completely different feeling, as if they were coming from two locations. There was a clear difference. I'll pass you a magic seal and hit it towards the amethyst barrier. After Pluto said this, a stream of information emerged in Li Guanqi's mind. It was a spiritual circuit that broke the seal. Buzz? Li Guanqi looked at the purple crystal wall in front of him. The spiritual power in his body formed a circuit according to a fixed direction, and finally turned into an ice blue spiritual power seal on his right palm. Flashing blue light, with dense runes constantly appearing on it. Quickly broken, and quickly formed. On the ice blue seal, runes appear and die in a continuous cycle, vaguely reaching some kind of resonance with this amethyst space. Can I control the seal of the crystal? Li Guanqi looked at the ice blue seal in his hand, raised his eyebrows slightly, then looked forward, and slapped the amethyst wall in front of him. Boom! As the ice blue seal was struck, the entire amethyst space shook violently. The ice blue seal did not break, but stuck to the amethyst barrier, flashing blue light, completely connected to the amethyst space. Now! Li Guanqi's eyes were slightly focused, and he opened the 5 fingers of his right hand to control the ice blue seal to rotate slowly. Buzz? Soon, countless light spots of different colors began to appear inside the amethyst barriers. Done? Ares' voice of surprise suddenly sounded. Extremely excited, and he could not hide his tears of joy. Shout dagger. Mian Mu, you are all still alive. Shwer. Have you seen it? Our brothers and sisters are all alive. Still alive? Shishua's voice was soft and waxy. But I haven't unlocked the relevant memories yet. Go, Ares, find your brothers and sisters and bring them out. Li Guanqi smiled, slightly hooked his right index finger, and the ice blue seal flashed, making a large circular hole appear in the amethyst barrier. Thank you, Master. The next moment, the silver-white light armor on Li Guanqi's body turned into a stream of light, and he escaped directly into it, and began to look for the spirits of his brothers and sisters among the many light spots. These are all the sigil control methods that Pluto taught him. Pluto left the underworld in order to break the seal and destroyed many artifacts to collect spiritual power. But after all, he was a human being and kept the spirits of these artifacts here. For people, this is probably equivalent to Hades destroyed their bodies and kept their souls here to put them into a deep sleep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 42, hack. However, compared to Ares' surprise, Shan Kong was shocked with a little panic. Beepa Dao. We have a lot of enemies here. All of them are here. To Xiaoxua and Ares it's said to be a family reunion. But to us it's a reunion of enemies. You're so scared. Demon Sword had no choice but to say casually. They are just a group of spirits without their true bodies. What threat? If I hadn't been kind, I would have wiped them all out right now. Well, why should I be kind? Shan Kong, do you think we should destroy them all now to avoid future troubles? Xuankong's voice dropped, as if he was thinking about this matter. Hello. Li Guanqi listened to their discussion and couldn't help but be surprised. Shan Kong, Lu Mo, the relationship between you two and certain artifacts. Is it love and death? Or is it an endless life and death feud? After all, according to my observation, your artifact circle is not big. Really speaking, most of them and I fall into the category of falling in love and killing each other. Shan Kong smiled and said, We say we are enemies. But in fact we won't do this if it really comes to a matter of life and death. But, Just most of it. The voice of the magic knife was gloomy. Some of these guys are really determined to die. Anyway, there are some guys that I have to eliminate forever to prevent future troubles. Speaking of which, my memory has not been completely unblocked. Shun Kong, remind me, there are which guys do I have to kill? Then you have too much. Old man. Shun Kong was speechless for a moment. So what to do with these artifact spirits? Li Guanqi was a little embarrassed. Brothers and sisters of Ares and Xiaoxue are brought out. Although they don't have their own bodies, they can at least chat with them. Lumo, you and Shun Kong can also bring out their friends. If you want to kill any enemies, you can kill them. What about the rest? Let them stay here and sleep. Shun Kong said. They are sleeping unconsciously anyway. There is really no point in bringing them out. For them, without their own bodies, they will not be able to fight. It will be very boring. It can be said that they are awake in your master's place. Jail. For us, these artifact spirits are useless without the support of the artifact itself, and cannot collect the remaining divine power of the temple. I would be too noisy to bring them out. So, my suggestion is to let them continue to sleep here. Are you sure you want this? Li Guanqi hesitated slightly. Xiaoxue doesn't like too many people. Shishua's soft voice sounded, with a somewhat timid tone. That's it. Li Guanqi immediately made up his mind. Ares, you bring out your and Shishua's brothers, sisters and friends, as well as Lumo, Shun Kong and you too. If you have any friends you want to bring them out, and then kill those who deserve to be killed. And the rest continue to sleep here. That's it. Call out. In the heart of Li Guanqi's right hand, the tattoo pattern of the divine martial box appeared. And then a purple-black long knife flew out of it and escaped into the large hole of the amethyst barrier. Then, Li Guanqi saw a burst of purple flames burning. And one after another, the light spots of different colors were engulfed. This should mean the demise of each artifact spirit. Right. Li Guanqi just watched quietly. The magic sword is his divine weapon. If so, then he has no reason to prevent the other party from avenging the past. Otherwise it would be a disservice to his own divine weapon. But he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Under the current circumstances, with the temperament of the demon sword, would he really do such a thing? He always feels. Sure enough. Li Guanqi looked at the amethyst barrier, shook his head and laughed. When the purple flames within the barrier dispersed, the light spots of different colors circled and danced again, obviously not completely burned by the purple flames. What are you doing? Brodao? Are you kidding? Shun Kong asked in surprise. Well, scare them. From the large hole in the amethyst barrier, the magic knife flew out, merged into Li Guanqi's right hand again, and returned to the inside of the divine weapon box. Isn't it? Shun Kong was helpless. Is your pretentious character showing up again? Damn. I knew it. If we don't meet on the battlefield, wouldn't you be able to kill? Facing a guy who has no power to fight back. I really don't have the mood to kill, Demon Knife said calmly. However, I still killed a few particularly disgusting guys. For those guys, even if they had no power to fight back, I was still in the mood to kill them. Oh yes. Okay. Apart from a few of them, are there any that are particularly disgusting? I'm afraid my memory hasn't been unlocked yet. There are indeed a few left. Come back next time. Shun Kong replied. This place is not a place you can only visit once. Instead of letting me tell you who to kill, it is better to wait until your memory is completely unblocked in the future, and then let the master bring you here for revenge. There is no need to rush. That's all for those trashes anyway. Yeah. 2. The magic knife gently agreed, and then fell silent. You didn't even bring your friends out, Li Guanqi said. Because they're not here. Demon Sword said calmly. I don't have many friends that I can call, and they are not here. Maybe they are completely dead, or maybe they are still wandering somewhere in the world. But it doesn't matter. Sleeping here like a waste is both a good outcome. The emotions of the artifact and its owner are connected. For example, at this time, after Demon Sword said these words, Li Guanqi felt that Shun Kong's mood was a bit complicated and, sighing, What's wrong? Shankara? Li Guanqi asked. By the way, you didn't bring your friends out, and they're not here either? Well, there are 4 of them. Shun Kong sighed and said, but I think letting them sleep here would be a better outcome. Because for them, returning to the outside world without their own bodies and staying with you, the master, doing nothing would be a better outcome. They were real trash. They must not like this. They might as well sleep. So I didn't wake them up. Li Guanqi couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard this. But in the end, he didn't say anything. There is no point in talking too much about helping them reshape the body of the artifact in the future. It is useless to paint the cake. And it is true to eat the cake. But to be honest, Li Guanqi really didn't know how to help them make cakes. If you want to be a divine weapon, of course you have to become a god. But according to Pluto, this planet can become a god only after 8,000 extraordinary years. In other words, neither the weird world nor the real world has the normal conditions to become a god. It seems that the 9 palaces level of perfection is the limit, unless he chooses to kill billions of people, and use the deaths of those humans to obtain source energy and become a god. But it was impossible for Li Guanqi to do such a thing. But the truth should be getting closer, Li Guanqi murmured softly. From the beginning to the end, everything is because of the handiwork of that future god. If it weren't for him, the extraordinary person would not have traveled to the strange world. Pluto would not have traveled into his body, and so on. Everything would have happened. Will not happen. The purpose of the future gods is to let their generation gain strength in the strange world, and then return to the real world to change something. If so, Li Guanqi guessed that the god of the future might have been fully prepared. The opportunity to become a god should appear from system tasks. This is a guess, but also a gut feeling. Pluto is the future Li Guanqi. Pluto trusts his instincts very much. As for Li Guanqi, the same is actually true. Then let's see. Li Guanqi took a deep breath. What will the future look like? What does that guy want us to change? Next, he waited here for a while, because the demon sword and Shakong are finished. But Ares is still in the amethyst barrier for who knows what, and has never brought his brothers and sisters out. Finally, more than 10 minutes later, Ares came out alone, transformed into silver armor, and returned to Li Guanqi. What's going on? Stinky armor? Shankara asked. Ares was silent at first, then sighed. I woke them up, but they didn't want to leave. Not every one of them. They chose to continue sleeping. Sacred weapons, in the final analysis, are weapons. The magic knife spoke slowly and calmly. The value of a weapon is to be used. If it has no value in being used, it is no different from waste. No sacred weapon likes to be trash. Our sacred weapon has its own value. I'm annoying you, but you may be right about this. Ares' voice was hoarse. Listening to their exchange, Li Guanqi felt complicated for a moment and didn't know what to say. What could he say? The guy who caused this artifact tragedy and caused many artifacts to lose their bodies is now staying in the depths of his soul. But he chose to cooperate with the other party and compare their hearts. These artifacts of his are probably very angry at this time. So, you didn't mention the master? Suddenly, Shakong asked. If you tell the story about extraordinary beings in the 2 worlds, your brothers and sisters, driven by curiosity, will definitely come out. Right. Don't you think this is a restraint? Ares said indifferently. I hate our curiosity, let alone use it to drive my brothers and sisters. Heh. It's up to you. Shakong said nothing more. Curiosity? Bondage? Disgust? Li Guanqi was slightly startled, but didn't think much about it. So, now that the matter of the artifact spirit is over, you can go back to find Miss Saoirse and head to the 3rd guiding star. Owner! At this time, Xuankong's voice sounded in Li Guanqi's mind again. He seemed to be a little hesitant, but finally became decisive. Can you tell me? What is this? What happened? Why is Pluto's consciousness inside your soul? You are obviously 2 universes. 2 people in parallel time and space. Why are you connected to each other now? And what about the cooperation he mentioned? What do you want to cooperate with him? With someone like Pluto? Can you really feel safe cooperating with him? I know. You are the master, and we artifacts should not exceed the rules. But I want to know the answer. I believe it's not just me. Padao, Stinky Armor, and Xiaoxua must all want to know the answer. Then let me tell you the answer. Before Li Guanqi could reply, Pluto's voice suddenly sounded, saying to the artifacts, however, this is an answer to shut you up. Back then, I tried to resurrect my dead wife. So I slaughtered the gods and devoured my power, which led to Ragnarok. It also caused me to be sealed to the underworld by your master at the cost of my death. Then, I called on my subordinates, who stayed in the human world, and began to search for temple resources and artifacts, and melt them into a seal-breaking weapon. I succeeded. I left the underworld and returned to the human world. But at this time, A guy called the Human Emperor had appeared in the human world. He was very strong. Stronger than all of you useless god masters. He was on the same level as me. I was forced to return to the underworld. My original idea was not to go out and fight the Human Emperor to the death. After all, at that time, I already understood that with my level of power, if we go all out to fight, it would easily lead to the destruction of lives. But it backfired. After I went out, not long after, the decisive battle began. All my men were killed in the battle, and the underworld was completely reduced to ruins. The Human Emperor's men also died in the battle, and the entire human civilization was destroyed, leaving only a few human survivors. Starting from the 21st century, this is the second apocalyptic period. The survivors began to rebuild a new era in the wasteland civilization. As for me and the Human Emperor, dead, but not quite dead. We all have a backup plan to let a ray of consciousness continue to be reincarnated and reborn. Until New Epoch 4870. Due to unknown reasons, the consciousness of the Human Emperor and I suddenly traveled through time and space and came to another parallel time and space, the so-called real world, and came to our previous selves. I came to Li Guanqi. The Human Emperor went to Lin Xianbai's body. What happens next is what you all know. In the future, the system created by God will come, and 100 million extraordinary people will be selected to travel back and forth between the two worlds, constantly crossing. As you know, Li Guanqi communicated with the God of the future once. The purpose of the God of the future is to allow extraordinary beings to gain power in the strange world in advance, and then return to the real world to change something. Then here comes the problem. Who is the God of the future? Where in the future is he? Was that the New Age era? Is he the God of New Jiqing? But Xinji clearly cannot become a god. How did he become a god? What exactly does he want the superhuman to do? Are there any real-world dangers? What needs extraordinary people to gain great power in this era and then change something? What truth is hidden behind all this? Hey, artifacts. I'm very curious. So I cooperated with Li Guanqi to find out the truth faster. Aren't you curious? Give me a break. Li Guanqi doesn't understand. I'm the Pluto of the old age. Don't I understand? You have never told Li Guanqi all the facts. You are secretive and vague. Let me tell you now. Your so-called artifacts are just advanced AI created by a group of gods who are tired of living. Hundreds, thousands, 10,000 years. The gods have lived too long and have lost their curiosity about the world. They even want to commit suicide to end their lives. You guys, artifacts. To put it bluntly, you are the advanced AI created by the gods in order to regain your curiosity, which is the so-called artificial intelligence. Do you think you have autonomous emotions? Yes, indeed there is. Because the most important material in your production process is the human soul. The casting of each artifact consumes a human soul. However, every artifact is the same. During production, that soul will be tampered with, which is the so-called input program. In the established programs of you advanced AIs, curiosity is the first thing, far more than any emotion. Hi! That's why you artifacts will always be curious about the world. And you can still love life and have an out-of-the-box temperament even after living for thousands of years. The gods connect their souls with artifacts like you, so that they can always remain curious and love the world, thereby avoiding suicide. So, back to the original question. Is it important? Does it matter whether I, Pluto, am your enemy? Unimportant. For you advanced AIs, emotion and hatred are far less important than satisfying curiosity. Of course you can deny this. But remember, you AIs can deceive others. But can you really deceive yourself? What is really important is that my cooperation with Li Guanqi can allow him to find the truth faster, and also better prevent him from dying midway in the process of searching for the truth. Hatred? Revenge? None of this is as important as finding the truth. So, stop saying these meaningless words. Rather than avenging your masters, you AIs are actually more eager to understand the truth and to understand the purpose of all this in the future. If there is such an option, press the red button. Give up revenge and get the truth. Press the green button to kill me to avenge your master. Can only be pressed once. Every artifact will choose to press the red button. Give up revenge and get the truth. You can deny what I just said, but you cannot fool yourselves, because the established programs of your AIs determine this matter. It is a theorem and a fact. That's it. Don't bother me anymore. Having said this, Pluto completely returned to silence. Li Guanqi looked at the amethyst barrier in front of him and at the countless flying and circling artifact spirits inside. His eyes narrowed slightly. The artifact is an advanced AI made by the gods of the old era based on human souls. The established program determines that the artifact's curiosity is higher than all emotions, including revenge. Demon Sword, Shun Kong, Ares, and Xiao Xue were silent for a long time. So, you don't deny it? Li Guanqi asked softly. The artifacts remained silent. In the end, Demon Sword spoke slowly. An artifact is a tool, not a god or a human being. It is just a tool that was created and set in advance. Nothing more. That's it. Master. He sighed softly. If cooperating with Pluto really helps find the truth, we won't talk about revenge anymore. Pluto is right. We are just advanced AI. We have emotions. But the order of emotions has long been set. Order. Our curiosity is above all emotions. Let's find the truth. We really want to know everything. I will. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. Shun Kong? Clear. Buzz? A space portal appeared in front, and Li Guanqi stepped into it. He wants to return to the previous place, meet Saoirse, and then go to the third starguiding place. The first prerequisite for finding the truth becomes stronger. Chapter 508. The truth behind the Daluo dynasty's discrimination against magicians? Miss Saoirse. Li Guanqi stepped out of the portal and returned to the woods where he was before. Mr. Li. Seeing him coming back, Saoirse, who was standing by a tree waiting, immediately turned around and said slightly embarrassed. Well, I may have just been detoxified before, and I wasn't quite conscious yet, so I didn't even think of asking you. One thing, what was the poison I was poisoned with before? It's the blood virus. Li Guanqi looked at her and said, Original blood virus? Saoirse was stunned for a moment, and then asked, What is the specific situation? It is a special blood poison based on human blood and produced in the body of a living person. Li Guanqi explained. The poison maker is called a toxin. The higher the cultivation level of the toxin itself, the stronger the toxicity. And as you have experienced, you know that this poison is contagious and can turn into a virus. The plague also affects the soul, which is very scary. Hearing this, Saoirse suddenly looked thoughtful. I have heard of this poison. I have seen a similar introduction in the Imperial Library, but the name given in the book is human plague blood poison. Although the names are different, the content is very similar. The name is not important. It is just a title. Seeing her expression, Li Guanqi hurriedly stepped forward and asked, The important thing is, Miss Saoirse, do you know what the antidote to this poison is? Saoirse looked at him with some surprise. You asked me? But it's not you who helped me detoxify. Mr. Li, I only have one exact antidote. Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. And this detoxification method requires you to come to me to use it, which is inconvenient. You can't come to me every time you are poisoned. Right. So, if you have seen other detoxification methods from the Imperial Library, as for the detoxification method, make a few bottles of antidote in advance to be prepared. It is a pity. Saoirse shook her head slightly. I only saw a rough introduction to this poison in the ancient book in the Imperial Library. The author of the book also heard about it through hearsay, and specifically mentioned I don't know whether it is true or false in the text. It's only now that I know the true existence of this blood poison. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. In that case, Miss Saoirse, if you get hit again next time, you have to come to me immediately to help you detoxify. You can't delay. Yeah. Yes. Saoirse just smiled and said nothing more. Then let's go now. She looked at Li Guanqi, chuckled and asked, Going to the third starguiding place? Loot switching. When Li Guanqi heard this, he couldn't help but be curious. By the way, the war has already started, but the Conjuring Academy has never thought of taking over the Beidou sequence to lead the star? Isn't this a very important military resource location? It's important, but although it is a military resource, it is not a strategic target at this stage. Saoirse didn't know what she thought of. Suddenly her eyes narrowed, and she gritted her teeth and said, The main component of the national destiny, in addition to the number of cultivators, is the number and belief of the people of the Empire. The more people of the Empire, the more confident they are in the Empire, the stronger our national destiny will be. The current goal of the Conjuration Academy is to weaken our Tulip's national destiny. Therefore, they will only spend their forces on two targets at this stage. Massacre the city, kill people, and destroy people's faith. Although things like star-drawing lands are important, They are meaningless to the war. Even if they are captured at the expense of troops, they will not be helpful to the war. Because no matter how many star-drawing lands are won, they cannot reduce our national destiny. After all, except for a few guardians, the place where the star is guided is basically an uninhabited wasteland. As for destroying faith, the star-guiding land is a 7-star cultivation resource. Except for cultivators at the 5 elements level and above. Most low-level cultivators have only heard of this name, let alone ordinary people. Ordinary people didn't even know there was such a thing in the world. Therefore, for the Conjuration Academy, instead of consuming troops to occupy the star-guiding place, it is more important to destroy a few landmark buildings or smash a few temples of light to undermine people's faith. They don't care about the star attraction. Now they only go to massacre the city and kill people. At the end of the sentence, Saoirse's eyes were full of hatred and murderous intent. When Li Guangqi saw this, he just sighed inwardly. The war with the Conjuring Academy did not end well. But the Tulip Empire really had no choice. If it didn't start a war with the Conjuration Academy, there was a possibility of being targeted by Luo Di. Although it is a possibility, they dare not bet on this possibility. Because assuming that Luo Emperor really targets all the demigods and the 9 palaces in the country, without the protection of the strong, this empire will soon be destroyed, and the Tulip people will be reduced to the fate of slaves in other countries. Other small countries in the world can live well even if they only have 7 stars. That is because they have been in a state of groveling and paying tribute to other countries for protection from the beginning. But tulips are different. The Tulip Empire is very powerful, and has always demanded tribute from other small countries. Once it changes from strong to weak, it will soon be invaded by other countries and completely divided, or be directly annexed by the Violet Empire next door. Etc. Emperor Luo, the Great Luo Dynasty, the fate of the country. The main components of national destiny are the level and number of cultivators in the empire. In addition, the number and beliefs of ordinary people are also extremely important. The Daluo Dynasty is the most populous country. In this new era with a population of 100 billion, the population of the Daluo Dynasty is said to exceed 10 billion. The huge population base naturally leads to a large number of their practitioners. As for the people's beliefs, Daluo people don't believe in God, and the country is the people's belief. Daluo people are generally arrogant and look down on any country except Daluo. Even Li Guangqi's senior sister Wang Yanjing, when she came to southern Xinjiang and the Sakura shogunate, although she didn't say it, she was actually superior in her heart. Attitude. Isn't this extreme belief? Extreme confidence in the country. Strong plus many plus confidence equals strong national destiny. No wonder the Daluo dynasty is so strong. Because these 2 points directly make the national destiny of the Daluo dynasty extremely vast, and also make the already powerful Luo Emperor even stronger after the national destiny is added to it. It's all meaningful. It is meaningful for the Daluo dynasty to cultivate its citizens into this state. Therefore, the Daluo dynasty's discrimination and rejection of magicians is definitely not a simple conceptual issue. There must be reasons behind it. Miss Saoirse, do you know why the Great Luo dynasty discriminates against spellcasters? Li Guangqi looked at the Jiogong-level blonde sorcerer in front of him and suddenly asked, although he felt that it was basically impossible for the other party to know. How could I possibly know this? As expected, Saoirse heard this and just said helplessly. But, immediately afterwards, the female magician suddenly thought of something, and she suddenly came out of her previous hatred. A trace of reminiscence flashed through her beautiful eyes, and she smiled. I used to participate in a female magician. I went to the teachers' gathering and met a cute little girl there, with a sweet and soft body, but a very astringent temperament. Li Guangqi's expression changed slightly. Why does this description sound weird? No. How could he forget that Saoirse belongs to the Queen's Wings? And every member of the Queen's Wings is a lesbian. She's really cute. Saoirse didn't notice Li Guangqi's strange expression, but just fell into memories and said with a smile, we had a very pleasant night. And then when we were lying in bed, we talked about this and that. And she said, I once heard someone say that there was a terrifying monster sleeping deep underground in the Daluo dynasty. The mission of the Daluo dynasty is to suppress this big monster. Legend has it that the original purpose of the Imperial Great Wall was not to protect the dynasty's borders, but to trap giant monsters. As for why the Daluo dynasty discriminates against magicians, it is because the magic core in the magician's body emits an aura that stimulates the big monsters and causes them to wake up. That's why the Great Luo dynasty extremely rejects magicians. For 3,000 years, it has tried to drive out all the magicians within the country and eliminate them all, in order to prevent the cores of magic from gathering in large numbers and stimulating the big monster, causing it to emerge from the ground, run out, and destroy the whole world. So, what do you think? Saoirse looked at Li Guanqi and asked with a smile. Forehead. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment, and then said after a while, This thing sounds like a children's book, and it was compiled by the people of Daluo themselves to beautify their discrimination against magicians. Hee hee. Actually, I think so too. Hearing this, Saoirse couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Ha ha. Li Guanqi smiled in agreement. In fact, what he wanted to say more was, didn't the Queen's Wings all love the Tulip Queen deeply? How about a fun night out with another girl? But after some thought, he still didn't ask. This is too nonsense. Xu Yinkong's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, with a hint of joking. Are you cooperating with the Great Luo dynasty or the Guardian of the World? As the master of the artifact, Li Guanqi suddenly felt that Ares was in a strange mood. Ares, what's wrong? I've heard this story too. Ares smiled with a complicated mood. When I followed my last master, the boy from the Yun family, an ancestor of the Yun family who had watched him grow up, told this story during a casual chat, and even joked, if he keeps running around, send him underground to feed the monsters. The sky was silent for a moment. You said? At this time, Xiaoxue, who had never spoken much, suddenly spoke up and hesitated. Could this outrageous story be the truth? The Daluo dynasty has never hidden the truth. But because the facts are so outrageous, no one believes it at all. The artifacts were silent. Hades? Li Guanqi suddenly asked in his mind. Have you not been reincarnated since the end of the old era? So you should have experienced it for more than 4,000 years in the new era. Tell me. Say what? Pluto did not pretend to be dead, but said helplessly, I am a reincarnation, not a designated rebirth. When I reincarnate, I have no control over my origin, and I cannot awaken my complete memory. I have indeed been reincarnated many times, but I have never been reincarnated into the Ying family. One of my strongest reincarnations awakened the most memory fragments, but until he died of old age, he could only cultivate to the 9 palaces level and open 2 law palaces. He had no access to the high-level secrets of the Daluo dynasty. But there is such a thing as monsters. At least I can say that in the old era, I had never heard of any monsters deep underground. All right. Li Guanqi shrugged. I hate this feeling. Shukong sighed. Either we don't talk about it, or we talk about the truth. Why are we always talking about stories like this that we don't know whether they are true or false? Mr. Li, what are you thinking about? At this time, Saoirse looked at Li Guanqi, who had been standing motionless since just now, with curiosity on her face. It's nothing. Li Guanqi came back to his senses and no longer participated in the chat among the artifacts. He turned to Saoirse and smiled. Then let's set off now to go to Luzuan's Guide to Stars. Please forgive me. Yeah. Wait a moment. Saoirse nodded, then turned around. Just like the previous 2 times, after more than 10 minutes of casting, a platinum-colored space portal was opened. Mr. Li, hold on to me. Saoirse took Li Guanqi's hand and led him into it. As the 2 figures were engulfed in white light, they were about to head to the 3rd star of the Beidou, where Luzuan leads the star. The power of Luzuan's star will cause damage. It's too fast. This cultivation speed is too fast. I'm afraid even the mysterious junior brother can't compare to me now. Right. Huh? But what do I mean by this? Is it cultivation or acquisition? Speaking of which, I didn't expect that absorbing the power of my ancestors would allow me to practice at a 7-star level without even going to the star-guiding place. Daluo Dynasty. The ancestral land of the Wang family. Deep underground. In this gloomy underground mausoleum, waves of female whispers suddenly sounded. It was a tall woman wearing red clothes, sitting cross-legged next to a bronze coffin. She had a slim back, and her waist-length hair was not tied up, but was scattered casually on her back, giving her a rather graceful look. Wang Yanqing slowly opened her eyes, which were a pair of deep and beautiful black eyes. Her face is absolutely beautiful now, although there are only a few minor changes compared to before. These few minor changes made her face, which could only be considered delicate at first, suddenly become alluring, breathtaking, and the scar she had deliberately kept at the corner of her right eye no longer existed at this time, coupled with the indifference deep in her eyes. This woman in red who was once the leader of the Red Blood Army, now has lost some of her previous heroic spirit, and is instead a little more sinister. Ancestor! Wang Yanqing stood up from the ground, eyes lowered, and looked inside the bronze coffin. The coffin has no lid. The corpse lying inside was sealed by the Wang family's secret method, which not only preserved its power, but also kept its body incorruptible, and its appearance forever. The appearance of this beautiful female corpse is exactly 70% similar to the current Wang Yanqing. Suddenly, Wang Yanqing turned her head slightly, glanced at the few strands of black hair scattered on her shoulders, and frowned. She obviously doesn't like it. In the past, she always liked to wear a high single ponytail. Sure enough, as I absorb more of the power of my ancestors, the will of my ancestors is gradually affecting me. Wang Yanqing grabbed the edge of the coffin with her right hand, and there was a fierce and ferocious look in her beautiful eyes. You are obviously dead. Why do you still affect me? Why? Chapter 509, The Ancestral Land of the Wang Family. Wang Yanqing. You also know that this ancestor is dead, and you still say such angry words. Suddenly, an old man's voice came from the darkness in the distance. Wang Yanqing turned around and looked. It was a tall old man wearing a white robe with a kind face and kind eyes. One of the only two Jiudan-level members of the Daluo Wang family. Wang Haoran. No one can change you, kid. Wang Haoran clasped his hands behind his back and walked slowly to Wang Yanqing's side. He looked at the beautiful female corpse lying in the bronze coffin and said softly, This ancestor has died long ago. The remaining power can only change your body. This is you. Reasons for changes in appearance. However, the ancestor who died long ago can never change your will. You now are just returning to the original you. She changed me. Wang Yanqing emphasized in a deep voice. Oh. Wang Haoran smiled softly. Are you lying to me? Or are you lying to yourself? Wang Yanqing frowned slightly. You should know better, kid. Wang Haoran glanced at her and said softly, Absorb the power of the ancestors, so that your body and soul will continue to become pure. During this process, all outsider influences will be washed away, and you will become your original self. A Wang Yanqing who is not influenced by outsiders. A real Wang Yanqing. Your hair? As he spoke, the old man raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Yanqing's waist-length black hair. Are you trying to say that you used to like to tie your hair up into a single ponytail, but now you always do it unconsciously? The radiation reaches your waist. So you think it was the ancestor who changed your will? This is one of those things, Wang Yanqing said coldly. You've told me about this many times. Wang Haoran stood with his hands behind his back and said softly, I attach great importance to it, because if you accept the gift from the ancestor, your will be affected, and it will be inconsistent with the content of the ancient books passed down by the ancestor. This is a very serious matter, because if there's a mistake in this thing, that means there might be a difference in other things as well. Therefore, after you mentioned it for the first time, I went to verify it in many ways. What I ended up with was a false alarm. Daluo has long abolished hair-tying rituals and related rules. How a person wants to style their hair has nothing to do with age. And the same goes for the Wang family. However, whether it is family elders, playmates of the same age, or street vendors, they all clearly stated that before you met that person. Xiao Yanqing of the Wang family had always had black hair reaching her waist before she was 12 years old. Never. No. Tied up hair. When it came to the last four words, the old man spoke with great emphasis. Wang Yanqing's pupils narrowed. When did you tie your high ponytail? Wang Haoran continued, pretending to think for a while. Well, it seems, it was the boy named Chi who took you out to play. And then he saw a woman on the road, and casually said she looked good, and you looked at the back of the woman with a ponytail. From then on, your hair will become a ponytail. Right? Wang Yanqing stared at the old man blankly, but his eyes were unfocused. Countless memories came to his mind in an instant. That is, childhood. Yuanan. On the bustling streets of Beijing, people come and go at an endless stream. A young man with red hair and red eyes held the hand of a black-haired girl and looked at the streets and alleys, unable to regain consciousness for a long time. What are you looking at? The little girl who didn't respond after shouting for a long time glared at him angrily, and then followed his gaze. It was a young woman standing in front of a vegetable market stall, wearing a smart light red outfit, with her black hair tied up in a high ponytail. She was dressed like a charlatan, or a girl from an escort agency. An ordinary people's impression. This kind of woman should be handsome and heroic. However, the gentle smile on the face of the woman in red and the skillful movements of picking vegetables make her look like a considerate and virtuous young wife. The breeze blew by, blowing the treetops and blowing the woman's ponytail hair. Good. The red-haired boy's eyes lit up slightly, and he couldn't help but say, So beautiful. Eh? The black-haired girl next to him turned her head and looked at the longing expression on his face, slightly stunned. Then comes the anger. Hey, don't look. The next moment, the angry black-haired girl suddenly slapped the red-haired boy on the head. What are you doing? The red-haired boy who was beaten showed anger and glared at the girl angrily. Don't you know that a man can't be hit on the head? And you are still a woman. How can a man be hit on the head by a woman? Eh? When the girl saw his excited look, she was frightened a little. She stumbled and fell back when she stepped back. Ching ching. Seeing this, the young man hurriedly stepped forward, reached out to hold her and supported her. But his face still had an unhappy expression. There will be no next time. Women cannot hit men on the head. You have to remember this. Hey, sister, take a look at your little Yanqing. Her eyes have been staring at the dressing table today. Look, let me tell you, women love red makeup. This is a talent that will be awakened automatically when they reach age. You, Chinger, don't talk to your aunt. Come to my mother. Mother, what's wrong? I want to comb my hair. Aw? The kind with one braid. Okay, Andy is here to help you. Your mother is very clumsy. Now! Like this. Not like this. Oh, it's not a braid. That I can untie this ponytail? No. Oh, it's not a low ponytail. You said it so gently. So like this? No, it needs to be higher. So? Yes. That's it. That's it. Ha ha. It turns out that our little Yanqing likes high ponytails. Is that really what you like? Or is it what he likes? Underground tomb. Wang Haoran, an old man in white robe, stood with his hands behind his hands, looked at Wang Yanqing beside him, and asked softly. Wang Yanqing closed her eyes and raised her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes, hoping to wipe away something. So, have you remembered? Wang Haoran's voice was calm. You don't like a single ponytail at all, ever since you were a child. The original you, likes to wear your hair down to your waist. The reason why you later changed it to a single ponytail is just to cater to that kid from the Qi family. I just want to please the other person. Wang Yanqing opened her eyes, gritted her teeth, and said nothing. Besides, Wang Haoran raised his finger and pointed under the corner of her right eye. The scar at the corner of your eye was not something you wanted to leave. Just because that brat liked brave and heroic women. You deliberately made a cut on your face. Scars highlight heroic spirit. It's really sad. The white-robed old man shook his head gently. To be honest, I don't know anything about you and that Qi family boy. I originally thought that you two should be a beautiful couple, but I didn't expect that it would be so ridiculous and sad. What's so funny? Wang Yanqing stared at him, with a bit of anger in her beautiful black eyes. Wang Haoran was keenly aware of this hostility. Instead of being annoyed, he showed admiration, and then said, Isn't it sad? Because what he likes. You deliberately let yourself become like that. This kind of love. Not sad enough? Accommodating each other is the way love works. Wang Yanqing's voice deepened. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Wang Haoran raised his head and laughed, and the laughter echoed in the empty mausoleum. Hey, what are you laughing at? Wang Yanqing's expression became increasingly unhappy, and there was no respect at all for the elders of the family on his face. I'm laughing at you for being so stupid. The smile on Wang Haoran's face gradually faded, and finally he sighed. Accommodate each other and manage love? That means you two are not suitable enough. A truly perfect love does not require accommodation from either party. If it is necessary, it means it is not suitable enough. And you, Yanqing, you actually chose to rebel against the family and gave up so much just because of such an unsuitable partner. Alas, it was in vain that I fought against everyone's opinions and helped you handle this matter. Wang Yanqing was startled. What do you mean? Do you think you could really convince the family elders to let you marry Qi Yuanan with just one mouth and a few words? Wang Haoran looked at her, shook his head and laughed. You don't really think that your loud voice can convince people, do you? It's you? Wang Yanqing looked in disbelief. Back then, was it me, ancestor, who was helping me behind my back? Certainly, Wang Haoran nodded lightly. I heard about you at that time, and I remembered myself back then. But unlike you, I failed to resist the family successfully. I abandoned the woman I loved and chose the family's plan. Marriage object. Later, I could only laugh and drink wine at her wedding banquet. In the end, I deliberately spilled the wine on my face to hide the tears in my eyes. The tragedy I experienced is something I don't want others to experience in the future. So I helped you. I thought I made a happy couple. But I didn't expect that I just helped a stupid girl. She only knows how to accommodate others. But I don't know if she will be taken seriously by others. Alas. The old man in white robe sighed. I feel worthless for you. I don't need you to feel for me. Wang Yanqing clenched her fists tightly. Her body was trembling. She frowned, gritted her teeth and shouted. He loves me. I love him. I feel it's worth it. That's enough. I don't need you to make irresponsible remarks. No need. Do you understand? Stop talking. Very good. Wang Haoran looked at her like this with a smile on his face. Look at you now. You are so different from you a few months ago. You are full of stubbornness. And there is no respect for the elders in your eyes, let alone what is called gentleness. This is a good thing, because you are not a gentlewoman to begin with. Your previous gentleness was just the kind of woman Qi Yuanan liked to be gentle. So you kept forcing yourself to be that kind of woman, trying to make yourself look like what he liked. But why change? Stubborn, rude, indifferent, resolute, nonconformist, looking down on the so-called family elders, with a stronger personality than many men. This is the original you, the original Wang Yanqing. The most important thing is that in the face of the upcoming turbulent times, the Wang family does not need any gentle women. You are what the Wang family needs now. Yanqing. Wang Haoran raised his right hand, patted her shoulder lightly, and smiled appreciatively. The content of the ancient book is correct. Absorbing the power of ancestors will never change a person's will, but will return to the origin and the original essence of character. Now, after being baptized by the power of your ancestors, you are getting rid of its dross, gradually erasing all the influence of outsiders on you, and preparing to return to your original self. And recognizing yourself will be of great benefit to you in the future when you enter the 9 palaces level. The best Wang Yanqing is to stop accommodating others and choose to be her own Wang Yanqing. After all, the Law Palace will not open its door to a guy who can't even recognize him. Continue. Although you are already good enough, and the speed at which you can absorb the power of your ancestors is also very good. 7 stars is not enough. The old man in white robe smiled, took back his right hand, turned and left. Wang Yanqing stood there, looking at the old man's back as he walked away, his pupils trembling. Am I always accommodating him? No. It shouldn't be like this. We accommodate each other. We accommodate each other for a better love. He also accommodates me somewhat. Right. Wang Yanqing murmured to himself. In my mind, every bit of my past interactions with the red-haired man started to replay and replay like a revolving door. After reading them one by one. Yes. Yes, right? Have it? Ah! Boom! Suddenly, Wang Yanqing looked ferocious, turned around and punched the bronze coffin, causing a loud noise and strong impact that shook the entire underground mausoleum. However, the bronze coffin was obviously not an extraordinary object. Under the great strength of the 7-star warrior, there was no movement except for a slight sway. I'm sorry, ancestor. Yanqing is rude. For a long time, the woman in red lowered her head, holding on to the edge of the coffin, kneeling on her knees, and kowtowed several times toward the bronze coffin, her voice hoarse. Sorry! She kowtowed continuously until her forehead was broken, and the stone steps were covered with blood. Boom! 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 The sound of kowtows continued to echo in the silent underground tomb. A long time, blood was flowing on the stone steps, one layer at a time. Call, Wang Yanqing, who was kneeling in front of the bronze coffin, had dull eyes. He raised his head and took a deep breath. Blood fell from his forehead to the tip of his nose and flowed to both sides of his face. Her face, which has now become incomparably beautiful, does not look scary when contrasted with the blood. On the contrary, the contrast between the white skin and the scarlet blood makes it look somewhat poignant. Ancestor, Yanqing is ignorant. Since the age of 12, he has gone astray and been bound by a shackle called love. Call. Having said this, Wang Yanqing took a deep breath again. Her voice was as heavy as thunder. and perseverance and determination gradually emerged in her black eyes. Then, the woman in red slowly took off her red coat, shook her right hand, and exploded with skillful energy, which directly shook the entire red dress into powder, scattered on the ground, and flew away with the wind. Remove the old shackles of the past. And now you know who I am. Wang Yanqing, who had taken off her red coat and was only wearing a white singlet, knelt in front of the bronze coffin with an expressionless face and a cold voice. Yuan is dead. I should have let go. In the future, I will no longer be confused by my past obsessions. I am a member of the Wang family, and I will take the rise of the Wang family as my own responsibility. Please trust me with your strength. After Wang Yanqing finished speaking, he raised his right hand, reached into the bronze coffin, and gently touched the forehead of the beautiful female corpse. Boom! With a blood connection, a magnificent pressure erupted from the inside of the coffin, and bloody light exploded, completely engulfing Wang Yanqing's tall figure and the coffin. The inheritance of ancestral power continues. Lu Tuan guides the stars. The sky is full of stars, but the bright moon is missing. On the top of the mountains, there are clouds and mist. Li Guanqi stepped out of the space portal in one step, and then stood there in a daze. What's the matter? Mr. Li? Saoirse stood nearby, looking at him curiously. No, it's nothing. Li Guanqi shook his head slightly. I just accidentally thought of an old friend. I don't know why I thought of her, although we haven't seen each other for a long time. Oh, who is it? A senior sister who is very good to me. Chapter 510 The Real Reason for Saoirse's Poisoning. The crisis is coming. The place where Greedy Wolf leads stars is a forest. The place where Giant Gate leads stars is a white desert. And the third place where Lu Tuan leads stars is a place surrounded by mountains. Above the sky, the night sky is filled with brilliant stars. Between the mountains, stars flicker. At the top of the highest mountain, Li Guanqi was standing on the edge of the cliff, wearing a platinum light armor transformed from the heavenly god's armor. He looked around, looking at this spectacular scene of all the mountains, and he couldn't help but feel curious. Miss Saoirse. He looked at the blonde sorcerer next to him. Speaking of which, I have never walked into the star-guiding place from the outside in a proper manner. What would happen if I walked in from the outside? Forehead. Saoirse was stunned for a moment, then thought for a moment and said, First of all, you won't find anything special outside. It's still daytime, and you can't see any flowing starlight or fluorescence. Nothing. However, when you step into the area, what you see around you will be very different. It will suddenly change from day to night, and stars will flow around, and your figure in the star land is invisible to people outside the star land. Same reason. Even if you are inside the star guide, you cannot see what is happening outside the star guide. The star guiding area is a special space area between the main space and the space gap. It looks a bit like reality but not reality, and it looks like illusion but not illusion. I see. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. No wonder he completed the pulling of the giant star at the Giant Gate Star Land last time. He couldn't help but use the giant god star's skill and turned into a 1,000-meter giant. He didn't attract the guardians from outside. It turned out that he couldn't see the inside from the outside. What happened? So be it. Saoirse looked at Li Guanqi and smiled. I have to return to the imperial capital to explain the situation. I will try my best to collect the resources to upgrade the soul to the 8th level during this period. If Mr. Li, you will only spend 3 months to attract the star this time. If so, then the next time we meet, I should be able to raise your soul to the 8th level. Thank you, Li Guanqi said solemnly. Let's go. Bye. Saoirse smiled sweetly, waved to him, then turned and walked towards the space portal from which she came. Miss Saoirse! However, when she was about to step into the portal, Li Guanqi suddenly called out, What's wrong? Saoirse turned her head curiously. Be alive. Li Guanqi looked at her with sincere eyes. I don't know many people in the Tulip Empire. Miss Saoirse, you are one of them. I know that the glory of Tulip people is very important. But if possible, I hope you can pay more attention to yourself. Life, the last sneak attack and poisoning were no accident. Please be more careful and stay alive. Miss Saoirse, I will. Saoirse smiled with crooked eyes, then turned her head and completely stepped into the space portal, as her figure was engulfed in white light. And as the portal closed, the Geogam-level blonde sorcerer completely disappeared from Li Guanqi's sight. Weird, isn't it? Li Guanqi looked at the empty front and whispered to himself. Yeah. That's weird. The voice of the magic knife slowly sounded. This is too unreasonable. The enemy country has a highly toxic virus that can cause a plague. And there is no antidote except you. In this case, this Saoirse, he actually chose not to do anything, and just went back. I thought she would take you back with her in case of emergency, allowing you to go to support the poisoned people or areas at any time, even if you don't want to. Put yourself in another person's shoes. If I were Saoirse and stood in the position of the Tulip Man, I would definitely take you away by force. After all, this is for the sake of the country. But she did nothing. So far, this Saoirse is indeed good. A kind and beautiful woman. But the question is, who are you to her? Boy, your charm on women will not work on her. After all, although her gender is female, her sexual orientation is also female. To sum up, I don't think your status in her heart will be higher than that of the country. So? Li Guanqi asked softly. Boy, you should have the answer. The magic knife's voice was calm. Li Guanqi thought for a moment. So, when I went to the Amethyst space to check the artifact spirits, Miss Saoirse must have contacted the Imperial capital to report on the situation. The only explanation why she didn't take me away now is that there was no second case of poisoning during her coma. In other words, the current Tulip Empire does not have an urgent need for detoxification. And I myself can't go anywhere when I am guiding stars in their Tulip Empire. If they need it, they can come to me at any time. This is the most reasonable explanation. Demon Knife agreed. But that makes it even weirder. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. The origin blood virus made by Jiogon-level Tongyo's son is so powerful that it can poison even Jiogon-level people. It can also form a plague and be used to kill a large number of humans. Why did it only appear once and not a second time? Time? The production of source blood virus is extremely expensive. The magic knife said slowly. The source blood virus that can poison the 9 palaces level is even more expensive. It is impossible to make it twice in a short time. Of course, this is not the biggest reason. This explanation is not strong enough because it cannot explain. Why didn't the origin blood virus appear on the battlefield before this? I think I should know the answer. At this time, Ares spoke slowly. When I followed the Yun family before, I learned about a poison that can cause the rapid death of a large number of humans according to the regulations of the World Convention. It is not allowed to appear for any reason, including war. If this kind of poison appears, the demigod-level experts from all countries in the world will jointly hunt it down. At the same time, the most powerful and neutral pharmacist organization in the world will send personnel to detoxify it. Those guys know everything, and there is basically no poison that they can't do anything about. This is a relatively secretive convention, unknown to the public except for the top leaders of various countries. This convention was first finalized 2,500 years ago in the capital of the Western Kingdom of Rhoris. So it is also called the Loris Convention and has always been observed by all countries and major forces in the world. So, I guess this should explain why the bloodborne virus doesn't appear more than once. If this virus really caused a plague, then even if the Tulip Empire was helpless, the pharmacist organization would intervene immediately and send people out to detoxify it. Therefore, if it really caused a plague, it would become meaningless. Oh! Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. A world convention that does not allow for mass human death? Really? Pluto's guess is true. Those demigods do know that a large number of dead people will give birth to Origin Chi and can intercept the Origin Chi midway. So they do not allow a large number of deaths. The so-called Loris Convention is the product of this incident. Demigods have consciences. Of course, this may also be due to the uneven distribution of benefits. After all, every demigod wants to become a god. And at the same time, he definitely does not want anyone else to cut off enough source energy to become a god before he can. The one who becomes a god first will definitely destroy all the other demigods to ensure his dominance. What to do? Nothing to do, since there is no guarantee that the person who becomes a god is himself. Then it is better to prevent everyone from becoming a god. Li Guanqi believes that this is the biggest reason for the birth of the World Convention. So, the son of Jiogon-level Tongyu released the source blood virus not at all to let Saoirse take the virus to the Imperial capital and form a plague. That guy just wanted to poison Saoirse. At this time, the magic knife suddenly made a sound, revealing a profound meaning. Huh. He let out a hideous laugh. So the guy just wants to kill Saoirse? Isn't that right? Damn it. We've been tricked. Kid. Yes. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. When these things are piled up, the truth is very clear. The Jilgong-level son of Tongyu did not poison him to kill people. He wanted to confirm the existence of me. Another son of Tongyu. He must know very well that Saoirse does not have the detoxification method of the son of Tongyu. But I can detoxify it. If Saoirse was not poisoned to death, it means that I, the son of Tongyu, used Tongyu's blood to help her detoxify. But if this is the case, it means that he is not trying to find me. He already knew about my existence and knew that Saoirse and I knew each other. So he chose this method to completely confirm my identity as the son of Tongyu. The general context is this. Demon Knife's voice was low, but there are still many doubts. For example, there is not only one detoxification method for the origin blood virus. There are many other antidotes. How can he be sure which one you used to detoxify her? Away! Also, the origin blood virus is obviously a rare poison in the new age. Saoirse doesn't even know about it. How can he be sure that you know the antidote? And the most important point is that the son of Tongyu who can produce this source of blood virus is obviously at the Jilgong level. Since he is so powerful, why doesn't he come to you to confirm it himself? Instead of playing this trick in a roundabout way? Didn't this mother take off her pants and fart? Li Guanqi stood there, frowning in thought. A long time. There was a trace of fluctuation in Li Guanqi's eyes. And he said softly, he is not trying to kill people. Nor is he trying to confirm my identity. He has already confirmed my identity. He knows very well that I am the son of Tongyu. He knows who I am and where I am. Know what I'm doing. His purpose in doing this is actually very simple. He just wanted to tell me something. Wait. I'll come to you soon. That Jilgong level son of Tongyu. He is playing tricks on me. Just like a hunt with great disparity in strength. A self-proclaimed hunter will usually notify his prey in advance and tell him that he will chase him soon to satisfy his own vanity and pride. That Jilgong level son of Tongyu has such a mentality now. He wanted to tell me that he would come to me. But not now. And I couldn't run away. Even if he warned me in advance. Huh? Interesting. So damn interesting. Li Guanqi's eyes were gloomy, and his mood was extremely bad. Because after a lot of thinking, he found that he was powerless to resist the current situation. The only chance of survival is one way. Or rather, a woman. A tulip woman who is said to be beautiful enough to cover a 30,000-meter sea of flowers. Boy, your guess is probably right. So what should we do now? At this time, Demon Sword asked in a deep voice. Queen. Li Guanqi's mood was complicated. Facing the son of Tongyu at the Jilgong level. Now I have no way to protect myself except seeking the asylum of Queen Tulip. The queen wants to use my hand to get the chance of resurrection. In this case, no matter how powerful the enemy is, the queen will not ignore it, but will do her best to protect me. My only chance of survival is here. After all the detours, I still have to rely on that woman. Li Guanqi sighed. Evil Phoenix's situation is rather special. So to be honest, Queen Tulip is the second woman he has had a relationship with. But he didn't have any feelings for the queen. Even after that night of revelry, his impression of the evil phoenix bird was now better than that of the queen. The queen is beautiful. That's true. But the queen's purpose in having a relationship with him was too strong, which made Li Guanqi feel very uncomfortable. It can be said that if the queen was not beautiful enough, he would even feel that he was raped. But the problem is that the queen is too beautiful and has a great figure. And it is undeniable that he, Li Guanqi, is a cliched man who only cares about his appearance. This makes his memories of that night not really bad. It would be too hypocritical to say that he suffered a loss. Due to the intertwining of various complicated emotions, Li Guanqi is actually very resistant to contact with the queen. If possible, he really doesn't want to see the other person again. It's a pity that the world is cruel and never gives people a chance to choose. So let's go back now. Shadkong suddenly spoke up and said hesitantly. Go back to the imperial capital to find the queen to hug her? And then follow her all the time? No, of course not. Li Guanqi shook his head, then looked at the mountains in the distance, the sky full of stars, and said in a deep voice, the concept of time of the Jilgong class is different from mine. For the Jilgong class, with a lifespan of hundreds of years, 1 year is very short, and 10 years are not long. The son of Jilgong level Tongyu is obviously coming to find me. But not now. But when will he come to me? Tomorrow? Or next year? Or in a few more years? If he doesn't come one day, I will be like the queen's male pets kept in the happy palace, wagging my tail behind her skirt all day long? Of course not. Time is a very precious and valuable thing to me. So I have to seize every moment and become stronger quickly. If the situation is optimistic enough, I may even have a chance to gain the ability to fight the son of Tongyu before he comes to me. Master, are you too optimistic? Shun Kong was in a complicated mood. Judging from the current situation, people obviously know you. So how could they let you become stronger? Well, but you should also know this. So there is no need for me to say it. I have decided that there is no need to mention this matter again. Li Guanqi's voice was calm. The artifacts were silent, but they really didn't say anything else. However, Li Guanqi's real idea is to travel through time and space. Last time, on the 5th trip to the strange world, he got the Jade Pendant of Time from Wang Xiu's relics. It was the core component of the simulator, which is the advanced energy of the heart of time and space. Using this part of the energy, he can activate travel through time. Now, he still has one chance to activate travel through time and space. That's why Li Guanqi made this decision. Continue to become stronger, regardless of the Jogong level son of Tongyu. At least before the other party comes to him. He must become as strong as possible. Then when the time comes to meet the other party, he will activate time travel, depending on the situation, and return to the time when the son of Tongyu did not come to him. Then he quickly teleported to the imperial capital, and went to find the queen to hold her thigh and ask for protection. There is no other way. As he had said to Shun Kong before, time was precious to him, and he could not keep wasting time in the imperial capital, waiting in panic all day long. After all, those who practice 7-star level must stay in the star-guiding place. And the queen, after thinking about it, she knew that it was currently a war period, and it was impossible for the other party to stay with him at the place where the star was drawn. The queen was the emperor of the Tulip Empire, not his wife. If the whole thing was revealed, the queen would most likely choose to build an absolutely safe cage in the imperial capital and lock him in there for the rest of his life. So Li Guanqi could only continue to do his own thing until the son of Tongyu came to him. Of course, this plan has a premise. That is, when the son of Tongyu comes to see him, he should chat for a few words before meeting, instead of killing him instantly without even meeting him. However, according to psychological analysis, since the son of Tongyu would choose to poison Saoirse to tell Li Guanqi of his existence, he would not choose to kill people silently. This mentality is doomed even if he wants to kill people, and would also say a few words to Li Guanqi. And in fact, Li Guanqi didn't know why Tongyu's son was looking for him. Let's do this for now. It's time to practice. Li Guanqi took a deep breath and forcibly calmed down his anxious mood. He turned his head and looked around, looking at the Lu Siyun star land surrounded by mountains. He tapped the ground with his toes, jumped hundreds of meters, and flew towards the distant mountain peak full of silver trees. On that mountain peak, the mountains and fields are covered with a strange tree with silver leaves and starry fruits that look like apples. The method of inducing stars is different in each place. The method of attracting stars in Lutsuan Star Land is to directly eat the starlight fruit. Then sit under the tree and touch the trunk with the palm of your hand. Star-grabbing places are magical places that give birth to magical and unique things. Brush. Speaking of which, this star-guiding place doesn't even need a formation diagram. Li Guanqi fell from the sky and jumped into the starlight forest, rubbing his whole body through a large piece of silver leaves. In the process of falling, he picked off a starlight fruit and put it into his mouth. It melted in his mouth and turned directly into a stream of starlight cold current, pouring into his limbs and bones, causing starlight lines to appear on the surface of his body, flashing and shining. I don't know how long it will take to attract the star this time. Li Guanqi fell to the ground and stood next to a starlight tree. He touched the trunk of the tree with his right hand and slowly closed his eyes. Buzz! On the trunk of the starlight tree, lines of starlight also began to appear, flickering on and off, gradually synchronizing with the lines on Li Guanqi's body, as if resonating. The third star in the beta sequence. Lutsuan. The traction begins. Chapter 511: The Life and Death Battle between Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai. Are you doing it for him to see? Or for me? The Western Continent, a subsidiary country of the Violet Empire, the Principality of Serker, and the Great Desert of Aracor. In this endless stretch of yellow sand, there are two figures looming in the wind and sand, and a hoarse old man's voice gradually sounds amidst the woo-woo sound of the wind. You're obviously being hunted by me, but you're still in the mood. Brother, you really don't take me seriously. Yellow sand was flying, and an old man wearing a black and gold emperor's robe slowly walked out, with an expressionless face and a head full of gray hair fluttering in the wind. He looked at the purple-clothed figure opposite and said coldly, "Do you want to tell that child that you will go find him soon? Or do you want to tell me that I can't kill you, and you will eventually achieve your goals and accomplish what you want to do?" Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter in the wind and sand. Ing Xiao, dressed in purple, walked out slowly, his long purple hair fluttering in the wind, with a bright smile on his face. "You know, I'm still very happy, because after so long, you still call yourself I in front of me, and it's not I. This makes me really happy as an older brother." Luo Di stood with his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. "You can be a little happier, because I will also personally carve a monument for you in the name of my brother. The main inscription will be my brother Ing Chuan's tomb, so that you can smile Ing Zhou Chuan." "No." When Ing Xiao heard this, his face suddenly darkened. "Don't mention that name. I hate that name. That man is not worthy of naming me. My name is not Ing Quan. My name is Ing Xiao. It is understandable that you disrespect my father. I will not comment." Luo Di had no expression on his face. "But your name is recorded in the Ing family tree. I can't change it. And I won't change it. Where your bones are buried, the name of your tombstone will only be Ing Quan. No need to refute, because the dead have no right to decide. You can't kill me." Ing Xiao just grinned ferociously, and purple aura erupted all over his body. "You will never be able to kill me, including you. No one at the Jiogong level in the world can kill me. Others give you face and call you demigod. But you say, after all, I'm still at the Jiogong level. No one can kill me except the gods. I don't believe that your transmission can be unlimited." Luo Di's eyes darkened, and he shot out, "If it doesn't work once, do it twice. If it doesn't work twice, do it 3 times. If it doesn't work 3 times, do it 1,000 times. Sooner or later, I will kill you." Boom! There was a roar of explosion, and the desert within a kilometer radius was blown open, and endless yellow sand spread all over the sky along with the hurricane. In the wind and sand, there was only the back of an emperor's robe. "Soon!" Luo Di stood there, lowering his head and murmuring softly, "Brother, I'm not you. I haven't gotten rid of the curse of this bloodline. I'm going to die of old age, but I will make a settlement for you with my own hands before I die." Ding! After an unknown amount of time, a sudden system sound interrupted Li Guanqi's process of pulling the stars. Li Guanqi was stunned for a moment, looking at the starry trees in front of him, and slowly withdrew his right hand that was close to the tree trunk. The interruption of the process of pulling the stars is not a big deal. This process can be interrupted at any time and then resumed next time, because pulling the stars is essentially a process of establishing contact with the stars, similar to a progress bar. Even if you exit at 66% and come back next time, you can still start from the 66% node and continue to pull the stars without any impact. Therefore, Li Guanqi didn't feel angry at the fact that he was interrupted by the system prompt sound, but just felt confused. Because, why does the system beep sound only once and then stop? What's the situation? Li Guanqi frowned slightly and did not continue to pull the stars immediately, but stood there and waited. "What's the matter?" "Master?" Ares asked first. "System hint." Li Guanqi replied casually. "I was suddenly woken up by the system prompt. But there is no further explanation. I am now prepared to wait and see what happened." "Oh." Ares said nothing more. In fact, Li Guanqi has never told this pair of divine armors about these things, including things about extraordinary beings and reality, strange worlds, and systems. However, Shadkong and the others must have told everything in private. So for Ares, there is no need for him to explain these things too much. This also saves him money. Next, Li Guanqi stood there, waiting for the next message from the system prompt. He didn't think there would be a bug in this thing. The sudden system prompt sounded, which was definitely something special. However, a full 10 minutes passed in this wait. What the HL? Forget it. Don't wait. Li Guanqi was confused, turned around, looked at the trunk of the starlight tree, and prepared to continue pulling the stars. "By the way, Shadkong, how long did it take me this time?" "It's only 10 days. Referring to the previous 2 times. "You are still very early." Shadkong replied. "All right." Li Guanqi shrugged, raised his right hand, and prepared to touch the trunk of the starlight tree. "I want to continue to hold." Ding! World Extraordinary number 2. Daofa Nature. Triggered the Resurrection mission and has completed 9 trials. As the first extraordinary person, You will serve as the guardian of the 10th and final trial. Block Tau Fazz and stop his behavior. After all, resurrection is a privilege that only belongs to the extraordinary first person. The teleportation to the trial space will begin in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. What? Li Guanqi was confused, and his whole person was suddenly enveloped in white light and disappeared instantly. Ding! Extraordinary Tau follows nature. You have completed the 9 trials. If you continue to complete the 10th trial and defeat the Guardian, you will be able to completely complete the resurrection mission and obtain the privilege of being resurrected once. The Guardian of the 10th trial, first on the extraordinary ranking. King! What? In a vast white space, Lin Xianbai, whose white clothes were stained with blood, was kneeling on the ground. He was gasping for breath. After hearing the system prompt, his breathing suddenly stagnated, and his eyes were filled with despair. Buzz! White light flashed and the space shook. A tall figure wearing platinum light armor slowly appeared in Lin Xianbai's sight. Li Guanqi opened his eyes, looked at the surrounding environment, and couldn't help being slightly stunned. The white world and the ground paved with white brick seemed to be endless and without boundaries. Then, ahead of him, Taoist Lin? Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai, who was kneeling on one knee, his white clothes stained with blood, and quickly walked over to help him up. Liuhe level conjurer. Now Lin Xianbai has entered the realm of Liuhe level. Long time no see. Master Taoist. What's going on now? Li Guanqi supported the pale-faced Taoist Lin and said in surprise. The system just prompted you to trigger the resurrection mission. And then you asked me to do something as a guardian to stop you. What is going on? By the way, this mission is so special. I have never encountered such a task. Literal meaning. Lin Xianbai looked at him with an extremely ugly face. I triggered a mission, which required me to defeat the guardians of the 10 trials. And the final reward of the mission was the only right to resurrection. It allows me to designate a person in the weird world number 2 to be resurrected into reality. And after I select the object, the same person in other weird worlds cannot go to the real world. Oh, I get it. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. So, as long as you choose Annie from world number 2 and resurrect her to reality, Annie from other weird worlds will not be able to go to the real world. Wait, Director Lin, didn't you and Annie have an affair? Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but smile. That is to say, Director Lin, you can finally get married to Annie. And it is the only Annie. The Annie who only knows you. This is no better than you. Is the orthopedic sister much better? Compared to Li Guanqi's smile, Lin Xianbai's eyes were full of despair. Seeing this, Li Guanqi's mood suddenly sank. Why did he come here? As the first extraordinary person, he came here as a trial guardian and as Lin Xianbai's last opponent. However, Lin Xianbai would not be able to complete this task without defeating him. Director Lin, let's calm down first. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. What exactly does this defeat mean? I am the guardian of the 10th trial. So what is the content of your first 9 trials? Cursed spirit. Lin Xianbai sighed, struggled slightly away from Li Guanqi's support, then sat down on the ground, lowered his head, holding his black hair with both hands, and said in a hoarse voice, the first 9 trials are all cursed spirits. From the 1st level to the 5th level, there are 5 completely different Liuhe level cursed spirits. The same level as me. I killed them one after another, and passed the levels in a row. From the 6th level to the 9th level, there are 4 7-star spell spirits. Fortunately, they do not have any advanced soul attack skills, and cannot maximize the attack power of the 7th level souls. Because of this, my 6th level spirits, the 1st level soul relied on defense skills to barely hold on. I've had some luck killing them too. However, I never would have imagined that the 10th level would actually be. Lin Xianbai raised his head and looked at Li Guanqi desperately. You? The first extraordinary person. King! With a comprehensive level of LV81. The disparity in power is disappointing. His mission ends here. Do you have to fight to the death? Li Guanqi gritted his teeth. The system prompt only said defeat, not kill. I can let you defeat me. There's no point in picking out words. Lin Xianbai sighed. I beat the 9-headed cursed spirits in front of them until they were unable to fight back. But they couldn't pass the level. Only by killing them can they be completely defeated and pass the level. The current situation is, either you die or I die. No way. Li Guanqi was startled. Do you have no choice but to fight to the death? Either Lin Xianbai kills him, Or he kills Lin Xianbai? Ah, why is this happening? Lin Xianbai suddenly leaned back and lay directly on the white brick floor, with his eyes closed and a look of unwillingness on his face. 5 cursed spirits of the same level. For cursed spirits of a higher level than me and him, damn them all. I worked so hard and tried so hard. But in the end you played with me like this. Hacked your system. Grass. Boom. He clenched his right hand into a fist and slammed it on the floor. Li Guanqi stood nearby, not knowing what to say for a moment. He just sat down next to Lin Xianbai and remained silent. A long time. After being speechless for a long time, Li Guanqi thought about it, and finally just sighed. Daoang Lin. How the H.L. did you trigger this weird mission? Who would have thought? Lin Xianbai closed his eyes and covered his forehead and eyes with his right hand. There was deep exhaustion in his voice. This damn system didn't even prompt this. How did you receive it specifically? Can you tell me? Li Guanqi glanced at him. You're about to die anyway. Why not tell a story? I think in those movies, people who are about to die tell a story first, and then close their eyes during the narration. How about you come too? One time. Hey, so this is your sense of humor? It's a bit cold. Lin Xianbai put down his hand, opened his eyes, and looked at Li Guanqi, smiling helplessly. Speak. As he spoke, he pointed at the platinum light armor on Li Guanqi's body. Why are you wearing armor? I remember when I first met you. You liked to wear pure white t-shirts. After that, you always wore black clothes. Really? I think black is more suitable for you. After all, white hair goes with black clothes. Mom, you have a great sense of humor when it comes to dressing before you die. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. Fine. But he still nodded. Then let you take a look at the original me before you close your eyes. Li Guanqi clasped his fingers with his right hand, tapped the light armor on his body, and said in his mind, Ares, turn into a black robe. The platinum light armor flashed for a while, and turned into a pure black robe in the blink of an eye. Pretty good. Lin Xianbai grinned. A man relies on his clothes, and a horse relies on his saddle. But he's still a little worse than me. Yes, you are so handsome. Who can compare to you? Li Guanqi had mixed feelings in his heart. The more we talked, the more uncomfortable he felt. Before you die, tell me a story. Lin Xianbai was lying on the ground, looking at the white light dome above, and chuckled. At that time, in a cemetery in southern Xinjiang, I met a female spellcaster who was casting a forbidden spell, which was the undead spell. You should know about the forbidden arts in the world of magic. She wanted to use this undead spell to resurrect her dead husband. I happened upon her, and she begged me not to report her. I didn't report it, and even helped her, gathering materials for her, because I wanted to see if this forbidden technique could really resurrect people. How can it be? Hearing this, Li Guanqi shook his head. If it were so easy to resurrect a person, there would be no need for the Pluto in his soul to struggle in the old era. By the way, Pluto asked him to remind him about the human emperor's consciousness after meeting Lin Xianbai, but he hasn't warned yet. But Pluto didn't say anything either. I was curious then. Lin Xianbai didn't know Li Guanqi's psychological activities. He just continued to look at the white light dome and told. Then I helped her collect all the materials and witnessed the whole process of her casting the forbidden technique. Then guess what? What's wrong? Li Guanqi patiently praised him. That woman is dead. Lin Xianbai suddenly smiled. What? Li Guanqi was stunned. Isn't she going to resurrect her dead husband? Why did she die? Because the text description of the undead spell is, it will allow you to be with your lover again. The smile on Lin Xianbai's face grew stronger. Yes, if your lover dies, then you should die too. And then they will all die. If they all die, can't we get back together? Li Guanqi was speechless. What kind of crazy spell is this? The next moment, Li Guanqi's pupils suddenly shrank. It's not right. What is this trial space for? Trial? What trial? It was Lin Xianbai's mission trial to obtain the right to resurrection. In other words, Annie in world number 2 is already dead. After the undead female conjurer died, there was a system prompt, and I suddenly got this resurrection mission. Lin Xianbai closed his eyes gently and said in a calm voice, Annie is dead. Half a month ago. The reason why I was able to go to that cemetery and meet the female conjurer who wanted to cast the undead spell was not a coincidence, but I found it through deliberate inquiry. I thought she could give me hope, but she gave me despair. However, in the midst of despair. This sudden resurrection mission gave me hope again. Then, ha ha ha, then in this last trial, this stupid system gave me hacking despair again. Grass. Lin Xianbai's tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes, and her voice could not hide her crying. Annie, Annie! Li Guanqi sat beside him and looked at him, speechless for a long time. Just kill me! Lin Xianbai, who finally stopped crying, spoke first, looked at the white light dome, and said softly, Guanqi, it's not bad to die in your hands. Just kill me and let me see Annie. If the world there really is an underworld, maybe we can meet again. Also, after my death, the command of Peng Lai should be transferred to Xiao Xiao. After the accumulation of Extraordinary 1 to Extraordinary 5 years, that child has already reached a high position of authority. From now on, in reality, I will rely on you. Huh? That being said, in fact, I have always relied on you. At most, I only play support and deal with the aftermath. Okay, that's it. I won't say much more. Lin Xianbai closed his eyes, his expression calm, with a hint of a smile on his lips. Let's do it. Watch the chess. There is no need to feel guilty. And there is no need to feel guilty. After all, I triggered this mission myself. If you kill me, you won't be able to do it. Let me help you out. Thank you, my friend. Li Guanqi looked at him, his pupils trembling. Why? This mission is ridiculous. Isn't it? He obviously didn't do anything. But suddenly, he was going to kill his friend with his own hands? What the heck is this? Asshole! Finally, Li Guanqi looked ugly, looked at Lin Xianbai, and stretched out his right hand tremblingly. Chapter 512 The Extended Stay by Lin Xianbai. Boom! There was a loud bang. What's the sound? Lin Xianbai slowly opened his eyes, and then his face showed a look of astonishment, because there was an exquisite yew table and 2 chairs on the white brick floor in front of him. The loud noise just now should be the sound of this heavy solid wood table falling to the ground. Guanqi, what are you doing? Lin Xianbai, who had already adjusted his mood to wait for death, was stunned when he saw this scene. I feel something is wrong. Li Guanqi sat across from the yew table, looked at Lin Xianbai, and said seriously, If it's a kill, it should be kill. Why does the system have to say defeat? So I think it's a mistake. Yes, it's you. Defeat has many meanings. In the trial of this mission, why are the first 9 levels filled with cursed spirits? Some demon species are intelligent, while some demon species are completely devoid of intelligence no matter how powerful they are. Why don't the Guardians directly select those demon species that do not possess intelligence? But every high-level cursed spirit possesses wisdom. There must be a deep meaning in this. But you skipped this element and chose to fight them directly. Therefore, your previous 9 trial modes are equivalent to choosing the battle mode by yourself. The outcome of the battle cannot be determined until the enemy is dead. Therefore, the defeating condition of the battle mode is of course to kill, and not stop until death. But why does this trial have to be in combat mode? The cursed spirit is wise. Have you ever talked to those cursed spirits? Or are they going to come over and beat you as soon as they see you? Forehead. Lin Xianbai's face changed slightly. Well, it seems that there really is no such thing. I was the first to strike the first 9 times. Even when facing those 4 7-star cursed spirits, I thought of being at a disadvantage. And I wanted to take the lead and strike first. Attack. That's it. Li Guanqi smiled and waved to him. You want to resurrect and too much. If you care about it, you will be confused. It is inevitable that your brain will get stuck. I won't say any more. Come on. Let's go through this trial. We don't need to fight. We want to play chess mode. Let's play chess to determine the winner. You have to beat me in the chess game. Seriously. Lin Xianbai hesitated, but still came over and sat opposite Li Guanqi. Buzz. Li Guanqi waved his hand, and used the power of the law of light and darkness to condense a luminous chessboard and numerous black and white chess pieces on the yew table. Lin Xianbai looked at the chessboard and couldn't help being stunned. Looking at chess, there are 19 vertical and horizontal lines on the Go board, forming 361 intersections. There are 181 black stones and 180 white stones. Your chessboard and chess pieces are both wrong. You are really fooling me. Can it be so direct? Let's talk about letting go. First of all, who wants to play Go with you? Li Guanqi glanced at him in surprise. What I want to play with you is backgammon. Go is such a high-end game. I used to be a bad basketball player. How can I understand it? My name is Guanxi. But in fact, I have never played Go in this life. I've never seen anyone play Go. Lin Xianbai was speechless for a moment. You'll win if you have 5 consecutive balls, Li Guanxi said. You take the black piece. You go first. Lin Xianbai nodded, took the black piece and started playing chess. Li Guanxi immediately responded by playing a white piece. However, his betrayal had not yet begun. In just a few rounds, Lin Xianbai achieved a 5-star streak, connecting 5 black stones together, ending the game as the winner. Forehead. Li Guanxi was stunned. This really doesn't mean I'm letting off steam. I haven't even started yet. Ding! The entire trial space suddenly heard a burst of system notification sounds from all directions. Trial passed. The extraordinary person Tao follows nature. Defeated the guardian of the 10th trial. And the resurrection mission is completed. Call. Hearing this system sound, Li Guanxi breathed a sigh of relief and laid down on the table. Fortunately, I guessed it right. I didn't expect that this thing is really a word-picking text trap. He just had a trying mentality. But the reality can sometimes make people despair. And sometimes it can make people feel overjoyed. At least this time. He was right and successfully avoided the tragedy of killing his friend. Watching chess. Lin Xianbai's voice came. Li Guanxi raised his head and saw the other party's face filled with tears. Hey, don't cry. Seeing this scene, Li Guanxi couldn't help but smile. Is it possible that Annie likes handsome guys who cry? It turns out that she is so good at it. After she is resurrected to reality. When will you get married and have a wedding ceremony? Wait, you won't be the first to do it. Bar? Lin Xianbai raised his hand to wipe away the tears on his face, then looked at Li Guanxi. His lips moved, but it seemed as if there were thousands of words stuck in his mouth, and he didn't know which one to say. Thanks! Finally, he bent down deeply and shouted loudly to Li Guanxi. Li Guanxi just grinned. Buzz? Suddenly, the space not far away distorted, slowly forming a space crack shining with colorful brilliance. And it can still move, and is slowly walking towards Li Guanxi. Boy! Suddenly, Pluto's voice sounded in Li Guanxi's mind. Don't tell him about the human emperor's consciousness yet. You will be sent back soon, and you won't be able to stay by his side. I'm worried that the human emperor has a backup plan. What if the emperor ran away, and you were teleported away directly? It would be tragic. To be on the safe side, wait until you return to reality before telling him. When you have more time. Li Guanxi nodded lightly, then looked at Lin Xianbai with a smile. Hey, Taoist Lin, don't die. I heard that the Gu God Ancestral Temple in southern Xinjiang is very mysterious. You can just go somewhere else. But don't involve. When Lin Xianbai heard this, his expression suddenly became serious. Li Guanxi was stunned. He just mentioned it in casual chat. Could it be that Lin Xianbai had something to do with the Gu God Ancestral Temple? Also, although he has been to many countries, most of them were superficially involved. However, Lin Xianbai has been wandering around southern Xinjiang, and it is inevitable that he will go deep into them and discover some secrets. If I don't mention this, I know too little, and my words will be useless, and it will easily mislead you. Lin Xianbai shook his head gently, then looked at Li Guanxi and said seriously, This time, it is the 6th time to travel through the weird world. The ratio of time in the weird world to reality has become 10-to-1. After spending 10 days in the weird world, the real world will pass in 1 day. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, the next time comparison between the weird world and the real time will be 1:1 synchronous flow rate. Because of this, I think it would be a good thing if we could extend our stay in this strange world. At least our current time is still 10:1. Watch chess. Do you agree with my point of view? Extend the time? Li Guanxi was a little surprised. The truth is true. But the question is, did you change this thing on your own initiative? Just watch. Lin Xianbai smiled, pretending to be mysterious. Believe me, the strange tasks in my task library are far more than just this resurrection task. Where do you get all these strange tasks? Li Guanxi was confused. Why didn't he touch anything? Well, speaking of this 6th trip to the strange world, he stayed in the star-guiding land for a long time, and did not encounter many incidents. And it was true that he was unable to trigger any tasks. Buzz? At this time, the moving space crack had come within 2 meters of Li Guanxi. Anything else to say? Li Guanxi looked at Lin Xianbai and asked with a smile. If not, I will go back. Thank you, Guanxi. Thank you very much. Lin Xianbai bent down again. Ha ha. Don't forget to invite me to your and Annie's wedding banquet then. Li Guanxi smiled heartily, patted the other party's shoulder, then turned around and walked into the space crack, and left. World number 1. The Tulip Empire. The place where Lu Xun leads the stars. Li Guanxi walked out of the space crack and returned to the starry area again. He stood where he left before, with the same starry tree next to him. Extension of time? Recalling Lin Xianbai's words just now, Li Guanxi leaned against the tree trunk and thought slightly. Is it a mission reward? Judging from this, Lin Xianbai should have received a mission reward that extended his stay. And the extended stay was not limited to world number 2. But all the remaining 100 weird worlds were extended accordingly. If the stay is extended and long enough, then maybe he can directly complete the reception of the Big Dipper in this strange world. Maybe it's possible. The types of missions are obviously very rich. Why haven't I encountered these special missions? Li Guanxi shook his head helplessly, then turned around, raised his right hand, and continued to touch the starlight tree trunk next to him. Buzz! Then starlight lines appeared on his body surface, and a line of lines also appeared on the trunk of the big tree. They complemented each other, flickered bright and dark, and resonated with each other. The third star of the Big Dipper, Lu Xun, continues with the guiding star. The previous suspension of traction will not affect the original progress bar. But in fact Li Guanxi can't really see a progress bar. The previous 66% is just an example. In fact, he has no idea where he is now, stage, and how long it will take. We can only wait until the star attraction is completed, and then ask how long it has been since Shankara. Li Guanxi did think so before entering the state of attracting stars, but it backfired. Ding! After an unknown amount of time, Li Guanxi was once again interrupted by the system prompt and exited the star-guiding state. Li Guanxi withdrew his right hand that touched the starlight tree with a curious look on his face. What's the situation? Come again? Wait. Li Guanxi shook his head. His consciousness quickly awakened, and he quickly remembered the previous events. Could it be that Lin Xianbai completed the time extension task? The extraordinary person Lin Xianbai in world number 2 has completed the mission Time Flies. All extraordinary people will extend their stay in this strange world, adding 210 days to the original 365 days. Oh! Li Guan's eyes lit up. 210 days? 7 months? It was extended by more than half a year. If we add so many days, calculated according to the date, the next time I return to reality will be October 8th of 4873. Shanku? Li Guanxi asked in his mind. How long have I been guiding stars this time? What day is it today? It's only 7 days. Shunkong quickly responded. Today is November 15th. November 15th in 4872. So Lin Xianbai extended his time by 7 months. We can't hear your system prompts. But you just said to yourself speaking to himself. Yes. 210 days. 7 months. Li Guanxi nodded lightly. It used to be 365 days. A total of 12 months. And now there are 7 more months. In other words, after being extended by Taoist Lin, the time for the 6th trip to the strange world has become 10 in total. 9 months. And I now have 11 months left to attract the stars. 11 months and 5 stars left. Is that okay? The 2 stars before each took 3 months to build. Forget it. Don't think about it so much. Just let nature take its course. Li Guanxi shook his head, throwing away these messy thoughts, then looked at the starlight tree beside him, and put his hand on it again. The lead star continues. The reception of Lu Xun, the 3rd star of Beidou, has been interrupted twice since it started. I hope it can be completed smoothly in the future. I do not know how long it has been. Li Guanxi slowly opened his eyes. He saw that the starlight tree in front of him had become dim, and the lines on the surface of the tree trunk no longer lit up and flickered, and the starlight lines on his own body had faded away at some point and no longer existed. The 3rd star of the Big Dipper, Lu Xun, is completed. Spiritual power, LV 75 LV.76. 76.8, spell 7 star. Buzz? With a thought in Li Guanxi's mind, starlight appeared all over his body and condensed into a translucent starlight film. It first adhered to the surface of the body, but with Li Guanxi's active control, it soon expanded slightly and adhered to the armor formed by the god of heaven. Black surface. But that's it. There's no way to expand further. He originally wanted to expand this layer of starlight film into a protective shield-like state, but unfortunately he couldn't. Expanding it to the surface of clothes and armor was already the limit. Lutsuan star technique, reverse damage. Able to counterattack a certain proportion of enemy attacks. However, this star technique cannot be tested. After all, there are no enemies here who can punch him. Li Guanqi just experimented with how long it would last before it was over. 1 minute. The duration is the same as Giant God, but it disappears after 1 minute. To be honest, the star skill, counter-injury, is basically useless to a spellcaster. After all, in the case of the conjurer, if his body is really hit, he can basically say his last words, and there is no point in re-injuring him or something. But Li Guanqi is not a pure spellcaster. Most of the time, he uses spells to add buffs to himself, and then rushes forward with the artifact to fight in close combat. So this star skill is still very important to him. Useful. By the way, what are the side effects of pulling Lutsuanxing? Li Guanqi thought for a while. Well, there is a chance that he will become careless and petty. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. This probability is really something that cannot be explained or measured with certainty. The side effects of pulling the stars are actually metaphysics. Some people were hit by the trick all at once, as if they were a different person, while others didn't trigger this so-called chance at all. And after pulling the stars, they were no different from before. Li Guanqi didn't know if he would be tricked, but what is certain is that at least so far, he has not triggered any of the increased desire, taciturn, careful side effects of greedy wolf star, Juman star, and Lutsuan star, and they are still the same as before. Same as myself, but that's only so far. According to Shan Kong, these side effects are subtle. If they are fine now, there is no guarantee that they will not happen in the future. Shanku, how long has it been? Li Guanqi calmed down his messy thoughts and asked in his mind. 20 days. There was a hint of smile in Xuankong's voice. The 2 times I was interrupted before, you pulled me for 10 days and 7 days respectively. Adding the current 20 days, it is just 37 days. Just over a month. Compared with the 3 months it took you to pull Greedy Wolf Star and Juman Star before. You only spent 1/3 of the time this time. This is completely at the level of the Ying family. Ares also spoke up. To complete the pulling of a star in 1 month. This is definitely the level of the Ying family. And it is a level that only the best among the royal family can achieve. Is this so? Li Guanqi nodded slightly. He now has just over 10 months remaining in his stay. If he can maintain such a speed for the next 4 stars, then he can complete the Beidou sequence before returning to reality, and maybe even continue to pull 1 or 2 stars of the second group of stars. After all, he cultivates both spiritual power and alien blood. His spiritual power can pull a group of stars, and his alien blood can also pull a group. Speaking of my second set of star sequences, which sequence should I choose? Li Guanqi asked in his mind. Shan Kong? Ares? Do you two have any suggestions? Yes, there is. But I'm not sure yet. Shan Kong quickly replied. The Beidou sequence is good enough. After the sequence group is pulled, the 8-star skill, Power of the Big Dipper, obtained can directly attract the star power of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper to form a ray of light from the universe. A devastating blow that hits the planet directly. This can be considered a killing move. Coupled with the 7-star skills of the Big Dipper, I think these special abilities are enough. So my initial idea is that for your second set of star sequences, Master, it is better to give up those stars with special skills, and then choose all stars that directly increase spiritual strength and physical strength. Once the battle starts, the star skills are fully activated. In the words of the 21st century, it will be full of buffs, which seems to be very good, but I'm not sure yet whether I want to do this. In fact, I've talked to Ares several times recently, and I'm still considering it. Ares echoed. Indeed. We are still thinking about it. Then think about it first. Li Guanqi nodded. Anyway, there is still time. There are still 4 stars left in the Beidou sequence. You can think about it slowly during this time, and then you can recommend a plan to me. As for now, Li Guanqi took out a pocket watch from his arms, opened the cover, looked at the childhood photo of Saoirse inside, and whispered to himself, It's time to go out. I hope Miss Saoirse will be well and nothing will happen. Saoirse? Huh? Suddenly, an indifferent female voice sounded in the quiet world, accompanied by a sneer. Li Guanqi's expression changed drastically. He quickly turned around and looked at a mountain peak in the distance. Under the starry night sky, at the top of the mountain, there was a beautiful woman wearing purple gold knight armor and long golden hair. She had her arms folded around her chest and looked coldly with her beautiful golden eyes. Looking down at him. 8th level demon hunter knight. Question mark. Looking at this female knight, Li Guanqi couldn't help but be stunned. What's the situation? This woman should be the guardian of Luzuan Yingxing land. But the question is, why does she look exactly like Miss Saoirse? Twin sisters? Chapter 513 Battle with the 8th level female knight. Pluto takes action. The female knight standing on the top of the mountain does not look similar to Saoirse. It is a perfect 1:1 replica without any difference. Although Saoirse is a Jiugong level magician, she is only an 8th level strange blood knight. By the way, this woman, why is there murderous intent in her eyes? May I ask, are you Miss Saoirse's twin sister? Li Guanqi looked at the female knight with an unkind expression and asked hesitantly, not forgetting to raise the photo pocket watch in his hand, and added, by the way, Miss Saoirse and I are friends. She lent me this herself. I'm not some pervert who wants to win over her childhood photos. So you don't have to look at me like that. Right. The female knight's face was expressionless. After being silent for a few seconds, she suddenly took out a purple gold knight's spear from the space necklace, and then pointed the tip of the spear directly at Li Guanqi. I am the guardian knight of this place, Tiffany Augustard. And you, without imperial credentials, broke into the star guiding site without permission. According to the Tulip Constitution, I have the right to try you on the spot and impose the death penalty. Brush. As soon as she finished speaking, the female knight looked fiercely, jumped down from the mountain with a spear in hand, and fired directly at Li Guanqi. Repent your sins in the underworld. She was extremely fast and arrived in an instant, stabbing Li Guanqi hard. Buzz. However, at the same time, Li Guanqi's black clothes erupted with dazzling white light, directly engulfing the two figures. However, even if the line of sight is obstructed, it cannot affect the movements of the female knight's hands. She still held the gun in both hands and stabbed forward without any hesitation. If nothing else happened, the point where the tip of the gun hit should be Li Guanqi's heart. Chong! There was a loud noise, and the purple gold spear tip hit the platinum armor hard, exploding a string of sparks. The white light gradually dissipated. The female knight Tiffany held a purple and gold spear in her hand, looking at the scene in front of her. Her beautiful face was full of disbelief. Break? Can't break the defense? And the white-haired man in black from before no longer exists now. Standing on the spot now was a tall figure covered in platinum light armor. Not only did he wear a platinum war helmet on his head, but his face was also covered by a pale and ferocious ghost face. At this time, Li Guanqi looked like a humanoid mecha. Every inch of his body was covered by armor, with no part exposed, not even eyes. The eyes of the platinum ghost face were lined with a row of transparent glass, allowing Li Guanqi to still have a wide field of vision. But in fact, it is said to be glass. And the material of this part is no different from the material of other parts of the armor. They are all mimics of the Imperial armor, and they are all parts of this divine armor. Unlocking the 8th level divine armor is enough to completely protect you from 8th level attacks. Li Guanqi lowered his head slightly and looked at his platinum breastplate with the tip of the purple gold spear pointed at him. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. Unsealing the 8th level heavenly divine armor can make you completely immune to 8th level attacks. He had long known this from Ares, but he really didn't expect that this concept of immunity was not only about defensive lethality, but also the shock absorption effect was 100% immune. Facing the 8th level demon hunting knight shot, he stood on the spot and received the blow hard, without even feeling the slightest bit. What a powerful divine armor. By the way, you just called yourself Tiffany Augustard? Li Guanqi raised his eyes, looked at the blonde female knight in front of him, and asked in surprise. Augustade, this surname is the same as Miss Saoirse. You are from the same family, and you have almost the same appearance. You and Miss Saoirse should be biological sisters, but you two seem to have something to say. Right. Tiffany's eyes were gloomy. She retracted her purple and gold spear and backed away slowly. The pocket watch Miss Saoirse gave me as a token. Li Guanqi looked at her and continued. When she gave it to me, she told me that with this token, even if I were accidentally discovered by the guardians of the star guiding site, they would be concerned about the identity of Miss Saoirse and Her Royal Highness the Queen, pretending not to see. And you, Tiffany, you saw it when I took out my pocket watch just now. Rather than saying that you want to judge me, The person who broke into the Starguiding place privately. It is better to say that you want to kill me because I know Saoirse. Do you have a grudge against her? A feud between sisters? You talk a lot of nonsense. Tiffany gritted her teeth and clenched the purple gold spear tightly in her right hand. Purple gold lightning suddenly burst out from the gun blade. This magical weapon of unknown grade was gradually absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and transforming it into an electric current attached to the gun blade. I never talk nonsense when I can do it. Li Guanqi's voice was calm. Normally when I talk nonsense, I either can't beat you, or I just don't want to do it. But the current situation... He raised his right hand and tapped his chest plate with his fingers. You should understand that it's the latter. After all, you can't even break my defense. I don't want to do anything. We can sit down and talk. Tiffany's previous shot didn't even leave the slightest trace on it. You are obviously just a 7-star demon hunting knight. Tiffany stared at him. To put it bluntly, without this armor, you would have been stabbed to death by me by now. This is obviously not what I want to talk to you about. Li Guanqi was a little helpless. Hey, Miss Tiffany, what's going on between you and Miss Saoirse? Do you want to drag me in? Go to HL. Disgusting man. There was a hint of blue luster in Tiffany's golden eyes. Buzz? At the same time, there was a buzz in Li Guanqi's mind. And Tiffany's eyes had completely turned blue. Soul attack. Looking at the leopard. Although the shot she just fired was not with full force. The man actually did not even take half a step back. This is enough to show that even if she puts all her efforts into it, it will be useless. In this case, the only way to start is the battle of souls. Know the sea. Li Guanqi's god demonic soul body suddenly opened its eyes. He turned his head and saw a red fire sword emitting blazing flames suddenly falling from the sky above the sea, with a special flame that could burn the soul. It slashed towards Li Guanqi with overwhelming force. An attack technique performed by an 8th level soul. But now he only has a 7th level peak soul. Don't panic. Before Li Guanqi could feel any emotion, Pluto's lazy voice came from the depths of his soul. Our ancestral bloodline is very advanced. In addition to the soul power of the God-eating sword, you have also awakened a 2nd soul power. That is to say, you have almost no actual combat cases of the royal god armor. This magical power of the soul is enough to help us leapfrog and resist soul attacks. You have awakened this magical power very early, but you have never had the chance to use it. Now, too, you can see how powerful it really is. The soul condensed divine armor of the 7th level peak is enough to easily block the soul attack of the 8th level. Of course, the premise is that this western bitch must be an ordinary 8th level. Pluto's words are sounds, but they are actually the transmission of thoughts for just a moment. After Li Guanqi fully accepted these words, Tiffany's soul fire sword had just approached the sea of consciousness. Buzz? Li Guanqi raised his head, looked directly at the approaching fire sword, and then stepped forward. Dark gold light erupted from the soul of the god and demon, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a dark gold heavy armor, wrapping his soul tightly. This is magical power. His body with 3 heads and 6 arms. The compassionate aspect. The 2nd magical power of the compassionate head. And the soul armor to protect the soul. Buzz? After the royal armor appeared, Li Guanqi waved his right arm, and a round silver shield. The full moon soul shield. Condensed on his arm. This is the soul defense technique that comes with the soul technique. Tying Guan Yuju. That he has been practicing for a long time. Li Guanqi didn't know what he was thinking. But he suddenly thought together, and condensed the soul shield. A waste of soul power. When Hades saw this, he just sneered. Using this bullshit soul shield to hang on top of the divine armor is equivalent to wearing iron armor and holding a paper shield. Boom! The next moment, Tiffany's soul fire sword slashed hard. Li Guanqi subconsciously raised his right arm and used the full moon soul shield to hit the soul fire sword. The result was not at all what Pluto expected. In a moment, the soul fire sword burst into raging flames, blasting the Yuanyu soul shield to pieces. And then the sword blade continued to slash at Li Guanqi's soul body. Shang! There was a loud bang. The soul fire sword struck Li Guanqi's divine soul armor, but failed to cause any damage at all, and was directly bounced away. Li Guanqi couldn't help but look shocked when he saw the scene. The 8th level soul attack technique was actually unable to break through his soul defense magical power. The sword just struck the soul armor, which only made his soul shake and make him feel slightly dizzy. Hey, boy, are you just going to stand there and let it chop you? And then you won't do anything? Pluto's voice that hates iron but cannot be made into steel sounded. The key to the battle of soul power lies in offense and defense. That bitch's first soul power attack failed to work. This soul sword will be temporarily unstable. And then we will if you want to take this opportunity to fight back. Oh, forget it. Let me release the control quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Guanqi felt that one of his right arms was a little out of control. He could easily suppress this uncontrolled thing. But after thinking for a moment, he did not suppress it. Instead, he took the initiative to let go of the control of the soul's right arm and handed this arm to Hades. Time! The next moment, this arm burst out with a burst of black soul power. Boy! Pluto's cold voice sounded. You missed the chance to counterattack just now. We'll wait for the next chance, right now. Before he finished speaking, Tiffany's soul fire sword struck again, launching a second slash, slashing directly at the head on the right side of Li Guanqi. The blazing flames blessed the sword's blade with magnificent momentum. However, the divine soul armor includes a helmet. A body with 3 heads and 6 arms naturally has 3 helmets. Chong! Another collision. The soul fire sword hit the helmet and was bounced away without causing any results. But this time it was different. This time, Li Guanqi had one arm controlled by Pluto. And the moment the fire sword was bounced away, this arm suddenly lifted up and directly held the soul fire sword. Watch it. I'll only teach it once. Pluto's voice was calm. I first learned this trick from someone else. That guy called it Black Flame Counter. Time! As soon as he finished speaking, the arm holding the soul fire sword erupted into blazing black flames, directly wrapping the soul fire sword. And then, pollution? This word suddenly popped into Li Guanqi's mind, because as the black flame enveloped the soul fire sword, Tiffany's soul sword burning with red flames not only extinguished in an instant, but the original red sword body also turned black. The real killer move of Black Flame counterattack is that it can rely on the connection between soul power and soul to directly counterattack the opponent's soul body from this soul power attack. Pluto explained in a cold voice, and then added, Would you like to take a look? A question, but not an inquiry, because the next moment he finished speaking, Li Guanqi's vision suddenly changed, and he appeared directly in the sea of consciousness of another person. This is Tiffany's sea of consciousness. Ah! Not far away, Tiffany's 8th level humanoid soul was kneeling on the ground, its whole body shrouded in black flames, wailing incessantly, and obviously there was no room for resistance. How on earth did you do that? Li Guanqi looked at the scene in disbelief. I am only a 7th level soul. 7th level. The peak? And she is at the early stage of 8th level. There is a slight gap, but it is not a huge difference. Pluto's voice was a little impatient. As if explaining this made him feel impatient. Li Guanqi was in a complicated mood. What kind of statement is this? Aren't 7th level souls completely different from 8th level souls? If this sentence were put outside, others would probably point at his head and ask him if his brain is rusty enough to say such mentally retarded words. Generally speaking, 7th level souls and 8th level souls are completely different. I actually don't like the state of entering the Divine Palace, which is called the God level. At this time, Pluto continued, in fact, I prefer the more niche name Infinite. Infinite represents the infinite future. After entering the palace, I did see a wider world. The future is just out of reach. Well, that's a long way off. What I want to express is that I am a person who has been in the Divine Palace. And I am different from you. A soul that is also at the peak of the 7th level can have completely different effects in your hands than in my hands. If you give a kitchen knife to a primary school student, it will just cut vegetables into sections. But given the same kitchen knife to a top chef, he can carve a radish into a dragon. Do you know what I mean? You still have a lot to learn. Speaking of which, I just used the Black Flame countermeasure to track the flow of soul power. You should have experienced it personally. How much have you learned? Forehead. Li Guanqi looked strange. 3 points? Damn. You're a waste. Pluto was speechless and said helplessly, Have you used your ability to learn plundering techniques on dogs? Are you really me from another parallel time and space? That's too useless. Sure enough, people still have to go through the baptism of disaster. If you have not experienced the apocalypse, you will be very poor no matter where you are. By the way, don't mention to me that you've been to the extraordinary 100 years. That period, to you at that time, was nothing more than a doomsday. And at best a wasteland tour. Li Guanqi was speechless. Why does this guy have such a poisonous mouth? Damn it. Forget it. Don't mention this. You can figure it out by yourself when you have time. Pluto then continued. Now let's discuss another issue. Does this woman want to die or live? Live. Li Guanqi thought for a moment, and then replied, Miss Saoirse has a relationship with me. And Miss Tiffany and Miss Saoirse are obviously twin sisters. Although there seems to be a grudge, we still can't kill her until we figure it out. Then figure it out. As soon as Pluto finished speaking, countless memory fragments suddenly appeared in Li Guanqi's mind. That's Tiffany's memory. It's Pluto searching for souls. Don't worry. My skills are very good. She won't feel anything after searching the memory. It won't cause any damage to the soul. Hades said something. Li Guanqi did not respond because he was completely immersed in Tiffany's memory. After watching many memory clips, he finally understood the relationship between Saoirse and Tiffany. Well, Li Guanqi shook his head helplessly. No wonder Tiffany would kill me. Chapter 514. The Tulip Empire invaded by war. Li Guanqi saw a lot from Tiffany's memory. As he had thought before, Saoirse and Tiffany were indeed the legitimate daughters of the Augustard family. They were the daughters of the head of the Augustard family. And they were real twin sisters. Saoirse is Tiffany's sister. Saoirse was not disabled when she was born, but she did have magical organs in her body. And she also had the Augustard family's different blood and innate abilities. In other words, when she was a child, like Li Guanqi, she had the talent of spiritual power and alien blood cultivation. But the Augustard family is a family of different blood. The upper-class nobles of the Tulip Empire. The kind that sit on the 8th level. In the new era, the general concept is that people with both spells and different blood talents have a low growth limit. If they practice both, they can at most reach the level of 3 talents. And in the new era, this is indeed the case. So it stands to reason that Saoirse's situation is basically useless in the family. But whether it will be abolished or not is a matter for the future. Saoirse has never developed spiritual power cultivation since she was a child, but only focused on the cultivation of different blood. When she was a child, Saoirse's different blood cultivation always suppressed her younger sister Tiffany, and her cultivation speed was much faster than hers. Because of this, Saoirse's physical strength is also stronger than Tiffany's. In daily play, Tiffany has no gaming experience. In addition to playing, she was also beaten by her sister all the time in playing chess, calligraphy and painting among the nobles. And their parents are very good. They don't show preference because their eldest daughter is a loser. Instead, they treat them equally and give equal paternal and maternal love to their 2 daughters. Therefore, even though Saoirse was always considered a waste by the outside world when she was a child, in her actual growth experience, Tiffany was always suppressed by her sister. As a younger sister, she felt a little unconvinced and unhappy. She has always comforted herself that when she grows up, the gap will widen. After all, she is the legitimate daughter who inherited the alien blood of the Augustard family. And Saoirse possesses alien blood and magical organs. So she is destined to be a waste who can do both. But neither has much growth potential. But things went counterproductive. When she was 14 years old, Saoirse's alien blood cultivation was completely lost overnight. She lost the power of the Augustard family's blood, and she was unable to activate the Augustard family's supernatural powers. But what replaced it was a highly evolved magic organ, which began to rapidly explode with spell talent. She became a spell genius overnight. Li Guanqi knew what was happening. The magical organ swallowed the alien blood and used the power of the alien blood as nutrients to evolve. It's a long shot, but it's a good thing for Saoirse. At least she is no longer a waste with no growth potential. Although she can no longer practice alien blood, her spell talent has become very good, and she has begun to continue to grow as an excellent spellcaster. As for joining the new sect of magicians, that will happen a long time later. So let's not mention it for now. The feud between Saoirse and Tiffany really started after the spell talent broke out. Saoirse is no longer a waste. So as the eldest daughter of a nobleman, she is gradually being courted by many young noblemen. The bloody story happened here. Before the age of 30, Tiffany had a total of 6 boyfriends. And all of these 6 boyfriends ended up falling in love with her sister Saoirse without exception. To be honest, Li Guanqi can completely understand Tiffany's mood. As twins, they only climbed out a few seconds later and became younger sisters. Then I have been suppressed by my sister since I was a child. I can't compare to my sister in anything. I thought that my sister is a waste and will be better when she grows up. But in the end, my sister suddenly became a magic genius overnight and became equal to me again. What next? When I grew up, I dated 6 boyfriends, but all of them ended up cheating on me. I fell in love with my sister. I showed love to my sister in front of me, but she was rejected by my sister. How hacked up is this? Who would I replace him with and who wouldn't collapse? Li Guanqi not only understood Tiffany, but even sympathized a little. Therefore, Tiffany has never been in love since she was 30 years old, and then regarded Saoirse as an enemy. The relationship between the two sisters was incompatible. As for the attack on him just now, it was completely out of spite, because Tiffany hated Saoirse, and he had held Saoirse's photo pocket watch before. Tiffany naturally wanted to kill him. What a mess! After reading the relevant memories, Li Guanqi couldn't help but shake his head. What's even more ridiculous is that Saoirse, she is obviously a lesbian. She likes girls. Pluto, don't kill this woman. Let her live. Li Guanqi turned his head and looked at Tiffany's soul, which was burned by black flames and was kneeling and wailing, and said in his mind, after burning for so long, this soul-burning pain is her punishment for taking action against me. Well, even though she is really murderous, she is Miss Saoirse's sister after all. If I kill her, I won't be able to see Miss Saoirse anymore. Anything else? Hades asked lazily. And her memory was wiped, Li Guanqi said calmly. Erase all the memories about the discovery of me. If this woman knows about my soul body, she might tell it everywhere, and then make her comatose for a while, so that I can leave Lutzu in Star Land smoothly. Pluto's tone showed no fluctuation, and he quickly continued. It's done. Let's go! Li Guanqi glanced at Saoirse's soul. She was seen lying on the surface of the sea of consciousness, motionless, and the black flames on her body had been extinguished. Next moment, Li Guanqi's gaze returned to a sea of consciousness, and then he quickly returned his mind to the outside world. Lutzu guides the stars. Li Guanqi slowly opened his eyes. Tiffany, the female knight wearing purple and gold knight armor, was lying on the ground in front of him, unconscious. By the way, doesn't Miss Saoirse know that she is here? If she knew, why didn't she mention it to me? Li Guanqi frowned. While thinking about it, he wanted to reach into his arms to get the pocket watch. However, when he stretched out his hand, what he touched was the surface of the armor. Only then did he realize that he was still in the full defensive posture of the heavenly god armor. Ares! Change back to black. Yes! Buzz! There was a flash of white light, and the platinum bright light armor on Li Guanqi quickly turned into black clothes with fluttering sleeves, and he was able to reach into his arms and take out the photo pocket watch that Saoirse lent him from the lining of his bottoming singlet. As before, he rubbed little Saoirse's 2 braids in the photo. After untying his braid, a white gold space portal appeared next to him. I wonder where it will be teleported to again this time. Li Guanqi looked at the portal and stepped into it. After a period of dizziness, Li Guanqi covered his dizzy head and walked out of the portal. Huh? It stinks. Before I had time to observe the environment, an indescribable and complex stench hit my face. It was a stench of burning flesh, burning wood, burning stones, etc. that was mixed together, making it disgusting. What's the situation? Li Guanqi frowned, resisted the stench, and began to check the surrounding environment. The sun was shining brightly. There were no clouds in the sky, and as far as the eye could see from here, there was a vast sea of gorgeous and beautiful flowers, full of colorful exotic flowers, most of which were blue flowers, giving people a sense of relaxation and joy. Further away, there are mountains blocking the view. The surroundings were normal. The stench should have come with the southwesterly wind just now. The real source of the stench was inside the mountain range. Li Guanqi stood there and thought for a while, then raised his right hand and made a secret with one hand. On his right hand, the ice blue spiritual light flickered for a while, and finally turned into a blue spiritual eagle, with brilliance flowing all over its body, flapping its wings and flying into the distance, straight towards the mountain range. At the same time, Li Guanqi's left eyeball also changed from a blue round pupil to a blue vertical pupil like an eagle. The 3rd level spell Eagle Eye. After casting this spell, Li Guanqi's left eye's vision will be synchronized with the spirit eagle's vision, and he can see what the spirit eagle can see. He wanted to stand still and wait for Miss Saoirse to come over, so he chose to cast this spell and go to the mountains to check out the situation. Of course, the more direct and convenient way is to directly release the soul power and perform a soul power scan. But people who often drive may occasionally want to ride a bicycle. Li Guanqi actually has a lot of spells, but due to various reasons, He has never used many of them. Now releasing the Eagle Eye technique is actually just a whim, and he wants to use it for fun. Suddenly, Li Guanqi frowned. He saw it. Within the eagle's view, there is a small village inside the mountain range. It is not large in scale, and has only a few houses. It is a small village of 100 people at most. However, at this time, this small village was buried in a sea of fire. The raging flames were burning, constantly burning the houses to ashes, and several wooden houses had collapsed. As for the tulip villagers, they had already been burned into charred corpses, with blood and flesh covered in them. Foul smell of burning. The arsonist had left, but judging from the signs of fire in the village, it was clear that he had left not long ago. But that's not what Li Guanqi cares about. He was more concerned about whether there were still people alive. Can't be saved? Li Guanqi controlled the spirit eagle to circle around the village, trying to find survivors, but in the end found nothing. There were a total of 89 mangled and charred corpses, and it seemed that the entire village had perished. There is no one alive in the village. Where is it outside the village? Li Guanqi's heart sank, and he immediately interrupted the eagle eye technique, and the spiritual eagle scattered into blue light spots. He closed his eyes and released his powerful soul power, directly covering the entire mountain range. He used his soul power to conduct a carpet-like scan and search, not only taking in the entire scene, but also transmitting the sound to his ears. Soon, he found it. It was in a cave 3,000 meters away from the burning village. A total of 7 conjurers in black robes, all of the Liangyi level, seemed to be a team from the Conjuration Academy. They were sitting around a bonfire at this time, and their expressions did not look very happy, but were extremely heavy. On the big stone next to them, there was a baby girl wrapped in swaddling clothes, sleeping soundly, but it has the aura of spiritual power. This baby girl must have been hypnotized to avoid the noise of crying. Paul, we shouldn't have brought this baby back. A conjurer raised his eyes slightly, and looked at the conjurer sitting opposite him through the light of the bonfire. What should we do? The blond man named Paul lowered his head, clenched his fists tightly, and gritted his teeth. Captain Hanks, do you want me to burn a baby to death? I can't hacking do it. We kill him. If everyone in the village is left alone, if no one takes care of her, she will be eaten by the demon species at night. And I can't hacking do it. Hanks, who is the captain of this team of magicians, was slightly silent after hearing these words. Later, after we have restored our spiritual power, we will just go find a tulip village and put it there. Leave the baby there. We can't carry the baby on the Academy's mission. Does it make sense? In the corner, a thin green-haired female conjurer lowered her head and cried. Our Conjuration Academy is here to massacre the city and exterminate the species. Put her in another village. When that village is massacred, this baby will do the same. We must die. We are sinners. Then it's none of our business. Hanks looked ugly. What we can do is to send her to a village that is not within our search and killing range. As for what happens next, that is beyond our control. We are just ordinary Academy members and can't do anything. As for whether the crime is culpable or not, don't mention it again. We are just performing a task. The purpose of massacring the village is to reduce Tulip's national fortune. We are simply the executioners, and the commanders at the top of the Academy are the real sinners. Don't mention this again. I can't figure it out. Suddenly, another young male spellcaster held his head in his hands, with a suppressed cry in his voice. I obviously came to the Academy to learn spells. Why? Why did I turn into a butcher who killed innocent people? Why? Because it was the Academy that took you in. Hanks glanced at him with complicated eyes. Heldick, if you were the son of the great nobles of those countries, you wouldn't be included in the fighting team. But you are not. You are just a helpless ordinary curse. Magician, you are nothing if you leave the Conjuration Academy. And you are reluctant to part with the resources of Tian Duo Branch. So you came here voluntarily. This is your own choice. Now, don't think about it anymore. But why? Another young magician made a puzzled voice. I don't understand why the new school of magicians should be allowed to be independent. Why is the main school so aggressive and attacking the Tulip Empire at the risk of losing lives? They cannot be independent. Hank shook his head slightly, then looked at the red bonfire in front of him, and said slowly, the new school of magicians has appeared very early. But after all, it is a false name. They have not publicly declared their independence, and neither has the School of Magic acknowledged their presence on any official platform. But things are different now. A new school of magicians has established a magician academy in the Tulip Empire, claiming that it will do better than the Magic Academy. What is this behavior? This is division. This is a schism in the entire magic world. However, since its establishment 4,000 years ago, the Conjuring Academy has twisted the conjuring world into a unified rope. In the country's parlance, that is, the Conjuring Academy has unified the conjuring world. Once the situation of great unification appears in history, the idea of great unification will be born and will never die. Even if they can't do it, people will want to do it. If the next situation really turns into a conflict between the Conjuring Academy and the Conjuring Academy, and the conjuring world is divided into two, then the conjuring world will never usher in peace, because these two academies will always thinking of annexing each other, hoping to unify the magic world again like in history. The struggle between the two schools will continue forever, eventually making the magic community weaker and weaker amid constant internal friction. Everyone knows that spellcasters and alien-blooded humans are actually complementary. But in a complementary relationship, who is higher and who is lower? You must know that the reason why conjurers are now treated as honored guests in any country outside the Daluo dynasty is because of the power of the conjuring community. If the magic world is not strong enough, we will not be the distinguished guests of the alien humans, but their servants, who can only kneel and be driven by them. Therefore, we cannot allow this situation to take shape. And now is the best opportunity. We must take advantage of the Magician Academy's independence to suppress and destroy it with thunderous means. If it drags on any longer, it will be too late by the time the Magician Academy has a firm foothold. If the Tulip Empire supports the independence of the new sect of magicians, then we must forcefully destroy the Tulip Empire and let all countries in the world know that any force that dares to split our school of magic will be destroyed. There is no right or wrong in war, only positions. If we are on the side of the school of magic, we must consider the school of magic. These words. At this point, Captain Hank sighed. Actually, I didn't understand these big principles at first. In the end, my teacher taught me and told me the truth. Now I just copy the original sentences of the teacher's words. Just telling you. After listening to the captain's explanation, the 6 surrounding team members all lowered their heads and remained silent. I want to quit. Suddenly, the crying female conjurer whispered, "It doesn't matter if I am expelled from the academy. At worst, I can go back to my hometown, even if I have to stop at the Leonshire level for the rest of my life. It is better than continuing to commit crimes here with my hands stained with blood. After I go home, I will opening a welfare home, hoping to help orphans, can atone for some sins." No respond. No one echoed or refuted this statement. They were just silent. The atmosphere in the cave became silent, except for the crackling sound of wood exploding in the campfire. The cave was eerily quiet, until, duh, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. Who? Captain Hanks raised his head suddenly and looked into the darkness of the cave in disbelief. How can it be? Isn't there a warning spell array that he personally arranged at the entrance? Why is there no response? You are making things difficult for me. I don't even know whether I should kill you or not. A man's voice sounded. In the darkness, a tall figure wearing black clothes, white hair and blue eyes slowly walked out with a complicated expression. You kill innocent people indiscriminately and target unarmed ordinary villagers with your spells. Li Guanqi looked at the 7 black-robed spellcasters beside the campfire, who were facing formidable enemies, and sighed softly. It stands to reason that people who can do such things should be on my must-kill list. But I don't know. Should a group of low-level soldiers, who were just executing orders from their superiors, deserve to be killed? Having said this, he glanced around the crowd and frowned. To be honest, if you are a little cruel, such as saying a few words about treating the lives of villagers as trivial, I will kill you without hesitation. But you didn't. Instead, you kept a baby girl alive because you couldn't bear it, and then sat here repenting for your actions. If I were a tulip man and stood on the side of my motherland, I could kill you directly. Unfortunately, neither am I. Facing this war of yours, I am just an outsider and have no position to stand on. That being the case, let God decide your fate, Li Guanqi said, taking out a dice from the space necklace. 3 sides of red and blue. 50% chance. If the red side faces up, you will die. Otherwise, if the blue side faces up, you will get out of my sight. Then, he gently threw the dice into the air. For a while, Li Guanqi and the 7 conjurers all raised their heads slightly, focusing on the flipped dice. What will be the result? Chapter 515 belongs to Li Guanqi's battlefield. The Civil War in Daluo. Boom. No result. While the dice was still in the air, it suddenly exploded and turned into a burst of powder that scattered in all directions. Li Guanqi was stunned. The 7 conjurers looked astonished. Immediately afterwards, they were stunned. Bang! 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 7 heads exploded one after another. Flesh and blood spattered out, and the scarlet color spread all over the surrounding soil and rocks. Many of them fell into the bonfire and were burned by the flames, emitting the stench of burnt flesh and blood, just like what they had done to the innocent villagers before. Boom! 7 headless corpses fell to the ground at the same time. Li Guanqi turned his head and looked into the darkness of the cave. There, a beautiful woman with her blonde hair tied into a bun and wearing a platinum robe slowly walked out with an expressionless face. The Tulip Empire, the right-wing commander of the Queen's Wings, Saoirse Augustard, a new sorceress of the 9 Palaces level. Mr. Li, unlike you, I have a position. Saoirse looked at Li Guanqi with a smile on her face. I am a soldier of the Tulip Empire and a member of the new sect of magicians. And these people are soldiers of the Magic Academy. Enemies who trample on the land of my motherland and kill our people. June, when facing them, I don't need to consider other factors. Just being hostile is enough for me to kill them. Of course. Of course. Li Guanqi nodded slightly, and then rubbed his brows tiredly. Strange. How could I become so indecisive about whether to kill or not, and actually want to leave the decision to a dice? Well, is it a side effect of pulling the stars? 3 stars, Greedy Wolf, Juman, and Luxuan, don't seem to have such side effects. As Saoirse spoke, she walked to the stone and picked up the sleeping baby girl lying there. Her eyes were lowered, and her beautiful golden eyes were full of tenderness. Poor child. But it doesn't matter. I will do it in the future. Come with me back to the imperial capital. The sea of flowers there is as beautiful as your hometown. Li Guanqi looked at her, slightly silent. Mr. Li, you are so talented that people don't know what to say. Saoirse pinched the baby girl's fair face, then looked at Li Guanqi with a wry smile. How long did it take this time? It's just more than a month. You only spent 3 months on the first 2 stars, which is enough to make me difficult. I can't believe it. But now it only took a month. I can't even express my shock in words. Speaking of the place that attracts stars. Li Guanqi hesitated a little, but still asked, Miss Saoirse, do you know what your sister is doing now? My sister? Saoirse was startled. So, Mr. Li, have you ever known me before? Then, she nodded slightly and smiled. But, it's true. I have a twin sister. Her name is Tiffany. Hee hee. It's a cute name. Right? In our tulip, the word Tiffany means dandelions fluttering in the wind. As the name implies, Tiffany was very cute when she was a child. However, I don't know Tiffany's current movements, because she is not a member of the Queen's Wings. She belongs to the dark department of the first Royal Knights of the Empire. She is a knight who walks in the shadows. Their movements are military secrets. I have no right to interfere. And, at this point, Saoirse's expression became a little sad. Since a long time ago, the relationship between our 2 sisters has been very tense. Our relationship is not good, and we haven't contacted each other for a long time. What about the Guardians of the Star Land? Li Guanqi asked again. Don't you know the list of guardians of these star-guiding places? These lists are also confidential. Saoirse tilted her head and blinked her beautiful golden eyes. But no matter who it is, it must be a knight loyal to the Queen, because the place of Guardian of the Star Land is firmly in the hands of the Queen. The appointment of guardians must go through her screening. In other words, although I don't know who these defenders are, they are all loyal to the Queen. As long as you hold the pocket watch I gave you, Mr. Li, they will worry about the Queen and me, and they will not treat you even if they find you. What for? So, Mr. Li, you don't have to worry. There's no need to think about this, huh? As she said this, Saoirse finally came to a realization, and then looked at Li Guanqi in disbelief. No, it can't be right. Mr. Li, you suddenly said these things. Could it be that the guardian of Luxuan Star Land is my sister Tiffany? And you were discovered by her? Yes. Li Guanqi nodded. How? How could? Saoirse covered her mouth with her small hand. After a brief shock, she quickly asked Li Guanqi. Then what? Did Tiffany do anything to you? Forehead. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment, thought for a while, and finally said, I had already finished attracting the star. and I was planning to teleport away. But I had already opened your pocket watch to reveal your childhood photos. Then, at that moment, your sister suddenly came out to kill me. After announcing her family status, she said she wanted to judge me and then kill me. As for what happens next, all I can say is that she didn't hurt me. And then I erased the part about me in her memory, then put her into a coma. And then I took the opportunity to leave. From beginning to end, that's it. This? Saoirse looked at Li Guanqi with disbelief on her face. Tiffany, you are an 8th level knight. Li Guanqi looked calm and said nothing. Saoirse didn't ask any more questions. After all, she followed the queen's order and would not ask too many questions about Li Guanqi's situation. Anyway, sorry. Saoirse bowed deeply to Li Guanqi. I apologize to you on behalf of my sister. I'm sorry. Ah, not really. Not really. Li Guanqi helped her up, and then smiled. Nothing happened to me, so you don't need to take it to heart anymore. Although to be honest, I think your sister is also very unhappy. But after all, her sister is Miss Saoirse. You have helped me a lot, so there is no need to apologize. Thank you, Mr. Li. Saoirse looked at him and said seriously, You are such a generous Oriental. I rarely see men like you in the Tulip Empire. Forehead. Li Guanqi scratched his head in embarrassment. That's a bit exaggerated, but it's not like... Well, speaking of men... His expression changed slightly, and he looked at Saoirse hesitantly. There is one thing I don't know whether I should ask. Is it Tiffany's boyfriend problem? Saoirse asked directly, obviously guessing Li Guanqi's thoughts. Right. Li Guanqi nodded with a strange expression. I am indeed a little curious. Why did all 6 of Tiffany's boyfriends abandon her in the end and fall in love with you as a sister? Of course, Miss Saoirse, you are very beautiful and charming. But the problem is, Tiffany and you are twins. They look exactly the same. Don't they? I have no idea. Saoirse shook her head sadly. I don't know why the 6 of them suddenly fell in love with me. I also rejected those 6 people one by one. I don't know why things turned out like this. I only know that because with those 6 men, my relationship with Tiffany became very bad. Have no idea? Li Guanqi was stunned. Such? Oh, this bitch is definitely lying. Suddenly, Pluto's voice sounded in Li Guanqi's heart, with a bit of a sneer. This is definitely a lie to you. I can vouch for my personality. Tiffany's 6 boyfriends changed their hearts and fell in love with her sister. There is definitely something behind it. Saoirse is using her own tactics. Speaking of which, I still hate Pluto. At this time, Shakong also ran out and said, But let's talk about the matter. I think what he said is right. Saoirse is definitely up to something. Ha ha. You have some brains for this broken artifact. Pluto laughed loudly, and then continued, Boy, don't look confused. I will analyze it for you from a psychological level, and you will understand. This Saoirse is a woman, but she also likes women. In this case, for her, being intimate with a man will most likely cause discomfort. After all, her orientation is not that of a man. However, Tiffany is her twin sister, who has exactly the same appearance as herself. Every time she sees Tiffany having sex with a man, it's like looking at herself in the mirror having sex with a strange man. It will definitely cause physical discomfort. In addition, she doesn't like men, and the discomfort is even more serious. Because of this, Saoirse secretly did something. The specific method is not clear, but I guess she also used seduction and other methods to make the 6 men cheat and fall in love with her. And then she induced the 6 men to fall in love with her. He expressed his love to her, thereby breaking the relationship between the 6 people and his sister. My sister's 6 relationships were definitely ruined by her sister. Uh-huh. After Hades said this, Shakong made a sound of agreement. Li Guanqi was a little helpless. What kind of psychology? Isn't this just a wild guess? Groundless speculation. And it is also a slanderous speculation. Isn't it bad? This is reasoning. Pluto sneered. If you don't believe me, then ask Saoirse again. How come this sinister character broke your good impression of her? Li Guanqi was speechless, but looking at the blonde sorceress with her head lowered and a gloomy expression in front of him, he still chose to skip this topic. True or false? If you pursue it too closely, it will be bad. By the way, how is the war going now? Li Guanqi looked at Saoirse and changed the topic directly. Stalemate. Saoirse raised her head and came out of the previous feeling of disappointment, replaced by a solemn expression. She frowned and said in a deep voice, Now the war between the Empire and the Magic Academy has begun to reach a stalemate. The defensive formation system of old Marshal Joseph has been completely improved with the addition of new magicians. As our formations become more and more perfect, it is difficult for the Spell Academy's sneak attacks to be effective. Even if they appear suddenly, our strong men will be able to rush to support them as soon as possible. Therefore, in the past month, in terms of the overall situation, our Tulip Empire's defense has been very strong, while the offense of the Magic Academy has never achieved any big results. But this is only temporary. Just like the village that was burned down just now, the Conjuration Academy has shifted the main focus of the battle from conquering cities and territories to entering guerrilla mode. It has begun to attack our weak villages and towns and destroy the confidence of the people in us by massacring cities and killing people. Reduce national fortune. Because of this, we have to deceive ordinary people. Citizens in major cities do not know what is going on outside. But in fact, in various remote areas and areas with weak defenses, a large number of villages and towns are being massacred by the Conjuration Academy. As she spoke, Saoirse sighed heavily, with sadness and helplessness in her beautiful golden eyes. You can actually fight for so long and even reach a stalemate? After hearing this, Li Guanqi was a little surprised. As soon as he said this, Saoirse glared at him and said angrily, Mr. Li, as you said, you seem to have no confidence in our Tulip Empire? Do you think that our Tulip Empire will be completely destroyed? No. I mainly. Li Guanqi was a little at a loss and quickly explained. It's just that I have always felt that the Conjuration Academy is a giant force. But I didn't expect that the Tulip Empire could compete with it, with the power of a single country. This is true. But there are actually many factors. Saoirse blinked. First of all, the strength of the Conjuration Academy has long since faded. Their most powerful period was 1,000 years ago. They have been going downhill for the past 1,000 years. And they are no longer as strong as they once were. Only in the past 1,000 years, the School of Magic has not gone to war with other forces. So people have always thought that it is still as invincible as before. But in fact it is no longer the case. But it is undeniable that the School of Conjuration is still powerful. Secondly, our Tulip Empire is not fighting alone. Everyone knows that the new magician force exists. But we don't know how strong it is. Because it is a military secret. I can't tell you too much, Mr. Li. But what can be revealed is that the new sect also has a demigod. All in all, the new sect of magicians are very strong. Only by adding them to our empire can we compete with the School of Conjuration. At last, the School of Conjuration actually did not use all its strength to deal with us. After all, those who are watching this war include the old enemies of the School of Conjuration. The reason why the School of Conjuration does not want the new sect of magicians to become independent is because they are afraid of splitting up and worsening the situation in the future. But if they attack us with all their strength now, and then other old enemies take advantage of it, then there will be no need to talk about the future. They will be finished now. So they are a little constrained. In addition to this, there are actually many factors, big or small. The superposition of various factors has allowed our empire to form a stalemate with the Conjuring Academy. War is multifaceted. When Saoirse said this, she shook her head with a wry smile. Okay, Mr. Li, let's not talk about the war anymore. I have a headache just thinking about this now. Give me a holiday now. However, Li Guanqi lowered his head, looking thoughtful. Suddenly he had an idea. There was no basis, but his intuition told him that the war between the Tulip Empire and the School of Spells was just a trailer for extraordinary beings like them in the real world. The battlefield that belongs to their transcendent, Li Guanqi, should be in another place in the near future. Civil war in Daluo. The current situation is very clear. Once Emperor Luo dies, the 8 pillars of the Great Luo dynasty will immediately begin to rebel and proclaim themselves kings, forming a situation of 8 kings separatism, and plunging the eastern continent into chaos. Heroes emerge from troubled times. The more chaotic the world, the bigger the stage, and it should be the same based on time and world integration. At present, except for Li Guanqi, the extraordinary beings in the real world are still very weak. The top 1,000 extraordinary people in the extraordinary rankings are generally 5-element level combat power. They cannot participate in this level of war. Even if they join, they will only be senior cannon fodder, can't even squeeze into the top ranks of the army. And the world integration has not been completed. And there are currently 100 weird worlds left. Luo D is dying of old age. but it should still be 1 or 2 years, or 3 or 4 years. By then, with the start of the 8 Kings melee, the world will be completely in chaos. If this is the case, then the extraordinary beings should be able to grow up by then. Although a few years does not mean much to ordinary cultivators, for extraordinary people, it represents countless mission rewards. With mission rewards, they can become stronger quickly. According to Li Guanqi's guess, even if it takes a very long time and normal people need several years to pull the stars, they should be able to pull the stars instantly in the mission reward. Of course, he has never encountered such a task so far, so he can only rely on himself to attract stars. But no matter what, Li Guanqi had already made such a conclusion in his mind about the future situation. The death of Emperor Luo, the civil war in Daluo, the separatist rule of 8 kings, and the heroes in troubled times. By then, the fusion of worlds should be completed, and all extraordinary beings will gather in the same strange world. If nothing else happens, it will be his world number 1, and Lin Xianbai will also come to this world. At that time, it was the stage for extraordinary beings. But, what exactly? What motivation will the extraordinary beings use to join the war? Directly mandatory tasks? Yes. World missions. Li Guanqi suddenly raised his head, and his eyes lit up. He remembered when he first met Qi Xiaoxiao in the Zhuangyuan library at the southern Xinjiang headquarters. After hearing the sad story of the other person's parents dying due to the war, he felt deeply in his heart at that time, and under the influence of his emotions, he secretly swore let there be no more wars in the world. Because of this, he directly awakened a talent, and after awakening the talent, the system also sounded a prompt. Heart of War, Purple, you have your own understanding of war. You have decided to suppress all countries with absolute iron-blooded tactics and completely achieve world unification, so that there will no longer be wars in the world. Effect, when you are on the battlefield, your spiritual and physical strength, including combat reactions, will increase significantly, and you will be in a state of extraordinary performance every moment. You have awakened the Heart of War, Purple, ability, which is one of the key conditions for starting the world mission. The world mission system will be opened in subsequent versions. Please pay attention to your every move in this strange world. Maybe your actions are insignificant, or maybe you will become the child of destiny who changes the world. No more war. Li Guanqi felt a little complicated as he thought about the past. After all, this was just his idea at that time. At that time, he first entered the strange world and was still a bit silly. He still had the childishness of an ordinary high school student, and his ideas were also very childish. Then, he was fascinated by Qi Shuxi's story about his parents' death. Infected, I came up with these ideas. Change to now? Of course he still hopes that there will be no more wars in the world. However, this is too difficult. Human nature is destined to be difficult. Even if the world is unified, peace may not always be possible. The only real feasible solution is to become the strongest in the world and possess the most terrifying deterrence. As long as he is alive for one day, all humans in the world will not dare to use their minds to reach a compulsory peace situation. But unless he lives forever, the seeds of war will still begin to germinate after his death. But let's not mention these things for now. At least, through this prompt from the system, Li Guanqi became more certain of his thoughts. After the death of Emperor Luo and the civil war among the 8 kings, it should be time for the world mission to begin. By then, the mystery about the future god should be further unveiled. Mr. Li? Seeing Li Guanqi standing there with his head lowered in thought for a long time, Saoirse couldn't help but raise her hand and wave it in front of his eyes. Oh, sorry. Li Guanqi came back to his senses. What are you thinking about? Saoirse looked at him curiously, and then smiled softly. You can't be thinking about it in your heart. Miss Saoirse clearly said last time that she would help me raise my soul to the 8th level after we meet again. But why didn't she mention it now? Do I want to take the initiative to remind you? Only then did Li Guanqi remember this. And then he couldn't help but smile. Miss Saoirse, you have helped me raise all the resources to upgrade my soul to the 8th level? Chapter 516, The Legendary Elves? Certainly. Saoirse looked at Li Guanqi. A moving smile appeared on her beautiful face. I am a knight, and the promises made by the knight will never be broken. I said that next time we meet, I will help you raise your soul to the 8th level. Yes, of course we do what we say. It's just, As she spoke, she hesitated slightly. Mr. Li, you should also know that in most cases, if you want to upgrade your soul to the 8th level, no matter which set of soul-raising resources you use, Whether it is elixirs or potions, whether it's a formation, it basically requires the use of something called 8 spirit leaves. Yes, I know. Li Guanqi nodded. Ba Ling Yi is a rare medicinal material. Its value cannot be measured in gold coins, and it is difficult for ordinary people to obtain it through normal channels, because it is the main material for the 8th level soul-raising resources. It is a national-level strategic resource, and it is impossible to obtain it unless the country's top dignitaries are dignitaries. In addition, the 8 spirit leaves have many uses, far beyond being used as a material for 8th level soul-raising resources. Many large-scale formations targeting souls also need it as energy to start and run. Because of this, the 8 spirit leaves are even more precious and difficult to obtain. Therefore, if Li Guanqi came by himself, it would be basically impossible for him to obtain the resources to ascend to the 8th level of soul. But standing in front of him at this moment was Saoirse, a female sorcerer at the 9 Palaces level. And standing behind Saoirse is the Tulip Queen, the ruler of a large Western empire. Although the 8 spirit leaves are precious, there should be a lot of them in the empire's treasury. However, looking at Saoirse's expression at this time, it is obvious that not quite right. Excuse me, what's the problem? Li Guanqi looked at Saoirse curiously. Actually, it's just a small problem. Saoirse stroked the broken hair beside her ears and said softly, the specific details are state secrets. I can't say more. But what I can reveal to you, Mr. Li, is that due to the energy requirements of the defensive formation, the 8th spirit leaves it has now been classified by our empire as the highest level strategic reserve during wartime, and no one can mobilize it privately. Coupled with the 8 spirit leaves needed to refine the 8th level soul-raising pill, it is a huge number. Even with my status, I cannot mobilize it during the current war. I asked the queen, and she didn't allow me to do this either. But after hearing about my purpose, and knowing that I was here to help you ascend to the 8th level of your soul, she gave me this thing. With that said, Saoirse took out a bunch of beautiful flower headbands from the space necklace. Nah. She smiled and handed it to Li Guanqi. What's this? Li Guanqi was a little confused. The blessing of the Elven High Priest, Saoirse said seriously. Elves? Li Guanqi was a little surprised when he suddenly heard this word. The weird world is very magical. In addition to various orcs, the kind of pointy-eared elves that seem to appear in Western fairy tales also exist, but he has never seen them before. Catmen, tigermen, foxmen, tauren, lionheads, centaurs. Although they were not all orcs, he had at least seen a lot of orcs. Even the mermaids in the sea. He met them by accident in the Eastern Islands. Only the so-called elves. He only heard their names, but never saw their people. He had never seen those handsome creatures with pointed ears. The blessing of the Elf High Priest. Li Guanqi took the flower wreath from Saoirse's hand and looked at her curiously. This wreath is a blessing? What does it mean? It's like a token of some kind? Yes. To put it bluntly, it's actually a token. Saoirse nodded lightly. This wreath has been cast by the Elf High Priest and has a special aura. Her Lady Queen told me that as long as we take this wreath and go to the Elf Forest in the Tulip Empire, we can get the secrets of the Elf Clan. Garland. And the High Priest will also help you upgrade your soul to the 8th level. The Elf Forest of the Tulip Empire? Li Guanqi was stunned. I thought that the elves only existed in a certain hidden forest on the Iabel Prairie. The world you are exposed to is still too small. Saoirse just shook her head and laughed. There are many things that you can't touch unless you are at that level. Yes, the elves are mysterious after all. Li Guanqi thought for a while, and then asked, I haven't seen any relevant records in various books. So what is the status of this high priest in the Elven clan? A leader of the tribe in every sense of the word. Like an emperor? Saoirse blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a slight hesitation, well, the elves are more particular about equality for everyone. So there are no monarchs, ministers, emperors, etc. But their high priest is said to be a high priest. But in my opinion, in fact, the status and power are exactly the same as those of the emperor. I see. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. In the past, when he first met Shun Kong, he asked for information from him. Among them is the matter of the elves. But the elves in the old era had an imperial system, which was no different from the human empire. There were only elf emperors, and there was no such thing as a high priest. So he asked Saoirse about relevant matters. Shun Kong knew a lot of things, but those were things from the old era after all, and they were all outdated information. Of course, when obsolescence passes, Some things will never pass. For example, the nature of the elves. According to Shan Kong, the elves were first transformed by a Western god. That god has a very good relationship with the fire god Mengyao, and he is also a figure who lived from the 21st century to the age of gods. Perhaps it is because of this, influenced by the elements of elves in various movies, animations, comics, and novels in the 21st century, that the god has an obsession with elves. Where in the world do elves come from? But there were originally no orcs in the world. But in the end, due to the flaws in the early human body refining methods and the hybrid experiments of some crazy beast spell masters, countless orcs appeared. Perhaps it was this phenomenon that inspired that Western god. He chose to transform mankind. The god tampered with the genetic sequence of a human village. Coupled with his continuous research and improvement, the special blood that he called elf blood, and finally succeeded in turning all the humans in the village into elves in his mind. In fact, to put it bluntly, they are just a special family of different blood. But because they are customized, they are called elves. These God-created elves are equivalent to humans, possessing 4 characteristics. 1. Beauty. The elves, both men and women, can be described as beautiful. There are differences in appearance between elves, but there is absolutely no distinction between beauty and ugliness, because the modified genes make every elf's appearance perfectly beautiful to human aesthetics. 2. Longevity. The lifespan of a human with different blood is linked to his cultivation level, but it does not entirely depend on his cultivation level. On the contrary, different blood is more decisive. Some people with different bloods can live for 500 or 600 years at the level of 3 talents. Some alien blood, Geogon level, can only live for 100 years, such as the common textbook in Family Royal Family. The elves also have elf blood, due to the alien blood specially improved by the god and the tampered genetic sequence. The combination of the two makes the lifespan of the elves very unspeakable. Even ordinary elves can live for at least 500 years without practicing at all. As long as they reach the one-dimensional level, elves can live for 700 or 800 years. But that's all. Even if the elves cultivate to the Liangyi level, the Sankai level, or even the Jiogong level, their lifespan is fixed at about 800 years. Occasionally, some individuals can live more than 900 years, but very few, over 950 years old. And there is absolutely no such thing in old history. This lifespan problem was once considered to be a genetic defect in the olden times, because the old era is not the new era. Due to unknown reasons, New Age humans, even at the Jiogong level, cannot escape the 1,000-year lifespan limit. But the old times were different. Jiogong level humans in the old era could live for thousands of years. In contrast, even if they are both at the Jiogong level, the elves can only live for 800 years. Naturally, they have become representatives of genetic defects and are considered to be a short-lived ghost race. However, this phenomenon has been reversed since the new era, because the upper limit of human lifespan in the new age is 1,000 years, even at the Jiogong level. But what about the elves? You can live 500 years at birth. After a little practice, after reaching the 1 yuan level, you will have a lifespan of 800 years, which is close to the upper limit of human lifespan. In this way, in the old era, the short-lived ghost race was considered to be genetically defective. In the new era, it has directly become the representative of the immortal species and is recognized as a long-lived race. Regarding the issue of lifespan in the old and new eras, Li Guanqi actually took the time to ask Pluto. Pluto's answer is he doesn't know. If he had to give a reason, it might be that the human emperor extracted too much origin chi from this planet at the end of the old era, which caused changes in the planet's environment, making it impossible for humans in the new era after that to survive for more than 1,000 years. According to Pluto's guess, Li Guanqi's lifespan should be different from that of New Age people, and there would be no upper limit of 1,000 years. He should be the same as the humans in the old era. After the 9 palaces level, he can live for thousands of years. Of course, this is speculation. However, Li Guanqi really hopes that this guess will come true. 3. Rare in quantity. To put it bluntly, the elves are still different-blooded humans. And different-blooded humans have one characteristic. That is, the winning rate of pregnancy is extremely low, and special medicines are needed to increase the chance of pregnancy. Fortunately, humans in the old epoch had extremely long lifespans, even though there was a vacuum period without pharmaceuticals in the old epoch's history. which made it impossible for humans of different blood to get pregnant. There was still enough time for humans to realize this and develop relevant pharmaceuticals. Assisted reproduction. Humans with different blood have difficulty in reproducing originally. But after using fertility drugs, they can be like normal humans. In the 21st century, almost all film and television works that feature Els elements will have the setting that Els have difficulty in reproducing. It is said that Els have difficulty giving birth to children, and the fertility rate is extremely low. However, this Els are man-made Els. Although the Western god wanted to create an elven race, he did not want to completely fit these settings. He did not want such negative settings at all. He never thought of deliberately making it difficult for the elves to reproduce. He even successfully modified genes, so that the elves can get pregnant as easily as normal humans without the need for fertility drugs. It can be said to be a major breakthrough in genetic modification. After the birth of the elves, there was indeed no problem of low fertility. But a new genetic defect appeared. The fertility rate of the elves is fine, but the survival rate of infants and young children is horribly low. From the time elves are born, between the ages of 1 and 3, elves will suffer from various genetic diseases, which cannot be cured at all, and the mortality rate is extremely high. This makes it easy for elves to give birth to children. But if you want an elf baby to grow up being an adult is as difficult as ascending to heaven. The Western god tried to reform the problem, but was ultimately unable to do so. The infant mortality rate is extremely high. This characteristic makes the elves both ignore life and attach great importance to life. After hundreds of years and thousands of years of habit, the elves have become accustomed to the death of their children. After all, one is born and the other dies. If they cry bitterly every time and are so sad that they can't control themselves, then they simply can't survive. So, the elves have gotten used to it, of course. They have to get used to it. They must get used to the idea that their children will die before they reach the age of 3. They must give birth to more than a dozen children, and not be too sad if they die more than a dozen. In order to achieve this, elf parents will not raise their babies themselves, but will hand them over to professional elves to take care of them after they are born. This is a helpless move to avoid more emotions. Most of these babies handed over will die of illness before they are 3 years old. The age of 3 is a critical moment of life and death for the elves. As long as they survive past the age of 3, the genetic disease will quickly disappear and they will recover. And these children will return to the arms of their parents. Because we often lose, we cherish it more. Because of this, once a child survives the age of 3, the elves will attach great importance to it. Their friendship with their compatriots is far deeper than that of any other human nation. They are the most united race, and no one can disintegrate it from within them, because they know very well that as one elf grows up, dozens or hundreds of elves die in infancy. They understand how precious life is. History can be a mirror. The elves have never had a civil war. 4. The elves have various abilities. The elves are genetically modified humans. But not only genetically modified. The Western god also gave them special blood. It was the elven bloodline that was the product of years of experimentation by Western gods. This alien blood is essentially the fusion of countless alien bloods, which contains a large number of abilities, and each one is different. The original idea of that Western god was to create a powerful and perfect race that could possess multiple powers at the same time. But it backfired. The beautiful idea came to nothing, and he failed to realize it after all. The elves are still the same as the different-blooded humans, and can only have one kind of superpower. However, he was not a complete failure. Because of the elves' abilities, it became random. Assuming that there are 100 kinds of abilities hidden in the blood of elves. Then after the elves are born, they will randomly inherit a certain kind of ability from the genetic ability library. Of course, this is just a hypothesis. After all, there are far more than 100 kinds of abilities hidden in the elven bloodline. However, it is precisely because of this characteristic that the elves become more like a race independent of humans. If the entire elven family only had the same superpower, it would be no different from the human family of different blood. But they have many superpowers. And it looks like they are really an independent race. And they can get random superpower talents. Beauty, longevity, few people, random ability. These are the 4 major characteristics of the elves. It stands to reason that the emergence of the elves proves that humans can obtain higher talents through genetic modification and alien blood improvement. Then the gods of the old era should crazily transform all humans and make humans more and more perfect. But it's not, because the elves have never given birth to gods. According to Pluto, humans in the new age cannot become gods because of insufficient source energy. In the ancient era of gods, The source of qi was very abundant. However, humans who have been modified by genetic modification and alien blood, that is, these elves, can open the law shrine, but they are not qualified to enter the shrine. When every elf reaches the last step of the 9 palaces level, he will feel that he is in place in all aspects. But the law palace refuses to accept him, and does not recognize him as the master. No matter how abundant the origin qi is, the elves cannot become gods. Other than that, the orcs are the same. The gods don't understand the principle. Could it be that humans whose genes have been artificially tampered with are unable to become gods? But receiving the strange blood from the cursed spirit also changes the genes. However, it doesn't matter if you don't understand the principle. At least the result is clear. If you mess with genes, humans will not be able to become gods. The most heyday of the old age was the age of gods. Everyone aims to become a god. Therefore, being unable to become a god is a fatal flaw. Although it stands to reason that most gods should be happy to see this situation out of selfish motives. After all, then the hierarchy of gods will be fixed, and there will be no newcomers. But not all gods are overly selfish. Led by fire god Mengao, a group of powerful and righteous gods, who came out of the Doomsday era strictly opposed this behavior. And this idea was inherited by subsequent god kings. In general, justice outweighed selfishness, so that humans were not genetically modified and retained the hope of becoming gods. Because of this, the gods of the old era gradually avoided talking about genetic modification and alien blood improvement. At most, they used it to create some special alien blood families to protect their own divine domain. When Li Guanqi and Shukong talked about this, they both agreed that the Ying family might be this kind of product. Although the lifespan is short, the growth cycle is also short, and it will be replaced after death. After decades, it will be a Jiugong level, and it can be called the best subordinate. However, in the old era, Shukong had never heard of anyone similar to the Ying family. He could only guess that they were some secret organization, so they were unknown to the public. Even Pluto doesn't know any more information about the Ying family. That is a mysterious family. But Li Guanqi believes that one day he will be able to uncover these mysteries. Thousands of thoughts, but only in a flash of light. After hearing Saoirse mention elves, this information could not help but come to mind. But to the outside world, it was only for a moment. Miss Saoirse! Li Guanqi looked at the blonde female sorcerer in front of him, shook the flower ring that the other party gave him, and chuckled. Then let's go now! The forest where the elves live. To be honest, I am obsessed with those beautiful and handsome people. The elf is indeed very interested. Follow me. Saoirse turned around, casually tore open a space crack, and did not forget to remind her in a low voice. Oh, by the way, this isn't ordinary teleportation. It is different from going to the star attraction site through space blockade. There will be no danger. Mr. Li, you don't have to hold my hand anymore. Forehead. Li Guanqi was stunned. Saoirse took the initiative to hold his hand during the first 3 teleportations. He didn't pay too much attention to the reason. Now it seems that teleportation by guiding stars is dangerous. Clear. Li Guanqi came back to his senses, nodded, and then followed Saoirse's footsteps and stepped into the space crack that distorted the colorful brilliance. Chapter 517 8th Level Soul Method. The embodiment of fire god Mengyao. Sit down and wait. Mr. Li. In the space passage, twisted colorful brilliance flowed and flickered, and Saoirse actually waved her hand and used her spiritual power to condense 2 golden chairs and sat on one of them. She sits elegantly and has an extremely ladylike manner, full of the temperament of a Western aristocrat. But the question is, why did you sit down? Miss Saoirse? Li Guanqi looked at her curiously. Will this teleportation take a long time? It will take more than 10 minutes. Saoirse smiled. The space area of the elf forest is very special. If you simply know the space coordinates and send them there, the coordinates will be inexplicably shifted and fly to random places. At this time we have to use the special space method of the elves. I have already obtained it from the Queen. But according to the Queen, although the space cracks torn apart by this space method can accurately reach the location of the elves, it will take a long time. Very long. According to Her Majesty the Queen. In this case, 15 to 20 minutes is normal. If it is shorter or longer, more or less accidents will occur. That's it. Li Guanqi nodded slightly, and then sat on the golden chair opposite Saoirse. On the surface, he is calm, but in fact, he has begun to think secretly in his heart. Should he use up the only 4.5 simulation opportunities left and simulate in advance? Forget it. The space passages have come in. And it's too late to simulate it now. Why didn't Miss Saoirse warn me in advance? I'd better tell you the truth. Mr. Lee. Saoirse seems to be extremely good at reading people's micro-expressions and guessing their thoughts. This is not the first time. Looking at Li Guanqi, she said with some embarrassment. I won't tell you everything. Mainly because I don't want you to worry. Because the transmission method the Queen gave us, due to the long transmission time, causes unstable factors to easily accumulate and explode. This makes the transmission accident rate very high. According to the conventional statistical probability, it can be said that after 3 teleportations, an accident will occur. But please don't worry, Mr. Lee said. Saoirse quickly pointed to the flower wreath in his hand. This wreath is the blessing token of the Elf High Priest. As long as you hold it in your hand, no matter what accident happens, you can reach the Elf clan safely. That's why I didn't think about telling you. After all, even if there is an accident, it won't make much difference to you. I see. Hearing this, Li Guanqi immediately clenched the wreath in his hand, and then continued to ask, but is the accident rate too high? An accident happens once every 3 times. Speaking of which, I really am not a cunning person. According to the odds, something is very likely to happen on our trip. I have a garland, and my safety is guaranteed. What about you, Miss Saoirse? There is only one garland. Let's hold it together. Hearing this, Saoirse suddenly smiled and curled her eyes. The garland can only be effective on one person. If I hold it, it will be useless. But you don't have to worry about me. Hey, Mr. Lee, is it me? I'm too kind to you. And my face is too cute? I'm a Jyogon-level magician. Even if there's an accident in teleportation, can you still kill me? That's true. Li Guanqi scratched his head in embarrassment. Ha. Seeing this scene, Saoirse smiled even more heartily and seemed to be in a good mood. But then she seemed to have thought of something, and she suddenly said with a strange expression, Of course, it is not absolutely without accidents. If there is any accident, and I am directly teleported to the headquarters of the Conjuring Academy, then it's really bad. But my luck can't be that bad. Right. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. And after a while, he said quietly, How about we drop this topic? Yeah. Saoirse nodded with mixed feelings. Some things are okay if you don't say them. But if you say them, it's easy to think about them too much. Correct. As if to change the topic in mind, Saoirse looked at Li Guanqi and said, Mr. Lee, I haven't asked you yet. You should have the cultivation method and breakthrough method for the 8th level soul. Right? The elves can only provide you with the power needed to ascend to the 8th level of your soul. But if you want to guide these powers to achieve a breakthrough, you still have to rely on your own breakthrough method. After all, even if someone helps cook, you still have to do it yourself and put the rice into your mouth with a spoon. Li Guanqi was startled for a moment, then looked stunned. I just remembered. I didn't. I think so. After all, the 8th level soul cultivation method is not that good. Saoirse didn't seem surprised. She just nodded lightly, and then rummaged through her space ring. Mr. Lee, wait a minute. Let me see which 8th level soul cultivation methods I have that can be given to others. After all, my own soul cultivation method is an empire secret and cannot be leaked. Li Guanqi looked at her, dumbfounded for a moment. How could he even forget this? From the beginning to now, Li Guanqi has only practiced one soul visualization method, Tying Guan Yu Ju. This soul contemplation method was originally given to him by Qi Gongming. It mainly improves soul power by visualizing the moon. Of course, given his situation, he never sat down and meditated seriously at all. He either stagnated or killed people to plunder souls. He never relied on visualization to slowly sharpen his soul power bit by bit. The greatest use of Tying Guan Yu Ju to him was that the soul breakthrough method recorded in it allowed him to successfully complete the breakthrough of the 3rd level soul. For subsequent soul breakthroughs, he also accumulated soul power through his own methods, such as luck, and then used the 4th dash, 5th dash, 6th and 7th level breakthrough methods recorded in Tying Guan Yu Ju to complete the breakthroughs. Last step. But what about the next 8th level soul? The Tying Guan Yu Ju that Qi Gongming gave him was incomplete. It only had records of souls up to the 7th level, and there was no record of the 8th and 9th levels at all. Moreover, Li Guanqi didn't realize until now that he didn't even know what the realms of 8th level souls and 9th level souls were called. the third level of God refining realm, the fourth level virtual realm, and the fifth level real realm. After the virtual reality, life and death rotate. The sixth level of life, the seventh level of death. What about the eighth and ninth? Hades? Looking at Saoirse, who was looking down for a soul cultivation method, Li Guanqi asked in his mind. Aren't you a god from the ancient times who is so awesome? Do you have any advanced soul cultivation methods? Give me a few? Sand sculpture. However, Pluto only replied these two words. What the HL? Li Guanqi's face darkened. I haven't realized it before. But Pluto's mouth is really mean. Have you, the boy, been pulling the stars to fool you lately? Pluto said impatiently. I remember what I told you. I died at the beginning of the end of the world. And when I was resurrected, I had obtained the divine body given to me by Mingyao. The meaning of the divine body includes body and soul. After my resurrection, I will have not only a god-level body, but also a god-level soul. You want an 8th level soul to break through. But I was a god-level soul when I was resurrected. Who knows how you, an 8th level soul, can break through? If you want a god-level soul cultivation method, I can give you dozens of them. If you want one below the god level, where can I find it for you? What the H.L.? Li Guanqi was confused. Have you not been reincarnated in the new era? Do you have no memory of the reincarnation? Doesn't your reincarnation need to cultivate the soul? Doesn't it require the soul breakthrough method? Sorry, I really don't need it. Pluto said calmly. The situation of my reincarnation is different from your current situation. This ray of consciousness I have with you is equivalent to, well, how should I put it? It's too deep for you to understand. He seemed to be thinking. And after organizing some words, he continued, my reincarnation does not require the soul breakthrough method. Once the soul power is accumulated, the soul advancement can be completed automatically. You can understand that my reincarnation is me who has lost my memory and strength. Even if I lose everything, my foundation is still there. The upper limit of my soul is still the God level. When my soul power is accumulated to a certain level, I will regain a certain level of power. In other words, my reincarnation is not cultivating the soul at all, but restoring the soul power. There is no need for a breakthrough at all. And naturally there is no need for a breakthrough method. And you can't. Because you are you. I am me. And you are not my reincarnation. How to practice your own soul must be done step by step. Of course, I have so many reincarnations. Even if I don't need it, I will be exposed to some soul breakthrough methods more or less. And I do remember. But the problem is, I don't think those things can compare with yours. What the artifacts know is more advanced. After all, although I have no interest in collecting low-level skills, I should have the curiosity for artifacts. I asked the wrong person to co-write it in the first place. Li Guanqi had no choice but to ask in his mind, Chun Kong? It's bubbling out. Hey, Hades. However, Chun Kong did not reply to him. Instead, he smiled at Pluto in a strange tone. I have a soul visualization method here. I got it in the fire god's domain. It can be used to visualize the sacred face of the god of fire, to gather soul power. Once this soul cultivation method is successfully practiced, and it happens to reach the 8th level of the concrete soul, it will be able to condense the Vulcan Dharma in the sea of consciousness. Do you think I should practice it for my master? It allows you to see your wife again. When you have nothing to do, you can still run out and look at the statue of your dead wife in the sea of consciousness and shed tears. Don't worry. Our artifact is very compassionate and will never make fun of you. Hades ignored him. Li Guanqi had a complicated expression and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the hatred between the artifact and Hades will never be resolved in this life. Also, if you remember correctly, Chun Kong respected the fire god Mingyao very much. But now, in order to choke Pluto, Chun Kong was able to make fun of the god of fire. In other words, for Chun Kong, his hatred for Pluto is far higher than his respect for Vulcan. Or, the level of respect has changed because the person you respect is willing to die to resurrect the person you hate? Shankara turned out to respect the god of fire very much. But if Vulcan did not resurrect Pluto from the dead, then Ragnarok would not have happened. Because of this, Shankara's respect for the god of fire has plummeted due to the complex mixture of emotions? Hello. Seeing that Pluto didn't respond for a long time, Chun Kong shouted again. Why don't you speak? I told you that you hid and cried? I just think your AI is ridiculous. Pluto's voice was indifferent. What makes you think that the mind of a god will be stirred up by your few words? Or is it that your original god master is such a waste? So you are preconceived? Oh, sorry. I remembered it wrong. You, an auxiliary type, have not had a fixed owner since a long time ago. You are just like those chickens that are ridden by thousands of people. Anyone who comes to the temple can take you away to play with you and walk the dog as long as you pay. It seems that I will throw you back when I get tired of it. The sky was silent for a moment. Li Guanqi had a strange expression. This was obviously a very serious situation, with both sides carrying real hatred. But the problem was that the way they were bickering really made it impossible for him to be serious. It even feels a little funny. Speaking of which, Pluto was obviously not inferior in his scolding skills. Faced with Xuankong's initiative to expose his wounds, he directly retaliated by poking the scars. I'm not interested in talking to the artifact. Suddenly, Pluto said coldly. Also, what you said before is meaningless to me. What's the use of just observing the false dharma that is condensed by thoughts? Do you want to give it or not? Does this kid like to practice? What a bullshit! Oh ha ha! Hee hee! When Shukong heard this, he just smiled softly and said, What you said before about giving us the artifact, I will return it to you intact now. It's okay to deceive others, but it's pointless to deceive yourself. Hades was silent. Shukong stopped making any sound. However, for some reason, Li Guanqi felt Pluto's mood swings at this time. Is it hope? Did Pluto actually hope that he could practice this Vulcan stargazing method? Shukong, please pass the technique to me, Li Guanqi whispered in his mind. Does the Vulcan star observation method require you to visualize the Vulcan god in your mind? Just like when I practiced tying moon observation technique and visualized the moon before. Right, Shukong responded. And the 8th level soul is called the concrete state, because the soul that reaches this state can condense the concepts of one's own cultivation into reality. Take the tying moon viewing technique that you have practiced previously as an example. If you have the follow-up part of the 8th level, then after you reach the 8th level of soul, you can condense a concrete form of the moon in the sea of consciousness, which can be used as a soul attack technique. The soul of the enemy can also be used as a soul defense technique to protect oneself. The concrete form of the Dharma can be used both offensively and defensively. The crazy woman Tiffany we met at Lusuing Guiding before, her flaming soul sword is actually a concrete form of the Dharma. And the way she practices visualization is to visualize the flaming sword. Master, if you choose to practice the Vulcan concept, then after you reach the 8th level soul, a Vulcan Dharma will appear in the sea of consciousness. Of course, in the form of a god. Vulcan. A smile appeared in Li Guanqi's eyes. In other words, I want to visualize Mingyao now. The difference is huge, Shukong whispered. You will know when the time comes. When you visualize the god of fire, although the appearance is the same, the actual feelings are completely different. Just by looking at them, you can know that they are completely different. Li Guanqi was stunned. What do you mean by when the time comes? I'll teach you this meditation method later, Shukong said slowly. You visualized the moon before, because you often see the moon, so you can naturally visualize it. But next you want to visualize the god of fire, but you have never seen the god of fire himself. What should you use to visualize it? Young Han Mengyao, who has been extraordinary for 5 years, is not a Lord Vulcan. Therefore, at this time, it is necessary to use the relevant marks to witness the true appearance of Lord Vulcan, in order to gain the basis for visualization. Don't worry, Master. I will pass on the relevant skills and Master Vulcan's mark to you when the time comes. But not now. According to what Saoirse said, Master, after you arrive at the territory of the elves, you will soon have the opportunity to ascend to the 8th level of your soul. At that time, I will pass the mark to you. And then, Master, you can work together to directly condense the Vulcan Dharma at the same time as you ascend to the 8th level of soul. This topic can end here. There is nothing left to talk about. I care more about Saoirse's condition than this. She said before that she was looking for an 8th level soul method that she could give you. But a few minutes have passed, and she is now sitting motionless on the chair. What is going on? Hearing this, Li Guanqi quickly looked at Saoirse sitting opposite him. I saw her head lowered at this time, her eyes dull, and her face expressionless. Miss Saoirse? Li Guanqi's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. And suddenly a bad feeling came to his mind. What did this Western girl say before? Suddenly, Pluto spoke again. This transmission channel to the elves. It is normal to transmit for 15 to 20 minutes. Is it abnormal if it is shorter or longer? Ha, interesting. Something is probably going to happen. What? Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. The transmission is about to end, Pluto said lazily. From just now to now. This transmission channel has only been open for 8 minutes and 28 seconds, which is far shorter than the 15 to 20 minutes normal time, she said. But now it is about to end the transmission. According to this Western girl, as you say. Isn't that abnormal? In addition, this girl was in a strange state at this time, and something was obviously wrong. Boy, hold on to the flower wreath in your hand. If this bitch is not lying, this wreath will be your life-saving straw. As for her, we have no time to care. Well, grab the garland and I will give you a countdown so that you can be mentally prepared. 10, 9, 8, huh? Am I stupid? 1, boom! Pluto's countdown was obviously unreliable, and the entire colorful space passage suddenly shook violently. Then Li Guanqi felt his soul shaking wildly, and an indescribable dizziness broke out, causing him to fall directly into a coma. Before he fell into coma, Li Guanqi had only one thought in his mind. Grab the garland. Chapter 518, The Forest of Elves. The home of the tulip elves. Boy! Wake up! Whose voice? Wake up! Oh! It's Hades. Pluto's voice exploded in his mind, directly waking up Li Guanqi, who was unconscious, and also quickly restored his consciousness. What's the situation? Li Guanqi covered his head with a splitting headache, slowly sat up, then opened his eyes and looked around. Giant trees. As far as the eye can see from this place, there is an endless forest of giant trees. Those thick and majestic trees are hundreds of meters tall at every turn. Their lush, green and lush leaves directly block the sky on the other side. There seemed to be tree houses built on tree trunks deep in the woods. And now, he was sitting on a small piece of grass. There are no trees within dozens of meters around. Only green grass and fragrant red flowers, with many beautiful butterflies circling and flying among the flowers. Li Guanqi looked down at his empty hands. He was stunned for a moment, then looked stunned. Where's my wreath? Master, look at your head. Suddenly, Xu Kong's voice sounded. Li Guanqi then looked up. There was nothing. His empty grassland was not covered by trees, so he could see the blue sky and white clouds. But the question is, what does Xu Kong want him to see? Hack! You are really stupid. Pluto made a complicated voice. Can you see your own head when your grandma raises her head? I'm beginning to doubt the correctness of cooperating with you. Li Guanqi was startled, but he quickly realized that Xu Kong and Pluto didn't mean to ask him to look at the sky above him, but only to look at his head. Buzz! He released his soul power to scan, and got a 360 degrees panoramic view. Now he finally saw it. Above his head, there was actually a string of flower rings that emitted bright green light. They were like the halo of light above the head of an angel, moving with the swing of his head. In the end, what happened? Li Guanqi was a little curious. The transmission is over. Or, the transmission channel collapsed. Xu Kong replied. Master, the reason why you were unconscious at that time, and the reason why you felt the dizziness in your soul, is that the transmission channel was forced to collapse due to external force. And that external force was quite terrifying. After all, it could directly destroy your 7. The souls at the peak level were stunned, which is definitely not trivial. However, at the same time that your teleportation channel collapsed, the garland in your hand suddenly glowed, then flew above your head and turned into a halo, sending you directly into another teleportation channel. This should be what Saoirse said. Holding the garland in hand will definitely reach the elf forest safely, because even if there is an error in the teleportation, the wreath will help you teleport again. After this second teleportation ends, you will appear on this grassland. Then Pluto woke you up immediately, and you were not unconscious for long from beginning to end. Only more than 10 seconds. Where's Miss Saoirse? Li Guanqi asked. It should be fine. Xu Kong hesitated slightly. When you were sent into the second transmission channel by the wreath, I noticed that Saoirse seemed to have regained consciousness. For a Jiugong-level magician, there are many situations where transmission errors occur, could threaten her life. So Saoirse should be fine. If something really happens, there is only one possibility, which is what you two discussed before: teleport directly and randomly to the headquarters of the Conjuring Academy. That's ridiculous. Li Guanqi waved his hand. You can't be so unlucky even if you drink water and stuff your teeth. So, he lifted himself up from the ground and stood on the grass full of flowers. He turned his head and looked into the deepest part of the giant forest. A hint of longing appeared in his blue eyes. I've arrived? This is the elf of the Tulip Empire. Forest? The home of the Tulip Elves. Master, you seem to be very admired. Why? Shunkong said doubtfully. Maybe young men in the 21st century have a unique fetish for beautiful female elves with pointed ears. At this time, Demon Sword suddenly said, after all, the Western god who created the elves, like the Master, is a human being born in the 21st century. It can be said to be an elf. But isn't it actually a human of different blood who was specially transformed into this appearance? I don't understand. Shunkong was still puzzled. I know. Xiaoxue, who rarely participated in the gossips of the artifacts, actually made a soft and excited voice at this time. In the past year of Transcendence, when the owner was still living in Yuching community, there were many comics about elf heroines on the bookshelf in the room. And the computer wallpaper is also a sexy black-skinned female elf with super big breasts. The owner must like the female elf very much. Li Guanqi suddenly blushed and covered his face in shame. Okay, Xiaoxue, there is no need to say this kind of thing. You and I are the first. This is a little secret between us. Don't let it go out anymore. Click. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a dead branch being trampled was heard not far behind, directly interrupting Li Guanqi's conversation with the artifacts in his mind. Someone is behind. Li Guanqi turned his back to the source of the voice and frowned slightly. The source of the sound was about 30 meters away from him. How could he not sense it in advance when it was so close? With doubts and vigilance, Li Guanqi slowly turned his head and followed the sound. Standing next to a few red flowers 30 meters away was a slender, pure and beautiful girl wearing green cloth armor and holding a black long bow. There is absolutely no flaw in her appearance. She has a face that is so perfect that it is difficult to describe in words. Her golden, waist-length hair was fluttering gently in the breeze. Her skin was as white as snow and rosy, and her skin was so moist that it could be broken by a blow. And on her beautiful face, those moist and beautiful eyes like emeralds were looking at Li Guanqi, blinking like stars, full of confusion and curiosity. And pointed ears. This innocent beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes has a pair of pointed ears. Level 4 Elf Archer. Elf. The moment he saw this beautiful girl elf, countless adjectives came directly to Li Guanqi's mind. But in the end, those gorgeous adjectives were slightly overshadowed by this female elf. Is this the legendary handsome elf with almost perfect appearance? Li Guanqi looked at the female elf and couldn't help but be a little dazed for a moment. However, human aesthetics are different. And it's not just about the face, but also about the body. This female elf actually has a good figure. More than 1.6 meters tall. Slim and slender. With a rather perky butt. But at least for Li Guanqi, this pure female elf still has some flaws. Because it is too peaceful. It can be called a flat river. And her mind is not spectacular enough. He personally likes people who are more open-minded. Are you a human? The elf blinked his big eyes, and suddenly said something in Western to Li Guanqi. Eh? The expression on Li Guanqi's face froze. What? The voice of this female elf. Why is it the voice of a male boy? Grass. This guy is not an innocent and beautiful girl, but a beautiful boy. This elf is a man. Hello, human. The elf looked at Li Guanqi with a bright smile on his face. He put the black bow on his hands behind his back, then bowed slightly towards him with a strange etiquette of, okay. Folded the fingers of his hands together, and then touched the center of his eyebrows with his fingertips. It should be a meeting gift for the elves. My name is Ossel Hallfried under Tall Tulip. The elf boy raised his head, chuckled and said, Isn't the elf name a bit long for you humans? Ha ha. Actually, just call me Ossel. This is my own name. H.H. Lo. Li Guanqi looked at his face, that was so beautiful that it was difficult to distinguish between male and female. He felt a little complicated, but he still forced a smile and nodded. My name is Li Guanqi. You can call me Guanqi. This is also my own name. I'm from the Eastern Continent. I can tell. The elf boy also smiled and nodded, then raised his finger and pointed at Li Guanqi's face. His green eyes were full of novelty. The faces of Easterners are very different from our elves. This is the first time I have seen it with my own eyes. Well, I could only read illustrations in books before. Hey, are all Orientals really 2 meters tall? Suddenly, Ossel suddenly approached Li Guanqi, raised his right hand with longing, and gestured on top of his head. You are almost 2 meters tall. Right? Then, aren't all of you Orientals giants? Ah, Do you have to have high ceilings in your houses? Otherwise, you'll hit your head. Right. As he spoke, the elf boy's pointed ears twitched slightly. Forehead. Li Guanqi was made a little psychologically uncomfortable by his sudden approach. He doesn't mind being approached enthusiastically by male teenagers. I don't mind being warmly approached by a beautiful sister. But he did mind a little bit. Being approached by a male boy who looked like a beautiful sister. To be honest, it was so weird. Even the male-looking Taoist priest Lin didn't look as female as Ossel. Eastern people are also divided into countries and ethnic groups. Li Guanqi forced a smile and gently pushed Ossel away. For example, Daluo people are indeed very tall. But except for the different blood families, they are generally only over 1.8 meters tall. Only the different blood families can easily get taller. 2 meters. There are also Nanjiang and Sakura shogunate in the east. Although their different blood families are also 2 meters on average. Ordinary people are only about 1.6 to 1.7 meters. Which is not much different from you elves. Ossel looked at Li Guanqi, as if suddenly enlightened, and nodded slightly. Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. Due to the characteristics of different blood, humans of different blood are generally very tall. Men are 1.9 to 2 meters tall. And women are basically 1.8 meters tall. After all, elves are also humans of different blood. But perhaps because the elves' different blood was transformed by the Western god, the height of the elves is not so tall. The average male is about 1.7 meters. And the female is 1.6 meters. This elf boy seems to care about this very much. But Li Guanqi is more concerned about another point than his height. He looked down at Ossel. His eyes narrowed slightly. Level 4 elf archer. How could he not notice the sudden approach of a mere 4th level person? I have a question that I'm curious about. Li Guanqi smiled at Ossel. I heard that elves like straightforward personalities. So I won't mince words. May I ask how you came so close to this place just now without letting me notice? Because of my superpower. Ossel smiled cheerfully, showing a row of big white teeth. The power I awakened 2 years ago is Momsen. As long as it is in this elven forest where I was born, I can blend into the forest. Unless you are the same. Elf. Otherwise, no matter how high your cultivation level is, you won't be able to discover me. I see. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. Things like superpowers and natural spells are logical. Gifts from heaven. If you look closely at the principles, even the gods from the old era would slam the table and scream. So he is not surprised by this, Romsen, the power of superpowers. But this power is really terrifying. Even at his 7-star level, he was unable to detect this mere 4th level elf. At the same time, Ossel's words just now also revealed his age. The elves awakened their powers at the age of 12. And he awakened his powers 2 years ago, which meant that Ossel was as old as he looked. Around 14 years old. But, is that really the case? Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that Ossel deliberately lied and used words to mislead him, pretending to be young and lowering his psychological defense. But this possibility seems to have little motivation. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi suddenly shook his head helplessly. I don't know since when. The silly and naive high school student at the beginning has now become an old man, who immediately starts to assume the worst when meeting strangers. Watch chess. At this time, Osier looked at Li Guanqi with a smile on his face. Can I call you that? You just asked me to call you that. Right? Li Guanqi smiled and said, if you ask me to call you by your name, then I will naturally let you call me by my name. Then, the wreath on your head watching the game should be the blessing of our high priest. Right? Ossel pointed to the green light flower ring on Li Guanqi's head, and said with admiration, this is my first time seeing this. I heard that every human being who can receive the blessing of the high priest has important needs. VIPs who discuss with the high priest need to be treated with the highest courtesy, As he said that, he seemed to realize something, looked at Li Guanqi and said quickly, Guanqi, since you have the blessing of the high priest, you must have something important to do in our elf forest. I will take you to see the high priest now. Right? Really? Li Guanqi nodded slightly. At the same time, he frowned slightly. This place is very strange. He has just discovered that the power of the soul is in this forest, and cannot be released beyond 100 meters radius. In other words, he could not directly scan the entire forest through soul scanning to find the location of the gathering place of elves. But it's normal to think about it. It should be a formation arranged by the elves to prevent others from prying. Watch chess. This way. This way. With an excited smile on his face, Ossel ran towards the depths of the giant forest and smiled at Li Guanqi. Humans who want to teleport to the elf forest often make teleport errors and fall into unknown places. So the High Priest has long said that if we scouts can find humans and bring them back, we will be rewarded. That's it. Li Guanqi kept up with him and flew rapidly through the forest of giant trees. He asked curiously, "Say, scout? Are you a scout of the elves? But why do you need a scout? Are there any enemies of the elves?" "Definitely," Ossel smiled and said. "Our elf forest is not an unrestrained divine domain. There are also many monsters and cursed spirits here. The task of a scout is to search for these enemies and then report back to the settlement to remind the tribesmen of..." "Oh." Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly, moved his gaze downward, and glanced at Ossel's abdomen. This elf archer was wearing a set of green cloth armor, except for the leather armor covering the shoulders, chest, elbows, and knees. The rest of the body was covered in gray and white clothing. The abdomen is no exception. Ossel's abdomen was covered with clothes, but through this layer of fabric, Li Guanqi felt the breath of the law of light, along with a faint smell of blood and burning. This smell has obviously been covered up by special methods, let alone ordinary people. Even 5-element level alien-blooded humans probably can't smell it. But Li Guanqi's physical body is LV-70. His senses were extremely developed. And no matter how deeply Ossel concealed himself, his sense of smell was still keen to smell these smells. There was a wound on Ossel's abdomen, burned by the law of light. A wound that has not healed yet, with the physique of a 4th-level alien blood elf. Burn? Using the law of light to cause burns? Normal creatures will not be burned when hit by the pure law of light. A flash of light flashed through Li Guanqi's azure eyes. Chapter 519, The Demise of the Elves. The Queen's Handiwork? "Hey, Ossel." Li Guanqi approached Ossel and walked side by side with him, rushing towards the depths of the giant forest. At the same time, he smiled at him and asked, "The job of a scout is dangerous, right? Will you get injured often?" "Yes." Ossel nodded heavily. "I am often injured. Every time I am discovered by the enemy. It is a life and death escape. How dangerous is it?" "Oh." Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes, and then smiled again. "Then the wound on your abdomen was caused by the law of light. Was it also injured during the scouting work?" "Oh?" As soon as he said this, Ossel suddenly panicked, but he quickly regained his smile. "Guanqi, you are so good. You can spot this." "Yes. That time I was discovered by a 4th-level demonic light spirit blood wolf. The abdomen was scratched by it." "Oh, that's how it is." Li Guanqi smiled. "Yes. Yes." Ossel scratched his head and smiled. "Speaking of which, this wound is really difficult to deal with. I haven't been able to recover for several days. My self-healing ability seems to have been suppressed. I don't know when I will be able to recover." Poof! Boom! Before the elf boy finished speaking, Li Guanqi suddenly burst into flames and punched him hard in the abdomen, sending him flying dozens of meters and hitting a big tree. The impact spread to the surrounding ground. A cloud of smoke and dust was raised. The next moment, Li Guanqi flashed, appeared directly in front of Ossel, and kicked him hard in the heart. Blood spurts. Li Guanqi's kick directly exploded the opponent's heart, turning the heart into a bloody hole. Heart and head are the organs that determine the life and death of humans with different blood. They can also determine the life and death of elves. Now that your heart is gone, all you have left is your head. Do you want to die or live? Who are you anyway? Where did you lie to me to take me?" Li Guanqi had no expression on his face, looking down at Ossel condescendingly, and said coldly, "With your Ronsen power, even a 7-star me couldn't detect your whereabouts. And a mere 4th-level light spirit blood wolf. How to find and injure you? Also, you were burned by the law of light." "Burn? How can normal creatures be burned by the law of light? This burning effect is too severe. Unless you are facing a creature with a dark attribute, the law of light will not produce such a violent reaction, even if it is a cursed spirit." "Ossel, you lie all the time. The wound on your abdomen was not caused by the light spirit blood wolf. You have the ability of Ronsen. Even the light spirit blood wolf cannot detect your whereabouts. You said you were a scout, searching for monsters and magical enemies in the forest. You said before that Ronsen allows you to blend into the forest. Unless you are an elf, no matter how high you are, you will not be discovered. Then, only the elves can spot you. The wound on your abdomen was discovered and injured by the elves. So," Li Guanqi leaned down, approached Ossel, stared into his green eyes, and said coldly, "You are a scout. But the enemies you are searching for are not demons and cursed spirits. The enemies you are searching for are elves. The most important thing is that you will actually be burned by the law of light." "Ah, I should have thought of it earlier. Things are very clear. Ossel, you are a night elf." "Ah." Hearing this, Ossel just smiled ferociously. "I've already used potions to cover up the smell. But I didn't expect you could still smell the burnt smell. What level of human being are you?" "Guy, where do you want to take me?" Li Guanqi's eyes were gloomy, and he said coldly, "You can't even judge my cultivation level. But you still want to take me away. I have to say that you, a night elf, are really brave." Ossel lowered his head. The bloody hole in his chest continued to flow with blood and did not heal on its own. Because it's just wasted effort. He knew very well that even if he chose to heal his heart, he would be kicked out by Li Guanqi again in the next moment. As the blood loss increased, Ossel's breathing became heavier and heavier, and a strong dark aura began to emit from his body. At the same time, his hair color, eye color, and skin color all began to change. The hair roots gradually turn white. Eye color gradually turns yellow. The skin gradually turns brown. In the blink of an eye, under Li Guanqi's solemn gaze, Ossel, who was originally blonde and fair-skinned, suddenly turned into a pointy-eared elf with white hair, black skin, and dark golden pupils. More importantly, maybe it's her? Her breast swelled rapidly, making the leather breastplate bulge. This feminine feature, coupled with her beautiful and delicate face, matches well, as if it should be so. Not only that, as the appearance completely changed, Ossel's painful gasps also turned into a female voice. Female? Li Guanqi was stunned. So this elf is indeed a female. But she was disguised as a male before. Wait, that's not the point. White hair and black skin. Li Guanqi looked down at Ossel's long snow-white hair and brown skin, frowning slightly. Sure enough, you are a night elf. A night demon. The elves in the world were created by a Western god. And that Western god was born in the 21st century. In that era, the setting corresponding to the elves often also had a night elf setting. In some anime, elves and night elves are good friends and compatriots. However, in some anime, the relationship between the two is set as mortal enemies. Maybe he was influenced by these settings. Maybe it was the bad taste of gods looking down on the world. Or maybe, unknown to the truth, Li Guanqi didn't know what the Western god who created the elves thought. But the result is that the god followed this setting and put it into practice. While creating the elves, he also created another mortal enemy of the elves. The night elves. 1. White hair and black skin. 2. The eyes have either yellow pupils or red pupils. 3. People are born with the ability to master the power of the law of darkness. They are also naturally restrained by the law of light. Just like the cursed spirit, being enveloped by the power of the law of light, burns will occur. This is the third of the 4 major characteristics of night elves. And they also have the 4th most obvious and terrifying characteristic. It is this characteristic that makes the night elves and the elves a natural enemy. 4. The night elves, except the flesh and blood of the elves, cannot satisfy their hunger with any food. If they do not eat elves' flesh and blood for a long time, the night elves will feel a maddening hunger. The higher the cultivation level of the night elves, not only will they not be able to resist, but this hunger will become more and more intense as their cultivation level increases. The stronger. Anyone who has ever been extremely hungry knows how terrifying that extreme hunger can be. This is a trait imprinted in genes. Night elves. If you don't eat elves, you can't live. Therefore, the night elves and the elves are naturally mortal enemies and will never stop fighting. They are a pathological chain of creatures forcibly created by the Western god. As everyone knows, elves are the most united race and have never had a civil war. This statement is still true. Because of the common concept, night elves are not regarded as a member of the elves, but directly identified as a separate, night elf race. In fact, the word night elf is just a human name. To elves, these evil creatures with white hair and black skin are called night demons. Although the two races look very similar in appearance, night elves can even transform back into ordinary elves, disguised and lurking among the elves, just like Ossel did at the beginning. But the night elves feed on elves, so they are not considered the same race. However, even so, this concept is still controversial. Some people believe that night elves are also elves. even in the eyes of New Age humans who do not know the truth. Night elves are elves suffering from special diseases. In fact, the argument for this concept is quite strong. Every night elf starts out as a normal elf. It's just that one night, they will suddenly turn into white hair and black skin. Their eyes will turn yellow or red, and fangs will grow in their mouths. And they will start to develop a crazy and sickly strong appetite for their former compatriots. And eating any food other than elven flesh will cause erosion and burns to your stomach. The reason is unknown to New Age humans. But Li Guanqi learned the truth from Shan Kong. The Western god who created the elves deliberately tampered with the elves' genetic sequence, turning the night elf gene into a recessive gene. The elves are usually fine. But maybe one day, they will suddenly transform into night elves and start to have an appetite for their compatriots. What kind of behavior is this? Li Guanqi didn't know what the Western god's mood was for doing this. Anyway, he just felt perverted and disgusting. That Western god created the elves. But that guy's mentality is not at all like Nua who pinches people, but just a pervert playing a free race setting game. And he doesn't regard the elves as a living race at all. Treat. Elves and night elves have not had a war for hundreds of years. Li Guanqi dispersed his distracting thoughts and focused on his eyes again. Looking at the night elf Ossel at his feet, he asked coldly, "Where are the natives of the elf forest? How are they?" "Elf forest?" Ossel grinned ferociously, as if he was not afraid of death at all. She raised her head and looked at Li Guanqi. After completely transforming into a female elf, she also spoke in a female voice. "It's over a long time ago. The elf forest has been completely destroyed, occupied by us night elves. The wreath on your head is the blessing of the elf high priest. You must be here to see the elf high priest. Right? But it is a pity that as early as half a year ago, the head of the high priest was eaten by our king, and other parts of the body were also given to us to eat. Even I was lucky enough to grab a piece of flesh and blood. Happy? The elf high priest you wanted to see has been dismembered and eaten." Ha 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 ha. At the end of the sentence, the night elf laughed suddenly. His smile was extremely hideous and full of morbid expression. Li Guanqi's expression changed drastically. "Damn it! The elf forest of Tulip has always been secluded from the outside world and does not communicate with the outside world. But because of this, no one found out about their demise for half a year, huh? He died and no one found out? No one. If they were all dead? Who inflicted Ossel's abdominal wound? No. The elves must still be alive. And the night elves have sent out scouts to search for traces. Forget it. There's no need to speculate anymore." Li Guanqi looked down at Ossel and slowly placed his right hand on her Tianling cap. The soul power in his body escaped, and he was ready to do what Pluto did to Tiffany last time, searching her soul and checking her memory. Searching for souls is a difficult technical job. It is difficult for ordinary people to learn this skill without crushing thousands of souls. However, Li Guanqi possesses plundering techniques and has a very strong learning ability. In addition, Pluto himself has no power. The last time he searched for Tiffany's soul, he actually borrowed his soul power. Because of this, he actually didn't understand that souls search. It's empathic and feels like you're doing it yourself. He thought he should give it a try. As Li Guanqi began to search for souls, soul power overflowed, and as the blue light flashed, Ossel also raised his head and let out a mournful cry, with a ferocious face and sharp fangs in his mouth. Li Guanqi couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this. "Pluto, is this normal? A truly perfect soul search is conducted when the other party is completely awake. And after the search is completed, the other party doesn't even feel a bit, and has no idea that he or she is being searched." Pluto lazily replied, "Although I can't reach that level, I can still search for the soul without any damage. After searching the soul, the other party's memory will not be damaged. As for you now, that's it. It's a success. Even after you finish searching for the soul of this human demon elf is probably not far away from being scrapped and collapsed." Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment, but did not reply, because the next moment, the soul search was successful, and a large number of memories belonging to Ossel flooded into his mind. He quickly peeled off the cocoon, searching for the memory fragments and information he needed. Ossel is indeed a female night elf. Her previous male appearance was due to drinking a gender disguise potion, but Ossel's transformation into a normal elf does not depend on potions. Night elves all have the ability to return to the appearance of a normal elf, but it is limited to appearance, and the ability to eat cannot be changed. Of course, Ossel is not 14 years old. She has lived for a full 562 years. It's just that her talent is average, and she is only at the late 4th level. She has opened 3 divine veins in her left arm, right arm, and left leg. The 4th divine vein in her right leg has not yet been opened. One night 89 years ago, Ossel suddenly transformed into a night elf, driven by a terrifying hunger. He directly ate his husband and his 5-year-old daughter. That daughter was her only child, who finally lived past the age of 3 after 12 children died in infancy. After eating and drinking enough, Ossel almost went crazy and even wanted to commit suicide. But in the end, after some ideological struggle, she accepted her identity. It was better to die than to live. As a night elf, she hid in the settlement of the elf forest and tried to avoid gatherings. When she had to have a dinner together, she endured the erosion and burn of normal food on his stomach, swallowed it forcefully, and then pretended to be nonchalant. However, the hunger of the night elves can only be satisfied by elven flesh and blood. For this reason, Ossel did an inhumane thing. She was originally a member of the settlement's hunting team, and then during a hunting trip, she kidnapped a 3rd-level elf, and then created the illusion that the elf was eaten by a demon species. But in fact, Ossel secretly imprisoned the 3rd-level elf in a secret cave. Every time he was hungry, he would go there and bite the opponent's flesh and blood alive to satisfy his hunger. The self-healing ability of a 3rd-level elf is quite impressive, and he can quickly restore the body's incompleteness. And even his head can be restored, as long as there is enough blood and flesh of the demon species and related medicines to allow the elves to replenish their life energy. The flesh and blood on the elves will be inexhaustible. So Ossel's situation becomes a cycle. 1. Collect demon flesh and blood and medicine. Feed them to the elves to restore life energy. 2. She eats elves' flesh. 3. The elves consume life energy and heal themselves. 1. She then collects resources for the elves to eat and restore life energy. 2. She eats elf flesh and blood. 3. 1. 2. This goes back and forth, and the cycle continues for a full 89 years. In this case, the imprisoned 3rd-level elf was the meat beast of the night elves. He was living a life worse than death. His spirit had long since collapsed, and he had fallen into numbness. During this period, Ossel was never found. 3 years ago, a night elf suddenly came to Ossel, explained the situation, and asked Ossel to join the night elves' army and start working for the night elves as an internal spy. At that time, Ossel had no entanglement or struggle, but was just moved, because she felt that she finally found the organization. She even cried with joy. The elf forest is indeed over. One night half a year ago, the night elves, led by a 9-palace-level king, raised their troops to attack the elf forest at night, launched an attack, and won. The high priests of the elves of the 9 palaces were eaten on the spot, and most of the elves were imprisoned and used as meat animals for the night elves. A small group of elves in this settlement successfully escaped and were scattered throughout the elf forest, carrying out a stubborn resistance. They have been resisting for half a year so far. The night elves sent a total of 169 night scouts, including Ossel, to search for traces of remaining elves in the elf forest. The wound on Ossel's abdomen was caused by her encounter with an elf magician 3 days ago, but she did not fight him and eventually ran away. The elf forest is closed. The night elf king didn't know what kind of formation he created, but he directly transformed the elf forest, which already had a special space environment, into a further step, making it impossible for creatures above the 8th level to enter. Once there are creatures above the 8th level that want to teleport into this area, the space channel will collapse, and the creatures inside will fall into the space turbulence. Well, if nothing else, Saoirse and Li Guanqi's first time, that's how teleportation ends. But in this way, Saoirse's safety is guaranteed. After all, falling into space turbulence is the least dangerous teleportation accident for a Jiugang-level magician, and she will definitely not die. But for Li Guanqi, this situation is a bit bad, because in the current elf forest, the 8th level creatures outside cannot enter, but inside, no creature can get out. At this time, the forest of elves, just like the ability of Queen Tulip's artifact, Quiet Sky, the space environment of the entire forest of elves has become an absolute barrier. Except for the 9 palaces, it is impossible to tear open the cracks in the space. It can't be teleported, and neither can it by flying, because the location of the elf forest is not on the continent of the main space. but is located in an independent small space, which is commonly known as the small world. Even if you fly, you can only fly to the boundary of space and then end there. Boom! At this time, Ossel's soul suddenly collapsed and exploded. The body of this female night elf also lost its vitality, and she sat slumped on the ground with lifeless eyes. Li Guanqi, who had finished searching the soul and obtained all the memories, took back his hand, stood on the spot with a solemn expression, and said in his mind, "Shun Kong, start the teleportation. Let's go out. You should be able to do it." Right. Although the Night King made a formation, it makes it impossible to tear open the rift in space. But you are a divine weapon. Master, I can't. However, Shuin Kong's answer made Li Guanqi's heart sink, and he was filled with confusion. Why? Master, do you still remember the night you had with Queen Tulip? Shun Kong asked back. What's wrong? When Li Guanqi heard this, he couldn't help but frown, and a bad premonition emerged in his heart. Could it be? That night, the Queen activated Jingjing's ability, and Jingjing specifically restrained me. She could confine the space, making it completely impossible for me to tear open the cracks in the space and teleport. There was a deep solemnity in Shuin Kong's voice. Quietly, Li Guanqi looked ugly. Is it the artifact in Isabel's hand? Shun Kong, you mean? Right. The one who imprisons the space of the elf forest is none other than Jingjing, the artifact Jing Kong in the hands of the Queen. Chapter 520, the Tulip Queen hidden behind the scenes. So, Li Guanqi looked around, looking at this lush forest of giant trees, frowning and saying in his mind, is it the quiet sky in the Queen's hand that seals the space of this elf forest? In other words, the woman who helped the Night Elves destroy the elf forest was Isabel. The Night Elves attacked the elf forest half a year ago. Then why did the Queen give the garland to Saoirse and ask her to bring me here? The reason? Why? I can't figure out what the Queen's motive is for doing this. Does she want to get something from the elves? I don't know either. Shuin Kong's voice was solemn. I only know that the Forest of Elves is not in the main world, but is located in a completely independent small space and world. And Jingjing has completely sealed the space of this small world, cutting off the connection between the inside and the outside world, making it impossible for me to tear open the cracks in the space. And it wasn't just a while. It was as long as half a year, and it has not recovered to this day. To do this, Jingjing needs to consume extremely huge amounts of energy. If the Queen is willing to pay such a high price, then she definitely has a major purpose in helping the Night Elves destroy the elf forest. What she wants to get from the elves, it must be important. What are you two talking about? Pluto's voice was cold. What does Isabel want to snatch from the elves? It's none of our business. It's pointless to think about these things. It's better to think about how we can get out. Also, if this Night Elf scout dies here, it might cause some trouble. Why don't other Night Elves run away quickly? It makes sense. Li Guanqi nodded, turned around and flew away in the distance. Ares, keep my breath to a minimum. It's best to keep my breath completely to prevent anyone from discovering me. I try my best, Ares responded, and at the same time, the power of Yutian divine armor enveloped Li Guanqi and began to cover up his aura. Brush. Li Guanqi was as fast as the wind, flying thousands of meters through the forest of giant trees in the blink of an eye. Through Ossel's memory, he avoided many Night Elf sentries along the way, and finally stopped after running into a cave. Rather than running around like a headless fly, it is safer to find a place to huddle up. Shanku! Li Guanqi sat on a stone, thinking about it, and finally asked in his mind, don't you have any ideas? Jing Kong has such a close relationship with you, so you don't have any way to counterattack? I really can't help it. Shun Kong was helpless. Jingjing and I are completely incompatible with each other. My appearance inspired my creator to create her to restrain me. But the damn thing is, I can't restrain her at all. It's just that my life is completely suppressed, and I can do nothing in the face of the silent confinement of space. What about Hades? Li Guanqi continued to ask. Based on my understanding of the laws of space, I can break the restrictions and open space cracks for teleportation. Pluto's answer seemed promising. However, Li Guanqi felt a little helpless. Judging from the tone of your words, do you have to add a but at the end? That's right. Pluto's voice was calm. I can open the space rift, but it is inevitable that this space fluctuation will be discovered by the 9 palace level Night Elf King. And then, he will forcefully break into the space rift we have torn apart, and then kill you. You now have Ares who has unlocked the 8th level, so you are fearless when facing the 8th level. But you are still as fragile as a chicken when facing the 9th level. Will it be discovered? Li Guanqi was startled, and then asked, Then it's okay for you to cooperate with Shan Kong? You teach Shan Kong how to open the space crack and let him open it. Isn't his ability as an artifact just to ignore tracking? Can you ask that trash? Hades scoffed. Shan Kong was speechless for a moment, but he had to admit, we really can't cooperate. The reason why I can open the space rift is basically not based on my own understanding of the laws of space. In fact, our artifact does not have the function of understanding the laws. The reason why I can open space cracks and sense things related to space is all due to the power of the artifact itself, which is the gold and silver bracelet you have seen. Master. In other words, Pluto's understanding of the laws of space cannot help me, and we cannot cooperate. That. Li Guanqi still refused to give up and continued to ask. Then let's let Pluto open the space crack first, and then you can use the ability of the artifact to prevent tracking? No way. Shan Kong sighed. The reason why I can prevent tracking is because the space cracks I opened using the power of the artifact are special space cracks. The key lies in the space cracks and space transmission channels themselves. This means that if you want to prevent tracking, you can only let me open the space cracks. I do not have the ability to transform the space cracks opened by others. So, there is no solution? When Li Guanqi heard this, his face suddenly turned ugly. Now, there is no possibility of us leaving at all? Hades and the artifacts were silent. Li Guanqi stood there and began to think about whether to activate the only time, travel through time and space. You can't stay here for long. This elven forest is the territory of the elves, and it is also the home of the night elves. Just like the 4th level Ossel before, that guy activated his elf powers and approached quietly. Even the 7-star him couldn't find it. As for Ossel's purpose of deceiving him before, he also saw it from the other party's memory. Ossel wanted to trick him into the original holy city of the elves, which was an elven city located in the center of the elf forest. Of course, that place has now become the royal city of the night elves. After arriving at the Dark Night King city, even Li Guanqi had no choice but to die. According to Ossel's memory, it can be known that the night elves have a 9th level night elf king and 15 8th level night generals. In addition, they also have hundreds of 7th level night commanders, and then thousands of 6th level, 5th level and below things. Li Guanqi didn't take these other powers seriously. Even the 15 8th level Dark Knight generals were invincible to him, who possessed the heavenly divine armor. Of course, having said that, you can't break the defense, but you can imprison and seal him. To kill an enemy, killing is not the only way. Therefore, for Li Guanqi, the most threatening thing in the entire Night Elf clan is the 9th-level Night Elf King and the 15 8th-level Night Generals. As for other forces, he can completely ignore them. No, I can't beat him. Li Guanqi looked extremely ugly. There is a Jyogon-level person who is completely invincible and no match at all. He will be defeated in seconds if he meets him. Pluto, if you control my body, can you beat the 9 Palaces level? Li Guanqi suddenly asked in his mind. Pluto was speechless for a moment. Hey, kid, can you figure it out? I did give you a metaphor, saying that with the same knife, a child can only cut vegetables, but a chef can carve a radish into a dragon. But the problem is, with the same knife, a child can't beat a Mecha Gundam. However, even if a strong Special Forces soldier comes, he can't beat a Gundam with this knife. In the current situation, you are that child, and the Jyogon class is that Mecha Gundam. You have a good relationship with that Western girl Saoirse. You should have discussed it with her before and let her feel the power of the 9 Palaces for you. Then you will have a concrete understanding and won't say what a stupid thing to say. What's more, the gap between Jyogon level and Jyogon level is also very huge. Don't forget, the Jyogon level has 9 small stages. If you have understood the 9 basic laws, you should be very clear that the 9 basic laws will resonate with each other and enhance each other. The same rule applies to opening the shrine. Every time a divine palace is opened, the power of the 9 palaces will increase by 1 level. The Jyogon level with 2 divine palaces activated can completely defeat the Jyogon level of 1 divine palace. However, Ossel is too weak and his status in the Night Elves is too low. He has no idea how many shrines the Night Elf King has opened. Of course, this is not important. Even if he only opened 1 shrine, it is not you can handle it. Well, at the end of the sentence, Pluto sighed heavily. Grandma, what kind of nonsense is this development? When I didn't cooperate with you, You were floating around and living well. I just decided to cooperate with you. And you fell into this waiting for death. Then what should we do? Wait to die. At this time, Shudkong no longer wanted to argue with Pluto, and instead asked in a deep voice. Mo Dao. Xiao Shui and Ares were doing daily diving. They didn't know what to say, so they didn't say anything. I think there should still be hope. Li Guanqi raised his right hand, touched the string of flower headbands suspended above his head, and still emitted a slight green shimmer, and thought, based on the relationship between Shudkong and Jingkong, I think it is unlikely that he will admit his mistake. So in this place, it is true that the quiet sky has imprisoned the space. The artifact Jingkong is the queen's artifact. Therefore, the queen was by no means unaware of the demise of the elf forest, and was even one of the main promoters. She had some purpose in mind, so she helped the night elves. So why did she ask Miss Saoirse to come to me with a wreath and bring me here when she knew something was wrong here? Want to trick me to death? Impossible. With the queen's ability, this is completely unnecessary. If you really want to kill me, just move your fingers. And I can't think of a reason for her to kill me. So from the current situation, we can basically conclude that the queen deliberately arranged for me to come here. But she didn't explain clearly. She didn't tell me what would happen when I came here, nor what I needed to do here. Instead, she used secret means to bring me to this tulip elf forest occupied by night elves. Mama. After reasoning to this point, Li Guanqi suddenly cursed silently. I hacking hate the Riddler. I'm so annoyed. I'm annoyed by these people too. Shankara sighed. Isn't this more outrageous than the Riddler? The demon knife suddenly spoke up and chimed in. The Riddler gave you a riddle after all. That blonde old slut didn't tell you even a single word except for the garland of the elf high priest. Yes, garland. Li Guanqi frowned slightly and raised his hand to touch the flower ring hanging above his head. This is the only clue. Isabel asked Saoirse to give me this thing. That should mean that this ring will tell me what's next. What to do? Well, master. At this time, Xiao Shui suddenly made a hesitant sound. What's wrong? Li Guanqi asked softly. Is there a possibility that Her Majesty the Queen doesn't want to be the Riddler, but that she doesn't know what to say? Shishua's unique voice is still soft and waxy. What's the meaning? Li Guanqi was stunned at first, but soon understood Shishua's intention. You want to say prophecy? Right. Xiao Shui continued. Do you still remember the last time Miss Saoirse came to you to detoxify? She found you through the tarot card prophecy, and the prophecy only had the word east. The interpretation of the prophecy depends on your own imagination. Miss Saoirse and Her Royal Highness the Queen are both tulip people. And isn't the advanced prophecy of the Tulip Empire the tarot? So is there a possibility that Her Royal Highness the Queen received the instructions for you to come here through the tarot card prophecy? However, since there is not much information about the prophecy results, Her Royal Highness the Queen does not know what information to tell you. Can you let nature take its course and act according to the predicted results? Listening to Shishua's guess, Li Guanqi couldn't help but be silent for a moment. He stood there, lost in thought. A long while. There was some fluctuation in Li Guanqi's blue eyes. Isabel will not prophesy to me for no reason. Combined with his actions towards the elf forest, the most likely outcome is Isabel helped the night elves attack the elf forest half a year ago in order to seize something from the elves. But she failed. She didn't get it. Half a year later, in order to get that thing, she performed a tarot prediction. And the final result was that I, Li Guanqi, was the person. The general meaning of the prediction results that Isabel interpreted was that if I, Li Guanqi, were sent here, she would be able to get what she wanted. However, she could not interpret any more information. So she just sent me over. Thing? Is it a treasure? By the way, the Queen helped the night elves half a year ago. Half year ago? Isn't this the time when the war between the Tulip Empire and the Magic Academy begins? What she wants to get by doing this kind of thing at this time is most likely something that will be beneficial to the Empire's war. After all, the Queen is still the Queen. For the sake of the national interest, she will not care about the life and death of other races. But this is normal. The most critical question is what should I do next, huh? Having said this, Li Guanqi was suddenly stunned. Because deep in the cave, a beam of golden sunlight suddenly shone down from above. Li Guanqi walked over and reached out to touch, feeling the warmth of the sun shining on his palms. Is it transparent? He raised his head, looked at the cave dome with a large crack in it, and murmured to himself. Through that gap, Li Guanqi could see the floating clouds in the blue sky and the bright sun. Because of this, he couldn't help but be curious. This place is obviously a small independent space. So where did the sun and sky come from? Artificial luminous objects? It's a super large space mirror projection technique. Pluto's voice was calm, and he answered this question for Li Guanqi. At a certain height in this small space, this space projection technique was performed. You can understand that this is a direct copy of a certain sky in the main world. Come over. Where the sun shines here. If it rains there, it rains here. The sunset and moonrise, the alternation of day and night, are all completely replicated. Moreover, mirror projection is said to be a projection, but in fact it is not false, but real. The projected rain is real rain, and the sunshine is real sunshine. This is a very advanced spell that requires at least a Geogong-level Dzogchen spellcaster to cast it. As for the source of the projection, it should be somewhere in the Tulip Empire. Otherwise, there is no need for these elves living in a small independent world to call themselves Tulip elves. This projection technique has a wide range and is of extremely high quality, and it needs to be maintained for a long time. It should be turned into an array mode, which can save energy. Wait, boy, does this horse riding make sense? If you don't think about how to go out, do you still want to watch the sun? At the end of the sentence, Pluto cursed in frustration. No, I just figured it out. Li Guanqi shook his head slightly, then leaned against the rock wall, and raised his hand to touch the flower ring hanging above his head. This thing is a token of the elf high priest, and the elves here are not dead yet. If nothing happens, next, the group of surviving elves should take the initiative to find me. Huh? What logic? Hades wondered. Li Guanqi just smiled. Intuition.